The gambler Zhou Haiyang finds himself reborn just before his wife leaps into the sea, awakening to the extraordinary ability to perceive the ocean, enabling him to mark all marine creatures. From that moment forth, the act of gathering seafood becomes exceedingly effortless. Clams the size of chopsticks, mantis shrimp the size of a palm, king crabs as large as wash basins, thousand-year-old sea cucumbers nestled in crevices, and diverse schools of magnificent fish. All are within his effortless grasp. Earning 10,000 a day feels as commonplace as a family meal. In his previous life, he drove his pregnant wife to despair, leading her to plunge into the sea, and his daughter refused to forgive him until her dying breath. In this life, he wields the golden eye of fortune in his left hand to scour the ocean, while his right hand orchestrates the meteoric rise of a seafood empire, showering his wife and daughter with affection and treating them as precious gems. Chapter 1. Rebirth. Zhou Haiyang. As long as you never strike ginseng again, I shall let you be. Come forth. In a room plastered with old newspapers, Shen Yuling unbuttons her shirt, gazing at her man with eyes filled with despair and despondence. Yuling. Zhou Haiyang stands frozen at the doorway, as if struck by lightning, his gaze fixed on the figure who has haunted his thoughts and tormented him for half a lifetime. The last rays of the setting sun filter in from behind her, rendering her silhouette somewhat hazy yet profoundly real. Could this be but a dream? A phantom conjured by the relentless torment of guilt? He suddenly raises his hand and delivers a sharp slap to his own cheek. The crisp sound resonates sharply in the stillness of the room. The fiery sting accompanied by a ringing in his ears is unmistakable. This is not a dream. Has the heavens truly heard his countless prayers? He has indeed been reborn. Shen Yuling is taken aback by his sudden, frenzied gesture, stumbling back 2 full steps until her back collides heavily with the paper-laden earthen wall. Her eyes widen in terror. Her chapped lips tremble slightly, uncertain of what madness her gambling husband might unleash next. As Zhou Haiyang gazes into his wife's eyes, which resemble those of a startled bird, his heart feels as though it is gripped by a rusted iron claw, tearing at him, leaving him bleeding. The debts of his past life roll before his eyes like a relentless tide. Each time he lost at gambling, he would drown his sorrows in alcohol, returning home with bloodshot eyes to lash out at his wife and daughter with a belt. The haunting cries, the whimpers of his daughter Qing Sheng, akin to a mewling kitten, echo incessantly. The scene ultimately freezes on that suffocating, frigid beach. When Shen Yuling's lifeless body was retrieved, the slight bulge of her abdomen, an existence he had never known, struck him like a dagger. Enormous regret enveloped him like a cold wave, yet it was all too late. Since that fateful day, his parents severed ties with him, and his daughter, Qingsheng, no longer called him father. Zhou Haiyang endured 3 desolate years before ultimately departing from the place of his sorrow with his daughter. With his wife gone, his daughter became his sole anchor. Upon discovering her passion for food, Zhou Haiyang immersed himself in the culinary arts, fervently hoping to win back her forgiveness and hear her call him father once more. Yet, despite his creation of a renowned culinary empire celebrated both domestically and abroad, his daughter remained distant, even cold towards him. Nevertheless, Zhou Haiyang refused to surrender. He devoted himself wholeheartedly to nurturing his daughter, sacrificing everything for her. Later, when Qing Sheng went abroad to study, she never returned. It was only at the brink of death from a grave illness that he received her call. However, what he encountered was not his daughter's concern, but a chilling declaration of never forgiving. In that instant, Zhou Haiyang's heart felt as though it were being cleaved in two. No one could comprehend the depths of his anguish and remorse. His final thought before passing was that if there were a next life, he would ensure this tragedy never recurred, mending all the regrets within his heart and providing his wife and daughter with a life of envy. Yet, to Zhou Haiyang's astonishment, he truly found himself reborn. No one could fathom the elation swelling within him. At that moment, a thought struck him, and he abruptly turned to gaze at the calendar. July 20th, 1995. Only 20 days and nights remain until Shen Yuling, engulfed in despair, plunges into that deep blue abyss, dragging him down into the depths. Yuling. Zhou Haiyang's eyes instantly turned crimson, and the accumulated tears cascaded down his cheeks. He stepped forward, disregarding everything, and forcefully embraced the rigid, cold body, his arms tightening around her as if he yearned to embed her into his own searing flesh, dispelling the chill of her past life with his warmth. I am sorry, Yuling, I was wrong. I'm a beast, a creature lower than swine and dogs. His voice was hoarse, laced with a pain that felt as if it were tearing him apart. I am sorry for you. I am sorry to Qingqing. I swear to the heavens. I vow that I will change. I promise. In his embrace, Shen Yuling felt like a hardened wooden post, every muscle taut to its limit, offering no response, only an overwhelming sense of fear that transmitted through the thin fabric of her clothing. This silent rejection pierced Zhou Haiyang's heart like a poisoned dagger, striking with precision. He recoiled as if scalded, abruptly releasing his grip. Shun Yuling, like a startled rabbit, turned and pushed him away, fleeing the room without a backward glance. I will find Ching Ching. Her voice trembled with urgency as she vanished through the dilapidated doorway. Zhou Haiyang watched his wife's panicked figure disappear, his chest heaving violently as he struggled to suppress the tumult of emotions within. The indelible mark of that despicable act had evidently taken root deep within him. Time was of the essence, with only 20 days remaining. He wiped his face vigorously, a look of almost tragic determination settling in his eyes. Countless sleepless nights had seen him reimagine the scene 1,000 times, etching a blueprint of redemption in his heart. His gaze swept across the place he called home. The earthen walls constructed with the pooled savings of his parents and elder brother, the wooden cabinets and boxes crafted by carpenters, had all vanished, leaving only a few broken wooden stools, missing legs and corners. The meager dowry Shun Yuling had brought was long gone, exchanged for chips at the gambling table. The true state of his home was one of stark emptiness, lacking even a flashlight. How could he change all of this? Starting a business? That required capital. At this moment, his pockets were as empty as a void. The immediate priority was to fill the bellies of the two women. How long had it been since they had tasted oil or meat? The sight of their pale, emaciated faces pierced his nerves. Without further hesitation, Zhou Haiyang retrieved the rusted sand shovel from the corner and grabbed a battered plastic bucket, his gaze falling upon a hole at the bottom of the bucket. He ripped a piece of rag and haphazardly stuffed it in, took a deep breath, and stepped out of the door. The beach at dusk was bathed in a warm golden hue by the setting sun, yet the salty, fishy scent of the sea lingered in the air. Scattered across the shore were a few village women and children, bent over, digging in the sand. Zhou Haiyang's arrival was akin to a stone tossed into a still pond, instantly drawing attention. The gazes directed at him were a mix of surprise and curiosity, but predominantly familiar, tinged with a sense of distant pity. Oh, Zhou Haiyang. The first to speak was Wang Xiufang from the same village. She straightened up, wiping the sweat from her brow with a sandy hand, her tone betraying unmasked astonishment. The sun must be rising in the west today. Did you come to the beach to catch something? Zhou Haiyang suppressed the complexities within and managed to muster a gentle smile. Yes, Sister Xiufang, I came out to try my luck, hoping to gather a few small crabs to bring home for Yuling and Qingqing to make a soup to nourish them. Upon uttering these words, he felt an unfamiliarity within himself. The older women exchanged glances upon hearing him mention his wife and child, their astonishment almost spilling over. Well, you should have had this resolve long ago. Another woman, Li Kaifeng, candidly remarked, pointing towards the village. Look at Yuling's daughter and little Qingqing. They are as thin as reeds. A gust of wind could blow them away. It's heart-wrenching to see. Indeed, another chimed in. What a wonderful girl Yuling is. Yet look at how she has been worn down, sigh. The heavy sigh carried the weight of unspoken sentiments. When marrying a man, one seeks stability and sustenance. Zhou Haiyang, Wang Xiufang spoke earnestly, offering sage advice. You truly need to wise up. Indeed, why be so close to the gambling table, as if you were inseparable from it? Li Kaifeng surveyed him from head to toe, shaking her head in regret. Zhou Haiyang sensed that behind their seemingly critical remarks lay a genuine concern rather than mere mockery. It appeared that by adopting a different mindset, one could perceive the world in an entirely different light. Understood, sisters. Zhou Haiyang nodded, a hint of sincerity gracing his smile. You carry on with your tasks. I'll wander over there. He carried a battered bucket and made his way toward the less trodden beach on the other side. After walking for a short distance, Zhou Haiyang abruptly halted his steps. What is happening? He wondered, scanning the surface of the beach with suspicion, as countless tiny red glimmers appeared suddenly, densely packed like fireflies igniting a prairie. They were evenly distributed across the sandy expanse, even penetrating the thin layer of sand, as if the beach had contracted some peculiar red rash. Was it an illusion? Or perhaps an extraordinary ability bestowed upon him by his rebirth? He rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked again. The red dots remained vivid, stubbornly persisting like markings. Could it truly be a boon? Zhou Haiyang's heart raced, as the plots of novels he had perused during his leisure time in his previous life surged into his mind. To validate this absurd notion, he crouched down, lifted his sand shovel, and forcefully struck at the nearest ordinary red dot. The sand was overturned, revealing a seashell the size of a fingertip. Simultaneously, that red dot vanished without a sound. There's indeed something. Zhou Haiyang's heartbeat accelerated even further, suppressing his excitement as his gaze darted eagerly around. Soon, his attention was firmly captured by a crimson dot, nearly purple and as large as a fingernail, situated just a few paces ahead. The radiance of that was more dazzling than any surrounding red point, rich and intense. Zhou Haiyang, came Wang Xiufang's voice from a distance. Don't waste your effort there. We've excavated that area several times. It's nothing but empty holes, not a thing. Come over here. All right. Zhou Haiyang replied without lifting his head, his voice tinged with an excitement he himself had not noticed. He hurried toward the crimson dot, took a deep breath, and gripped the sand shovel tightly, aiming fiercely at that spot. Crack! The shovel blade indeed struck something solid. Zhou Haiyang immediately discarded the shovel, disregarding everything else, and donned his tattered gloves to reach down and explore. Soon, his fingertips brushed against something cool and smooth with hard edges. He carefully excavated it from the sand. Chapter 2. Gathering by the sea beneath the slanting rays of the setting sun. The object cradled in Zhou Haiyang's palm elicited a sharp intake of breath from the approaching Wang Xiufeng, who was so startled she nearly bit her tongue. "My heavens!" she exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she fixated on the semi-transparent shrimp in Zhou Haiyang's hand, glimmering with a resplendent sapphire hue. This is an enormous bamboo shrimp. Zhou Haiyang, what kind of divine fortune have you stumbled upon? Her exclamation acted as a signal flare, prompting several other women on the beach to abandon their tasks and gather around. Upon glimpsing the treasure in Zhou Haiyang's grasp, their excitement erupted. "Oh my goodness, this must be nearly half a foot long. Goodness gracious, it must weigh at least half a kilogram. Just look at that vibrant color. Zhou Haiyang, you struck gold. Unbelievable. With such a sizable specimen, you could sell it to Old Hay the fishmonger for no less than 15 yuan per kilogram. This 7 or 8-tailed bamboo shrimp is worth at least 10 yuan. That is roughly equivalent to a day's wages for a robust laborer in the village." Zhou Haiyang endeavored to maintain a facade of calm as he gently placed the shrimp into a bucket, rubbing the sand from his hands to make his voice sound casual. "Sisters, you're making too much of it. It's merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Just luck, really." However, the slight tremor in his fingertips and the gleam in his eyes betrayed the ecstasy brewing within him. After a lifetime of navigating the treacherous waters of commerce, filled with deceit and intrigue, he had grown weary in body and spirit. Wealth and prestige? He had tasted those fruits. In this life, if he could safeguard this miraculous ability, even if it meant living as a carefree gatherer by the sea, quietly spending days with his wife and children, would that not be the idyllic existence he had envisioned countless times in regret? Wang Xiufeng gazed at the colossal shrimp in Zhou Haiyang's bucket, and then at his youthful yet weathered face, her heart a tumult of emotions. "Haiyang, your luck is truly enviable," she sighed, her tone unusually earnest. "Take this advice from an elder sister. With such good fortune, why gamble at all? Live a grounded life with Yuling and Qingqing. Isn't that far more rewarding?" Zhou Haiyang nodded vigorously, his gaze drifting toward home, his voice low yet clear. "You're right, sister. I'm here for that very reason. From now on, I'll wash my hands of gambling." The other women exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting skepticism and a hint of fragile hope. Was it truly so easy to shed the vice of gambling? Zhou Haiyang chose not to elaborate further. Some things were better demonstrated than spoken. He secured the bamboo shrimp and wandered about the vicinity. The scattered tiny red dots remained, though their hues were faint compared to the vibrant purples that had previously caught his eye. He surmised these were likely worthless clams or similar creatures. Not far ahead, two young boys, Wang Xiufeng's son Huzi and the neighbor Shirtu, were engrossed in digging, their heads and faces coated with sand. Their small, battered bucket was already half full of clams. As Zhou Haiyang approached, Huzi, who had been diligently focused, suddenly lifted his head like a radar, swiftly shielding the bucket with his hands, his gaze vigilant like a wolf guarding its prey. "Uncle San, what are you doing?" The smaller Shirtu quickly mimicked him. Blocking his own bucket with his body, anxiety etched on his face. Zhou Haiyang found their exaggerated antics both amusing and bewildering. "Huzi, Shirtu, is it really necessary? Do you think your Uncle San would steal from you two little ones?" A glimmer of shrewdness flashed in Huzi's eyes, strikingly similar to his mother S. "Uncle San, you can look, but after you're done, you can't dig here. We worked really hard to find a spot." He was small yet clever, well-versed in the dynamics of territory. Shirtu nodded vigorously, his small face serious. "Yeah, only we can dig. Uncle San can't take it." Had it been the former gambling addict Zhou Haiyang, he would have given them a sharp reprimand. Yet now he raised his rough hand gently, ruffling Huzi's sweaty, sandy head. "You clever little rascal. All right, Uncle San promises to just look. I won't encroach on your territory." He recalled that in his past life, this spirited little boy had grown to become quite adept in the seafood trade. The two children relaxed their guard, reluctantly loosening their protective hold on the bucket. Zhou Haiyang leaned closer to inspect the contents. "Hey, you got quite a haul here. Half a bucket of clams, each the size of coin, and plump too. Well done, you two. This will be enough for your family to enjoy 2 bowls of noodle soup." Huzi, noticing Zhou Haiyang's eager gaze upon the clams, quickly reiterated, "Uncle San, but remember this is ours." Zhou Haiyang stood upright, grinning as he gestured toward a seemingly ordinary stretch of beach several meters away. Don't worry. Uncle sent one T-toucher find. However, if I happen to discover a good spot over there, you two must promise not to snatch it from me. Huzi cast a glance in the direction Zhou Haiyang pointed, finding it flat and unremarkable, lacking even a fresh sand pit. He chuckled, adopting the teasing tone characteristic of youth. All right. As long as you really find something, we promise not to go. Shirtu joined in the laughter, his face alight with mirth. Zhou Haiyang, unfazed, ambled over to the stretch of sand. To his surprise, the surface was not barren. A myriad of pale pink specks clustered together, forming a considerable area. Curious, Huzi trailed after Zhou Haiyang, peering at the site. He scoffed, Uncle San. Is this your so-called good spot? It's calm and the sand is hard. What treasure could possibly be here? Are you pulling my leg? Zhou Haiyang didn't argue, chuckling as he suddenly swung his shovel, forcefully striking the area marked by the dense red dots. With a swift motion, he overturned a large portion of the top layer of sand. Whoa! Huzi gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. As the sand was cleared, a multitude of tiny, pin-sized air holes emerged in the exposed ground. Shirtu leaned closer, his mouth agape in astonishment, large enough to fit a small clam. So many air holes? Zhou Haiyang couldn't help but laugh at the bewildered expressions of the two boys. His laughter drew the attention of Wang Xiufang and the others from a distance. Do you think Zhou Haiyang seems a bit different today? One remarked. Indeed, in the past, he would not have had such patience with these children. Could it be that the prodigal son had truly returned, transformed? Yet, caution prevailed. Old habits die hard. As the whispers floated away on the sea breeze, the two boys had already become animated, tugging at each other in excitement. Uncle San, hurry up and dig. Let us see what treasures lie within. Zhou Haiyang was charmed by their eagerness. All right, quiet down. I'll dig now. Stand back so you don't get hurt. The boys froze, their breaths held, eyes wide as saucers, fixated on Zhou Haiyang's every move, their faces filled with anticipation, even more so than his own. Chapter 3. The harvest. The shovel carefully penetrated the soft sand, inching along the edges of the dense air holes. Suddenly, Zhou Haiyang halted, his arm muscles tensing slightly. What was he unearthing? Huzi, nearly beside himself with impatience, fidgeted anxiously. Zhou Haiyang's lips curled into a triumphant smile as he flicked his wrist, lifting a large, grayish-blue mantis shrimp, longer than a man's hand, which landed with a thud on the sand. The robust tail of the shrimp thrashed against the grains, sending tiny droplets of water flying. Wow, what a massive mantis shrimp. Goodness, this must be worth a fortune. It has to be at least 2 yuan per pound. Shirtu exclaimed. And look at all these holes. Surely, they can't all contain such large specimens. Huzi fixed his gaze upon the cluster of air holes, his eyes gleaming with envy. If only they were all this size, Uncle San, you would surely strike it rich. Shida's face flushed with excitement. The dense array of air holes, bathed in the glow of the setting sun, seemed to conceal countless treasures. The two children felt an irresistible urge, their hearts filled with regret for having treated the find with such suspicion. How could they have the audacity to suggest digging together after guarding it like a treasure? They could only lament their own short-sightedness. As Huzi watched Zhou Haiyang deftly excavate another equally sizable mantis shrimp, he swallowed hard, feigning nonchalance as he tugged at Shida's arm. Shirtu, let's go back. We ought to dig for our clams. Yet, his voice betrayed an undeniable sense of loss and reluctance. Shirtu responded with an "oh," his footsteps heavy as if laden with lead, glancing back repeatedly. Zhou Haiyang tossed 2 large mantis shrimps into his bucket with a dull thud, smiling without looking up. Are you really leaving? With so many big prizes, aren't you tempted? Don't you want to try your hand at digging? Huzi halted abruptly, disbelief etched on his face as he turned back. Uncle, you're letting us dig? Zhou Haiyang straightened, brushing sand off his hands. Of course. With such a vast area, I couldn't possibly finish by nightfall on my own. Am I saving it for the Sea Dragon King for supper? Hurry up, grab your tools. Uncle, you truly are a wonderful person. In a frenzy of joy, Huzi forgot his earlier restraint, his words dripping with sweetness. Together with Shirtu, they sprinted back to their spot, exuberantly like 2 frenzied calves. The beach was suddenly alive with their commotion. The two children, akin to moles discovering a gold mine, buried their heads in the sand, frantically digging. Each time they unearthed a mantis shrimp, regardless of its size, they erupted into excited cheers. However, as they filled half a bucket, the thrill began to wane, and they gradually sensed something amiss. Their bucket was filled predominantly with smaller mantis shrimps, with only an occasional decent-sized one. In stark contrast, Uncle Zhou Haiyang's catch seemed almost miraculous. With each plunge of his shovel, he consistently unearthed hefty specimens, nearly filling the bottom of his bucket with large shrimps. Huzi wiped the mixture of sweat and dirt from his brow, envious enough to drool. Uncle, your luck is uncanny. How come you're only finding the big ones? Do you have some secret? He felt that Zhou Haiyang's digging spots were particularly precise, every strike yielding a prize. Sure too. Panting as he dug up another small one, chimed in with frustration. Yes, yes. Uncle, please teach me. I keep finding only the tiny ones. Zhou Haiyang expertly scraped away the sand, precisely targeting a large mantis shrimp's hiding place. With a flick of his wrist, he lifted it out, chuckling, silly boy. Being able to dig anything at all is good enough. Don't be picky. It's all just luck, pure coincidence. As the sun dipped lower, Zhou Haiyang noted that while the beach still held many ordinary red spots, the gleaming purple ones had all been excavated. What remained were mostly insignificant small shrimps and clams. He straightened his back, feeling the strain in his sore muscles, the bucket heavy in his hand, filled to the brim with mantis shrimps, the larger ones dominating the haul. All right, that's enough for today, he called out to the two exhausted but joyful children. It's getting dark. We want to be able to see if we keep digging. Uncle, tomorrow. We must come back tomorrow. Huzi and Sure too exclaimed in unison, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Zhou Haiyang waved back at them, carrying his bountiful bucket as he made his way home, the weight of the catch pressing against his legs, yet filling him with a deep sense of contentment. As he passed by Wang Xiufang and the others, their astonished gasps were unmistakable. Good heavens, Zhou Haiyang, your bucket is filled with giants. How many pounds do you have there? It must exceed 20, all large ones. What a catch. If only we could have this every day. Ah, fortune comes unbidden. Zhou Haiyang merely smiled. Sisters, you all had good fortune today too. He glanced at their buckets, each filled with their own rewards. Yet, this unpretentious gathering of seafood was vital for the villagers, grappling with economic hardship where every little bit mattered. Amidst the mix of envy, curiosity, and a flicker of renewed hope from the sisters, Zhou Haiyang walked toward the dilapidated courtyard that carried the weight of a heavy past while nurturing hope for the future. The earthen-walled courtyard appeared even more decrepit in the twilight. The wooden gate stood ajar. As Zhou Haiyang approached, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He spotted a frail, yellow-haired girl, as thin as a bean sprout, precariously balancing on a precariously stacked pile of bricks, straining to reach a bamboo basket hanging from the eaves, filled with small sun-dried fish. The basket hung too high. Her fingertips barely grazed its edge. Her efforts caused the bricks beneath her feet to creak ominously, threatening to collapse at any moment. Ching-ching! Zhou Haiyang gasped in alarm. The stones below were sharp as shards. A fall could be fatal. He hastily dropped his bucket, which clanged to the ground, scattering several mantis shrimps in a panic. In a desperate leap, he lunged forward. Just as the bricks beneath Ching-ching lost their balance, Zhou Haiyang, like a fierce tiger pouncing upon its prey, used his body to cushion her fall. Thud! Zhou Haiyang felt his knees slam down onto the gravel, pain shooting through him. But he ignored it, urgently cradling his daughter and checking her for injuries. Ching-ching, are you hurt? Did you bump anywhere? Does it hurt? Ching-ching, clearly startled, took a few moments before bursting into a heart-wrenching wail. Mama, mama. Her small body thrashed in his arms, as if trying to escape a flood. Zhou Haiyang's heart constricted at her unfiltered fear and rejection, overwhelming guilt and pain rising in his throat, nearly choking him. What a sin he had wrought. This life had confronted him in such a manner. What is wrong? Ching-ching. Shen Yuling rushed out of the house, apron still tied around her waist, her hands dusted with cornmeal. Upon seeing her daughter wailing and struggling in Zhou Haiyang's arms, her face drained of color as she snatched Ching-ching away, shielding her behind her back. Zhou Haiyang, how old is Ching-ching? Shen Yuling's voice, sharp with fear and anger, echoed as she stood rigid, a wall attempting to withstand a storm, fully blocking her daughter from view. Please, don't hurt her. If you are unhappy, then take it out on me. The last two words were nearly forced out through gritted teeth, laden with sacrificial desperation. Chapter 4. Misunderstandings. I didn't tea. Zhou Haiyang gazed into his wife's eyes, filled with vigilance, as cold as an abyss, feeling as if countless needles pierced his heart, an overwhelming wave of fatigue and bitterness washing over him. The explanation felt so futile. He leaned against his knee, enduring the piercing pain, and slowly stood up, offering a bitter smile. Shen Yuling looked at him with utter disappointment, her gaze akin to a chilling blade. Without uttering a word, she hurriedly pulled Ching-ching, who was still sniffling and shrinking away from her father, back into the courtyard. Zhou Haiyang rubbed his aching knee, taking a deep breath. The road ahead was still long. Ching-ching hid behind the door of the main room, quietly recounting the incident to Shen Yuling. Mama, the basket. I couldn't reach it. I fell. She was evidently still shaken, her words tumbling out in disarray. Shen Yuling patted her back soothingly, but upon raising her eyes, she saw Zhou Haiyang entering the courtyard with a battered bucket in hand. Ching immediately resembled a startled little rabbit, swiftly retreating behind her mother, revealing only one anxious eye. The expression in that eye tore at Zhou Haiyang's heart, as if it were being mercilessly shredded by iron hooks. He feared not the arduous journey ahead, but rather the daunting prospect that this path led to an endless abyss. You went to the beach? Shen Yuling. Upon noticing the sand shovel in Zhou Haiyang's hand and the damp sand clinging to the edge of the bucket, realized with astonishment that he had ventured out to catch seafood. This revelation was more astonishing than witnessing the sun rise in the west. Zhou Haiyang remained silent, simply lifting the bucket before the mother and daughter. Well, fortune was on my side. I managed to gather a few shrimp. He endeavored to keep his voice steady. Let us save a few for dinner tonight, and you can take the rest of the market tomorrow morning to sell. I reckon it could fetch a few hundred for household expenses. Shen Yuling's attention was not focused on the few hundred. The moment her gaze fell upon the contents of the bucket, her breath caught in her throat. There, a good portion of the bucket was filled with lively mantis shrimp, their vibrant hue and sizable forms captivating. Particularly striking was the one perched at the top, nearly the length of her forearm. Such a find was far from ordinary. Did you really gather these from a beach? Her voice trembled with disbelief. The bounty before her could rival their household's usual monthly expenditure on oil and salt. How could this possibly have come from the hands of her husband, who was known only for his gambling losses? As Zhou Haiyang observed the shock in his wife's eyes gradually transform into deeper confusion, a slight relief washed over him, and he offered a clumsy, yet genuine smile. Ah? Who knows? It might just be that the Sea Dragon King took pity on me on my first trip to catch seafood. Wow. Entranced by the enormous shrimp, Ching cautiously peeked out from behind Shen Yuling, her little head emerging as she fixated on the splendid, claw-waving mantis shrimp. Her eyes widened, brimming with the innocent curiosity of a child. What massive mantis shrimp! The pangs of hunger overshadowed her fear as the bucket emitted an enticing aroma of fresh meat. Zhou Haiyang gazed at his daughter's thin, doll-like face, her pallid complexion, and hair that resembled withered autumn grass, a wave of sorrow washing over him. His gaze softening with an almost palpable tenderness. Ching, he softened his tone, infused with an awkward yet earnest affection. Tonight, Daddy will steam them for you, and we'll enjoy them with vinegar. They'll be delicious. Would you like to have some? His voice was low, yet it resonated like a pebble tossed into a still pond. Ching lifted her face, her big, slightly flushed eyes timidly meeting his. In her gaze lingered remnants of fear, hunger-driven desire, and a glimmer of innocent uncertainty. She turned to look at her mother, then back at the lively shrimp in the bucket, her little throat bobbing as she nodded vigorously. A flicker of disdain crossed Shen Yuling's eyes. To her, Zhou Haiyang's words echoed his countless past promises, pledging never to gamble again. Absurd, like a piece of driftwood rotting in seawater. A man who had never even touched a cooking spatula, too lazy to put away bowls, claimed he would prepare mantis shrimp for their daughter. Was he not blatantly deceiving the child? A surge of agitation churned in her chest, nearly compelling her to voice her objections, but the words died in her throat. Would she provoke him? What if this rare opportunity for a peaceful meal were to be disrupted? Shen Yuling stifled her rising anger and, maintaining her composure, deftly shifted the topic. Her tone flat. Mantis shrimp aren't cheap. I'll set aside 2 smaller ones for you and Ching to satisfy your cravings, but the rest must be sold quickly. They lose value if they die. Ching's previously excited expression immediately faltered, her little mouth pouting dramatically, a curve so pronounced it seemed capable of hanging an oil pot. Mommy, if you don't eat, then Ching won't eat either, the stubborn little girl exclaimed, her small body tensing with the tenacity unique to children. Shen Yuling's heart softened. She quickly knelt down, gently stroking her daughter's soft hair, forcing a warm smile. Silly girl. Mommy wants to eat too. It's just that my stomach hasn't been feeling well these past few days, and I worry about wasting good food. She averted her daughter's clear, questioning gaze, employing a vague excuse. Oh. Ching nodded, somewhat understanding, the hint of grievance morphing into concern as she looked earnestly at her mother. Zhou Haiyang attempted to interject, but he was decisively ignored by Shen Yuling. As if fearing any change of plans, she took Ching's small hand and, grabbing the water bucket, turned briskly toward the kitchen, her steps hurried. Zhou Haiyang's hand lingered in midair, frozen, as he resignedly scratched his nose, following her in defeat. Inside the cramped kitchen, the light was dim. Shen Yuling adeptly fished out the 2 smallest mantis shrimp from the bucket and placed them in a small bowl filled with water to keep them alive. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Zhou Haiyang leaning against the doorframe as he entered, which sparked a fresh wave of irritation within her. Her tone became curt. Mantis shrimp are delicate and can't wait. I'll head to the dock to sell them now. I'll return to cook for you. She swallowed the almost uttered you and replaced it with you all. You misunderstood. Zhou Haiyang chuckled, stepping forward to pluck 4 medium-sized mantis shrimp from the bucket and placing them naturally beside the small bowl. Your appetite hasn't been great. You should eat something. These are good for your digestion. Consuming a couple will benefit you. Besides, these little ones won't fetch a high price anyway. It's better to keep them. 6 was just right. 2 for you and 2 for Ching Ching, satisfying cravings while nourishing your stomach. He wiped his wet hands and looked at Shun Yuling with a calm demeanor. His eyes filled with genuine concern. Shun Yuling hesitated, her hand holding the bucket pausing as she stared blankly. He was genuinely concerned for her. This revelation was like a pebble dropped into still waters, sending ripples before quickly subsiding into silence. It was impossible. Such a thought was absurd. She quickly lowered her eyelashes, suppressing the ridiculous emotion, reverting to her usual aloofness, her voice dry. Do as you wish. Ching Ching is watching the pot. I'll be quick. Yet in her heart, she contemplated that any money earned would likely vanish into the gambling den anyway. Leaving a couple more for Ching Ching to regain her strength would be beneficial. But what a pity. Shun Yuling mused silently, not casting another glance at Zhou Haiyang. She lowered her head and exited with the bucket. Chapter 5. Change. The courtyard gate creaked shut. Zhou Haiyang withdrew his gaze and exhaled deeply. It seemed that the wall separating him from this mother-daughter duo was far sturdier than he had imagined. He shook his head, rolled up his sleeves, and donned a gentle smile once more as he addressed Ching Ching, who had followed her mother to the kitchen door, peeking out timidly. Ching Ching, dear, don't go outside. Watch as Daddy prepares something delicious for you. He extended his hand, intending to ruffle her hair as Shun Yuling had done. To his surprise, the little girl recoiled like a frightened rabbit, turning and scampering away. She hid behind the half-worn laundry basin in the yard, revealing only her timid, wide eyes peering at him. Zhou Haiyang's hand hung in midair, his fingertips still tinged with the coolness of the air. He sighed in resignation, a bittersweet smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Very well, the ice of 3 feet cannot be thawed in a single day. Steadying himself, he began to busy himself with preparations. In his previous life, he had clawed his way up through the food industry. The hands that had once wielded contracts worth millions now handled pots and pans with a calm assurance reminiscent of 1,000 ships passing by a sunken vessel. He first washed the rice, setting it to steam, and then deftly prepared the fresh mantis shrimp. Fingers brushed against the rough edges of the shrimp shell, while crystal-clear well water repeatedly washed over them, deftly snipping away the pesky shrimp legs and sharp beak with a fluidity that suggested countless repetitions. Finally, the shrimp bodies were meticulously arranged on a plate, adorned with delicate slices of tender ginger and vibrant green scallions, with a few drops of aged yellow wine to eliminate any fishy scent and enhance the freshness. In a large pot, water boiled vigorously, steam billowing, as he carefully placed the plate inside and covered it with a lid. Steaming is the simplest of cooking methods, yet it tests the freshness of the ingredients and the precision of the timing, showcasing the pure, unadulterated sweetness of the dish. Particularly suited for Ching Ching and her mother, who favored a lighter palate. Zhou Haiyang was aware that the little life growing within Shun Yuling was likely still unnoticed by anyone. However, this authentic steam dish would be more suitable for her and the child to come. Just as the lid was set in place, Zhou Haiyang sensed a small, curious gaze fixated on him from behind. Maintaining his composure, he continued to arrange the cutting board and utensils as if nothing were amiss. After a while, as if suddenly recalling something, he turned around sharply. Indeed, at the kitchen door, Ching Ching had peered in, her little head barely visible, one small hand grasping the doorframe. Intently observing her father, perhaps bewildered by how her normally kitchen-averse dad was engaging in such culinary endeavors. Caught in the act, the little girl gasped, akin to a startled bird, swiftly retracting her head, leaving only her 2 little braids swaying at the door's edge. A smile crept onto Zhou Haiyang's lips. This clever little rascal, instead of approaching the kitchen door, he took a couple of steps into the yard, his gaze landing on a forgotten little paper airplane beside a small stool. His eyes lit up as he turned around, raising his voice slightly towards the laundry basin, feigning an air of mystery. Ching Ching, your paper airplane is too small. It doesn't quite resemble one yet. Go fetch some newspapers, and Daddy will fold you a big one, just like a real airplane. It'll be especially impressive. A moment of silence passed behind the laundry basin before small head emerged, eyes sparkling. Really? Is it different from the one sweet Daddy made for me? Of course it's different. Daddy-S will be bigger and more beautiful. It'll fly higher and farther. Zhou Haiyang chuckled confidently. Ching Ching's little face instantly brightened with anticipation, and she responded cheerfully, I'll go get it right now. Her short legs moved swiftly, resembling a joyful little deer as she dashed into the house. Soon, she emerged, clutching a stack of old newspapers, presenting them to Zhou Haiyang, with a proud expression, her big eyes blinking with excitement. Zhou Haiyang settled onto a small bamboo stool, accepting the old newspapers. In his childhood, when his family was poor and toys were scarce, he relied on his paper-folding skills to earn respect among his peers. Airplanes, little boats, and toy guns were crafted from various scraps of paper, honing his technique over time. Ching obediently squatted beside him, her small hands propping up her chin, her gaze fixed on her father's somewhat rough hands as they deftly folded the newspaper. Initially, the pieces appeared shapeless and uninteresting, leaving the little girl uninspired. Noticing her expression out of the corner of his eye, Zhou Haiyang chose not to comment, instead moving his hands with even more determination and grace. Eventually, those seemingly mundane sheets of paper transformed through his skilled assembly into something remarkable. Tajda. Zhou Haiyang gently lifted the large paper airplane, dramatically shaking it before his daughter, a smile playing on his lips. Ching, behold your father's craftsmanship. Look, doesn't it resemble a grand airplane, ready to soar in the clouds? Wow. Ching's mouth formed a perfect round O, her initial skepticism drowned in shock and admiration. Unable to contain herself, she jumped up, clapping her little hands, her face flushed with excitement. Daddy, you're amazing. It looked just like a big airplane. Zhou Haiyang laughed heartily, warmth swelling within him. Receiving such pure praise and admiration from his daughter felt sweeter than any lucrative deal he had closed in his past life. He extended the foot-long, sharply designed paper airplane toward her. The little girl carefully accepted it, her face brushing against the rough wings, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she beamed with joy. She raised the airplane high, laughing as she ran around the yard, mimicking the sound of an airplane engine. In this heartwarming moment, the gate creaked softly as Shun Yuling returned, carrying a noticeably lighter water bucket. Ching immediately dashed over like a child, finding refuge. Raising her paper airplane high, Mommy, look, Daddy made this airplane for me. A big airplane. Shun Yuling had just set down the bucket when she looked up at the sight of her daughter holding the airplane, a creation unlike any she had seen before. Instinctively, she glanced at Zhou Haiyang, who was smiling gently in the yard, and a wave of astonishment washed over her. This man, he can do this too? Yet, the shock was fleeting, like a pebble cast into a deep pool, creating ripples that quickly faded away. Shun Yuling's heart was soon replaced by a cold realization. Of course, today's bounty from the sea had yielded profits, providing him with the means for gambling. Thus his spirits were high enough to indulge in such frivolous endeavors. Once those crumpled bills transformed into hard currency in Ma Laosen's hands, everything would revert to the status quo, wouldn't it? She inhaled deeply, suppressing the unwelcome moisture in her eyes, her voice remaining flat. I sold it. Zhou Haiyang glanced at her, seemingly oblivious to her fleeting emotional shift, and asked in a casual tone, how much did you sell it for? The question slipped out almost instinctively. Indeed, Shun Yuling felt as though a cold, blunt needle had pricked her heart, stirring a wave of numb sorrow. From her worn fabric pouch, she extracted a few crumpled bills and a small slip of paper, thrusting them directly into Zhou Haiyang's hands, her movements imbued with a subtle rejection. Here's the proof of sale and the cash. You can tally it yourself. Zhou Haiyang accepted the bills, still warm from her touch, a moment of awkwardness crossing his face. Wife, I meant no offense, I was just curious about the price. This money. He nudged the cash back toward Shun Yuling, his tone gentle yet earnest. I promise to change, and I won't gamble anymore. All the household finances will be under your control. From now on, I'll be responsible for finding ways to earn money for the family. Chapter 6, Culinary Skills. Shun Yuling forced a smile that was paler and weaker than tears, her eyes reflecting the long-buried fatigue and resignation of her heart. You sing sweeter than a bird, she thought, but the rest of her words remained unspoken, as if uttering even one would be a futile endeavor. She had grown weary of such promises of turning over a new leaf, her heart dulled to any flicker of hope. What had come of it? Time and again, the embers of hope had been rekindled only to be extinguished by deceit, depleting her already scant trust. All that remained was an endless cycle of despair and a cold acceptance of fate. Fine, if he did not wish for it. Shun Yuling, with a clarity bordering on cruelty, snatched the money back, tucking it in her pocket with a speed that suggested a fear of Zhou Haiyang's potential change of heart. She then sidestepped him, heading toward the kitchen. After dinner, I'll use this to repay Aunt Wang's debt at the village entrance. I'd rather not endure the hassle of her finding ways to ask me again in a couple of days. It's pointless. She had no desire to relive the pain and humiliation of parting with money from her own palm. Zhou Haiyang stood frozen in place, struck by her unrelenting actions and words, a sudden jolt coursing through his heart. Debt. He had nearly forgotten that entirely. The gambling debts, the exact amount of which he could not even tally. When unable to repay, he had left Shun Yuling to plead on his behalf in the village. Unaware of how many cold glances and insults she had endured because of him, Zhou Haiyang, you're truly a despicable scoundrel. Zhou Haiyang inwardly delivered a series of stinging reprimands to himself, his face ablaze with embarrassment. He cast his gaze down upon the crumpled sales receipt. The price for the mantis shrimp was $1.50 per pound, likely a blend of various sizes sold together. This price in this season could only be deemed barely acceptable, neither high nor low. In total, he had sold 21 pounds and 8 ounces for $32.70. The particularly large bamboo shrimp, weighing 6 ounces and 8 drams, was sold for $10. Altogether, he garnered $42.70. In this era, this could be considered a substantial income. This was the price offered to the middleman. Had he exercised patience to sell them separately, especially the bamboo shrimp, he might have earned even more. He quickly calculated a strategy for the next tide. At that moment, a voice filled with evident confusion from the kitchen doorway interrupted his thoughts. Is this mantis shrimp made by you? She stood there, her gaze wavering between the dishes and Zhou Haiyang. Zhou Haiyang immediately snapped back to attention, a relaxed smile returning to his face as he stepped forward. Indeed, today, I shall play the role of chef. Dear, you just sit back and enjoy. He feigned an intention to rest his hand on Shun Yuling's shoulder, urging her to take a break. Shun Yuling instinctively stepped back, evading his touch. Her eyes filled with deepening suspicion as she scrutinized Zhou Haiyang from head to toe. When did you learn to cook? This is too bizarre. Akin to hearing that a rooster suddenly laid an egg. Zhou Haiyang's heart sank. He nearly forgot this detail. The truth was absolutely unfit for revelation. So he resorted to a half-truth, a pre-prepared excuse. Rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly, he said, well, during my childhood at home, my mother often called upon me to help stoke the fire while she cooked. Observing her closely, I naturally picked up a few tricks. Later, during my middle school years, I also stayed in the dorms and spent some idle days wandering around the kitchen, learning a few techniques from Master Wang, the chef. He spoke lightly, meeting Shun Yuling's gaze with a calm demeanor, casting a benign falsehood. Shun Yuling's skepticism, akin to a dense fog in the night, not only failed to dissipate, but deepened further. Zhou Haiyang, learning from the master chef of the cafeteria, after all this time, she had never heard him mention it even once. This rationale, upon initial hearing, seemed plausible, yet upon reflection, it reeked of something inexplicably odd. As she continued to scrutinize him, Zhou Haiyang quickly stepped closer, half affectionate and half insistent, gently nudging her toward the exit. All right. We don't want to keep our little Ching-Ching waiting. You can rest easy and leave the cooking to me. The kitchen's heat is intense. I wouldn't want to smoke you out. Shun Yuling was gently ushered out of the kitchen by that familiar yet strange force. She instinctively turned her head, her lips moving as if to ask something further. But the sounds of Zhou Haiyang busily preparing in the kitchen had already reached her ears. At the stove, Zhou Haiyang stood with his back to the doorway. He grasped the kitchen knife, his wrist steady as he brought it down. The cold gleam of the blade flickered as it moved rhythmically, emitting a steady and solid sound that echoed against the heavy wooden cutting board. He was slicing ginger, each piece remarkably thin and uniform, exuding a translucent sheen, neatly arranged beside him. Shun Yuling's feet seemed glued to the ground, her pupils constricted, her gaze fixated on Zhou Haiyang's hands. Those movements were unmistakably those of a seasoned cook, expertly familiar with a knife, a rhythm and finesse that even surpassed her own. A farm woman who had spent her life around the stove. How could her husband possess such hidden talent? This thought struck Shun Yuling like a bolt of lightning, leaving her astonished and her doubts thickening. Mama, come quick. The sweet, childlike voice of her daughter echoed from the yard, akin to a small hammer that jolted Shun Yuling from a reverie. She abruptly snapped back to reality, turning her face slightly to disguise her bewilderment, stammering in response. Oh, coming. She cast one last, intensely scrutinizing glance at the broad figure in the kitchen before hastening away, her heart laden with questions. Zhou Haiyang, fully engrossed in his culinary endeavors, remained blissfully unaware of the brief scrutiny at the door. His thoughts were solely focused on the dishes at hand. The mantis shrimp in the steamer released a wafting steam, just perfectly cooked to retain its tender succulence. Yet, merely steaming seafood was evidently insufficient. In the adjacent garden, carefully tended by Shun Yuling, the vibrant green bok choy swayed gently in the summer evening breeze. Zhou Haiyang approached, bending down to select the freshest, most tender leaves. Such succulent bok choy, when stir-fried over high heat, would yield a delightful crunch, locking in its sweetness while preserving precious vitamins. The pan heated, oil shimmering, as he tossed in a few slices of garlic to release their fragrant aroma. The bok choy was added to the pan with a sizzle, the vibrant green color instantly igniting. A few vigorous stir-fries later, Just a pinch of salt enhanced the flavor, and the refreshing garlic bok choy was plated. Next came the piece de resistance for Ching, spicy sour shredded potatoes. He selected potatoes of uniform size, low in moisture, peeled and sliced, then cut into fine shreds resembling silken threads. Immediately, they were immersed in cold water, rinsed repeatedly to remove excess starch, and drained. With the pan heated, he tossed in segments of red chili, ginger, and garlic, releasing an enticingly spicy aroma, before adding the potato shreds for a vigorous stir-fry. Vinegar was drizzled along the edge of the pan, creating a sizzling sound as the air filled with a mouth-watering tang. Finally, a scattering of chopped green onions added a fragrant touch. Ching's little nose began to twitch in the yard. Zhou Haiyang initially considered making a simple shrimp shell and bok choy soup, but surveying the modest kitchen, he found no decent seasonings beyond coarse salt, inferior soy sauce, and the most basic aged vinegar. Unable to locate even a bit of dried shrimp or pickled vegetables, he reluctantly abandoned the idea. Wow, it smells so good. Daddy! The bright, milky voice of his daughter rang out at the kitchen door, brimming with uncontainable excitement and signals of hunger. Zhou Haiyang turned at the sound. Indeed, peeking through the doorframe was his daughter's little face, Ching, tiptoeing with her small hands clutching the doorframe, her eager eyes fixed on the plated dishes. Her little nose wiggled adorably, a sight that melted his heart. Is our little greedy cat hungry? Come, let us dig in. Zhou Haiyang beamed, lifting the steaming plate and heading inside. Ching cheered, following closely like a little tail. Chapter 7. The Contrast. On the small square dining table, 3 dishes were neatly arranged. The steamed mantis shrimp glistened with an enticing pale red sheen, each one plump and inviting. The plate of garlic bok choy sparkled with a vibrant green, each stalk standing firm and proud. The spicy sour shredded potatoes boasted bright colors, each strand distinct and glistening. As the steam rose, mingling the freshness of seafood with the acidity of rice vinegar, the heat of chili, and the sweet aroma of bok choy, the small dining room was filled with a delightful fragrance. Shun Yuling, cradling her daughter, sat at the table, her gaze fixed upon the dishes, her astonishment nearly spilling over from her eyes. These 3 utterly commonplace dishes, merely by the precision of their arrangement, the vividness of their colors, and particularly the bold aroma wafting through the air, made her, who managed the kitchen daily, truly grasp for the first time what it meant for a dish to embody color, aroma, and flavor in perfect harmony. Just the sight of that bok choy, with its lush green leaves and crisp white stalks, artfully arranged, was enough to whet one's appetite, making one yearn to devour a hearty serving of rice at once. Could this truly have emerged from those hands that once merely knew how to knead dough, now astonishingly slicing ginger with such finesse? Her gaze involuntarily drifted back to Zhou Haiyang, the incredulity and subtle curiosity in her eyes no longer concealed. Zhou Haiyang wore a perfectly composed smile, steadily placing 2 steaming bowls of rice on the table. In truth, he had captured every nuance of surprise, confusion, and even the hints of suppressed curiosity on Shun Yuling and her daughter's faces with the corner of his eye. A clandestine joy, tinged with a sense of settled satisfaction, silently rippled within him. Why is everyone looking at me? The food is ready, let us dig in. Zhou Haiyang urged with a beaming smile, picking up his bowl and sitting down, awaiting their use of chopsticks. Yet, Ching shook her little head like a rattle, her large eyes blinking with a small animal-like alertness, solemnly and timidly stating, Daddy should eat first. Ching is too scared. If Daddy doesn't move, Ching won't either. The innocent words concealed a heart-wrenching adherence to an unspoken rule. Zhou Haiyang's smile instantly froze, his grip on the chopsticks tightening ever so slightly. The words struck his heart like a cold stone. He remembered, in the past, he was the absolute authority at home. He had to be the first to use his chopsticks before his wife and daughter could follow suit. Any slight discontent would result in the crash of bowls and chopsticks against the floor, enough to terrify the 2 of them. This damned rule. Silly girl. Zhou Haiyang suppressed the surging guilt and self-loathing, his voice soft and gentle, imbued with a deliberate tone of reassurance. Daddy promised, from now on, truly, he will not lay a finger on you or your mother again. Let us eat. We mustn't let our stomachs grumble from hunger. Ching's clear, large eyes still reflected hesitation and distrust, her small hands tugging at her clothes, head bowed, sighing silently in his heart. Zhou Haiyang felt the weight of his past like a leaden weight in his chest. Change, after all, is not something that occurs overnight. He dared not rush it, only able to acquiesce and pick up his chopsticks, symbolically lifting a piece of shredded potato to his mouth, his voice gentle yet insistent. All right, Daddy is starting now. What does Ching want to eat the most? Vegetables. Mommy, I want to eat vegetables. Seeing her father finally moving his chopsticks, Qingqing's tense little shoulders visibly relaxed. Instantly captivated by the food, pointing at the glistening green bok choy and exclaiming with a bright expression, "All right, be careful. It's hot." Shen Yuling softly replied, adding a piece of bok choy to her daughter's bowl, taking some for herself as well. Her heart was still in disarray, filled with confusion and an absurd unease about Zhou Haiyang's unusual behavior today. She ate the food without savoring it. "Wow, so delicious. Mommy, I want more." After merely chewing a couple of times, Qingqing's little face blossomed into a radiant, pure smile, her mouth smacking as she excitedly straightened up from Shen Yuling's embrace, pointing at the vegetable dish and shouting. Shen Yuling was also taken aback. The sweetness bursting on her tongue and the unique fragrance brought by the cooking heat caught her completely off guard. This seemingly ordinary bok choy was unexpectedly delicious. Almost instinctively, she looked up at Zhou Haiyang, her gaze complex and inscrutable. Zhou Haiyang had deftly speared the tail of a mantis shrimp with his chopsticks, carefully peeling away the hard shell while not forgetting to call out to his daughter, "Qingqing, don't just focus on the vegetables. Try this spicy and sour shredded potato from Daddy, and see if it suits our little princess's taste." He placed a piece of steaming, sauce-coated potato into Qingqing's bowl. Mommy, I want shredded potatoes." Qingqing immediately shifted her focus, clapping her small hands and excitedly shouting, "Sit still, sit still. What's the rush?" Shen Yuling restrained her daughter's fidgeting body, adding a portion of shredded potatoes to her bowl, while she also took some for herself. The sour and spicy, refreshingly crisp texture enveloped her senses. She unconsciously slowed her chewing, the familiar yet foreign taste, far beyond her culinary skills, made her glance at Zhou Haiyang in bewilderment once more. "Delicious, delicious. It's even better than what Mommy makes," Qingqing exclaimed, demanding 2 bowls of rice. Her voice rang out clear and bright, infused with unprecedented joy. The little girl was clearly overjoyed. Zhou Haiyang had now efficiently peeled a complete, tender piece of mantis shrimp meat, gently dipping it in vinegar and placing it steadily in Qingqing's rice bowl. "Here you go, Qingqing, try this mantis shrimp. It's steamed, not spicy. Be careful of the shell." Shen Yuling's hand, holding the chopsticks, suddenly froze. Her gaze directed at Zhou Haiyang, as if he were an otherworldly visitor. When Zhou Haiyang had passed her the 2 largest mantis shrimps earlier, she assumed he was merely selecting the best for himself, never realizing it was intended for their daughter. The contrast was so stark that she momentarily couldn't process it. Indeed, Zhou Haiyang looked up, arching his eyes at her, responding as if it were the most natural thing. "Don't worry, your one will be ready shortly." As he spoke, he picked up another slightly smaller mantis shrimp, deftly continuing to peel, the sound of cracking shells resonating clearly in the suddenly quiet dining room. Shen Yuling stared in a daze. Those hands, accustomed to calculating and strategizing, were now remarkably skillful in extracting the slippery, tender shrimp meat from the rough, hard shell. Each intact shrimp tail exhibited a puzzling expertise. The scene before her felt surreal, so warm it tightened her heart, absurd like a mirage. Is this a dream? She discreetly pinched herself onto the table. It hurts. That makes it even more terrifying. Who knows what mischief he is concocting? Chapter 8, Childhood Friends. Just as Shen Yuling's thoughts swirled, Qingqing took a bite of the shrimp, the fresh sweetness exploding in her mouth. "Wow, it's so tender and sweet. Daddy's mantis shrimp is so delicious." Her little face flushed with excitement as she immediately held out the piece she had bitten to Shen Yuling's lips, cheerfully saying, "Mommy, you eat too. Daddy is amazing." Qingqing wants Daddy to cook every day. Zhou Haiyang gazed at his daughter's pure, joyful face. His heart melting as if it might dissolve, he blurted out, "All right. If Qingqing likes it, Daddy will cook delicious food for you every day." "Really, Daddy?" Qingqing's wide black eyes sparkled with incredulous delight. "Can we really eat mantis shrimp every day? What about crabs? And the sweet big shrimp Daddy made before?" Her voice brimmed with astonishing surprise. "Of course." Zhou Haiyang laughed heartily, infused with a kind of almost clumsy sincerity, eager to express his promise. "However, we can't have mantis shrimp every meal. Crabs, sea fish, big shrimp, and plump, fresh clams. Daddy can make them all, and we'll alternate. I'll make sure our Qingqing's little belly is round and full." He pointed at his daughter's round little belly. "Wow, that's wonderful. Daddy keeps his promises." Qingqing was so delighted she nearly jumped off her stool, dancing about, her innocent laughter filling the small hall. Zhou Haiyang at that moment placed the peeled shrimp meat he had prepared for Shen Yuling neatly in her bowl, his tone gentle. "Dear, come, try this while it's hot." Shen Yuling stared at the plump, glistening shrimp meat, faintly scented with vinegar, momentarily taken aback. Before the slight stir of emotion could spread, it was covered by a deeper chill. Silently, she picked up the shrimp meat with her chopsticks, gently placing it back into Zhou Haiyang's bowl. Her voice flat and unperturbed. "You eat it. I can peel it myself." Subsequently, she lowered her eyelashes, extending her hand to take a mantis shrimp from the plate, her movements somewhat stiff as she slowly began to peel it. A flicker of melancholy crossed Zhou Haiyang's eyes, but he did not press the issue, merely placing the peeled shrimp into Ching's bowl, who was clamoring for more. With a forced smile, he said, "Here, Ching, enjoy Daddy's portion." As the atmosphere of the dinner grew subtly intricate, a commotion arose at the gate. A young man, with a slightly pointed face and a slick smile, called out, "Brother Haiyang, is Brother Haiyang home?" No sooner had the words left his lips than a stout, pot-bellied youth appeared in the courtyard. His small eyes darted around habitually, peering into the living room as he cheerfully exclaimed, "Brother Haiyang, you really are home." With a clatter, the half of the mantis shrimp that Zhou Haiyang held fell directly into the vinegar dish before her, splattering a few drops of the sour liquid. Her face instantly drained of color, her lips pressed tightly together. The rare softness that had graced her expression while peeling the shrimp was abruptly frozen, her gaze turning cold and vigilant, tinged with an imperceptible hint of fear. The little girl, Ching, who had been happily savoring the shrimp meat prepared by her father, seemed to be hit with a pause button. Her laughter ceased abruptly, her smile evaporating in an instant as she instinctively moved closer to her mother, her small body tensing unconsciously, large eyes surreptitiously watching the newcomer at the door, filled with unease and trepidation. Zhou Haiyang turned toward the voice, and as his gaze landed on the round, jovial face brimming with enthusiasm, his expression momentarily stalled, memories of a murky and burdensome past flooding back. So Yun, nicknamed Zhou the Fatty, was his childhood friend. He was also the most loyal yet perilous companion during Zhou Haiyang's previous life, when he was deeply mired in the gambling underworld. A tumult of complex emotions surged within Zhou Haiyang's chest, following the tragic events of his past life. The image of Zhou Haiyang plunging into the sea had instilled in him a profound and unrelenting resentment toward this very friend and the gambling den boss known as Ma Laosan. At that time, he stubbornly attributed all blame to the brother who had led him to the gambling table and the scheming boss who had set the trap. However, as the long passage of time washed away the initial frenzy and obsession, Zhou Haiyang, after years of drifting, came to a profound realization during countless midnight reflections. The true abyss was one he had walked into step by step. The demons of his heart had taken root within himself. He could not lay the blame on others. When examined closely, Zhou the Fatty was not inherently malevolent. He possessed the foolish loyalty and fervor characteristic of the lower strata of society, devoid of any wicked intent. After Zhou Haiyang's fateful plunge, this loyalty morphed into an overwhelming guilt that nearly crushed him. The fatty had knelt at his doorstep for 3 long days and nights, refusing to eat or drink, weeping profusely as he cried out, "Brother Haiyang, I'm sorry." At that time, Zhou Haiyang was in no state to listen. Like a cornered beast in a frenzy, he had brutally assaulted the fatty, forcefully expelling him from his world and irrevocably shattering their childhood bond. He later heard that the fatty had set out alone with a backpack to seek work. Their next encounter occurred 20 years later. The once round and perpetually grinning fatty had reached an age of maturity. Though still robust, the sparkle in his eyes had been thoroughly dulled by the vicissitudes of life. Zhou Haiyang saw him seated on a bench in the bustling company corridor, clutching a resume dampened with sweat, his expression vacant and humble as he awaited an interview opportunity. In that moment of eye contact, the astonishment, confusion, and a melancholic sense of distance etched on the fatty's face resembled a palette of spilled paint. To this day, Zhou Haiyang could not help but feel a heavy pang of nostalgia. "Fatty." Zhou Haiyang strode forward, his broad palm landing heavily on the fatty's sturdy shoulder. The impact felt as though it struck the long-forgotten wall of memory. He swallowed hard, the phrase "long time no see," which had been brewing for 2 decades, ultimately lodged in his throat. "Hey, Brother Haiyang?" The fatty was momentarily taken aback by the slap and the tone of familiarity that now held a hint of weariness. He touched his round face, his small eyes scrutinizing Zhou Haiyang from head to toe. The familiarity, intertwined with a sense of strangeness, stirred confusion in his heart. You seem different today. It feels like you become a different person. It's odd." Zhou Haiyang gazed at the fatty's unclouded face, blissfully unaware of the impending hardships, and a myriad of emotions welled up within him. He took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening with an unusual intensity as he solemnly stated, "I haven't changed. I've simply come to understand things. Brother, let us lay everything bare today. I won't touch that gambling table anymore." "What?" The fatty's small eyes widened in disbelief, his face contorting in shock, the flesh trembling as his voice involuntarily rose several pitches. "Not gambling anymore. Brother Haiyang, did you hit the jackpot today? Have you lost your mind?" He instinctively peered into the house, as if to verify whether Zhou Haiyang's family had indeed struck it rich that day. Chapter 9. Persuasion. Zhou Haiyang maintained a calm demeanor, taking a slight step to block the fatty's probing gaze, while his own eyes remained fixed on the fatty's face as he spoke in a low, grave tone. Brother, after all these years, Haven Tea, we figured out yet? The people of Malausen's table are nothing but a trap. They VE conspired to fleece us. The money we VE lost at their hands has merely served to fill their plates. As he spoke, his gaze drifted past the fatty, catching a glimpse of Shun Yuling, whose posture had tightened and then relaxed slightly. They conspired against us? The fatty appeared bewildered, as if hearing such earth-shattering claims for the first time. His once slick smile froze, and he nervously counted on his chubby fingers, his voice trembling slightly. It can't be. Brother Haiyang, we VE won money before. Isn't it normal to have wins and losses? If they were in cahoots, would they have just stood by and watched us win? Zhou Haiyang withdrew his gaze, locking eyes with the fatty's confused yet defiant stare, and calmly countered. One, we VE had a few wins, yes. But think carefully, how much did we win each time? At most, it was barely $100. And when we lost, 200, 300, pouring our hearts out. Just last month, I witnessed you in a frenzy, wagering that brand new set of Plum Blossom cards. Does that even come close to what you've won in 10 rounds? The fatty gasped sharply, as though doused in a bucket of icy water from head to toe. He was not a fool. He had merely been blinded by the fleeting thrill of winning at the gambling table and the greed to recoup his losses. Now, confronted with Zhou Haiyang's stark reality, the feelings of being toyed with and treated like a cash cow surged violently within him. Damn them. His face trembled with anger, his small eyes reddening as he slapped his thigh. Those bastards. They've been dangling those meager winnings before us, treating us like a cash cow, deliberately hitting us hard. Zhou Haiyang nodded slowly, observing his old friend as awakening with a tone that grew more serious. The saying 10 bets, 9 scams has been around for centuries. It's not a lie. They've merely opened our eyes, revealing the truth hidden behind our naivete. Brother. The fatty grasped Zhou Haiyang's arm tightly, his round face contorted with a mixture of anger and pain, his voice choked with suppressed emotion. You've made me understand. But can we just swallow this anger? I've lost nearly $3,000. That is my wife's dowry. It's money I scraped together for my grandmother's coffin to find a bride. Should we let them off so easily? Even if we quit, we must settle the score. If I don't vent this frustration, I'll feel suffocated. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Zhou Haiyang gazed into his friend's eyes, which burned with a flicker of defiance and profound pain, and felt a weight in his own heart. Did he not harbor resentment? Yet, he understood that, more than seeking revenge, it was vital to prevent this flame from igniting further, dragging the fatty deeper into the abyss. He lowered his voice and earnestly advised, Brother, we must adopt a long-term perspective on this matter. Consider this money as a significant misstep, a painful yet valuable lesson learned. Accept it. Yet we are still here, all our limbs intact, with vigor, to contemplate recouping losses at the gambling table. That is merely to plunge oneself deeper into a trap. In the end, what you lose will not merely be 5,000, but 50,000, even 100,000. You might end up losing your very undergarments. When that time comes, how will you face your grandmother? How will you marry a wife? At the mention of his grandmother, the hefty fellow trembled violently, as if his spine had been yanked away, the anger he had been suppressing dissipating in an instant, leaving a profound sorrow etched across his round face. He had always relied on his widowed grandmother, who was the softest yet heaviest part of his heart. That little sum of money was painstakingly saved by her, as she tiptoed and secretly slipped it to him time and again. So this money, does it really mean I have no hope left? His voice quivered, his eyes reddening. Life is long. Money can be earned again. Zhou Haiyang firmly squeezed the hefty fellow's sturdy shoulder, his tone resolute and imbued with undeniable strength. How old are we? We have plenty of strength. Listen to me tomorrow. At dawn, come to my house. I'll take you to the beach. Whether we earn little or much is a skill, but at least every penny will be seasoned with the scent of the sea, securely nestled in our own pockets. Go to the beach. The hefty fellow was momentarily taken aback, disbelief still shadowing his face, even tinged with suspicion at Zhou Haiyang's seemingly ridiculous notion. Brother, did you strike it rich today and now believe the beach can be a gold mine? How much can one earn there? Battling the wind and sun, exhausted to the bone, earning a mere $20 at the end of the day is already a stroke of luck. How can it compare to the thrill of the gambling table? He still struggled to comprehend, the illusion of quick gains at the gambling table firmly ingrained in him. What thrill? That merely means giving your money away with delight. Zhou Haiyang interrupted him sharply, intensifying his tone. We were born by the sea, raised by the sea. If we do not rely on it for our sustenance, what else do we aspire to? To mimic others and become a pig in Southeast Asia? To venture to the city and sleep under bridges? The gambling table is a bottomless pit that can shroud you in darkness for a lifetime. No matter how difficult it is to gather seashells, earn $1 and save $1. That is hard-earned money, clean and honest. Do you understand? Money that allows you to sleep soundly at night. It is money that honors your ancestors, your grandmother, and your own conscience. Brother, do you truly intend to remain a mere piece of meat on someone else's chopping block for the rest of your life? To rot beside the gambling table? To let your grandmother witness your decay? Then leave with regrets, unable to close your eyes in peace. Damn it, brother, enough. The hefty fellow shivered at the words unable to close your eyes in peace, a chill surging from his feet to his head. He abruptly raised his hand to wipe his reddened eyes, as if finally breaking free from some invisible chains. He stomped his foot and gritted his teeth, loudly proclaiming as if to shout into the unseen abyss, "Damn it, brother, I believe in you. Gambling I quit. From now on, I will stand against that gambling table. If anyone dares to pull me back to the table, I'll stab them with a pitchfork." A fierce expression of painful resolve contorted his round face as he looked at Zhou Haiyang, his voice resolute. "To the beach. Come early tomorrow morning, before dawn. Brother, you are right. Together we will earn. I refuse to believe that with this strength and the skills of being born and raised by the sea, I can't live my life well. From now on, I will follow you." Witnessing the hefty fellow's transformation from reluctance to determination, Zhou Haiyang felt a heavy burden lift from his heart. One saved is a victory. Chapter 10. The ledger seeing the hefty fellow agree. Zhou Haiyang's face broke into a genuine smile, nodding emphatically, "That's the spirit. United as brothers, we may not promise to strike gold at the seaside, but we can surely earn enough for a hearty meal, build a couple of rooms, and allow your grandmother to witness you bringing a bride home. It's not impossible. All right, brother, I'll listen to you." The hefty fellow finally broke into a grin, though his eyes were still slightly red. Yet his smile, now, carried a hint of clarity breaking through the clouds. He sniffed, his gaze drifting over the delectable dishes on the table, unable to resist swallowing hard, forcibly diverting his eyes. "Brother, enjoy your meal with sister-in-law and niece. I want to linger here and be an eyesore. Grandma is waiting for me to return and heat up the stove." As he spoke, he tried to make his exit. "Hey, fatty." Zhou Haiyang grasped him firmly, not allowing any argument. "What's the rush? Mealtime is past. What leftovers of your grandmother's can fill you up? We have hot dishes ready here. Just make do with one. We're all family." He pointed to the generous serving of stir-fried potato strips that was still steaming. No. The hefty fellow waved his hands repeatedly, his innate simplicity surfacing again, retreating as he spoke. "Really no need, brother. I appreciate the thought. I'll head home now. I'll be waiting by the dock early tomorrow. I'll be there before the sun rises." He feared Zhou Haiyang would insist further, and with surprising agility for his size, he turned and dashed out of the courtyard, watching the hefty fellow's robust figure disappear beyond the courtyard gate. Zhou Haiyang let out a long sigh of relief, feeling a significant part of the gloom within him dissipate. He returned to the dining table and inadvertently glanced at Shen Yuling's face. Her expression remained cold, the knuckles of her fingers gripping the chopsticks, slightly pale, revealing her inner turmoil. Yet, Zhou Haiyang keenly perceived that the tightly wound ice around her seemed to have developed a minuscule crack. The way she looked at him was no longer one of utter despair, but bore a flicker of confusion and struggle. She did not immediately chastise him for daring to converse with gambling friends, nor did she swiftly shield their daughter in her arms, presenting the usual frosty demeanor once those individuals departed. Instead, she simply lowered her head, silently feeding their daughter one bite of greens, one bite of potato strips, occasionally chewing on the shrimp meat she had peeled for herself. This faint shift felt akin to a small flame igniting in Zhou Haiyang's heart, instantly kindling a spark of hope. An immense joy erupted silently within his chest. It worked, even if just a little, at the very least. He was no longer the despicable individual who inspired pure fear and disdain. Laughter and cheer resonated throughout the small room until dusk enveloped the surroundings. Shen Yuling hurried out only to swiftly return, urging Qingqing to take a bath, marking the end of this brief warmth. Qingqing sat in a large wooden tub filled with warm water, resembling a duckling experiencing water for the first time, brimming with energy and nowhere to place it. Her tiny hands and feet splashed vigorously, sending water flying in all directions, forcing Shen Yuling to dodge repeatedly, soaking part of her clothing. "Little ancestor, if you don't behave, Mommy might just let you be on your own." Shen Yuling raised her hand to wipe the droplets from her face. A rush of complex emotions surged within her, tinged with both bitterness and a hint of sweetness. How long had it been since her daughter had laughed so heartily? In her memory, whenever Zhou Haiyang was home, Qingqing always seemed timid, her little mouth tightly shut, hardly daring to utter a word, fearing that any careless remark might provoke her father's wrath and result in a beating. But today, as she gazed at her daughter's flushed, joyous face reflected in the water's surface, it brought a warmth to her heart, causing her eyes to slightly well with tears. If only such days could continue indefinitely. This thought warmed her heart, but also brought a twinge of fear, as if she dared not believe it. Zhou Haiyang sat on the creaky bamboo bed, watching his daughter frolicking in the tub, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Remembering the money earned from selling shrimp earlier that afternoon, he turned to ask, Yuling, did you use all the money from selling the shrimp to pay off debts? Shen Yuling abruptly halted her actions, her tone suddenly as cold and hard as a rocky cliff. All of it. Not a single cent left. Now, even if you regret it to the core, it's too late. A derisive smile flickered within her. Just as expected, a dog can never change its nature. Upon hearing the icy tone in her voice, Zhou Haiyang's expression shifted slightly, and he hurriedly clarified, Yuling, you've misunderstood. That is not what I meant. While preparing dinner last night, I noticed the rice jar was nearly empty, and I estimated it would only last us 2 or 3 days at most. We must keep some funds on hand for purchasing rice and flour, don't you think? He paused, his gaze falling upon his wife's old shirt, which had faded and frayed at the collar, as well as the noticeably short pants worn by their daughter, Qingqing. You and Qingqing have been wearing these clothes for quite some time. I thought it was about time to get you both a new set. Haidong Village is uniquely situated, with a vast ocean at its back and rolling mountains encircling it on both sides. The villagers have relied on the sea for generations, with each household possessing only a tiny vegetable garden, leaving no excess land for sustenance. The constraints of this topography make it exceedingly difficult to cultivate new land. Consequently, the village relies on purchasing rice, flour, oil, fruits, and vegetables from outside sources when funds are available. Upon hearing his words, Shen Yuling's movements slowed, realizing she had indeed misjudged him. Her tone softened, though it still carried an unmistakable weight of fatigue and resentment. New clothes can wait. Qingqing and I can make do with what we have. If you truly care about this family, then you should focus on settling those debts quickly. At the very least, don't let us go out and face the prying eyes and whispers of others. The mere thought of those debt collectors, with their fierce and menacing presence, sent chills down her spine. Yes, you are right. Zhou Haiyang sensed the resentment in her words, his heart heavy. He cautiously probed, then, how much do we still owe? Shen Yuling abruptly tossed the towel back into the basin, turned without a word, and stepped into the inner room. Moments latte. She emerged holding a small, crumpled notebook. Here it is. Take a look for yourself. She slapped the notebook into Zhou Haiyang's hands. Every day, there are people knocking on our door, demanding payment, claiming you borrowed money from them. I don't know if there are any fraudulent claims mixed in, so I've kept a record of everything in black and white. Zhou Haiyang received the heavy notebook with a solemn expression. The coarse cover felt like a multitude of thorns piercing his heart, inflicting a sharp pain. He could hardly fathom the helplessness and torment Shen Yuling must endure daily, grappling with the ever-present threat of those who might come demanding payment. His throat felt parched and tight as he let out a long sigh, the sound heavy and resonant in the stillness of the room. Chapter 11. Debt. Slowly, Zhou Haiyang opened the notebook under the dim light, revealing a long list of names densely packed on the pages. Each name was followed by a number, with some debts amounting to 200 or 300 yuan, while others were merely a few yuan. Individually, none seemed substantial, yet the sheer volume of names, page after page, was overwhelming. It took him flipping through 7 or 8 pages before he reached the end. As for whether anyone was trying to take advantage of the situation, the muddled past of debts and gambling had long since faded into obscurity. Yuling, I'm so sorry for putting you through this. Zhou Haiyang lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with profound guilt. Shen Yuling did not turn back or utter a word. She merely faced away, diligently wiping the droplets of water from their daughter's back, each stroke causing her slender shoulders to tremble slightly. Zhou Haiyang fell silent, pulling out a pen, and, by the light of the lamp, began to meticulously calculate the figures. Shen Yuling dried off their daughter and dressed her in a clean little outfit before refilling the bathwater. Upon returning, she noticed Zhou Haiyang still absorbed in his calculations under the oil lamp, the warm glow highlighting the furrowed lines of his brow. She cast a complex glance his way, but chose not to engage further, instead cradling the sleepy Qingqing in her arms and retreating into the inner room to rest. Zhou Haiyang continued his calculations, the flickering flame of the lamp occasionally casting his focused yet desolate silhouette against the wall. After more than half an hour, he finally set down his pen, massaging his throbbing temples, having arrived at a figure that made him gasp in shock. After deducting the 40 you've repaid, We still owe 3,780 yuan. He murmured, feeling his jaw tighten in disbelief. In the winter of 1995, nearly 4,000 yuan represented an enormous sum for an ordinary fishing family. Yet, he was Zhou Haiyang, having clawed his way back from the depths of despair. Taking a deep breath, the tumult of hopelessness within him transformed into a fierce determination. This amount of money? It would not deter him. Steeling himself, he gathered his scattered thoughts and gently closed the heavy notebook. After freshening up, Zhou Haiyang, filled with a hint of unvoiced anticipation, quietly tiptoed into the inner room. The light still glowed softly. His gaze fell upon the old wooden bed, where his daughter had already curled up in the corner, sound asleep. Her frail little arm rested unconsciously on her plump belly, and her small mouth was slightly agape, an endearing sight. Shen Yuling lay with her back to the door, and upon hearing his footsteps, she instinctively drew closer to the wall. The thin, worn blanket was loosely draped over her waist, fluttering like a veil in a breeze. Yet it unmistakably accentuated the alluring curve of her figure. The familiar silhouette ignited a warm sensation in Zhou Haiyang's heart, causing him to swallow hard. His wife's form was truly delightful. His throat stirred slightly as he approached the bedside, reaching out to pull the lamp's cord. Instantly, the room was enveloped in darkness. Zhou Haiyang, filled with a long-lost warmth and a flutter of excitement, eagerly climbed into bed beside Shen Yuling. In the obscurity, his large hand, tentative yet yearning, could not resist the temptation to rest upon her enticing waist. Yuling, he spoke softly, his voice low and tender. Smack! A sudden, crisp sound echoed as Shen Yuling forcefully swatted his hand away, pushing him aside with surprising strength. Sleep. Her voice, as cold and firm as ice, left no room for argument. She merely tossed him 2 words before curling further into herself, nearly embedding herself into the wall. Zhou Haiyang's hand hung, suspended in the air, his lips twitching in resignation. It dawned on him that he had indeed been too hasty. The joy of reunion could not erase the scars of the past. He could only suppress the churning heat and desire within him, reluctantly lying flat, gazing at the indistinct outline of the rafters, and silently heaving a sigh in the dark, forcing himself to shut his eyes and succumb to sleep. The night stretched on, interminably long. He tossed and turned in bed, the worn-out mattress creaking under the strain. His mind was a whirlpool of chaotic thoughts, the sordid past, the present struggles, future hopes, and the warm softness just within reach. Countless thoughts surged like boiling sea waves. Eventually, fatigue enveloped him like a thick fog, and he succumbed to the weight of slumber, drifting into a chaotic dreamscape. Bang, bang, bang. In the morning, a series of childish, playful gunfire sounds pierced his ears. Zhou Haiyang blinked awake, his bleary eyes focusing on his precious daughter, Qingqing, sitting naked on the bed. The little girl was brandishing the toy pistol she had received yesterday, treating it like a prized possession. Squinting one eye seriously as she aimed it at various corners of the room, her small mouth mimicking shooting sounds with utmost seriousness. Little darling, stop that. You'll wake your father, and you know how he gets. Shen Yuling's lowered voice drifted from the corner of the room. She was turned away from the bed, tiptoeing as she rummaged through an old wooden box for small clothes. Her sentence trailed off, laced with a deep-seated fear. Upon hearing this, Qingqing quickly covered her mouth with her tiny hands, instinctively glancing toward her father, only to meet Zhou Haiyang's amused gaze. The little one was momentarily taken aback, but her anxious expression was swiftly replaced by immense delight. Forgetting her toy gun, she waved her delicate little arms in jubilation, exclaiming, "Yay! Daddy's awake! Daddy's awake!" Her voice rang out like the crystalline sound of icicles melting beneath a rooftop. Shen Yuling abruptly turned around and indeed saw Zhou Haiyang awake. Her face instantly paled by 3 shades. Instinctively, she rushed over to scoop up her still cheering daughter. Casting a wary and slightly frantic glance at the man who had just sat up, her eyes brimming with apprehension, as if he might suddenly lash out. Zhou Haiyang observed the defensive reaction of his wife and daughter, feeling as though his heart had been cruelly twisted, a pang of bitterness washing over him. He couldn't help but smile wryly. "Yuling, you needn't be so tense." However, Shen Yuling did not wait for him to finish his words of comfort. Seemingly afraid to linger, even for a second, she swiftly cradled the wriggling Qingqing, who was still gazing at her father, and hurriedly exited the inner room. Zhou Haiyang gazed at the fluttering curtain, rubbing his face in resignation, his smile tinged with sorrow and tenderness. Stretching his limbs, he relished the pleasant crackle of his joints, reveling in the vitality of his youthful body, which he considered the most precious asset in this second chance at life. Reflecting on this, he quickly donned his clothes and stepped outside. "You're up?" Shen Yuling was hunched over the narrow kitchen counter, cooking noodles. Hearing footsteps in the yard, she turned back with a look of surprise. She scrutinized Zhou Haiyang, who was bending down to wash his face, her expression filled with incredulity. This man, who usually slept until the sun was high in the sky, was now up and about. Could it be that he had truly changed? Chapter 12. Zhou Haiyang wrung out the warm towel and hung it back on the dark, gleaming bamboo rack, splashing cold water on his face to rouse himself. Responding nonchalantly, "Isn't it necessary to rise early? I need to think of ways to earn money and pay off debts. Otherwise, I'll always feel as if a heavy stone is pressing down on my heart." He dried his face with the towel and approached the kitchen door, leaning in to inhale the delightful aroma wafting from the pot. "Darling, are the noodles ready?" Shen Yuling looked at him skeptically, sensing an air of unreality about his newfound diligence. Stirring the boiling white noodles with a pair of long chopsticks, she replied flatly, "They need a bit more time. If they're undercooked, they won't be palatable." "That is fine. I'll take this opportunity to stretch my legs." Zhou Haiyang nodded and strolled into the small courtyard. His gaze fell upon a pile of broken bricks at the base of the wall, half his height. It was this very heap of debris that had nearly caused a grievous injury to Qin's little head yesterday. The thought sent a shiver of fear through him. "All right, this will do." Zhou Haiyang rolled up his sleeves, clearing away the obstructive tools as he prepared to dispose of this hidden danger. Moments later, heavy breathing and footsteps approached from afar. The rotund figure of Fatty appeared at the courtyard entrance, his round face flushed, beads of sweat trickling down his chubby cheeks. He carried a large water bucket that clinked with the sounds of various tools inside: clamps, sand shovels, gloves, and straps for beachcombing. An impressively complete set, resembling an experienced hand. At that moment, Zhou Haiyang had just arranged the last few pieces of rubble neatly in the corner. He brushed the dust from his hands and slurped down the warm noodles in a few quick bites. "Fatty, you're up early." Zhou Haiyang wiped his mouth and casually grabbed his own much simpler set of beachcombing tools from the corner: a rusty little shovel and an old fish basket. "Hey, if you don't get up early, all the good stuff will be picked up by others." Fatty chuckled, wiping the sweat from his brow with his chubby hand. "Let's go." Zhou Haiyang slung the fish basket over his shoulder, ready to set off with Fatty. Shen Yuling, balancing a bowl, leaned against the kitchen door and said, "After I clean up the dishes, I'll head over to my parents' place to help weave fishing nets. They received several urgent orders and are pressing for supplies. I'll likely be there all day." Her voice was low, laced with the weariness of years of labor. "Be careful on the way." Zhou Haiyang nodded, pausing with a complex expression before adding, "Today, I'll put in extra effort and aim to gather more good finds. I'll make sure to bring some back for Mom, Dad, and my sister." He thought of his father, Zhou Changhe, who, in his youth, had braved the winds and waves for a living, only to suffer from a debilitating rheumatic condition that rendered him incapable of going out to sea. Now, he and his wife, along with their daughter, Zhou Xiaoxiao, remained at home, skillfully weaving fishing nets to earn a meager living, their lives equally strained. Having been reborn for a day, the feelings of longing and guilt had already begun to churn within him. It was time to pay his parents a visit and see his sister. Shen Yuling, upon hearing this, subtly pursed her lips, dismissing the thought entirely, even feeling that his words lacked a sense of grounding. Can one truly gather more simply by stating it? Does he think the ocean is like the pile of dried salted fish at home, where one can take as much as they please? She silently scoffed, but refrained from pouring cold water on his enthusiasm, merely responding with a soft hum. Zhou Haiyang did not notice his wife's subtle reaction. He bent down and waved to his daughter, gently advising, "Qin, be good and listen to Mommy while I'm away. Don't run around. When Daddy comes back tonight, I'll make you some delicious seafood." "Uh-huh." Qin, devoid of such complexities, eagerly nodded her little head like a chick pecking at rice, her bright eyes sparkling as she gazed at her father. "Daddy, catch more shrimp." The little girl had only tasted the firm, sweet flavor once yesterday, and now her little tongue couldn't help but begin to savor the memory of its deliciousness. "All right, I'll remember to catch the big ones." Zhou Haiyang responded heartily, feeling warmth spread through him at the sight of his daughter's sweet smile. He turned to walk alongside Fatty, who was laden with the heavy water bucket, and together they strode toward the vast sea beneath the rising dawn. Along the way, Fatty pinched his layered, sweaty double chin, his small eyes darting around as he scrutinized Zhou Haiyang, as if trying to discern a blooming flower. After a moment of contemplation, he finally couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Haiyang, you've really changed a lot. I can barely recognize you. Are you still the same Haiyang I know? Surely you haven't." He leaned in slightly, lowering his voice conspiratorially, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "You haven't been possessed by something from the sea, have you?" Zhou Haiyang shot him an incredulous look, swatting the fleshy back of his neck with little patience. "Get lost. What possession? Do you think we're hunting ghosts at sea?" His expression grew serious, and a weighty sense of responsibility crept into his tone. "There's no room for complacency, Fatty. It's no longer a time when one can eat their fill while the family goes hungry. I have a wife and child depending on me. Unlike you, who can afford to topple over without a care, lying around like a deity after a hearty meal. The teasing tone was a familiar one. Fatty's cheeks quivered in response, as if struck by Zhou Haiyang's words, and he feigned annoyance, declaring, "All right, now I'm certain. You're definitely the Haiyang I know. You're as sharp-tongued as ever." He dramatically patted his round belly, producing a series of muffled sounds. Zhou Haiyang couldn't help but chuckle at his amusing antics. If you don't want me to tease you, then get your act together, save some money, and marry a wife. Someone to keep an eye on you, so you don't spend your days idling and looking for trouble with me. Marry? Huh. Fatty suddenly deflated. As if air had been let out of a balloon, his round shoulders drooping, and his robust arms, along with a hefty water bucket, seemed to weigh even heavier. He let out a long sigh, swallowing back the words, "Which family's daughter would ever look at a poor and plump fellow like me?" A genuine sense of melancholy and difficulty flickered across his round face as he spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "I would like to, but what good does it do? Enough of this. What is the point of sighing, big man?" Zhou Haiyang could not bear to see him looking so dejected, akin to a frostbitten eggplant, and he gave a hearty pat on his sturdy arm. The solid feel of that hand inevitably reminded him of the camaraderie the fat man had once shown him in a past life. Lowering his voice, filled with encouragement, he said, "Isn't it just about money? Don't fret. Come with me. I'll help you earn. I'll assist you in marrying a wife." This sentence was like a spark, suddenly dropped into the parched soil of the fat man's heart. His small eyes, squished by flesh, widened in astonishment. The light of joy shining so brightly it was almost frightening as he nearly shouted, "Really? Haiyang brother, you mustn't tease me. My hopes for marrying a wife and raising plump little ones in the latter half of my life rest entirely on you." He was so excited that the tools in the bucket clanked loudly, almost wishing to leap forward and give Zhou Haiyang a bear hug. "Steady now." Zhou Haiyang laughed, sidestepping the greasy embrace, ensuring that the equipment was secured. "If we spill it, how we go clamming?" The two, fully equipped for clamming, paraded through the village, attracting the astonished gazes of villagers who were having breakfast or braiding straw ropes, especially the elderly women who typically gathered to gossip in corners, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, forgetting to swallow the pickles they were chewing. "Oh dear, look, aren't those the scoundrel from the Zhou family and the lazy lump from the Laoxiong family? They're going clamming? The sun must have risen in the west. Can these two actually do some work? They probably lost money again and are hoping to fish for gold in the sea to pay off their debts. Just wait and see. It'll be a futile effort. Didn't I hear someone say that the Zhou kid made some money clamming yesterday? Just a lucky break. That's all. You really believe the scene knows who Zhou Haiyang is?" Clearly, the news of Zhou Haiyang's earnings had not yet spread through the village. Those in the know had yet to venture out for work. At that moment, the seaside was bustling, the tide having just receded, revealing a lively wet beach. There were about 10 adults and children combined, with a few older kids digging for treasure with their backsides in the air. Among them, the stocky Huzi, resembling a little calf, had sharp eyes and spotted Zhou Haiyang and the fat man from a distance. He sprang up like a jack-in-the-box, bellowing with a voice that belied his age, "Third uncle! Third uncle! Over here! You finally came!" His loud call caught the attention of the nearby little ones playing in the sand. In another spot on the beach, a tall, lanky boy also turned to look. It was sure to. The fat man, puffing as he descended the soft sand slope, was taken aback by the enthusiastic shout, halting in confusion and tugging at Zhou Haiyang's faded, worn jacket. "Haiyang, brother, what's going on? Did I mishear? When did these kids become so fond of you? Since when did you become the king of the children?" Zhou Haiyang, observing Huzi's blend of innocence and shrewdness, understood the situation perfectly. "Oh, about that. Yesterday, I happened to run into Huzi and Shurtu while clamming," he explained casually, a smile gracing his face. "I was lucky enough to find a good spot, so I invited them over to gather a bit. I reckon, well, they probably made $20 or so each yesterday, so of course they're happy to see me." The fat man suddenly realized, slapping his round thigh in epiphany, So that's why they're so friendly. I thought it was a rare occurrence. They must VE struck gold with you yesterday." His face lit up with a smile, his small eyes squinting as he teasingly remarked, "Well then, Haiyang, are you collecting little brothers now?" Zhou Haiyang chuckled, "No way. Let us go see how these little monkeys are faring this morning." As they approached, the sight of the older kids revealed they had only just arrived. The sandy beach in front of them pockmarked with holes, but the contents of their buckets were rather pitiful. Apart from Huzi and Shurtu, whose buckets barely held a layer of small clams and a few skinny shrimp, the others had buckets that were completely empty, now dejectedly poking at the sand with their small shovels. Huzi's bright eyes scanned the fat man's heavy tool bucket, rubbing his hands together with a grin, and leaned toward Zhou Haiyang, his little face sporting a look of eager anticipation. Third uncle, look, today, haha, if you happen to find, a spot that you can't finish alone, could you take me along? Me too. Don't forget about me. Third uncle, sure to, bouncing over like a little monkey, raised his hand high, fearful that Zhou Haiyang might overlook him. He was slightly smaller than Huzi, but his voice was bright, his large eyes brimming with expectation. The other kids exchanged glances, their faces similarly etched with yearning. Yet, perhaps due to Zhou Haiyang's notorious reputation, they hesitated to approach too closely, only daring to steal envious glances from behind Huzi and Shirtu. They likely learned about the miraculous fortune of clamming from Huzi and Shirtu's exuberant boasting yesterday, and today, they rushed over to try their luck. In those times, for a child in the village to receive a few coins from an adult was quite remarkable. More often than not, they had to rely on their own efforts. Earning $10 a day by the seaside was certainly a considerable sum, thus provoking envy among their peers. Zhou Haiyang gazed at the dusty, eager-eyed children, and a sudden wave of inexplicable tenderness washed over him. In his past life, he too had been a reckless child, oblivious to the world. He couldn't help but laugh. You two little rascals, just because you found something yesterday. You think it's a gold mine? Clamming is not digging for gold, you know? Exactly, Huzi exclaimed, driving his small shovel into the sand and plopping down on the wet sand with a frown. We've been here for over half an hour. Our legs are all cramped, and we've only dug up this measly stuff. I doubt it's even worth $1. It's not exciting at all. It's better to stick with you. As he spoke, his eyes sparkled as if he had discovered a rare treasure. Amazing, third uncle. It's like your eyes can see through stones. This sudden outburst of innocent words, laced with childlike insight, stirred something within Zhou Haiyang. All right, he chuckled. Huzi, it's no wonder you'll amount to something in the future. Since you call me third uncle, I can't let the kids down. He began to survey the surrounding beach and rocks, as if seriously contemplating the terrain. His gaze seemed casual, yet lingered just a moment longer on an inconspicuous spot before pointing toward the edge of a puddle where the mud and sand met, an area that appeared unremarkable. I think over there might yield some good finds. The tide just receded, and the sand is still damp. There could be something hidden beneath. Let us go dig there and see if we strike it rich. Thank you, third uncle. Thank you so much. Huzi and Shirtu exclaimed, their excitement palpable as if they had struck gold, turning back to wave vigorously at their companions. Come on, over here. Hurry. A swarm of children rushed towards the area Zhou Haiyang pointed out, their small shovels flying, dust, and sand scattering. The fat man watched in amazement, unable to restrain himself from circling Zhou Haiyang twice as if he were gazing at a rare object. His thick lips parted in disbelief. Hey, are you serious, Haiyang? Is this for real? With just a fleeting glance, can you discern where treasures lie hidden beneath? He gestured towards Zhou Haiyang's seemingly tranquil eyes. Could it be that the boy, Tiger, was indeed correct? Do you possess some extraordinary ability? Zhou Haiyang was nearly amused to the point of laughter by his whimsical demeanor, hastily suppressing it with a feigned cough and lowering his voice conspiratorially. What nonsense! I merely pointed at random. Do you genuinely believe that? Are you so gullible? Your courage is less than that of Clam's shell. Despite his words, a trace of unobserved amusement flickered in his eyes. Ah, you clever brother Haiyang. Quite the trickster. The chubby boy finally realized he had been duped, his round face contorting into a look akin to a freshly steamed bun, bursting into hearty laughter as he bumped shoulders with Zhou Haiyang. Just as he finished speaking, wow. Dig here. Uncle is amazing. So many air holes. They're packed tightly. My goodness. I've struck gold. A giant clam. Uncle, come see what I've unearthed. It's enormous. Longer than chopsticks. Within mere moments of their excavation, the previously silent sandy expanse erupted with jubilant exclamations from the children. Their crisp, youthful voices echoed across the expansive tidal flats. The chubby boy's smile had yet to fully bloom when it seemed to freeze in the sea breeze, his mouth agape, nearly dropping to his chest, utterly astonished and speechless. Zhou Haiyang, equally surprised and amused, strode over with purpose. The chubby boy, as if jolted awake, hurriedly followed, bombarding him with questions. What? Is it really true? Indeed. Even before they drew near, they could see several round holes in the soft sand before the children, each as thick as a thumb. Tiger and Shirtu were deftly inserting their fingers into the holes, while their other hands gently dug with small iron shovels, expertly extracting plump, shiny clams from their subterranean sanctuaries, wriggling in a futile attempt to retreat back into the sand. Wow, these clams are truly remarkable. Zhou Haiyang bent down to observe the clam in Tiger's grasp, which was still squirming defiantly. It measured the length of an adult man's index finger, its yellow-brown shell shimmering with a gentle luster in the morning light. I can't help but commend your skill, Tiger. The quality is excellent, and the size is substantial. You could fetch a good price at the dock. Let us go, chubby. Zhou Haiyang straightened up, patting the still-processing chubby boy on the shoulder, who was wide-eyed at the astonishing scene. No need to envy the children. We ought to stretch our limbs as well. With such a vast tidal flat, we cannot return empty-handed. Shall we split up? Oh, all right. The chubby boy, as if awakening from a dream, nodded vigorously, glancing back repeatedly at the group of children lost in their joyous harvest, his eyes reflecting unprecedented confusion and fervent curiosity. His expression was reminiscent of Columbus discovering a new world. Brother Haiyang, your luck, he mumbled absent-mindedly, clearly still reeling from the miraculous outcome of Zhou's casual gesture. Tidal gathering relies on keen eyesight and diligent legs. Merely being able to spot fish? Zhou Haiyang chuckled as he walked forward, casually picking up 2 sharp-edged rocks and tossing them into a safe distance. The chubby boy shook his hefty head, striving to dismiss the incredulous spectacle from his mind, muttering to himself for encouragement. Luck. Yes, it must be that Brother Haiyang has turned the tides in his favor. I shall venture over to that open stretch of sand and try my luck, see if I can unearth a few clams as well. He conjured a rationale, as though only in this way could he make sense of the phenomenon. Zhou Haiyang regarded the chubby boy's sturdy silhouette, elongated by the rising sun, and smiled silently. He turned to choose a different direction, heading straight toward a rugged area of interspersed rocks, where crabs were likely to conceal themselves. Moreover, with the sun just beginning to rise, this dim, damp locale was likely untouched by the barefooted children. As he moved, those red dots, akin to stars suspended in the air, shifted in tandem with him. These mysterious crimson points, centered around him, distinctly marked the hidden prey within a 10-meter radius. They resembled the most sophisticated biological radar images, vividly projected onto the canvas of his consciousness. As he traversed, the majority of the red points dimmed and dispersed, akin to flickering candle flames in the wind, failing to pique his interest. It wasn't until he neared the cluster of gray-black rocks that the previously muted red points suddenly brightened and became dense. Beneath one shadowy boulder, the glow of the red points coalesced into a particularly brilliant cluster. Zhou Haiyang approached stealthily, avoiding the slippery seaweed, and cautiously leaned over to peer into the stone pit. To his delight, he spotted a small group of shrimp, approximately a dozen in number, nestled in the clear, shallow water atop the muddy seabed. They were of decent size, not the largest variety, but their translucent bodies glistened with a watery sheen, their tails and antennae gently swaying, exuding remarkable vitality. Imagining them prepared as a simple boil, the thought of their sweet, firm flavor made his mouth water. Zhou Haiyang felt a surge of joy, holding his breath as he deftly opened the lid of his fish basket and set it carefully aside. He then picked up his long metal tongs, leaning forward to avoid disturbing the water's surface, precisely targeting the edges of the shrimp swarm, gently grasping each shrimp, which were about the length of a pinky finger, and placing them into the basket. For the few noticeably smaller shrimp that had yet to fully develop, he refrained from touching them. The wisdom of sustainability was deeply ingrained in the bones of these coastal gatherers. Having collected a satisfactory haul of shrimp, Zhou Haiyang weighed the basket with contentment. He navigated around a boulder strewn with oyster shells and thick with algae, continuing his search deeper into the more complex rocky terrain. Chapter 15, Blue Crabs. This rocky area was indeed expansive. The gray-black ridges extended over 100 meters, resembling a stone dragon sprawled along the shoreline. Scattered within the stone formations were several small beaches, irregularly nestled, smoothed by the tide. On one of the slightly larger patches of sand, Wang Xiaofang was gathered with 2 familiar village women, engaged in light-hearted chatter while using small shovels and hooks to sift through the sand. Their voices resonated across the open seashore. Zhou Haiyang raised his hand in greeting. Sister Xiaofang, what a busy day. Wang Xiaofang looked up, responding warmly. Zhou Laosan, how industrious you are. Come a day, clams? The sand is quite soft. Zhou Haiyang smiled, pointing towards the rocky outcrop ahead. Not today, sister. I'm heading over there to explore the rock crevices and try my luck. He didn't linger, swiftly circumventing the center of their animated conversation. After a short while, Zhou Haiyang's bounty began to accumulate. His basket now contained several gray-green, patterned cat's eye snails, weighing significantly, along with 3 or 4 spirited swimming crabs. To prevent any unnecessary skirmishes, he had carefully secured their large claws with ties. The assortment was varied, yet the quantity was beginning to rise. All solid goods that could be exchanged for money. Just as he straightened his back and stretched his neck, fatigued, a pair of exceptionally bright red points, almost blood-like in hue, suddenly leapt into his peripheral vision. The brightness and size far surpassed anything he had seen earlier. Zhou Haiyang's spirit soared, fatigue dissipating in an instant. He followed the astonishingly radiant red dots, stepping around a sharp-edged black boulder. He paused beside 2 massive, sea-eroded stones, nearly stacked atop one another. their surfaces encrusted with slick green moss. A red dot flickered faintly in the darkest, most unfathomable crevice of the rock. He crouched down, squinting into the cold, shadowy gap. Unfortunately, the entrance was narrow and dimly lit, allowing only a vague outline to be discerned deep within. Yet, the compelling allure of the red dot was undeniable. Zhou Haiyang immediately shifted his position, nearly laying his entire upper body atop the cold, damp puddle beside him. Tilting his head, his cheek brushed against the rough stone wall, imbued with the briny scent of seaweed. After considerable effort, he finally managed to discern the figure within the depths through a sliver of faint daylight filtering in from the side. To his astonishment, there lay a large blue crab, curled up in the mud. The crab claw protruding from the crevice was a formidable shade of bluish-gray. A giant blue crab, its claw was undoubtedly substantial. Zhou Haiyang's heart surged with exhilaration as his adrenaline soared. Such a creature was a coveted prize in the market, worth a fortune. He carefully maneuvered the long-handled metal clamp into the narrow, shadowy crevice. The space was cramped and the angles awkward, extending his arm straight. His wrist dangled in midair as he felt around. After several attempts, he finally sensed the clamp making contact with something solid. Counting silently in his mind, he steadied his breath and suddenly exerted force. The clamp closed with precision, securely grasping that robust, bluish-gray claw. Instantly, a fierce struggle erupted within the crevice, as water and mud swirled chaotically. The powerful crab was clearly unwilling to be captured, thrashing wildly in an attempt to escape. Zhou Haiyang was determined not to grant it any opportunity. With a steady wrist and a firm grip on the handle of the clamp, he slowly began to drag the resisting giant claw outward, relying on the strength of his upper body. He had to be exceptionally cautious. The force exerted could neither be too light, lest the crab break free, nor too heavy or hasty, for fear of snapping the robust claw or dislocating its joints. A crab without claws would plummet in value. As he pulled, the shadows within the crevice were obscured by the churning muddy water. However, to Zhou Haiyang's surprise and delight, as he dragged the creature out nearly halfway, another equally large blue crab, entangled with the first, was inadvertently brought into the light. The two crabs, of comparable size and weight, maintained an almost embrace-like position. One crab's carapace pressed tightly against the other's abdomen, their legs awkwardly entwined, as if their revelry had been abruptly interrupted. Zhou Haiyang nearly burst into laughter at the sight. This saved him considerable effort. "My apologies, gentlemen. It seems the timing is less than ideal." He jested, though his hands remained swift in action. He first carefully pressed the captured claw of the larger crab onto the wet sand beside him, preventing it from wielding its uncontrolled claw dangerously. Then, with lightning speed, he released the clamp, and in the same instant, his hands moved like a flash, grasping each crab firmly by the edges of their smooth, hard carapaces. His movements were precise and efficient. He secured them at the grooves beneath their carapaces, a skill honed by seasoned fishermen. The two crabs thrashed violently, their 8 strong legs and remaining giant claw flailing in the air, producing a disconcerting clattering sound. Yet, due to their immobilized structure, they were utterly unable to reach the iron grip that held their vital points. Zhou Haiyang did not pause. As if performing a magic trick, he retrieved pre-prepared durable ties from his pocket, expertly biting the end of the tie and swiftly binding each crab's formidable claws with several loops, ensuring they were thoroughly rendered harmless. Only after completing this task did he exhale a sigh of relief, sweat already soaking his temples. He gently tossed the 2 disarmed crabs, now futilely flailing their slender legs, into his basket. The basket sank heavily, emitting a satisfying clink. "Brother Haiyang, this task is truly not for the faint-hearted. How goes it on your end? Any significant haul?" Just as he had secured the 2 giants, the rotund companion ambled over, sighing deeply, emerging from another cluster of rocks. He held a bucket, sparsely filled with a few items, trudging with a lackluster spirit, completely devoid of the eagerness he had exhibited upon arrival. "What's the matter? Running out of steam? Let me see what treasures you've got in that bucket." Zhou Haiyang temporarily set down his basket, a smile crossing his face as he leaned in to peek into the bottom of the rotund man's bucket. Inside lay 2 scrawny clams and a crooked little razor clam. Unable to contain himself, Zhou Haiyang burst into laughter. "Puffed, my friend. Did you go to the seaside, just for sightseeing? What meager catch this morning. Not even enough to satisfy a wave. Oh dear, don't even mention it. My luck is abysmal." The rotund man plopped down onto a relatively flat rock, the bucket thudding onto the ground, his round face contorting into a frown. "Damn it, I couldn't catch even a few small ones. This little haul isn't even worth boiling for soup. It's too pitiful for the pot." He sighed heavily, his flesh quivering with emotion, then lifted his head, stretching his neck to glimpse Zhou Haiyang's basket. "Brother Haiyang, let me take a look at yours. Give me a glimpse of the bounty. Here, take a look." Zhou Haiyang, unable to mask his satisfaction, casually placed the seemingly heavy basket before his friend, initially lacking expectations. The rotund man swept a glance, but that single glance caused his eyes, squished by flesh to a mere slit, to widen in shock, nearly popping out of their sockets. He abruptly stood, exclaiming with incredulity, What the hell? So big, too. Blue crabs. Brother Haiyang, have you stepped into the Dragon King's temple today? Or has the Sea Dragon King bowed down to you? This luck is simply unreal. He pointed at the two massive, tightly bound crabs in the basket, his excitement leaving him nearly speechless, his round face flushed crimson like freshly boiled crab. Just these two giants alone make this trip to the shore worth it. We struck gold. Where did you find them? His voice trembled with exhilaration. Zhou Haiyang casually flicked his finger against the hard shell of the two captured crabs, producing a clear sound, then shrugged lightly while gesturing to the surrounding rocky area. Right around here, just wandering through a pile of stones, and with a bit of luck, I caught sight of them. He grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Luck! The rotund man waved his thick arms, his excitement causing his flesh to jiggle. This isn't just good luck. You've hit the jackpot. These two must weigh at least a pound each. If you take them to Old Zhang at the dock, he'll buy them for 35 each without question. If they weigh a pound and 2 ounces, who knows, he might even pay more. He smacked his lips and pinched the hard shell of one crab, marveling at its incredible weight and sturdiness, his eyes turning red with envy. Not bad, Zhou Haiyang replied with a composed demeanor, though internally, he reveled in the weight of the basket. Do not stubbornly persist in that sandy area. The clam beds there have nearly been thoroughly overturned. Instead, meander around these rocky outcrops, but tread carefully as the stones can be quite slippery. Even if you fail to find any blue crabs, gathering a few flower snails or spicy snails to enhance your meal would make the trip worthwhile, wouldn't it? When foraging along the shore, one must embrace the element of chance. Indeed, I'll heed your advice. I shall venture forth to explore the rock crevices ahead. At this moment, the rotund figure of the plump man regarded Zhou Haiyang's words with utmost reverence, clumsily rising to his feet, lifting his empty bucket, and with renewed hope, gingerly making his way deeper into the intricate rocky terrain. Zhou Haiyang observed the portly silhouette disappear behind a cluster of large rocks, a smile curving his lips into a broader arc. He hoisted the heavy, harvest-symbolizing fish basket upon his back and continued to navigate through the rugged stone forest. With the assistance of this mysterious spotlight, his bounty seemed to multiply as if by magic. It was not long before his fish basket was graced with several plump caddis-eye snails, a handful of patterned clams hiding in the crevices, and a small cluster of lively shrimp. Although these shrimp held little monetary value, they could be dried for shrimp shells or crafted into shrimp paste. Given the opportunity, one could hardly pass it up. The variety of his catch grew more abundant, and the weight of his basket became increasingly substantial. Yet he had yet to encounter anything as remarkably valuable as the two blue crabs. Unbeknownst to him, guided by the winding rocks, Zhou Haiyang had reached the edge of this rocky expanse, approaching the true frontier of the intertidal zone. A few steps further, and he would find himself standing upon the smooth, undulating shallows that had been polished by the tide, with the tumultuous azure sea stretching into the distance. The sea breeze caressed him with its salty, humid essence, and wiping the sweat from his brow, he sought a spot to rest for a moment. Casually, he cast his gaze over the open sea. Perhaps he wished to catch a glimpse of returning fishing boats, or perhaps he was merely admiring the distant maritime scenery. However, in that ordinary glance, Zhou Haiyang felt as if struck by lightning, his body instantly going rigid. He held his breath, his eyes widening in disbelief, pupils constricting in shock, as his heart thundered within his chest. In his line of sight, the boundless, shimmering azure surface of the sea transformed before him. No longer was it the profound blue he knew. Instead, it was alive with countless, glaring red dots, densely packed like glowing embers. A Fustexpense, akin to molten iron sand cascading into the ocean, flooded his entire radar view in an instant. The blinding red light threatened to ignite the very space of his consciousness. The scale and brightness of this spectacle far exceeded any biological signals he had previously encountered among the rocky crevices. It resembled a boiling sea of crimson. Heavens! Zhou Haiyang's throat struggled to utter 3 quivering words, laden with disbelief and the thrill of witnessing a marvel. He nearly forgot about the 2 valuable blue crabs in his basket, his mind consumed solely by that devastating red. Goodness gracious! Had he stumbled upon a small school of fish? Upon realizing the magnitude of the scene before him, Zhou Haiyang had no time to ponder collecting crabs or shells. He hastily shouted to the plump man nearby, "Hurry over here." "What is up, Haiyang?" The plump man, who had been disdainfully tossing a small caddis-eye snail into his bucket, reluctantly approached, still mumbling. I was just about to gather a few more snails for a spicy snail dish tonight. Suppressing his excitement, Zhou Haiyang pointed to a nearby area where the water surface appeared slightly murky. Look over there. Something stirring beneath the surface. It resembles the splashes from your fishing grounds. I recall you have a cast net at home, right? Hurry and fetch it while the fish are still here. Let us throw a couple of nets. We might just catch something big. His tone was urgent, imbued with an undeniable conviction. The plump man halted, stretching his neck to peer at the sea for a long moment. Apart from the incoming waves, he discerned nothing unusual. With a perplexed expression, he scratched his closely cropped hair. Haiyang, my eyesight, isn't as sharp as yours. The surface ripples look quite similar, don't they? Of course, I can't very well say that I see the myriad of red dots moving beneath the surface, can I? That would surely frighten anyone. Zhou Haiyang felt a surge of frustration, but maintained his composure, waving his hand impatiently. Just go. Why so many questions? If you dawdle, the fish will scatter. All right. The plump man, sensing Zhou Haiyang's urgency, dared not ask further, hesitantly turning back. Yet before leaving, he couldn't resist a bit of bargaining. But Haiyang, let us agree on this. If we end up with nothing, you owe me for the time I wasted. Zhou Haiyang, watching him move at a snail's pace, felt his frustration boil over. He kicked the plump man's ample backside, exclaiming, hurry up. If that school of fish escapes, everything in your bucket will be mine. Ow! My goodness! The plump man stumbled, nearly dropping his bucket, clutching his rear as he finally transitioned from a leisurely walk to a hurried jog. Muttering, "What's the rush?" Zhou Haiyang remained where he stood, his mind completely captivated by the dense, undulating red dots beneath the surface. Holding his breath slightly, he kept his eyes fixed, as if he could see each flick of the fishtails through the moving water. Fortunately, the shimmering red dots had not drifted away. They lazily swirled within that small stretch of water, as if savoring a brief moment of tranquility on that afternoon. This somewhat eased the tension coiling within him. Chapter 17, Silver Pomfret. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, the unmistakable sound of the plump man's labored breathing reached him from a distance. He appeared breathless, his round face flushed, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, while one hand struggled to drag the weighty old nylon cast net. Adding to his dismay, trailing behind him were several sisters, including Wang Xiaofang and Li Guilan, who were prying oysters from the rocky shore. A group of youngsters, led by Huzi, also followed. It was evident that the plump man's loud voice and hurried movements had attracted this curious audience. Zhou Haiyang, Wang Xiaofang's voice boomed before she even arrived, shading her eyes as she surveyed the calm sea. What's going on here? Are you really bringing out that old fishing net? What could possibly be worth it in these shallow waters? Perhaps some seaweed? Exactly, Li Guilan chimed in, stepping closer to inspect the surface of the water. Casting a skeptical glance at Zhou Haiyang. I've lived here for half my life. Apart from low tide allowing for some crab and shell collecting, well, have I ever seen anyone catch big fish here? Haiyang, are your eyes playing tricks on you? Are you seeing the Dragon King's chariot? The group of youngsters surrounding Huzi jostled each other, wearing playful grins and teasing Zhou Haiyang. One mischievous boy even mimicked the plump man's earlier predicament, eliciting laughter from those nearby. Zhou Haiyang ignored the plump man's resentful gaze and the children's laughter as he took the heavy fishing net from the plump man's hands. While swiftly untangling the knotted ropes and inspecting the lead weights, he wore a mysterious smile, addressing the gathering. Ladies, do not rush me. Huzi, save your quips. Look over there. Isn't the ripple on the water surface different? It's a bit murky, swirling like the time I witnessed fish stirring up the water. There must be something beneath. We can't let it slip away. We must cast a net and test the waters. Wang Xiaofang followed the direction of his finger, glancing left and right, taking a couple of steps forward, yet still shaking her head in disbelief, her voice ringing clear. Oh, my dear Haiyang, don't try to fool us. I've looked, and this water seems no different from the surrounding area. It's just the wind. With great difficulty, the chubby fellow finally caught his breath, leaning on his knees, still panting as he interjected for Zhou Haiyang. Ahem, if Brother Haiyang says there is something, then surely there is. His words were somewhat lacking in conviction, yet he mustered the courage to press on. Casting a furtive glance at the net in Zhou Haiyang's grasp, he harbored a glimmer of hope akin to a dying horse being treated as a live one. Once the fishing net was neatly arranged, Zhou Haiyang chose not to elaborate further. He coiled the well-organized net around his left forearm, gripping the lead rope tightly with his right hand, his gaze once again honing in on the cluster of red dots shimmering beneath the water like a hawk targeting its prey. Steadying himself, he shifted his weight, channeling force from his core, sending a surge of power from his feet to his arm. In a swift arc, his arm sliced through the air, and with a whoosh, the green nylon net was hurled forth with great vigor. The combination of inertia and finesse allowed the net to unfold gracefully, forming a perfect circle as it descended, weighted by lead sinkers, precisely enveloping the area where the red dots congregated most densely. Wow, look at that technique. What a pro, someone in the crowd exclaimed, their voice barely above a whisper. Instinctively, everyone held their breath, straining their necks, their eyes following the plummeting net as it vanished beneath the surface. The shore fell into an unusual hush, the only sound being the monotonous crash of the waves. The net sank swiftly into the depths, the sunlight casting a shadowy veil over the darkening green water. Zhou Haiyang silently counted his heartbeats, waiting for the net to reach the bottom. Approximately half a minute later, he began to steadily reel in the line. However, just as the rope tightened slightly, the seemingly tranquil waters suddenly erupted into chaos, splashing and thrashing. A torrent of dazzling water erupted without warning. The surface of the sea appeared to be violently stirred by countless invisible hands. White foam frothing and silver glimmers flashing wildly between the waves. The previously relaxed atmosphere on the shore instantly solidified, then erupted into excitement. My heavens! Wang Xiufang exclaimed, her voice rising an octave as she clasped her hands over her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. Oh my goodness! There really is something. There really is. Li Yilan, momentarily casting aside her composure, cried out, instinctively grasping the arm of another equally astonished woman beside her. Woo! Huzi and the group of little monkeys reacted the quickest, jumping up and yelling excitedly, pointing at the churning surface of the water, their words tumbling over each other in a cacophony of excitement. Goodness, what a spectacle! The chubby fellow, initially harboring a playful spirit, was taken aback by the sudden commotion. Nearly stumbling, a string of expletives escaped his lips in a reflexive burst. His fleshy face quivered with excitement. Forgetting his earlier complaints, he dashed to Zhou Haiyang's side like a meatball propelled by a powerful slingshot, his eyes wide as saucers, fixated on the seemingly boiling sea, breathless and trembling. Haiyang, are you seeing this? It's miraculous. Truly miraculous. Don't just gawk. Lend a hand. Zhou Haiyang, pulled forward by the immense struggle emanating from the net, quickly called to the chubby fellow, his muscles straining as he accelerated the reeling process. The taut pulling rope vibrated violently in his grip, the powerful tugs resonating through him. It was evident that the net had ensnared an extraordinary catch, the forceful impacts from within sending his heart racing. The onlookers, including the women and children, finally snapped out of their stupor, their initial shock replaced by an eager anticipation of the forthcoming bounty. Hurry, everyone step aside. Make room for Haiyang to haul in the net. Wang Xiufang, ever the loudmouth, took charge. With all this commotion, surely we've stumbled upon a treasure trove of fish. Someone shouted excitedly. Zhou Haiyang, how do you spot them so well? Can you see the fish, even through the water? Li Guilan's voice soared as she gazed at Zhou Haiyang, her expression transformed by awe and genuine admiration. I had a dream last night. In the kitchen, God smiled at me. I knew our Haiyang would have great fortune today, one of the women exclaimed, prompting a chorus of laughter and astonished murmurs in agreement. Uncle San is magnificent. Huzi led the children in a jubilant chant, their cheeks flushed with excitement. Zhou Haiyang gritted his teeth, pulling the net with the chubby fellow behind him, leaning back and using his feet to push against the soft sand as they tugged with all their might. The heavy net was gradually dragged closer to the shore. The tumultuous stirring of the water churned up mud, transforming the once clear sea into a murky, milky white. Silver scales flickered within, swirling like a spilled treasure trove of silver candies. When the net finally broke the surface, it landed heavily on the damp sand. The scene revealed within the net was utterly exposed to the brutal midday sun. Countless plump silver pomfret, their elongated, silvery bodies jostled against each other, their heads bobbing, tails slapping vigorously against the wet sand, producing a crisp sound. The delicate scales reflected the glaring sunlight, dazzling like a heap of shattered silver coins. As the crowd beheld this spectacle, their eyes widened in disbelief. Good heavens, the net is full of silver pomfret, and they're all of such uniform size. Wang Xiufang's voice boomed, piercing through the sound of the waves. She pointed at the lively, glimmering catch, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. Li Kaifeng clicked her tongue in amazement. This haul must weigh around 40 to 50 pounds. Haiyang's luck is simply extraordinary. He has practically stepped into the Dragon King's domain. Indeed, another woman chimed in. Silver pomfret are quite precious, and at this size, even the black market would have to bite the bullet and pay at least $10 a pound, right? This single haul could equal several months' wages for city workers. Uncle San is incredible, a half-grown boy shouted, igniting a buzz of chatter among the crowd. The onlookers, women and children alike, craned their necks, captivated by the sparkling silver pomfret nearly identical in shape and shimmering brilliantly. Their expressions of envy and astonishment were palpable, almost overflowing to drown the sandy beach. Zhou Haiyang struggled to suppress the smile, tugging at the corners of his mouth. Yet the wave of satisfaction that surged within him was impossible to contain. Ultimately, his lips curved into a decisive grin. Ha ha ha! The chubby fellow's signature hearty laugh reverberated, causing his entire body to jiggle with joy. Brother Haiyang, you're simply phenomenal. Not even a fortune teller could be as accurate as you. Panting heavily, he excitedly patted Zhou Haiyang on the shoulder, then shouted towards the water. While the fish are still gathered, hurry, let's dump them to the side and catch a few more. All right. Zhou Haiyang nodded in agreement. The chubby fellow had a point. When the last net was cast, the vibrant red dots beneath the water had been startled and scattered. Now, many of those red dots were retreating in streams toward the open sea. Time is money. He swiftly dumped the fish onto the ground, the shimmering pile igniting a fiery thrill in everyone's hearts. He quickly straightened the damp net, swinging his arm in a wide arc, and with a whoosh, cast the net out again, eager and far. This catch was noticeably smaller, with perhaps only 20 to 30 pounds of silver pomfret struggling and leaping at the net's bottom. Yet even this diminished haul, calculated at $10 a pound, was still worth $200 to $300. Lying there, gleaming under the scorching midday sun. It was undeniably tempting. The fish are truly fleeing. Haiyang, try casting over there. Yes, look at the ripples in the water. Wang Xiufang and the others, now animated with excitement, babbled and pointed in various directions. A few mischievous children imitated the adults, hopping and gesturing with urgency. The sea breeze, laden with a briny tang, tousled the women's loose hair and fluttered the children's garments, as the cacophony of laughter echoed along the beach. Zhou Haiyang and the portly fellow took turns casting their nets. After several attempts, the shimmering waves revealed no trace of the enticing red dots beneath the surface, leaving them utterly elusive. The plump man, being rather steadfast, was reluctant to accept the futility of their efforts. Despite Zhou Haiyang's previous admonitions, he stubbornly cast his nets into the void once more, gritting his teeth. Ultimately, he managed to haul in only a few strands of seaweed and grains of sand. Defeated, he plopped down beside Zhou Haiyang on the sun-baked sand, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath, sweat trickling down his cheeks and neck. They exchanged a glance, their eyes instinctively drawn to the dazzling pile of silver fish glimmering in the sunlight, reigniting their spirits and eliciting hearty laughter that, though tinged with fatigue, rang with delight. What a treat! Truly exhilarating, Brother Ocean. The portly man clapped his thigh, his flesh quivering. In just this short time, I've earned more than I did in 3 months. Zhou Haiyang grinned. So what do you think, my friend? This trip wasn't in vain, was it? Your sweat has not been shed in vain. Brother Ocean, let's not dwell on that. The portly man pouted, a hint of regret crossing his face. Who would have known you possessed such extraordinary vision? I now regret not bringing an extra pair of hands to cast the nets together. Surely, we could have netted an additional 100 pounds. He gazed wistfully at the glistening sea, as if mourning the fish that had drifted away like lost riches. Li Kaifeng crossed her arms, rolling her eyes at the portly man. All right, Joe Fatty, are you truly dissatisfied with this haul? Greed is insatiable. She continued. Even if we consider 10 yuan per pound, this pile must weigh at least 300 pounds. Real fishing boats toil for an entire day and night, battling the wind and waves, and still, they must cover their fuel costs. Their catch may not even yield as much profit as you two have made with just a few casts. Her voice carried the spirited fervor characteristic of a fisherman's wife. The portly man remained unfazed, grinning broadly. Sister-in-law, who would ever complain about money? Money is not scalding to the touch. He squinted at the pile of fish. Wang Xiufang, who had been attentively monitoring the catch, interjected, you two need to stop reveling in your joy. The sun is blazing, and we need to properly tend to the fish. If they wilt and spoil, you'll have no tears to shed. Zhou Haiyang supported himself on his knees and stood, brushing off the sand clinging to his rear. Sister Xiufang is right. We must get to work. With this many fish, we certainly won't fit them all into our few buckets. Fatty, you move quickly. Make another trip home for the 2 largest burlap sacks. All right. The portly man responded eagerly. Though he was stout, he sprang up with surprising agility, darting off like a rubber ball towards the village. Before long, he returned indeed, lugging 2 large, gray burlap sacks. Several of the women, alongside the children led by Susie, joined in to help, their hands busily gathering the silver pomfrets scattered across the beach into the sacks. The fish were slippery and cold, their scales glinting, producing a gentle rustling sound as they collided. The sacks quickly filled to the brim, unable to accommodate any more. On the ground, about 20 fish remained, each weighing around 7 to 8 tails, all fresh and plump. Zhou Haiyang waved his hand, Sister Xiaofeng, Sister Kaifeng, and all the other sisters, as the old saying goes, to the victor belongs the spoils. You all can divide the rest. Take them home to treat the children. A hearty addition to their meals, as a token of gratitude from Fatty and me for your assistance. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaofeng quickly waved her hands, her face earnest. What are you being so polite for? We all eat from the same pot in this village, and your family is tight on resources. It's truly the time to save money. It's better to sell them. Li Kaifeng echoed her encouragement, her tone forthright. Exactly. The sacks are full, and you still have empty buckets, right? Put them in the buckets to carry home and avoid waste. The two sisters insisted, not allowing them to decline. The portly man, more impatient, seized a fish on the ground without regard for ownership, distributing a few to each family's bucket. Brother Ocean is right. This is what they call to the victor belongs the spoils. We, the fishermen, have our customs, and everyone should share in the joy. Why be polite? His movements were swift, and in no time, the task was completed. The sisters looked at the suddenly increased number of fine silver pomfret in their buckets, unable to hide their smiles, their wrinkles smoothing out. Zhou Haiyang and the portly man received more warmth and admiration in their gazes than usual. These two lads were truly generous. The delicate fish catch could not withstand prolonged exposure. Zhou Haiyang and the portly man, not daring to delay, each shouldered a heavy basket filled with wriggling silver pomfret, while also holding buckets filled with smaller fish, bidding farewell to the group as they headed towards the harbor. The weight of over 100 pounds bore down on them, the burlap sacks pressing painfully against their shoulders, and the sea breeze did little to dry their sweat. Susie, on your way back, remember to bring Uncle San's net along. Zhou Haiyang called back to the child, still rummaging for crabs on the beach. Susie responded cheerfully, got it, Uncle Fatty. He then resumed his treasure hunt in the sand. Strangely enough, despite the burden of carrying over 100 pounds for such a distance, ordinarily, they would be exhausted, groaning with aches in their backs and limbs. Yet today, it felt as if they were treading upon a whirlwind, their steps light and buoyant, infused with boundless energy. The portly man's laughter echoed continuously, a joyous soundtrack that drowned out the crashing waves. Chapter 19, Bargaining. The sun blazed mercilessly, turning the cement ground of the harbor into a glaring furnace. In the lull before the fishing boats returned, the harbor appeared unusually desolate, with only the anchored vessels gently swaying with the waves. Heap Hung, affectionately known as Old Black, lay languidly at the entrance of his fish purchasing shop, reclining in a creaky old chair. His face, dark and rugged, was shaded by a tattered straw hat, while he leisurely waved a frayed fan. Nearby, a radio played local operas, and he tapped his thigh in rhythm, exuding a unique laziness and comfort that only those by the sea possess. The moniker Old Black has a simple origin. His skin, sunburned to a charred black, coupled with his meticulousness in business dealings, earned him the reputation of being shrewd. In his youth, he was known to engage in brawls over business disputes, which solidified his infamous title. He found the name rather agreeable, considering it quite formidable. Old Black, Black brother, are you in the shop? Can you hear me? Come out and lend a hand. Just as Old Black was engrossed in the broadcast, he suddenly heard a familiar yet impatient voice from the street corner. He tilted his head, lifting his hat slightly, squinting against the harsh light to glimpse the commotion at the entrance. There he saw Zhou Haiyang and the portly man, each bearing a bulging burlap sack, trudging toward him with labored steps. The sacks appeared quite substantial, causing their shoulders to sag. What are you staring at? Hurry up. We can hardly carry them. They're all fresh goods. The portly man gasped, raising his voice. Hearing fresh goods, and realizing there were two hefty sacks, Old Black's eyes lit up. These two fellows were usually not so extravagant. He hastily tossed aside his fan, sprang from his chair, and with eager steps, greeted them with the warmth characteristic of a businessman. Oh, Haiyang, Fatty, you two are rare visitors. Gome, gome, gome. While he spoke cordialities, his body instinctively reached out to take the seemingly lighter plastic buckets from their hands. Damn it, the portly man exclaimed, his eyes rolling back in exhaustion. I said, Black brother, could you please pay attention? This sack is nearly crushing me. Lift the sacks first, big brother. No need to rush. The sacks are worth more, aren't they? Old Black chuckled awkwardly, quickly carrying the buckets to the shaded area of the shop before returning to assist Zhou Haiyang and the portly man in lifting the heavy sacks. Wow, good heavens, this is quite a weight. He weighed the situation, his face a mask of astonishment as he glanced at the two. This was TA time for a seasonal tide. How could you two manage to gather so much with empty hands? Impressive indeed, Zhou Haiyang chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. Was this truly surprising? The stout fellow proudly tipped his chin, beads of sweat cascading down his plump cheeks, his eyes brimming with an undeniable sense of triumph. Wait until you see what's inside. then you'll be truly astonished. I assure you, it will take your breath away. Oh, the old black man's small eyes sparkled with anticipation as he swiftly turned and dashed into the shop, clanging and clattering as he emerged with several large plastic baskets. Open your eyes? That sounds splendid. As Zhou Haiyang and the stout man untied the burlap sack, a cascade of silver pomfret tumbled into the baskets. Instantly, a shimmering array filled their view. Each fish was about the size of a palm, plump and vibrant, their scales gleaming, energetically thrashing and leaping in the baskets, producing a delightful cacophony. The old black man's eyes widened in astonishment, his breath momentarily caught, before he suddenly slapped his thigh. Wow, what a prize! This silver pomfret is truly exquisite. He pinched one, weighing it in his hand. Its eyes were bright, its gills a vivid red, and it felt cool and slick to the touch. Goodness, it's fresh off the shore. As he praised the catch, he leaned closer to sniff it, his face breaking into a beaming smile. You're skilled at casting nets, aren't you? An experienced glance allowed him to make an educated guess, yet his surprise deepened. The stout man grinned broadly, unable to contain his delight. You can't fool you, black brother. Today, the Sea Dragon King has opened the granary. Quite impressive, isn't it? Let us get to the point. What's your price? He rubbed his hands together, eager to get down to business. The old black man's eyes darted with habitual quickness, chuckling dryly a couple of times. The savvy businessman swiftly replaced his earlier astonishment. No need to rush. Good things deserve careful consideration. Saying this, he reached for another burlap sack at Zhou Haiyang's feet, which was still tightly closed. However, Zhou Haiyang was prepared, swiftly pressing down on the sack's opening, his smile fading slightly. Black brother, let us not rush to open the sack. It's better we discuss the price first. It's hot, and the fish can't wait. Nor can they withstand unnecessary fuss. Oh, come on, Haiyang. The old black man's smile faltered momentarily. Then he feigned warmth, patting Zhou Haiyang on the shoulder. Aren't we all neighbors here? I, old black, conduct my business fairly, without deception, to young and old alike. Zhou Haiyang's lips curled into a sardonic smile, responding in a tone that was neither too soft nor too harsh. Spare me, black brother. The other day, I collected over 2 kilograms of lively mantis shrimp, all in fine condition, and sent them with my wife to sell. Yet, they turned into a mishmash of sizes and poor vitality. And you offered just $1.50 per pound? As for those 6 or 7 ounce banana prawns, you only gave $10. Is this what you call fair dealing? It seems you are merely taking advantage of honest folks. Upon hearing this, the stout man erupted like a firecracker. His voice suddenly raised several octaves. Damn, black brother, your heart must be made of sea mud. It's too dark. It's outrageous enough that the mantis shrimp went for $1.50 per pound. But you only offered $10 for those 6 or 7 ounce banana prawns. That's just downright shameless. Oh dear, Haiyang, stout man. The old black man abruptly slapped his thigh, his face contorting into a mask of feigned misery as he cried out in protest. By heaven's conscience, you don't know the hardships of this trade. Those mantis shrimp may seem plentiful, but the loss is staggering. If I buy them at $1.50 per pound, I have to ensure their freshness, and carelessness could result in a loss of 20 to 30%. What about the stall fees and labor costs? Transporting them to the city, whether wholesale or retail, requires considerable effort and expense, doesn't it? After accounting for everything, I'm merely serving you gentlemen, earning nothing but a shout. I can't be expected to run errands for you for free, can I? Zhou Haiyang dug at his ears, as if trying to rid himself of the old black man's incessant whining, his tone tinged with exasperation. Enough, black brother. Let us not continue this old act at the port. Save your sob story for yourself. We're all sensible people here. Let us get to the point. Such splendid silver pomfret, fresh and uniform in size. What price will you offer? Be straightforward. The stout man immediately chimed in, pointing an assertive finger at the old black man. Exactly. Black brother, let me make it clear up front. My brother Zhou and I are not uninformed in town. We know old Chi at the port and old Zhang at the seafood market quite well. If your price is insincere, we'll just haul this shimmering pile of cash to town. A few extra steps will serve as exercise. Given the quality and freshness of this silver pomfret, the big restaurants in town will surely snatch it up, and their price will undoubtedly be more favorable than yours. Would you agree? His chubby face tightened with seriousness. All right, enough. I'm afraid of your sharp tongue now, stout man. You strike right at the heart. The old black man was clearly flustered by this exchange, his face contorting with frustration. He stroked his stubbly chin, staring at the glimmering pile of fish in the baskets, his eyes darting back and forth as he calculated. His fingers pinched and his lips pursed, as if he were trying to extract every ounce of profit from each fish. Finally, he stomped his foot decisively, as though he had made a monumental decision. Here's the deal. We're all acquaintances here. Let us keep it straightforward. Typically, I would offer a maximum of $10 per pound for these fish. However, given the volume and quality today, I'll take a hit. $11 per pound. How's that sound? A fair price, wouldn't you say? I'm practically slicing off my own flesh. He made a gesture as if to indicate he was sacrificing something significant, his expression one of gritted teeth. The stout man felt a jolt of excitement, his spirits almost bursting forth. He stifled it, maintaining a composed facade as he glanced at Zhou Haiyang. Chapter 20. Considerations. Before arriving, the two had quietly conferred, agreeing that they would be satisfied if they could negotiate around $10. Yet here was the old black man, raising the stakes himself. Zhou Haiyang's expression remained nonchalant, his brow furrowing slightly as if still weighing the offer. He paused for several seconds. Just as the old black man was about to apply more pressure, Zhou Haiyang slowly nodded, his voice clear yet unassuming. Fine, 11 it is. We're all from the same village, after all. We can't let Black Brother here work himself to the bone for nothing, can we? This sounded agreeable, but upon closer inspection, it carried an underlying meaning. The old black man had just begun to relax, but upon hearing these words, his face fell once more, his instinct to feign hardship kicking in. Oh dear. My brother Haiyang, you're a sensible man. This is hardly a fair deal for me. If it weren't for your generous quantity, I would genuinely be at a loss and facing significant losses. He continued to ramble on about his difficulties. Zhou Haiyang, however, had no desire to entertain his lamentations. He was keenly aware that such exquisite silver pomfret, if sold retail at the town port, would fetch no less than $14 or $15, possibly even $17 or $18. The old black man would net at least $3 or $4. Nonetheless, the haul was substantial, and he sought a swift transaction, preferring cash. Thus, he accepted the $11. The old black man, a quick-witted individual, noticed Zhou Haiyang's silence, realizing he could no longer fool him, and immediately donned a cheerful smile. All right then, let us skip the pretense. Let us weigh them. He deftly pushed out the old but reliable scale from the shop, ready to bend down to weigh the fish. However, Zhou Haiyang swiftly bent down first, deftly pulling out 7 or 8 particularly plump silver pomfrets from the water bucket he had brought and tossing them into the container. Hey, Haiyang, what are you doing? The old black man's outstretched hand froze midair, his eyes following the fish with a look of anguish. Such precious treasures. You're keeping them for yourself, aren't you? It was as if he were discarding his own flesh. Zhou Haiyang ignored him, casually tossing in a few more. Well, after working hard all day in the wind and waves, I ought to keep a few for myself to savor, to treat my own stomach. In the bucket, 10 lively silver pomfrets had been gathered before he finally ceased his efforts. He clapped his hands and, with a satisfied nod towards Old Black, indicated, all right, let's weigh the rest. Old Black gazed at the bucket, his heart aching at the sight. Those were crisp, white bills. Yet, with Zhou Haiyang's swift actions and justifications, he could only watch in disbelief, licking his parched lips and muttering irritably, all right, let's weigh them. The sacks first. Several baskets were successively placed onto the large scale. Old Black, skilled in his craft, observed the scale's readings. The first basket weighed 87 jin and 4 liang. The second basket, a full 101 jin. The third basket, 124 jin and 2 liang. Old Black furiously tapped away on an old-fashioned calculator before pressing the final button with conviction. Clearing his throat, he announced, listen closely. The total for all the baskets is 312 jin and 6 liang. He pointed at the scale to confirm again, yes. No mistake. Both Zhou Haiyang and the chubby man broke into relieved smiles, leaning in to scrutinize the scale and verifying its accuracy. The chubby man urged impatiently, all right, Brother Black. Hurry and calculate the money. Old Black, tapping away on the calculator once more, exclaimed, 3126 jin, and I want to deduct the small change. Let us consider it a friendly gesture and round it to 313 jin, at 11 yuan per jin. Quick calculations yield a total of 3,443 yuan. He illuminated the calculator screen for Zhou Haiyang, saying, here, check it yourself. There's paper and a pen on the table. Don't hesitate. Zhou Haiyang took the well-worn calculator but did not calculate the total amount. Instead, he pressed 2, and the screen displayed 17215. He calmly looked at Old Black. Do you understand now? Old Black glanced from the calculator to Zhou Haiyang and then to the chubby man, a look of confusion on his face. What does this mean? Is the money miscalculated? Zhou Haiyang shook his head with a smile, turning to the chubby man, confidently stating, the fish were discovered by me, but the net was provided by the chubby man, and we both contributed our strength. Thus, the money should be split evenly, half for each. Brother Black, please settle it at 1721. 5 yuan for the both of us. Brother Haiyang, that is absolutely unacceptable, the chubby man exclaimed. His face flushed, and veins bulging on his forehead. You found the fish. The method was yours. I only made a couple of trips and exerted a bit of effort. Anyone could do this job. How can it be half and half? I cannot take this money. Absolutely not. He shook his head vehemently. Old Black watched silently, understanding all too well that this was a matter of profit sharing. Such partnerships could be quite taxing. He wisely kept his mouth shut and simply observed. Chubby, Zhou Haiyang said with a serious look, his tone heavy. Your words reek of ungratefulness. If you hadn't brought that hand-thrown net, even if I knew fish were swimming below, I would have just been left watching them slip away. This task absolutely required both of us. The money should be shared equally. But there are no buts. Zhou Haiyang interrupted decisively, his voice firm yet calm. We have many days ahead of us. The time for dividing our earnings is still to come. This trivial matter should not be dragged out unnecessarily. He looked at the chubby man with an unusual sincerity and determination. The chubby man opened his mouth, met Zhou Haiyang's gaze, swallowed his words, and felt a wave of emotion swell within him, knowing that mere words could not repay this bond. He lowered his head, firmly embedding this warmth deep in his heart, and said in a muffled tone, "Fine, I will follow your lead." "Excellent. Haiyang, you are a man of principle." Old Black genuinely gave a thumbs up his course, dark finger standing straight. Over 1,700 yuan. This was no trifling sum. In this fishing village port, he had witnessed many quarrels over money that escalated to red faces, torn faces, and even fallen friendships. It was rare to see someone like Zhou Haiyang, newly ashore with over 1,800 yuan, willing to share half with his partner without a moment's hesitation. A prodigal son returning home. Old Black was aware of Zhou Haiyang's past character, but regardless, based on this alone, he believed this young man would surely achieve something in the future. He patted his chest, assuring, "Rest assured, I will ensure the accounts are clear and precise." Zhou Haiyang smiled, saying nothing more, and pointed to the bucket set aside that contained his personal catch. "Brother Black, there are still 2 crabs that slipped through the net caught this morning. Please weigh those as well and include them in my account." Chapter 21, Parents. Old Black's eyes lit up, and he hurried over, exclaiming, "Done? No time to waste." He picked up the 2 dark blue, clawed creatures and weighed them, realizing their heft. These 2 are solid, quite plump. I want to beat around the bush. 16 yuan per gene is a fair price, right? This price was indeed higher than the usual buying rate. Zhou Haiyang nodded. "No objections. 16 yuan per gene it is." The 2 crabs weighed in at 2 gene and 5 liang. 16 multiplied by 25 totals 40 yuan. Adding this to the silver Pomfret earnings of 1721. 5 yuan. Zhou Haiyang's total came to 1761. 5 yuan. How fortuitous. I just received some cash this morning. Old Black slapped his forehead, turning to disappear into the shop, quickly returning with a thick wad of cash. The bills were old-style 100 yuan notes, providing a tangible sense of weight. Seizing the moment while Old Black was inside, Zhou Haiyang swiftly bent down and extracted 2 large silver pomfrets from his bucket, without hesitation stuffing them into the empty bucket brought over by the chubby man. "Brother Haiyang, you." The chubby man looked at the 2 fish, then back at Zhou Haiyang, feeling a lump form in his throat as his eyes brimmed with tears. He opened his mouth to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. Zhou Haiyang firmly patted his broad shoulder, lowering his voice. "Chubby, we have both been reckless in the past, causing our families much worry. Your grandmother is elderly and cannot withstand the stress. Take these 2 fish back, and find a pot to brew some warm soup for her, to comfort her stomach and bolster her health." He paused, gazing at the chubby man with added earnestness. "Since we have resolved to turn over a new leaf and live sincerely, we must first show our families that we have changed. They need to see hope and the promise of a brighter future. Wouldn't you agree?" The chubby man sniffled and nodded vigorously, wiping his face, his voice thick with emotion. "Brother, I understand. This principle I will keep in my heart." At that moment, Old Black emerged with several stacks of cash. The chubby man quickly lowered his head, pretending to busy himself with the items in the bucket. Old Black counted the mixed stacks of new and old 100 yuan notes and handed them to Zhou Haiyang. "Haiyang, count it, 1761. 5 yuan, all here." Zhou Haiyang accepted the thick bundle, the substantial weight grounding him with a sense of reassurance. This was hard-earned money, money that felt secure. As he counted each bill, the rustling sound brought him a steady sense of peace. The chubby man also received his share, the hefty stack feeling heavier than the fish bags he had carried earlier. In the past, he would lose hundreds at the card table without batting an eye. Now this money was earned through sweat and effort, and it felt entirely different. Each bill radiated a sense of solidity. "No problem, Brother Black." "Thanks." Zhou Haiyang finished counting the money and tucked it away, patting his pocket. "Don't mention it." Old Black handed them a receipt, scrawled with weights and amounts. "If you feel the numbers are off, feel free to come back to me. A monk may run, but the temple stays." "All right." The 2 men tucked their money securely away, grasped their respective bags filled with small fish and buckets, and bid farewell to Old Hay. They departed from the bustling harbor, with a mingling sense of salt and sea lingered under the increasingly fierce sun. As they traversed the earthen path back to the village, the wilting wild grasses along the roadside drooped their heads in the sweltering heat. The plump man remained enveloped in immense joy, his earlier excitement gradually subsiding as he began to strategize for the afternoon. Brother Haiyang, this midday sun is exceedingly harsh, scorching our skin. How about we return home for a meal to fill our bellies? I believe the tide will start to come in around 4 o'clock. Perhaps we can venture to the beach then and test our luck? Given our favorable fortune today, we might even stumble upon some crabs or shells. Since we resolved to make an effort, we can't afford to be idle. Zhou Haiyang lifted his gaze to the glaring sun suspended in the sky and felt the stifling heat in the air. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Let us discuss it later. The tide won't rise until after 4, so there's no rush. Besides, this scorching sun is so intense that even the sand burns our feet. Those who seek treasures along the shore are not foolish. They are hiding in the shade, allowing the ocean's bounty a moment to breathe. We shall see how the weather and our spirits fare at that time." His meaning was clear. He had no desire to venture out under the punishing sun. The plump man scratched his head. "All right, I'll heed your advice, Brother Haiyang. It is indeed sweltering. I shall head back now. This silver pomfret has gone limp and is not palatable. I must quickly prepare a fresh one for my grandmother to enjoy. At last, she will have something good to eat." His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and his eagerness to please his grandmother surpassed even the thrill of earning money. Zhou Haiyang nodded. "Go on, and remember to speak kindly to the elder." He watched as the plump man hoisted his catch and carried his bucket filled with extra provisions, his gait buoyant as if spring-loaded, his ample frame swaying as he headed home. Zhou Haiyang then averted his gaze, looking down at the 8 gleaming silver pomfrets remaining in his bucket, a thoughtful gesture reserved for the occasion. He inhaled deeply, the briny sea breeze suddenly feeling weighty, pressing down on him as he trudged onward. He lifted his bucket, turned a corner, and made his way towards the old house at the west end of the village. The dirt road was one he could navigate with his eyes closed. Yet with each step closer, the tumultuous emotions within him intensified. A mere 10 meters from the small courtyard, the familiar sight of a fence made from uneven bamboo poles sprang into view. Sounds from the courtyard drifted faintly through the air, the scratching of a bamboo shuttle against fishing nets, a low cough, and the distant crackle of a radio tuning in and out. Everything exuded a warm, nostalgic familiarity, tinged with the essence of everyday life. Yet Zhou Haiyang felt as if his feet had been ensnared by barnacles at the shore. This must be what they call the fear of returning home. Before him stood the house where he had grown up, and inside resided his blood relatives, yet his mind was plagued by heavy shadows from a past life, pressing down on his chest. In his previous life, after his wife Yuling had jumped into the sea, his father, Zhou Changhe, had tearfully severed their father-son bond with harsh words, forbidding him from even entering the house. His mother, He Chuanxiu, had wept daily, longing to catch a glimpse of him while avoiding others' eyes, relying solely on a few nephews to discreetly relay messages. Eventually, burdened with guilt, he had left Haigang village with his daughter, struggling through hardships to accumulate some savings, and began sending money home. Yet every cent that reached his father was returned, not a single penny accepted. He was forced to secretly slip money to his nephews and nieces, urging them to honor their grandparents in his stead. On the day of his mother's passing, he had rushed back through the night, weary and travel-worn, only to be confronted at the courtyard gate by his father. Upon receiving the news, blocked his entrance with furious resolve. His father's bony hand gripped his arm, eyes cold as ice, and he had growled, "Get lost." The finality and anguish in that hoarse command pierced through him like a thorn, embedding itself in the fabric of his memories for 2 lifetimes. A deliberate, phlegmy cough jolted him from his chaotic reverie. Zhou Changhe emerged from the corner of the courtyard, his copper smoking pipe clamped between his teeth, a worn canvas belt cinched around his waist. Upon catching sight of Zhou Haiyang, standing like a wooden post outside the gate, his dark, gaunt face instinctively clouded over, and he emitted a harsh grunt. "What are you doing out there? Waiting for an invitation to enter? Good dogs don't block the way." That reprimand, infused with his father's habitual impatience and simmering anger, pricked Zhou Haiyang's skin like a fine needle, causing him to flinch. He quickly looked up to meet his father's perpetually tense face, etched with sternness and disappointment. A wave of emotion surged within him, and his throat tightened painfully. Dad, the call slipped from his lips, quivering with an emotion he hadn't even recognized in himself. The wind rustled through the fence, swelling his eyes with unshed tears. "Is that you, third son?" He Chuanxiu's voice, tinged with surprise and a hint of hoarseness, floated from beneath the grapevine in the courtyard. She was seated on a small stool, mending fishing nets. Upon seeing her son, she immediately dropped her shuttle and hurried to greet him. Chapter 22. Determination. Time had etched fine lines on her face, yet her maternal love for her children remained vividly intact. Noticing the redness in her son's eyes and glancing at her husband's deeply furrowed visage, Chuanxiu understood everything in an instant. She approached Zhou Haiyang, playfully scolding him as she lightly thumped his shoulder. "Look at your face, always sulking as if someone owed you a lifetime of debt. Can't you speak kindly to our son? Inside and outside the door, it's all our own flesh and blood." Zhou Haiyang exhaled heavily, releasing 2 puffs of white smoke from his nostrils, dismissing her with a glance, then turned sharply to retreat into the house, the pipe clattering against the doorframe with a sharp sound. "Stubborn old mule, this cantankerous man." Chuanxiu rolled her eyes toward the door, her tone tinged with habitual exasperation. She quickly donned a bright smile, approached Zhou Haiyang, and warmly grasped his arm with her rough yet comforting hand. Come, come, third son, don't mind that old fool. He.s. as obstinate as a rock in a latrine, both stinky and hard. He.s. all bark and no bite. Come inside with your mother. The sun is scorching, and I've got rice simmering in the pot. It's been months since we sat down for a proper conversation." Listening to his mother's gentle and somewhat cautious attempts at reconciliation, Zhou Haiyang felt a lump in his throat. It was as if a rusted fishhook, soaked in seawater, had lodged itself there. In the past, he had spent his days either lost in the haze of gambling or drunkenly wandering through the village. Throughout the year, he had returned home only a handful of times. Even when he did, more often than not, he ended up in fierce disputes with his father over money or petty matters, leading to bitter partings. His mother, caught in the middle, would attempt to mediate, ultimately retreating to the kitchen to wipe her tears in solitude, gazing at the new streaks of white in his mother's hair and the sun-weathered, careworn visage that had grown even more gaunt from worry. Zhou Haiyang felt a wave of sorrow and guilt swell within him like a tide. Tears brimmed in his eyes, threatening to spill over uncontrollably. He abruptly turned his face away, hastily wiping the corners of his eyes with the back of his hand, and murmured, "I'm sorry, Mom." Those words bore the weight of his past life's regrets, struggling to emerge from his throat. "In the past, I was a fool led astray, causing you and Dad so much worry and heartache. From now on, I will never let you down again. I promise to do better." His voice, steady and resolute, carried the determination born of rebirth. In his previous life, he had squandered his opportunities, never managing to repay his parents even a fraction of what he owed, leaving regrets like cold gravestones embedded in his memory. In this life, he vowed to reclaim every lost moment, inch by inch. Chuanxiu abruptly halted her grip on his arm, her eyes instantly brimming with tears. She quickly turned away, raising her hand to hastily wipe at the corners of her eyes. When she turned back, a forced smile tugged at her lips. "Silly child. Utterly foolish. What is there to apologize to your mother for? If apologies are in order, they should be directed towards your wife, Yuling." She pulled Zhou Haiyang towards the courtyard, her voice striving to maintain a light-hearted tone. "I heard from Yuling that you went to the sea yesterday and earned yourself a tidy sum. That is splendid. It sounds far more stable than in previous years. Your mother is truly heartened." They crossed the threshold of the yard in just a few strides. Zhou Haiyang's gaze swiftly scanned the courtyard. Beneath the old grape trellis in the cool shade, his wife, Shen Yuling, was quietly weaving an old fishing net, her bamboo shuttle moving with a meticulous yet somewhat rigid concentration. His 17-year-old sister, Zhou Xiaoxiao, clad in faded floral trousers, sat on a small stool nearby, tidying up the net ropes, her 2 glossy black braids cascading down her chest. Upon hearing the commotion, she turned her head, her face still bearing traces of youthful innocence. In the corner, their father, Zhou Changhe, sat with his back to the entrance, vigorously puffing on his pipe. The red tip of the tobacco glowed rhythmically with his actions, while wisps of bluish smoke spiraled upward. Shen Yuling glanced up, quickly scanning Zhou Haiyang and the water bucket he carried. Her gaze flitted away like a dragonfly touching the surface of water, only to drop swiftly again, her hands working the bamboo shuttle even faster, as if she were indifferent to his presence and his day's catch. Third brother, Zhou Xiaoxiao, however, was less preoccupied, abandoning her net ropes to bound over like a sprightly fawn, her eyes sparkling with unabashed curiosity. "Third brother, you come back. I heard from sister-in-law that you made almost $50 yesterday. How'd you do it? Did you go to the seaside again today? Did you catch anything good?" She bombarded him with questions, her gaze already fixated on the heavy bucket Zhou Haiyang was carrying. Just as he raised his hand to tousle his sister's hair, he was interrupted by a cold grunt from their father, who was seated in the corner. "What time is it? The sun hasn't even reached its zenith. And you can't take it anymore? I see he's just caught up in the novelty. Once the sun s on his back, he LL wilt." A dog can't change its habit of eating excrement. The sarcasm in his voice was sharp as a thorny conch. No, the third brother caught something good. Zhou Haiyang caught sight of the several silver pomfret fish pressed at the top of the bucket, gasping in astonishment, her mouth forming an O shape. My heavens! So many silver pomfret. Each one is enormous. Brother, this must weigh at least 10 pounds, right? She had little sense of weight, only feeling that the pile looked quite substantial. Shun Yuling abruptly halted her weaving, her face contorting in disbelief as she turned to look, her gaze locking onto the dazzling silver fish in the bucket, her brows knitting in confusion. Only Zhou Changhe remained oblivious, still facing away from everyone, as if he hadn't heard his daughter's words. Yet the sound of his pipe smoking seemed to pause for a moment. A small cloud of ash cascading from the bowl. I'll take a look, my goodness. It truly is. They're quite sizable. Qichuanqiu had been entirely focused on her son, scrutinizing whether he appeared thinner or how his spirit was, completely oblivious to the contents of the bucket. It was only when her daughter exclaimed that she focused her gaze. The smile on her face instantly brightened, as if infused with more sunlight. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and brows unfurling. Indeed, quite impressive, third. How long have you been gone? And you've quietly earned yourself quite a sum. Just as her smile blossomed, it was quickly replaced by worry, her brows furrowing. My foolish son, in this heat, such a precious catch can spoil easily. Why didn't you rush to sell them to old Hay? Why keep them as treasures? She reached out, attempting to push him towards selling the fish. Zhou Haiyang sidestepped, avoiding his mother's hand, rubbing the back of his neck, which was slightly sunburned, and smiling as he explained, Mom, these 8 silver pomfret are specifically for keeping. I'm going to take 2 over to eldest brother's family to let them have a taste, and I'll bring 2 back home. The rest, he gestured towards the bucket, are for you, Dad, and Xiao to enjoy, whether in a soup or steamed. You all should have a taste. What? Qichuanqiu's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had heard the most absurd notion. You child, have you lost your mind? Such precious fish. Selling them could fetch you several dollars each. How much rice, flour, oil, and salt could that buy? Who in our family has the fortune to eat this? Don't waste it, she lamented, slapping her thigh in distress. Mom, it's just a matter of dozens of dollars, Zhou Haiyang started to explain. But before he could finish, a sudden, jarring noise erupted from the corner. Zhou Changhe stood up abruptly, yanking the canvas belt from his waist, gripping it like a whip. His weathered face flushed crimson, eyebrows furrowed, as he pointed a trembling finger at Zhou Haiyang's nose, spitting words through gritted teeth. You wasteful brat. You scoundrel. You don't know the value of money, do you? Do you think money just blows in on the wind or washes up on the shore for you to pick up? Let us see if I don't teach you a lesson today. You can't tell rice from sand. Father, what are you doing? Qichuanqiu, nearly terrified out of her wits, shrieked as she rushed over, clinging to Zhou Changhe's arm like a protective hand. Your son is filled with filial piety. He kept the fish for us to enjoy. You can't just hit him without rhyme or reason. Can we talk this out? Her voice trembled with urgency and anger. Talk it out? Haven T, I said enough. My ears are worn out. Zhou Changhe's temples throbbed, desperately trying to wrench his arm from his wife's grip, while glaring at Zhou Haiyang with bloodshot eyes, his throat seething with fury. Look at him now. In such a state. You still defend him? If you keep this up, he'll rot in the mud. Let go of me. I want T let go. If you're gonna hit someone, hit me too. Qichuanqiu was resolute now, her hands gripping her husband's arm like a vice, tears brimming in her eyes. Third brother. Dad is really furious. You should go. Don't linger here. Hurry. Zhou Xiao's face turned pale with fear, her urgency causing her to stomp her foot as she urged her brother towards the door, her voice breaking as she called for their mother. Mom, hold on tight to Dad. Don't let go. It's fine, Xiao. Zhou Haiyang soothingly patted his sister's cold, trembling hand, refusing to back down. Instead, he took a small step forward. With a calm gaze, he looked at his father, who was fuming like an inflated pufferfish, and spoke clearly and firmly, Dad. Please don't let your anger get the better of you. Can you let me finish speaking? Before he could finish, he reached into his pocket with his left hand, pulling out the slightly damp receipt. With his right hand, he lifted a thick wad of old 100 yuan bills. Puffed. The sparks from the pipe in the corner erupted suddenly. Today was fortunate. I worked with Fatty at the seaside and managed to gather some goods. At Old Hayes, Zhou Haiyang weighed the bills in his right hand. His voice quiet yet impactful, like a stone dropped into water. We ended up splitting a total of 761. 5 yuan. What? Zhou Xiao, who had just retracted her foot, abruptly froze, spinning around with wide eyes, now rounder than when she first saw the silver pomfret. Shun Yuling dropped her bamboo shuttle with a clatter, her head snapping up to look at her husband. Shock and disbelief flooded her usually impassive face, her mouth agape. The poised Zhou Changhe, who had been ready to lash out, also froze mid-motion, turning his head like a rusted puppet. His murky eyes fixated on the thick stack of bills in his son's hand. Under the searing, midday sun, the stack of money shimmered with an intensity that made his heart race. Old third, how much did you say you sold? Chinchio's voice had shifted pitch, sounding as if a fishbone had lodged in her throat, sharp and tinged with disbelief. $1,761.50. Zhou Haiyang reiterated clearly, raising his left hand to display the receipt, the money and the document both present, clearly inscribed. See? He extended the receipt forward. Zhou Xiaoxiao, close by, snatched the receipt eagerly, her eyes wide with astonishment as she pointed at the blurred, inked numbers, exclaiming in a rush, silver pomfret, 313 pounds, unit price. $11, total, over 3,000, divided by 2, brother Haiyang's share. As she concluded, she abruptly lifted her head, her small face brimming with uncontainable excitement. Dad, Mom, it's real. Third brother truly sold this much. It's all documented right here. Look, old Black's fingerprint is still on the side. She dashed towards her father, nearly thrusting the receipt under his nose. Zhou Chang's murky pupils contracted sharply. His tightly drawn face, which had borne the weight of decades, twitched almost imperceptibly, as if momentarily jolted by some unseen force. However, that fissure, opened by the staggering sum, was quickly sealed again by his habitual sternness. And he coldly spat out, compared to the money he lost at the gambling table, this paltry sum is inconsequential. He slammed his belt down onto the bench. Though the vigor of his earlier actions had dissipated, and he slowly returned to his seat, his chest still visibly heaving. Stubborn as a mule. So prideful you're suffering for it. Chinchio thumped her husband's back, as if trying to awaken a stubborn statue. She exhaled a long-held breath, then turned to firmly grasp Zhou Haiyang's arm, her smile erupting like the thawing of spring ice. Every wrinkle on her face danced with joy. My son, you've truly done it. In just one morning, you earned back nearly 1,800. We, your father and I, and your little sister, have been staring at this tattered net day in and day out, our eyes nearly going blind. Who knows when we could have earned this much? She patted Zhou Haiyang's arm vigorously, her laughter wide and unabated. Indeed, third brother, Zhou Xiaoxiao chimed in, joyfully shaking Zhou Haiyang's other arm, her bright eyes sparkling with admiration. Your luck is simply extraordinary. Yesterday, it was just over $40, and today you've made over 1,700. It's like striking gold. Brother, honestly, you aren't the grandson of the Dragon King, are you? Receiving shipments of silver every now and then? You little brat. Always babbling nonsense. Chinchio playfully tapped the back of her younger daughter's head, yet the smile at the corners of her eyes deepened, unable to be contained. Zhou Haiyang couldn't help but chuckle. It's just a stroke of good fortune, like stepping in dog poop and finding gold. Changing the subject, he turned to his mother. Mom, so this fish, can we keep some for ourselves and send some eldest brother? That's all right? Absolutely. Not a single problem. Chinchio replied, her brow alight with joy as she accepted the water bucket, as if cradling a golden ingot. The fish inside leaped slightly, splashing a few droplets. My son is filial, thinking of your father and your siblings. My heart is sweeter than honey. The invisible weight pressing upon Zhou Haiyang finally began to lift. His anxious heart eased as he approached the silently observing Shen Yuling, extending the money and crumpled receipt towards her. His tone softened, imbued with a rare solemnity. Yuling, this is the money from selling fish this morning after deducting the share for Fatty. It's all here. You take it. Shen Yuling lifted her gaze, her expression a complex medley of confusion and inquiry, briefly lingering on his face before darting to his calm demeanor. She quickly glanced at her mother-in-law, smiling with immense satisfaction, and her sister-in-law, whose face radiated admiration and joy. Biting her lips slightly, she ultimately said nothing. Silently, she extended her hand, meticulously folding the thick stack of bills and the receipt, carefully stowing them away. The weight of this money was something she had never dared to imagine since marrying into the family. After a brief pause, she said softly yet clearly, I'll take this to pay off debts this afternoon. Chapter 24, Eldest Brother. Whatever your wife says goes. Zhou Haiyang grinned, his smile brimming with appeasement. Shen Yuling didn't even glance up, her focus unwavering as she threaded the fishing net. The crisp bills were carefully tucked into her closest pocket. Zhou Haiyang's grin faltered as he scanned the empty courtyard. Yuling, where's Ching? Shen Yuling's voice brightened a bit. Though she still didn't lift her head, she's at eldest brother's house, watching television with Lin. Oh, Zhou Haiyang replied, lifting his foot to leave. I'll go check on them. Just then, Chinchio emerged from the kitchen with a knife, intending to prepare the silver pomfret, and called out, Old third, don't leave for lunch. Stay and eat. Got it, Mom. I'm just heading to check on the kids. Zhou Haiyang nodded. He peered over at his father, who sat in silence, shrouded in smoke, his expression obscured. Zhou Haiyang forced a smile and quickly slipped out of the yard. Eldest brother's house was just a few steps away. As he thought of his brother's family, a heavy block lodged in his heart. Eldest brother Zhou Haifeng and sister-in-law Ma Xiaoyan toiled at the dock, laboring tirelessly. Eldest brother bore heavy loads, his back hunched as if shaped like a taut bow. Sister-in-law worked in the cafeteria, her hands perpetually soaked, wrinkled from years of labor. The meager earnings they scraped together were pinched and saved, living frugally. Zhou Haifeng was known for his unwavering honesty, a man of integrity. He had always been deeply devoted to his brother. Even when Zhou Haiyang had been notorious in the village as a drunken gambler, so disreputable that even the stones in the latrine would turn away. Eldest brother had never turned cold towards him. He would often bring leftover food from the cafeteria, wrapped tightly in oil paper and stuffed into his arms. Take it. It would be a waste otherwise. In those days, Zhou Haiyang accepted it with ease, not a word of protest. But now, this lifetime, he would not allow it to be so. A fierce determination surged within Zhou Haiyang, his clenched fists cracking audibly. Eldest brother's build looked sturdy, but it was merely youthful endurance that kept him upright. In his previous life, eldest brother had barely crossed 40 when his back finally gave out. The latter half of his life was spent bedridden, enduring bitter medicine day after day, just hanging on to life. He and T lived past 50. That was a scar embedded in Zhou Haiyang's heart, one that would never heal. Approaching eldest brother's courtyard, the sound of a child's weeping pierced his ears, soft, hiccuping sobs. Ching-ching. Zhou Haiyang's expression shifted abruptly as he rushed forward. At the entrance, a small figure was rubbing her eyes, crying so hard she could hardly catch her breath, her little shoulders heaving. It was Ching-ching. Ching-ching. Zhou Haiyang hurriedly scooped his daughter up. Why are you crying? Did your brother and sister bully you? Ching-ching, resembling a little drowned kitten, with her wet cheeks and a quivering pout, complained, Daddy, ain't it as mean? He broke the airplane you made. At the entrance stood two children. His eldest niece, Zhou Linlin, 11 years old, and his nephew, Zhou Ainan, 8 years old. Ainan was nervously clutching the torn pieces of newspaper, his face reddened with fear. Seeing Zhou Haiyang's gaze, he trembled. Third uncle. I didn't bully my sister. I can fix it. Really. Please don't hit me. His little hands shook, fumbling the pieces in a frantic mess, nearly on the verge of tears. Zhou Linlin quickly grabbed a piece of paper to fold along, sweat beading on her forehead as her voice quivered. Third uncle. It wasn't on purpose. If anyone should be punished, it should be me, not Ainan. She instinctively pushed her younger brother half a step behind her. The notorious reputation of Zhou Haiyang had etched a primal fear onto their small faces. Zhou Haiyang was acutely aware of this. The boy, driven by curiosity, had dismantled the airplane, eager to uncover its secrets, only to find himself ensnared in a predicament. Unable to reassemble it, he had provoked the little girl's ire. Observing the lingering fear in her eyes pierced his heart, leaving him with a bittersweet ache. This situation was incongruous. Zhou Linlin fumbled in distress. Her paper crumpled and torn as she struggled to fold it properly, her voice tinged with desperation. Linlin. Zhou Haiyang looked at his niece's anxious and frightened face, his throat suddenly constricting, causing his tone to soften involuntarily. You've already said it wasn't intentional. How could your third uncle possibly hit you? In his past life, he had been bedridden, reliant on this girl to tend to him. That bond weighed heavily upon him, more substantial than mountains, pressing against his spine. In his previous existence, Zhou Linlin had endured hardship, marrying a spineless man who obeyed his mother, leading a life fraught with humiliation and frustration. In this life, he vowed to keep his eyes wide open, determined to prevent such heartache from recurring. Zhou Linlin and Zhou Ainan were taken aback, as if they had heard an unbelievable tale. Third uncle. Really one hit me? Ainan had forgotten to pinch the paper in his hands. Zhou Haiyang chuckled, purposefully adopting a stern expression as he gestured towards the courtyard. What? Should your third uncle stand here and drink the north wind? Only then did Zhou Linlin exclaim, realizing the situation, and she dashed inside. Third uncle, come in. I'll get you a stool. Zhou Haiyang, cradling Ching-ching, entered the courtyard and sat down, nudging Ainan, who was still grappling with the paper. Young man, confess. Why did you dismantle your sister's airplane? Look at you, your face is all teary. Zhou Ainan scratched his head, his face contorted in confusion. Third uncle, I just wanted to see how it folds, but I couldn't put it back together, haha. Zhou Haiyang was amused. You silly boy. Did you want to explain it to your third uncle? Why are you messing around? Zhou Ainan's eyes lit up, as if two little bulbs had been ignited. Third uncle, can you make me an airplane? I also want a paper gun that makes a popping sound. Third uncle, I want one too. Zhou Linlin leaned closer, her eyes wide with anticipation, her small hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. Zhou Haiyang waved his hand grandly. No problem. Bring me some newspaper, and your third uncle will show you a trick. Great. I'll go get it. Zhou Linlin cheered, bounding into the house like a little deer. Ching squirmed in his arms, murmuring, Daddy, I want one too. Zhou Haiyang rubbed her soft hair with his stubbly chin. You little rascal. Did you think your daddy would forget about you? I'll make you the biggest and most impressive one. Ching immediately broke into a smile, wrapping her arms around his neck. Thank you, Daddy. You're the best. Zhou Haiyang felt a rush of joy. Linlin quickly returned with several sheets of old newspaper. His fingers danced as he first crafted an impressive airplane for Ching. Then, with deft precision, he made one for both Linlin and Anan, along with a paper gun that made a satisfying crack. The children, brandishing their newfound weapons, ran amok in the courtyard, their laughter echoing, nearly lifting the roof off. Zhou Haiyang, buoyed by their spirit, fashioned 3 little sailboats from the newspaper. Look, your third uncle's grand sailing ship. He distributed the boats to the children, who clutched their treasures, their faces blooming with joy, bouncing around the yard, their previous grievances forgotten. Anan, holding his paper airplane, ran around the courtyard calling out. After several laps, he suddenly skidded to a halt in front of Zhou Haiyang, his eyes gleaming with a mix of eagerness and shyness. Third uncle, can you make me a ring? Zhou Haiyang raised an eyebrow. Underestimating your third uncle? I'm an old hand at this. Do you want one? Really? Third uncle? Anan's face lit up like a bulb as he hopped over, tugging at his sleeve. Please, can you make one for me? I'm the only one who doesn't have one. I asked my dad, but he always says next time. Zhou Haiyang gazed into his nephew's yearning eyes, letting out a gentle sigh. Your father leaves before dawn and returns after dark. He is too exhausted to think about these things. He patted Anan's thin shoulder, smiling. Leave it to your third uncle. Yay, long live third uncle. Anan leapt into the air, overjoyed. Zhou Haiyang walked over to a pile of miscellaneous items in the corner of the yard to rummage through. A small piece of rebar was just perfect. Under the watchful eyes of the 3 children, he found a sturdy stone to use as an anvil. With a few clangs, a smooth, round iron ring took shape. The ring rolled across the ground as Anan pushed it, his laughter ringing out vividly. Zhou Haiyang glanced at the sun and called to the 3 children. Let us go. Time to head home for lunch. Leading the excited little troop chattering away, they made their way back. His older brother and sister-in-law spent the entire year at the docks, leaving the children in their parents' care. At the lunch table, it was rare for the family to gather together. Shredded radish, soy-braised small fish, tofu stewed with bok choy, and the staple was 2-portion wheat pancakes. The aroma of food mingled with the children's chatter, filling the small house with warmth and cheer. The old man sat at the head of the table, his expression still neutral, with little emotion. Yet a long-lost warmth surged within Zhou Haiyang, causing his eyes to dampen slightly. This tangible, homely atmosphere, the security of family gathered together, was a treasure he had never truly cherished in his past life. After setting down his bowl and chopsticks, Zhou Haiyang wiped his mouth. Dad, Mom, I'm going to the seaside to prepare some goods for tomorrow. Having said this, he picked up his bucket and net and headed out. The sun is scorching. Put on your hat. Chuanqiu chased him to the courtyard gate. Noticing her son's reddened arms, her smile lines unfurling as she scolded playfully, You'll get sunburned. Don't worry, Mom. Zhou Haiyang accepted the old straw hat she handed him and placed it on his head. Chapter 25. Fishing. Stepping outside, Zhou Haiyang turned sharply towards the east end of the village. He intended to bring Zhou Jun along. The boy had faced misfortune when he was 10. His parents had perished at sea in a storm. It was his grandmother, Wang Posey, who had risked her life, nurturing him from a frail child into the sturdy young man he was today. Lost in thoughts about the boy's family, he found himself at their doorstep. The gate was ajar, and the yard was eerily quiet. Even the chickens were too lazy to cluck. Wang Grandma, Fatty Xiaojun. Zhou Haiyang called out as he stepped into the yard, but there was no response, only the lazy clucking from the chicken coop. Peering around, he spotted a frail figure in the small vegetable garden, stooped over, struggling to pull weeds under a tattered straw hat. It was Wang Grandma, her hearing evidently impaired. Zhou Haiyang entered the garden and shouted loudly near her ear, Wang Grandma, it's me, Haiyang. Only then did Wang Grandma slowly lift her head, squinting her eyes to see Zhou Haiyang clearly, her cloudy old eyes lighting up with joy. It's Haiyang. You're busy? Where is Xiaojun? Zhou Haiyang quickly inquired again. Wang Grandma grinned, exposing her toothless smile. He took a bucket and said he was coming to find you. Just left. Hey, that little rascal. He is quick on his feet. Zhou Haiyang chuckled. However, Wang Grandma seized his arm, her bony hand surprisingly strong. Haiyang. Xiaojun came back and told me you've been making big money. My heart is so happy. She patted her with her chest. I don't know how to thank you. A few days ago, I pickled some radish greens. They're perfect for pickling. If you don't mind, come and have some. Zhou Haiyang grasped Wang Grandma's rough hand, akin to old tree bark. Wang Grandma, you're too kind. I have a few brothers in the village who are true friends. Xiaojun is one of them. If I have connections, who else would I call? It's scorching hot. You should head back inside and rest. Don't get overheated. Grandma Wang's smile revealed her gap-toothed grin more prominently. Grandma is as strong as ever. There's vigor in her bones. Zhou Haiyang chuckled. This was no exaggeration. In her past life, although Grandma Wang was deaf, her body remained remarkably robust, living well in her 90s before resting. Take it easy. Don't tire yourself out. I'll go find Xiaojun. All right. Zhou Haiyang turned to leave. As he reached the entrance of his own yard, he chanced upon Fatty, who was peering curiously into a battered water bucket. Hey, Fatty. Zhou Haiyang clapped him heartily on the back. Haiyang Yi. Fatty turned his head, revealing a simple, hearty smile. I figured you'd be out by now. Let us go. The two of them gathered their gear, water bucket, net, and small shovel, and laughing, made their way toward the seaside. Fatty rambled on as they walked. Yesterday, it was mantis shrimp. Today, it's big pomfret. Brother, what do you think about our luck today? The heavens. Before he could finish, they rounded the last dark patch of rocks, and the familiar tidal flats came into view. Suddenly, their steps halted, and their smiles froze in an instant. The small rocky nook was now densely packed with people. Heads bobbed in the crevices like a field of newly sprouted mushrooms. On the nearby beach, shovels were flailing, sand was flying, and bodies jostled one another, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a chaotic scramble. Further out, several villagers rolled up their pant legs and stood in the shallow water left by the receding tide, casting small nets with enthusiastic shouts. What the hell? Fatty exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out, his tongue tied. This looks like land devoured by locusts. What a waste. Zhou Haiyang was equally speechless. How could there be so many people during such a small tide? In just one afternoon, news spread faster than a typhoon. Third uncle. Amidst the chaotic crowd, Huzi squeezed his way out, beads of sweat on his forehead, his little face crumpled and on the verge of tears. Zhou Haiyang grabbed him. Huzi, what is going on? Has the camp been overrun? Huzi stomped his foot in frustration. It's all my mom's fault. She bragged to Aunt Zhang this morning about how you dug up a pot of shrimp yesterday and caught a basket of big pomfret today. Who knew it would spread like wildfire? Now I can't even find a puddle. He pointed at the throng of people crowded by the tide line. Gritting his teeth, look, it's packed like a meat pie. Good grief. Fatty looked at Zhou Haiyang, his round face contorted in despair. Brother Haiyang, there's not even a place to stand. What do we do? Zhou Haiyang furrowed his brow. He had anticipated this situation, but hadn't he expected it to arrive so soon? The villagers with their red eyes and keen noses were quicker than dogs. With so many people scraping the ground, any catch would have been picked clean long ago. Zhou Haiyang shook his head, avoiding the swirling sand, and decided it was a futile effort. What a stroke of bad luck. Fatty spat in frustration, feeling as if someone had snatched the last morsel of food from his mouth. What is the hurry? Zhou Haiyang's gaze swept over the noisy crowd, landing on a solitary figure sitting at the base of a cliff in the distance. The figure, partially submerged in the sea, was holding a fishing rod. Did you see that? Old Wang is over there. Since we have nothing better to do, let us go over and take a stroll. It's better than staring at this mess. Fishing? After waiting all day, we'd be lucky to catch a couple of morsels for the cat. Fatty mumbled, looking reluctant. Yet his feet still followed. As they approached, they confirmed it was indeed the village's old man, Wang. His children had all settled in distant places, leaving him to fend for himself, with fishing being his only remaining hobby. Rain or shine, nothing could deter him from casting his line. The crucial aspect was that he always managed to catch the big fish that others couldn't, providing him with enough to trade for essentials like oil and vinegar, ensuring life wasn't too pinched. Old Wang, have you had any luck? Caught anything substantial? Fatty's loud voice boomed from several paces away. Old Wang sat alone on a damp stone at the cliff's base, his body slouched, a worn straw hat pulled low over his brow, revealing only half of his face. The sparse shadows of a few crooked trees at the cliff's top barely shielded him. He slowly turned his head, recognizing the visitors, and lazily replied, with a hint of annoyance at the interruption, "Oh, it's you too. Just sat down, no rush." Zhou Haiyang instantly sensed the tone. No fish. The old man was just saving face. Indeed, as they approached the water bucket at Old Wang's feet and peered inside, they found only two tiny black sea bream, barely larger than a palm, already belly up, the water murky and exuding a foul odor. Fatty grimaced and deliberately elongated his tone. "Hey, Brother Haiyang, do you think these sea fish are too delicate? The old man's hook hasn't even warmed up yet, and the fish are already lifeless." Old Wang's patience wore thin, his eyes rolled, and he snapped in irritation, "You two rascals. Instead of digging for your own treasures, You're here to waste my time? Are you that bored? His gnarled finger nearly poked Fatty's nose. Zhou Haiyang chuckled wryly. Old man, you're mistaken. We would love to dig. He gestured back toward the noisy tidal flats, pursing his lips. Just take a look at that crowd. It's denser than crabs. There's south no place to stand, so we just wandered over for some fresh air. As he spoke, he instinctively glanced at the surface of the water by Old Wong's feet. In that dark water, only a few sparse, dim red dots were visible. However, as his gaze shifted a few meters to a small recessed bay nearby, he spotted a cluster of bright red spots, noticeably larger, slowly moving beneath the surface. Zhou Haiyang pointed towards that patch of water. Old Wong, I ascend to your fishing spot a bit too close to the edge? I see something over there. Before he could finish, Old Wong shot him a sidelong glance, his neck stiffening, exuding an air of seasoned arrogance. What? You young man, want to teach me how to handle a fishing rod? When this rod came out of the water, you were still a snotty-nosed kid. I could sense fish scales with my eyes closed. No bites now. The time hasn't come yet. Wait until the sun tilts and the sea breeze picks up. The fish will be fighting to bite the hook. You'll see. Just stay put. He huffily turned away, pressing his hat down even further. Zhou Haiyang opened his mouth, gazing at the old man's unyielding profile. The latter part of his sentence stuck in his throat. Well, so much for good intentions. He forced a couple of laughs and swallowed hard. Fatty Zhou Jun glanced at the two lifeless fish in Old Wong's bucket, then at the chaotic scene behind him, his face falling in disappointment. He nudged Zhou Haiyang. Brother, this place seems quiet. The sea breeze is nice. Why don't we head back and grab our gear? Catching a couple is better than just standing around. At least we can make some fish soup. Just as he pondered this, Zhou Haiyang looked at Old Wong's graying head, a subtle smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Talk is cheap, right? Let us see what real skill can accomplish. He made up his mind. The two stopped talking and turned to leave. Back at home, they grabbed fishing rods and nets, then hurried to the docks to buy a handful of lively little shrimp for bait. They soon returned to the cliff's edge. Old Wong sat with his back to them, resembling a grumpy stone statue. Zhou Haiyang remained silent, choosing a rock a few meters away from Old Wong, where the red glow was most intense. Swiftly, he hooked a wriggling shrimp onto the line, aimed carefully, and with a flick of his wrist, sent the fishing line slicing through the air, firmly landing in the shimmering patch of water he had targeted. The hook plunged beneath the surface, the shrimp's tail helplessly thrashing at the end of the line. Chapter 26. Caught in a flurry. The sea was a stagnant azure, smoothly stretching to the horizon, with a depth of about 10 meters. Zhou Haiyang gripped the aged, yellowing bamboo rod in his hands, with less than 5 meters of fishing line. Unable to even touch the sandy bottom, a strong instinct churned within him. Beneath the surface, there must be a school of fish lurking. But where exactly were they swimming in the water column? Zhou Haiyang fixed his gaze on the solitary bobber, as if he wanted to pin it into his sight. The bobber remained utterly still. With a flick of his wrist, the bamboo rod sliced through the sweltering air, emitting a faint sound. The heat was so oppressive that the leaves curled at the edges, and even the fish seemed to seek refuge in the cooler depths. A thought crossed his mind, and he deftly adjusted the cotton line tethering the bobber, allowing it to sink slightly. The bobber descended slowly. The lead weight carrying the shrimp bait broke the surface and plunged into the depths. Time dragged on, mercilessly under the heat wave. The bobber appeared as though it were glued to the sea's surface, not stirring in the slightest. Zhou Haiyang lifted the rod again, this time moving the bobber to a depth of nearly 4 meters. Ha! Old Wong, perched on a nearby rock, couldn't suppress a chuckle. With his legs crossed and the brim of his tattered straw hat drooping to shield half of his weathered face, he bore an expression of knowing certainty. Having weathered many storms, young man, judging by your demeanor, it seems you've never seriously fished in the ocean. The sun is so fierce it could roast a man alive, and the fish have surely congregated in the cooler depths for a nap. At this depth, unless the Dragon King takes pity and shows his divine powers, good luck catching anything. How about a fish? Before the old man's words could dissipate in the heat, Zhou Haiyang's jubilant shout erupted. Instantly, his back straightened, the old bamboo rod bending like a bow under the tremendous force. The line screamed as it cut through the water, a sharp and piercing sound. The smirk on Old Wong's face froze, his relaxed cheeks twitching involuntarily. With a splash, a brilliant silver flash erupted from the water, sending droplets flying. A sea bass, its spine rigid and scales shimmering in the sunlight, was flung onto the rocks, its tail thrashing against the stone. Weighing over 2 pounds, Zhou Haiyang seized it firmly, his fingers expertly gripping the slippery gills, and looked up at Old Wong with a broad grin, the sea breeze roughening his voice. What did you say, Old Wong? The wind is strong, and my ears are a bit deaf. I didn't quite catch that. Old Wong coughed awkwardly, trying to mask his embarrassment, turning his face away. Nothing. Just focus on your fishing. Hey, Zhou Haiyang chuckled, casting his gaze towards the distant figure of Fatty, shouting, Fatty, stop gawking at the sea like a fool. Come over. The sea base are schooling. There is surely more below. Hurry. Fatty sprang into action, panting as he ran, stirring up a cloud of dust. When he got closer and saw the wriggling base on the rocks, his small eyes widened in delight. Wow, impressive, Brother Haiyang. This catch could fetch us a good $10. Ha ha ha. Zhou Haiyang was in high spirits, urging, enough chatter. Remember the position of my bobber, replicate it, and give it a try. Understood. Fatty quickly set up his modest gear and plopped down next to Zhou Haiyang, shaking the rocks beneath him. Puffed. Just caught a stupid fish, Old Wong snorted disdainfully, turning away. The sea bass were hunting in schools, chasing waves to snap at small fish and shrimp. On a calm day like this, only a fool would wander into shallow waters. Zhou Haiyang's catch was sheer luck. To think he could reel in a second? That was nothing short of a delusion. Ouch. Got one. Ha ha ha. You really hit the nail on the head, Brother Haiyang. Fatty's rod suddenly dipped, the tip instantly dragged underwater. His face flushed crimson, every ounce of his flesh tensed as he gripped the bamboo rod, pulling back with all his might. Wow, this one's got some strength. Take it easy, Fatty. Be gentle with my old line. If it snaps, we'll lose a good catch. Got it, Brother Haiyang. Get the net ready. Fatty clumsily yet excitedly grappled with the unseen force below. After a few moments, the creature seemed to tire, slowly being drawn toward the surface. Zhou Haiyang, quick as a flash, extended his homemade net, fashioned from wire and an old mosquito net, and expertly scooped the fish out of the water. Goodness, Fatty, this one must weigh over 5 pounds. The sea bass was notably larger than the previous catch, its scales glinting. Fatty beamed, his eyes nearly disappearing in his chubby face. Hey, this is all thanks to you, Brother Haiyang. If you and T called me, I'd still be over there, foolishly gulping sea air and munching on sand. These words, carried by the wind, pricked Old Wong's ears like grains of sand in a rice pot. Today, he had only 2 meager sardines in his bucket and was already simmering with irritation. Watching others reel in fish after fish was like a cat scratching at his insides. Hearing Fatty's insinuating remark ignited a surge of resentment. He silently cursed. What is the big deal about a couple of lucky catches? I used to catch big ones when you two were still in diapers. Just wait and see. Whoa, Brother Haiyang, you're odd. Just as Fatty stuffed his prize catch into the fish bag, he caught a glimpse of Zhou Haiyang's rod, which had been carelessly left on the rocks, suddenly yanked away. Soaring straight toward the sea, with a startled cry, he lunged forward, catching the end of the rod just before it plunged into the water. My goodness, Zhou Haiyang, engrossed in admiring Fatty's catch, had completely forgotten about his own rod. Thankfully, Fatty had quick reflexes. Seizing the rod, he exerted all his strength, bending the rod into a precarious arc. Haha. Fatty, look, it's another tough one. As he expertly managed the line, his gaze drifted casually yet pointedly towards Old Wong. The old man could no longer remain seated. The stone beneath him felt like a bed of nails. Catching one fish could be considered luck. 2 was a stroke of fortune, but a 3rd rod already snagged? Where did all these foolish fish come from? Feeling Zhou Haiyang's probing gaze, Old Wong straightened his hunched back with great effort, forcing a calm facade onto his face. Internally, however, he was a whirlwind of longing and resentment, as if 1,000 ants were crawling inside him. A hefty sea bass, a single lively one, could fetch 20 or 30 bucks. How much flour and soy sauce could that buy? With this thought, he seized the opportunity amidst the commotion and stealthily lifted his own rod. The shrimp bait dangled intact, appearing somewhat ridiculous in the sunlight. He furtively glanced at Zhou Haiyang and Fatty, and seeing them engrossed in the struggle with the thrashing fish, he quickly lowered his bobber from over 2 meters down to a depth similar to Zhou Haiyang's. But what use was it? The waters beneath his fishing spot seemed utterly devoid of life. His bobber floated alone on the surface, as if it had been welded in place, not moving an inch. In stark contrast, the sounds of Zhou Haiyang and Fatty's ongoing battle reverberated like a contest. As one fish was secure in the net, the water still dripping, another rod was already bending under the weight of another catch, resembling a lively competition. Zhou Haiyang gingerly placed a thrashing 3-pound sea bass into his humble fish bag and glanced toward Old Wong, raising his voice intentionally. Old Wong, you've been waiting forever without a nibble over there. Under the scorching sun, you must be suffering. Why not come over and join us? More people might attract more fish. I don't need to, Old Wong replied, his back turned to them, his voice striving to maintain an air of tranquility. For me, fishing is not about the catch. It's about the process and the patience it brings, you understand? It's about cultivating one's character. His words floated lightly in the air, yet inside, he was seething. Cultivate your character, as he watched the plump fish thrashing energetically into another's catch. A pang of anguish pierced through Zhou Haiyang's heart, more painful than a knife slicing through flesh. Deep down, he understood. Reluctance was futile, and insistence was unwarranted. In less than an hour, the duo of Zhou Haiyang and the portly man found themselves blessed by the sea god, their nets overflowing with a steady stream of fish. They raced against each other, each reeling in 7 or 8 robust sea bass, the smallest weighing at least a pound, while the larger ones tipped the scales at 5 or 6. The hold of their boat brimmed with their heavy haul, the slightest movement sending splashes of water cascading about. The excitement painted the portly man's face a deep shade of purple as his mind raced with calculations. If they fished from dawn till dusk, surely they would net over 100 pounds? At $4 a pound, that would amount to over $400. However, Zhou Haiyang was not as easily swept away by excitement as his companion. The once lively underwater realm, flickering like a dark red beacon, had dimmed after the relentless catch of numerous fish, extinguished like a candle snuffed out by the sea god's hand. Continuing to linger here would be akin to a blind man lighting a lamp in vain. Yet, he refrained from hastily departing. Acting too swiftly, with intentions too clear, might arouse suspicion and complicate matters. He leisurely selected a small, wriggling shrimp from an old, rusty tin, carefully snipping off a tiny piece of its tail before concealing the hook within its flesh. As the afternoon sun began its descent, alleviating the searing heat, he surmised that the fish might rise slightly to forage, adjusting the bobber to about 2.5 meters. With a graceful motion, he cast the bait, a silver line tracing its path back to the original spot. Having completed this, he settled back, arms crossed, embodying the demeanor of a seasoned fisherman, calm and collected, awaiting the arrival of larger prey. What is the matter? Has the bite completely ceased? After merely 2 minutes, the portly man fidgeted restlessly, as if sitting on a bed of thorns, repeatedly lifting his rod to inspect the shrimp bait. The bait appeared intact, didn't it? Could it be that they had depleted this entire school of foolish fish? Just as Zhou Haiyang was about to suggest moving to another spot, a low, mocking chuckle emanated from the nearby rocks. "Old Wang, what are you laughing at over there?" The portly man snapped his head around, sparks of indignation flickering in his small eyes. "Heh, just a few undersized fish, and you dare claim to have emptied the school? You young whippersnapper." Old Wang shook his head, his straw hat bobbing slightly, deliberately adopting a tone of condescension. "Fishing is all about patience, why the rush? This mere drizzle of a dry spell doesn't warrant such restlessness." He deliberately emphasized the word drizzle, drawing it out, pausing for effect. His condescension thickened like a rich broth. "Last winter, in the depths of December, to catch a sizable fish, I braved a torrential downpour atop Eagle Cliff for a grueling 8 hours. I could wring water from my trousers. And in the end, I managed to land that magnificent creature. Now, that is skill. You two are nowhere near that level of endurance. If you lack such patience, you might as well head home and warm yourselves by the stove, lest you annoy the Dragon King of the Sea. You old coot." The portly man fumed at the mention of heading home, his temper flaring. Just as a string of curses threatened to escape his lips, Zhou Haiyang intervened with an outstretched arm. A subtle, enigmatic smile graced Zhou Haiyang's face as he called out to Old Wang. "You know, this tale of yours sounds vaguely familiar. I heard you once caught an exceptionally hefty soldier fish, weighing around 30 pounds, if I recall correctly. 32 pounds and 7 ounces. Old Wang straightened his hunched back as if ignited, his chin jutting proudly. That catch was the crowning jewel of his fishing career, the weight etched into his memory. Every detail worthy of elaborate retelling. Zhou Haiyang nodded, his smile growing more affable. Indeed impressive, a soldier fish over 30 pounds would earn anyone's admiration. Suddenly, he shifted the conversation, as if recalling a crucial detail. "Oh, and I remember hearing something else too. I heard you fell ill with a severe fever last spring? You were bedridden for nearly half a month, weren't you? Was that due to the dampness from that fishing trip?" "Huh." The portly man, struck by a revelation, could not help but laugh loudly, stretching the words. "Indeed, Brother Haiyang, my father mentioned that too. So, it was the rain from catching that soldier fish that left you bedridden?" He turned to Old Wang, his smile a mix of mockery and amusement. "Hearing you say that, I must admit, your dedication is commendable. You went through all that just for a fish and spent half a month recovering. Wouldn't you agree, Old Wang?" Zhou Haiyang could no longer contain his mirth, a mocking smirk gracing his lips. Old Wang's weathered face contorted in indignation, resembling a crumpled piece of pickled vegetable skin, his complexion shifting from a deep red to a purplish hue. He never expected this embarrassing incident from his past to be laid bare before the crowd. The high fever he suffered, accompanied by relentless coughing, had indeed stemmed from that fishing trip. The $20 earned from that big catch barely covered his medical expenses. What he had assumed was a triumphant tale had been publicly shredded by these two youngsters. "Ha ha ha. The portly man reveled in old Wang's discomfort, his laughter ringing with a sense of triumph. All right, my friend. Zhou Haiyang patted the portly man's robust shoulder, signaling that it was time to wrap things up. Considering old Wang's age, they ought to show some decorum. He rose, brushing the sand off his backside. Let us move on. It seems this stretch of water has given us all it will for today. Let's venture westward to the next reef. Old Wang felt a surge of suppressed frustration at the mention of leaving, yet a sinister satisfaction welled up within him. Ah, youth, so impatient. Sea bass are truly social creatures. To abandon the spot after catching just a few? Were they willingly yielding the treasure trove to the likes of him? Naturally, the portly man followed Zhou Haiyang's lead, hastily packing away their old, fish-scented net, hefting the weighty catch as he trailed behind. As they faded into the distance, old Wang's dim eyes suddenly sparkled with renewed vigor. With surprising agility for a man of his years, he darted to the very spot Zhou Haiyang had just vacated. Settling onto the warm rock where Zhou Haiyang had been seated felt akin to perching upon a golden treasure. Eagerly, he cast his line into the very waters that had just yielded such a bountiful catch. Inside, he plotted his next move. What a splendid fishing ground. Those foolish boys, unaware of the bounty, had simply left. Just wait and see, he thought, how I will showcase my skills. When they return, dirty and disheveled, I shall revel in their embarrassment. The mere thought of it made his sun-weathered face break into a grin, like a flower blooming in the wind. Chapter 28, Gratitude. Bah, those old codgers. Once they had truly departed, the portly man spat a thick wad of phlegm in old Wang's direction. Just because he had swallowed a few more years of salty seawater, he thought he could strut about in front of seasoned fishermen, pointing fingers and barking orders. Zhou Haiyang strolled along the smooth, rounded rocks, worn by the sea's embrace, his keen gaze scanning the shimmering surface for any signs of movement beneath the water. He's just an old relic. There's no need to take him seriously. It would be beneath us. The portly man continued to grumble, his frustration palpable. I just can't swallow this. His arrogant demeanor, looking down on us. He has caught a few measly fish over the decades, and he thinks he has all that. Just look at his pathetic bucket, barely holding 2 stinking sardines that even a cat wouldn't nibble on. The old rascal squatted here without a care, prancing about like a pompous wolf in front of us. Does he not possess even a shred of self-awareness? Just as he was venting his ire, he turned to find Zhou Haiyang seemingly frozen in place, his gaze transfixed, piercing the ocean's surface at a particular point. Haiyang, what treasure have you spotted this time? The rotund fellow inched closer, following Zhou Haiyang's line of sight. At the indistinct boundary where the sea met the sky, a dilapidated, weather-beaten little wooden boat bobbed gently on the undulating waves, resembling a desiccated leaf stripped of its color. At the stern, a girl sat hunched over, her short hair tousled by the sea breeze, clinging wetly to her sun-baked, deep brown face. The coarse fabric of her garment bore patches of various hues at the elbows and knees, akin to unsightly scars. At that moment, her upper body bent over the side of the boat like a shrimp, one hand gripping the swaying gunwale for balance while the other strained forward, reaching for a white foam buoy drifting on the surface. Finally, her fingertips latched onto the cool, slippery buoy, which she grasped tightly in her calloused little hand, as if it were a precious gem. Then, with a sudden heave, she pulled with all her might on the drenched, heavy brown rope. At the other end, a tattered, blackened crab trap, with unevenly torn mesh, emerged from the green depths of the sea like a creature struggling to escape from the muddy abyss. A foolish yet utterly unadulterated smile blossomed on her face, sprinkled with salt. She clumsily yet tenaciously continued to tug, attempting to hoist the cumbersome trap onto the barely buoyant vessel. Each exertion caused the little boat to sway violently from side to side, as if it might capsize at any moment. Ah, it's Zhang Xiaofeng from Zhangjiagu. The rotund man recognized the figure on the boat, a rare flicker of compassion crossing his otherwise slick and worldly face. Alas, she is indeed a child unloved by her parents. Despite his own self-pity, watching the frail silhouette straining to retrieve a half-empty trap from the decrepit boat stirred a bittersweet pang within him. Zhou Haiyang stared intently at the slight figure, his expression heavy as the deep and turbulent waters beneath him. In his previous life, it was this girl who had discovered his wife, Shen Yuling's cold, lifeless body, braving the biting winds, and, with her frail form, managed to drag her onto that very boat. After Shen Yuling's departure, he had wandered through life like a mere shell of a man. It was only months later that he finally thought to express his gratitude. But by the time he sought out Zhangjiagu, it was already deserted. After inquiring among the neighbors, he learned that this foolish girl had met her demise, ensnared by that cursed rope while attempting to retrieve a crab trap, dragged alive into the depths of the all-consuming sea. Moreover, her 3 younger sisters had vanished overnight. as if they had never existed along this shore of suffering. Fatty. Zhou Haiyang's voice seemed soaked by the sea breeze, carrying a husky dampness. I recall you mentioning this girl was a bit slow-witted since childhood, correct? The rotund man sighed heavily, his voice dropping. Yes. They say a high fever left her somewhat dull. Her parents, with their cold hearts, refused to take her to town for proper treatment, deeming it too troublesome and costly. She barely survived, but he pointed to his temple with a thick finger. She's like a 7 or 8-year-old child in her understanding. Look at her. Nearly 16 or 17, living such a hard life. And to think, she has 4 younger sisters to feed. She relies solely on her frail body to scavenge for food in the sea of the dead. His voice grew tight in his throat. The heavens should strike down her worthless parents, just to bear a son to carry on the family name. They kept producing children year after year. With each daughter born, they only brought more burdens. And in the end, those shameless scoundrels simply ran away, leaving 5 girls to fate's mercy. Zhou Haiyang exhaled deeply, expelling the bitterness from his chest. With the kindness owed to her and the death she faced, now that he was aware and had fortuitously encountered her, he could not stand idly by and allow her to repeat the same tragic fate. Xiaofeng, Zhang Xiaofeng. Zhou Haiyang raised his hand, calling out forcefully toward the small boat. The sea breeze carried his slightly hoarse voice far away. What are you calling her for, Haiyang? The rotund man asked, puzzled. Zhou Haiyang offered no direct response, a cryptic smile gracing his face. Perhaps the winds were too loud, or perhaps Zhang Xiaofeng was too focused on her task. She did not hear him and continued to struggle with the crab trap. Zhou Haiyang quickly cupped his hands into a makeshift megaphone, raising his voice again. Xiaofeng, come over here. This time, Zhang Xiaofeng finally heard him. She had just placed 2 tiny, pitiful fish, no longer than her fingers, into a chipped earthen bowl at the bottom of the boat, and tossed the empty crab trap back into the sea when she vaguely heard a voice calling her name. She lifted her sunburned face, squinting against the glaring sunlight, and scanned the shoreline, perplexed for a moment before realizing it was those 2 indistinct figures calling her. The distance was great, and the sun was bright. She tilted her head, straining to recognize the people on the shore, resembling a fawn bewildered by the world. Xiaofeng, over here, Zhou Haiyang called again, seeing her merely staring vacantly. He raised his arm, waving vigorously. Upon noticing the gesture, Zhang Xiaofeng instinctively bit her cracked and rough fingernails, her expression of confusion deepening, as if pondering what these 2 unfamiliar men wanted from her. Wow, such big fish. Suddenly, her previously clouded eyes sparkled with excitement, shimmering with life. Her gaze was magnetically drawn to the bulging, heavy old fish basket at their feet, where the silvery scales of the sea bass gleamed enticingly. An overwhelming desire and envy instantly drowned out all her confusion, clearly etched upon her youthful face. No longer hesitating, she grabbed the heavy, worn paddle, straining to turn the boat around, her arms exerting every ounce of strength to row. Each stroke of the decayed paddle emitted a painful creak as it sank into the worm-eaten seat. The little boat clumsily inched closer, finally resting at the shallow edge of the tidal flats. Chapter 29. Prospects. Zhang Xiaofeng paused her paddling, looking warily at the 2 men on the shore from a few steps away, still cautious. Yet, the allure of the plump fish in the basket was too great to resist. She licked her chapped lips, tilting her head shyly as she asked, "Who are you? How did you know my name is Xiaofeng?" Her expression was straightforward like a child's, yet instinctively held a hint of distance. Zhou Haiyang's expression momentarily froze, suddenly recalling that in this lifetime's flow of time, he had never crossed paths with this girl who had once shown him immense kindness. The rotund man quickly stepped forward, raising his voice to Zhang Xiaofeng. "Xiaofeng, look closely. Do you recognize me?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofeng widened her clear, albeit somewhat bewildered, eyes, examining the rotund man's distinctly round face from top to bottom, thoroughly scrutinizing him. After a long pause, it seemed she remembered something important, and with a revelation, she slapped the weathered side of the little boat. I remember. Last year during the big fight, you were knocked all over the place and rolled right to my feet. Everyone called you Fatty. It's you, isn't it?" She pointed at the chubby fellow, her tone brimming with the astonishment and affirmation of a grand discovery. "Is this really happening?" Zhou Haiyang suddenly felt intrigued, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he glanced at the portly figure. The chubby man's face instantaneously turned a deep shade of purple, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, stammering, ahem, ahem. "Remember last year during the beach rush? Our village had that altercation with Zhang Jiagu, right? You, just happened to be in the city attending to some business that day." He quickly turned to Zhang Xiaofeng, striking a pose with his hands on his hips. "Hey, I say, you silly girl. Why remember this embarrassing incident about your chubby brother and not the more important things? Last spring when I came to your village to collect shrimp skins, Didn't we chat by the tidal flats? Are you denying that now? Is that really true? Zhang Xiaofeng blinked her large eyes, her expression a picture of confusion, clearly not recalling the incident at all. The chubby man shrugged his shoulders in resignation. Well, I might as well have let out a loud fart. He leaned closer to Zhou Haiyang, lowering his voice. Brother Haiyang, what exactly are you up to? Why bring this naive little girl over? Zhou Haiyang ignored his murmurs, his gaze gently returning to Zhang Xiaofeng's weathered yet youthful face. Xiaofeng, how many nets did you pull today? What was your catch like? He endeavored to keep his tone light, as if speaking to a neighbor's little sister just returned from school. Oh, just two. Tiny ones, minuscule fish. Zhang Xiaofeng immediately pouted, her voice dropping, tinged with a sense of grievance. She extended her small hands, red and swollen from the brine and rough tasks, cracked and calloused, carefully fishing out the two almost negligible little creatures from a broken earthen pot at the bottom of the boat, holding them high for the people on shore to see. Almost immediately, her gaze was irresistibly drawn to a few large sea bass nearby, envy and longing spilling forth like water. You caught such big fish. How did you manage that? Her tone was filled with reverence and yearning for such formidable strength and abundant bounty. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Zhou Haiyang's smile broadened, reminiscent of the rare warm sun during winter. The chubby man rolled his eyes dramatically, inwardly muttering, that demeanor, that tone. Why does it remind me so much of a bachelor trying to lure a 3-year-old from the village with candy? You really want to teach me? Zhang Xiaofeng's entire demeanor transformed, her eyes sparkling with an astonishing brightness, joy radiating from her. Why would I lie to you? Zhou Haiyang assuredly nodded, his smile growing even gentler. Not only can I teach you how to fish, but I can also show you how to use this crab pot. You'll catch many big fish. You'll have the pot bulging like it's pregnant. He painted an enticing picture with exaggerated enthusiasm. You're lying. Zhang Xiaofeng immediately shook her head, her tone earnest as if stating an undeniable truth. I've been using crab pots for years, and I've only ever caught tiny shrimp and small fish. Never anything as big as a finger. She seemed to have her own definition of what constituted a big fish. That's because you Haven Tea found the right fishing spot, Zhou Haiyang said, sounding as though he possessed some ancient, secret fishing wisdom. How about this, Xiaofeng? Starting tomorrow, the chubby brother and I would like to try our luck with the crab pot as well. You have a boat, right? When you have time, take us out to sea for a couple of rounds. We'll teach you how to choose the right spots to set the pots. And I guarantee that the next time you pull it up, it will be heavy. Your 4 little sisters will be able to enjoy fragrant white rice at every meal, drink rich fish soup, and come spring, you can buy some colorful fabric to make them all new clothes. Wouldn't you like that? The bait he threw directly tugged at the most tender and heavy chord in Zhang Xiaofeng's heart. The thought of her 4 starving, ragged little sisters. Wow! The chubby man exclaimed, his eyes wide open, finally understanding. So, all this time, Brother Haiyang had his sights set on this rickety boat that could go out to sea. But upon further reflection, this idea was simply brilliant. The tidal flats were precious, and securing a net was harder than climbing to the heavens. Fishing relied more on luck than skill. Using a crab pot to wait for a catch was the way to ensure steady income. Previously, they had struggled without a boat. But now, it was as if the heavens had dozed off and sent them a pillow. Zhou Haiyang's words pierced through the hardest yet most fragile shell in Zhang Xiaofeng's heart like a bullet. Though her mind was as simple as a child's, her instinctive, protective, and sacrificial spirit for her 4 sisters was deeply etched in her bones. The moment she heard phrases like enough to eat and new clothes, her big, expressive eyes lit up like fishing lanterns, radiating a fierce brilliance. Her lips nearly stretched to her ears, blossoming into a huge, pure smile, exuding a delightful foolishness yet shining brightly. Zhou Haiyang observed this quietly, subtly adding more warmth to the fire. Right now, my brother and I are about to find a good spot with some fish to catch. If you don't have anything pressing, why not follow us and see the excitement? Watch how we reel in the big fish. With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with the chubby man and turned toward a higher, steeper section of the reef by the sea. Let us go, chubby man. Let us try our luck at the high cliff over there. The chubby man hurried to gather his things, but anxiously lowered his voice again. Brother Haiyang, look at her. She seems just a step away from success. Why are you still talking about fishing? What if we end up with empty hooks and she thinks we're just a couple of blabbering frauds and one T let us use her boat anymore? Wouldn't we be losing more than we gain? Zhou Haiyang could hardly contain his amusement at his friend's overly cautious demeanor. Come now, chubby man. Can't you have a bit of faith in me? I've been on a lucky streak lately. You can rest assured. The chubby man's face still bore a skeptical expression, but he followed along with lingering doubt. He stole a glance back at the small wooden boat. Indeed, Zhang Xiaofeng's slender figure was diligently and laboriously rowing, the little boat rocking unsteadily as it trailed behind them toward the towering reef in the west. Zhou Haiyang strolled leisurely along the rugged, wave-eroded shoreline, his keen eyes capturing the subtle ripples of light beneath the surface, searching for signs of potential fish schools. Finally, he stopped at the outer edge of a secluded cove formed by interlocking rocks. Here, the water was relatively open, yet the underwater structure was complex, with a jumble of stones and swirling currents. He pointed to a slightly murky area of water, where the ripples appeared somewhat chaotic. Right here, the bottom looks promising, with varying depths and turbulent currents. Perhaps it hides some treasures. He chose a relatively flat boulder to sit cross-legged upon, deftly retrieving a still-twitching live shrimp from a rusty tin. Skillfully, he pinched off the tail and cleverly concealed the sharp fishhook deep within the shrimp's flesh. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, the oppressive heat in the air had lessened somewhat. He surmised that bottom-dwelling fish might begin to stir, but he remained cautious. With a swift motion, he cast the baited hook into the slightly deeper waters, sending up tiny splashes. The chubby man's heart thumped nervously, but he mimicked Zhou Haiyang, clumsily adjusting his rudimentary rig, attaching a small piece of shrimp, and forcefully tossing the hook a few meters farther out. Zhang Xiaofeng's small wooden boat was anchored about 5 or 6 meters from shore, lazily bobbing with the gentle waves. She simply hugged her knees while seated in the boat, leaning slightly forward, her eyes wide and round. Even her breathing softened, fixated on Zhou Haiyang's red bobber. Her expression resembled that of a child eagerly anticipating the climax of a magic trick. In this almost breathless anticipation, without any forewarning, the red bobber was suddenly engulfed by an unseen force beneath the water, disappearing with a soft plop. The speed was so astonishing that one barely had time to react. I've hooked one. Zhang Xiaofeng sprang from the boat's deck like a coiled spring, causing the small vessel to tilt dangerously, nearly capsizing. She pointed at the water's surface, her voice sharp and piercing with overwhelming excitement and sudden exertion. It's here. Zhou Haiyang's reaction was like an arrow released from its bow. At the moment the bobber vanished, his core engaged, and his arm snapped back with the precision of a bowstring. Whoosh! The slender bamboo rod was instantly drawn into a perfect arc by the tremendous pull, and the old fishing line on the reel emitted a frantic, high-pitched whine. A weighty force, as if snagged on a rock, was distinctly transmitted through the rod, accompanied by the unique, violent vibrations of the fish frantically escaping beneath the surface. Zhang Xiaofeng, witnessing the line racing away, instinctively grasped for the oar to help steer closer. She even leaned halfway out, stretching her arm to grasp the taut line, slicing through the water. Don't move, Xiaofeng. Zhou Haiyang's heart tightened, and he sternly commanded her to stop, laced with concern. That line is as sharp as a knife. If it touches you, it will leave a deep gash. Steady the boat. Just watch. Oh, Zhang Xiaofeng was taken aback, her face paling instantly, and she involuntarily recoiled, hurriedly stabilizing herself on the deck. Her small hands gripped the slick edge of the boat tightly, her eyes widening as she fixated on the fierce struggle unfolding beneath the surface. Zhou Haiyang remained taut, engaging steadily with the aquatic beast. He reeled in, let out line, then reeled again, patiently exhausting its strength while feeling the raw power of each surge and decline. Several fierce dashes were deftly thwarted by him. Gradually, the speed of the line being released began to slow, the pull becoming viscous and heavy, as if dragging a massive piece of driftwood. Zhou Haiyang sensed the underwater struggle softening, and he began to steadily and powerfully reel in. Wow, it's huge, a flounder? The sharp-eyed Zhou Jun, unable to contain himself, exclaimed as he spotted the large shadow emerging near the surface, resembling a giant fan, glimmering silver-gray against the water. The fish's body was broad and flat, with sharp edges, displaying an irregular dark pattern in the murky water. Zhou Haiyang carefully pulled the fish into the clear, shallow waters near the shore. It was then that he could see it clearly, a remarkably sturdy flounder. Its body a striking silver white with iron-gray undertones, adorned with deep brown, stone-like spots. Particularly notable was its slightly upturned, fierce-looking mouth, with a half-open lip revealing a row of small but sharp white teeth. The towering dorsal fin and robust tail flailed helplessly in the water. Splash! Zhou Jun, unable to restrain himself any longer, rolled up his pant legs and waded over. Seizing the moment, he deftly plunged a net made from old mosquito netting and coarse wire, successfully scooping the hefty fish from the water with a resounding splash. As the fish emerged from the sea, it defiantly thrashed its tail and side fins within the net. Wow! Zhou Haiyang stepped closer, observing the large fish still battling against its capture on the rocks. This flounder, given its size and weight, must weigh at least 3 or 4 pounds. It could easily overshadow the 2 sea bass we caught earlier. With a grin of satisfaction, Zhou Haiyang tossed the plump flounder into a foam bucket, the weight of it lifting the corners of his mouth. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Zhang Xiaofeng maneuvering the old boat to shore, her petite figure nimbly jumping down from the boat to the damp sand. Zhang Xiaofeng's skin bore the sun-kissed hue of years spent in the elements, her hair resembling dried autumn grass, dry and lackluster. Chronic nutritional deficiencies had stunted her growth, and at 16 or 17 years of age, she barely stood over 5 feet tall. The faded checkered shirt she wore, one that had long lost its original color, hung loosely on her slender frame, its hem nearly reaching her knees, further accentuating her gaunt appearance. With each gust of sea breeze, it seemed as though she might be swept away. Wow, so many big fish. Zhang Xiaofeng hurried to the bucket, kneeling cautiously and resting her hands on the rim. Her gaze glued to the fish inside, their gills still fluttering. Her eyes brimmed with a yearning to fill her belly. After a moment, she finally mustered the courage to lift her gaze towards Zhou Haiyang and Zhou Jun, her voice barely above a whisper. Are you two going to fish until dark? I'll go back and make a fishing rod, then come back to fish with you. I want to catch a big one too, so my sisters can have fish soup tonight. Her words, tinged with a coastal accent, were timid yet tugged at the heartstrings like a small hook. Zhou Haiyang, observing the glimmer of hope in her large eyes, felt an inexplicable softness in his heart, a hint of bittersweet emotion rising within him. He softened his tone. Xiaofeng, it's getting late, and we don't have many sandworms left. We'll reel in for now. He bent down, rummaging in the bucket, and retrieved a hefty sea bass, glistening with silver scales and weighing over 2 pounds, extending it toward her. Look, today's luck was decent. We caught more than we can eat. Take this back to your sisters for a meal. As Zhang Xiaofeng's eyes lit up upon seeing the beautiful sea bass, a wave of uncontrollable excitement surged within her, and her throat instinctively swallowed. However, the stubbornness and pride she had cultivated over time made her instinctively retract her hand, shaking her head repeatedly. No, I can't take your things. She took several steps back, yet her eyes remained fixed on the fish, desire and determination warring on her small face. Zhou Haiyang noticed this and smiled gently. Xiaofeng, this isn't a free gift. Tomorrow, your brother Zhou Jun and I will need to borrow your boat to set some traps. Consider this fish an advance payment for your boat rental. Does that work for you? Is that so? Zhang Xiaofeng instinctively bit her finger, tilting her head as she pondered seriously. Zhou Jun, who had been silent until now, felt a mix of exasperation and sympathy at her hesitation and couldn't help but chime in. Just take it, Xiaofeng. Look at how many we have in the bucket. Giving you one is no big deal. If you catch a big one later, you can let us have a taste. Zhang Xiaofeng's gaze returned to the lively fish in the bucket, and thinking of her sisters eagerly awaiting fish at home, she finally pursed her lips, slowly extending her hand, gingerly accepting the large fish as if it were a fragile treasure. The weight of it made her eyes misty. Thank you, brothers. She looked up at them, her expression earnest. When I catch a big fish in the future, I will definitely give you some. Seeing her solemn little adult demeanor, Zhou Haiyang and Zhou Jun exchanged amused glances, unable to suppress their smiles. The child's spirit was utterly endearing. Having caught a couple of decent flounders after their limited supply of sandworms had been exhausted, they found themselves out of bait just as the fish began to bite. How unfortunate. We're out of bait just when the fish are biting. Zhou Jun grumbled as he packed up the fishing gear, vowing to bring a full bag of sandworms next time. Zhou Haiyang glanced at the fiery sunset glowing on the horizon and remarked, it's still too early to leave. Since Xiaofeng is here, let us head back to grab the traps. We can set them tonight and finish early. Who knows? We might have a pleasant surprise in the morning. Zhou Jun perked up at this suggestion. Yes, yes. Strike while the iron is hot. Xiaofeng, will you wait for us here for a bit? He looked towards Zhang Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng naturally had no objections and nodded eagerly, noticing that the two had caught an abundance of fish, with their battered bucket nearly overflowing. She took the initiative to crouch down and grasp 2 slippery sea bass from the ground, one in each hand. The 2 men did not hesitate to accept her help. The trio then secured their small boat firmly among the crevices of the rocks before making their way along the winding path back to the village harbor. As they passed the familiar cliff fishing spot around the corner, the rotund man suddenly chuckled, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes. Wait a moment. Let us see if old Wang is still at it, he said, tiptoeing to peer down. Zhou Haiyang understood immediately. The chubby fellow was eager to show off. He smiled wryly, resigned to the situation. Reaching the cliff's edge, they peered over and spotted old Wang energetically reeling in his line on the rocky beach below. A tiny fish, no larger than a palm, was finally extracted from the water, wriggling helplessly in the fading light of the sunset. Well, what luck, old Wang. Just arrived and already landing fish. The rotund man's voice was intentionally exaggerated, drawing out the last syllable with an unmistakable hint of mockery. This spot isn't too shabby, is it? Have you caught any big ones, old man? Upon hearing this voice, old Wong gritted his teeth in irritation. The two young men had barely left when he had eagerly moved to what he believed was a prime fishing spot. However, after spending the better part of the afternoon with his bobber sitting motionless, his frustration had been steadily mounting. At last, he had experienced a tug, only to find himself nearly incensed when he reeled in the minuscule fish. With a scowl, he unhooked the pitiful creature and tossed it into his small bucket in a fit of anger before turning away indignantly. Just mediocre, hardly worth mentioning, old Wong retorted tersely, eager to dismiss the topic. However, I must say, little chubby one, it's just after sunset, when the fish are biting and you two are already packing up. You lack the patience for fishing. How you expect to catch anything? He scrutinized the rotund man, his tone laced with a hint of disappointment. The chubby fellow feigned a long sigh. Alas, my dear sir, it's not that we don't want to fish, it's that we've run out of bait. You wouldn't believe it. Today the fish seemed to have gone mad, fighting to take the hook. The little bit of sandworms we had was gone in the blink of an eye. As he spoke, his hand plunged into the bucket, stirring it before deftly extracting the largest sea bass, showcasing it before old Wong, as if it were an unintentional display. The glistening scales of the hefty fish sparkled in the sunset, causing old Wong's eyes to sting. When he finally realized what the rotund man was flaunting, his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, and his face flushed a deep crimson before shifting to a sickly pallor. At that moment, he understood all too well that this little rascal was deliberately trying to provoke him. Zhou Haiyang, observing old Wong's lips quivering with rage, could not help but laugh out loud. All right, chubby one, that's enough. We wouldn't want to provoke the old man into a fit. We can't bear the consequences. The chubby fellow burst into hearty laughter, his mirth echoing against the cliffs, piercingly loud. Old Wong, we shall take our leave and sell the fish. You take your time. With a bit of patience, you're bound to catch something substantial. You little rascal. Just a stroke of good luck, and you're strutting about like a peacock. Watching the rotund man's triumphant silhouette disappear around the bend, old Wong trembled with indignation, gripping his fishing rod tightly, nearly tossing it into the sea out of frustration. Ha, what a delightful moment. Once they rounded the cliff, the chubby fellow could no longer contain himself, laughing heartily, his shoulders shaking. The image of old Wong's purple and green face lingered in his mind. We've surely trampled on his pride. He must be seething with rage. Zhou Haiyang chuckled as they walked. What pride? Just because he has been fishing a couple of days longer, he thinks he can flaunt his experience. The rotund man dismissed it nonchalantly, his face glowing from excitement. The sun dipped below the horizon, leaving only a golden edge, marking low tide, with a sparse scattering of figures on the beach, hunched over in search of something among the rocks. The fishing boats were still far from returning, leaving the harbor unusually quiet, save for the rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the stone pillars. Chapter 32. Bargaining. Hey, Black brother, are you buying fish? Upon arriving at old Black's shop at the harbor's edge, the rotund man called out loudly, not seeing anyone inside. Coming. Footsteps echoed from within, and shortly thereafter, old Black appeared from the dimly lit shop, his hands sticky with remnants of fishnet, his eyes habitually scanning the goods. Oh, did you catch these yourselves? Old Black squatted near their plastic bucket, casually rummaging through the layers of fish. These sea bass are quite plump. Not bad at all. He lifted one, weighing in his hand. Oh, and a few flounders. As his gaze fell upon the flat-bodied fish, his small eyes sparkled with keen interest. He quickly picked one up, inspecting its gills for freshness before turning it over for a closer look. My word, a big-eyed flounder. Quite a rarity. His tone brightened noticeably. Zhou Haiyang observed his enthusiastic demeanor with a calm smile, as if he had merely stumbled upon a few small catches. Just lucky, I suppose. Black brother, what are you offering for the sea bass? And how about the flounders? The rotund man remained silent, crossing his arms and glaring intently at old Black, awaiting his price. Old Black stood, surveying Zhou Haiyang and the rotund man before grinning, revealing his yellowed teeth stained by cheap tobacco. The prices, of course, are standard. For sea bass, let me clear my throat. For fish weighing over 5 pounds, I'll give you $6 a pound. For 3 to 5 pounds, $4. And for those under 3 pounds, $3 a pound. As for the flounders, he paused, putting on a generous expression. They are good quality, so I won't haggle over size. We'll keep it at $8 a pound. What do you think? The rotund man's brows furrowed into a tight knot, his eyes widening. Black brother, I won't bother arguing about the sea bass price, but $8 for flounders? That's rather stingy. Isn't it? Do you take us for naive newcomers, utterly clueless? The more he spoke, the angrier he became, nearly jabbing his finger into the bucket. Open your eyes and see these are sizable flounders. Even the smaller ones are over a pound. If you take them to the market, you could get 15. At the very least, you should offer 12 for these. Zhou Haiyang's expression darkened as well. Indeed, they were both raised by the sea, and the value of fish and shrimp was something they understood well. If Old Black had offered a more reasonable price, they might have accepted it for the sake of convenience. But this $8 offer was nothing short of an insult. Old Black's smile faltered, his mouth twitching uncomfortably, his tone growing colder. "Brother, I opened the shop to make it convenient for you to get cash. But you must also allow me to earn a little for my expenses, right? You can't expect me to lose money just to make a sale." He crossed his arms, adopting a stubborn stance. $15 is a dream. The best I can do is add $2 for you, making it $10 a pound. That is truly a bargain. His final words carried a blatant threat. Isn't this just bullying the honest folk? The rotund man felt a surge of anger rising, his face reddening as he bent down to grab the bucket. "Brother Haiyang, we 1T sell. We're barely surviving on these flounders. $10 a pound? We might as well eat them ourselves. With hearts as black as yours, we'll haul them to town ourselves." "Wait, chubby one." Zhou Haiyang grasped the arm of the hefty man, directing his gaze towards Old Hay. Old Hay had averted his head, his hands buried in his pockets, exuding an air of indifference, even disdain, that pricked like a needle. Suppressing his rising anger, Zhou Haiyang made one final attempt. "Brother Hay, given the circumstances, the hefty man's words may be coarse, but your price is undeniably steep. Is there truly no room for negotiation?" Old Hay scoffed dismissively, too lethargic to even turn his head, casting a sidelong glance with the corner of his eye. "No room for negotiation. At this price, if you wish to sell. Then sell. If not, hurry along and don't waste my time." His tone dripped with impatience. His business relied heavily on the substantial catches from trawlers and fishing boats. Individuals like Zhou Haiyang and Zhou Jun, who lacked even a decent small boat and could only gather a few clams or catch some fish from shore, were inconsequential to him. Even if they happened to catch a few hundred pounds of silver pomfret yesterday, in his eyes, it was merely a stroke of luck. Was good fortune something that could be relied upon daily? Ridiculous. However, as Old Hay's gaze fell upon the few plump flatfish in the barrel, a twinge of reluctance gnawed at him. Such a rarity could easily fetch double the price. 12 yuan. He forced out the figure as if it were a piece of his own flesh. 12 yuan per pound. "If you want to sell, weigh it. If not, leave immediately. Damn it, I would rather feed the turtles than you." The hefty man erupted, his eyes wide with fury as he shot Zhou Haiyang a glare. "Brother Haiyang, let us go. I cannot swallow this insult." Zhou Haiyang, fully cognizant of the blatant contempt in Old Hay's eyes, felt a wave of nausea wash over him, akin to swallowing a fly. Observing the hefty man's seething rage, he hesitated no longer and resolutely declared, "Let us go. No sale. We'll head to town and sell it ourselves." Since Old Hay clearly viewed them as inconsequential, there was no point in preserving their dignity. Zhou Haiyang silently noted this transaction. One day, he would make Old Hay regret this disdainful encounter. The thought took root deep within him. TCH, what a piece of work. Old Hay muttered as he watched Zhou Haiyang and his companions storm away in anger, spitting on the ground in contempt. He was well aware of the backgrounds of Zhou Haiyang and Zhou Jun. One family relied solely on the labor of their mother and sister to gather provisions, while the other had grown up without parents, raised by a grandmother, marking them as one of the most impoverished families in the village. Such common folk, even if they occasionally stumbled upon good fortune, were doomed to a life of poverty, unable to rise above their station. Offending them was of little consequence, a trivial matter. He scoffed and turned back into his shop. Chapter 33, Resolve. Damn, this is too much. 100 paces away from Old Hay's shop, the hefty man was increasingly incensed, kicking a half-buried stone by the roadside, sending it rolling far away. "Brother Haiyang, why are we so angry? Why didn't we sell the fish to that black brother?" Zhang Xiaofeng struggled to carry two wriggling fish, trailing behind them. She glanced at the fuming hefty man, then at Zhou Haiyang. Her large eyes filled with confusion. "When we go to the sea to gather things, don't the traders always dictate the price?" She was accustomed to the submissive nature of the trade, not comprehending the hefty man's rebellion. Zhou Haiyang observed Xiaofeng's innocent and frail demeanor. Feeling a pang in his heart, he sighed with a wry smile. "Xiaofeng, they judge us based on our appearance, thinking us easy to bully. It's all right. You'll understand these nuances when you grow older. Today, we cannot accompany you to set the traps. Why don't you head back first and prepare the fishing rods? Tomorrow morning, we will come to find you, row your boat to set the traps, and perhaps we'll be fortunate enough to catch a few more fish. Does that sound good?" Zhang Xiaofeng blinked her large eyes, softly confirming. "So it's settled. You and Brother Fatty will definitely come tomorrow, right?" She seemed fearful of their potential change of heart. Zhou Haiyang nodded earnestly, assuring her, "Rest assured, we will definitely come." Watching Zhang Xiaofeng carry the fish towards the familiar, worn alley deeper into the village, her small figure appeared increasingly solitary against the dimming sky. Zhou Haiyang turned to the hefty man and said, "Fatty, Fresh fish 1T keep. We must hurry to town while they're still warm. My father has an old tricycle at home. If I pedal quickly, we can reach the market in just over half an hour. Keep an eye on the fish. I'll go fetch the bike. The hefty man immediately nodded, a glimmer of excitement appearing on his chubby face. Great. The townsfolk will be bustling as they finish work. We 1T have trouble selling the fish. Zhou Haiyang wasted no time and sprinted towards his family's old home in the village. Pushing open the creaky old wooden door, he immediately beheld a familiar sight in the courtyard. His father, Zhou Changhe, mother, He Chuanxiu, wife, Shen Yuling, and sister, Zhou Xiaoxiao, were seated in a circle, weaving fishing nets under the faint light streaming in from the doorway. The swift motion of the shuttle through the nylon line produced a gentle rustling sound, as if the scene from the afternoon when they left home had never been interrupted, not even a fraction of an inch in their seating. Third brother, you're back so early? Did you strike it rich again today? Zhou Xiaoxiao was the first to notice him, pausing her work to curiously raise her head and ask aloud. Her sharp eyes caught sight of the salt stains still clinging to the hem of Zhou Haiyang's pants. Strike it rich? I'm here to borrow the tricycle. Zhou Haiyang replied breathlessly, Dad, where's our tricycle? Upon hearing this, Zhou Changhe grunted, lifting his sun-weathered face, his deep-set eyes narrowing in sharp scrutiny, imbued with a heavy wariness. You're borrowing the bike again? What do you intend to take it? This suspicion was not unfounded. Earlier in the year, during a bout of gambling addiction, Zhou Haiyang had contemplated selling the old tricycle for gambling funds, nearly provoking his father to raise a stool against him in fury. That old man, always wearing a sour face for whom? He Chuanxiu reproached, pausing her work and casting a glance at her husband before swiftly turning her attention back to her son, softening her tone. Third son, why do you need to borrow the bike? Speak clearly with your father. She harbored concerns, but hoped more than anything that her son had truly changed. Although Shan Yuling did not lift her head, her fingers deftly continued weaving, yet she alone knew how fast her heart was racing. Zhou Haiyang intended to sell fish? Or was he planning to sell the tricycle? She bit her lip, straining to listen closely. Zhou Haiyang found his father's suspicious demeanor both amusing and exasperating. He shrugged his shoulders helplessly. I went fishing with Fatty this afternoon and caught some fish. I initially thought to sell them to Old Hay at a nearby market. Who knew that Old Hay was so unscrupulous, offering only 10 yuan per pound for the flatfish, when elsewhere they were eagerly selling for 15. It felt like robbery. Fatty and I figured it would be better to pedal the tricycle to town and sell them ourselves. Nonsense. Zhou Changhe slammed his thigh, his white brows shooting up in disbelief as he bellowed at Zhou Haiyang. Selling fish? I suspect you're just looking to wander back to the gambling den. His loud voice echoed sharply in the quiet courtyard. At this, Shen Yuling's swift hands faltered, her grip tightening on the half-finished net, her knuckles whitening as she bit deeper in her lip. A familiar chill of fear crept up her spine. Must you always speak so harshly? Can't you say something kind? He Chuanxiu anxiously nudged her husband, glancing quickly at her daughter-in-law, who appeared visibly pale, then turned back to Zhou Haiyang, urgently asking, Third son, how many fish did you catch? Do you really need to pedal to town? Zhou Haiyang felt a surge of irritation from his father's shout and deliberately raised his voice. Not much at all. 8 sea bass, each weighing around 3 to 4 pounds, along with 4 sole, the smallest of which weighs at least 1.5 pounds, and the largest nearly 3 pounds. The hefty fellow caught nearly as many as I did. Old Hay, with such a price, do you truly think me sold? It's evidently an act of bullying. My brother and I simply cannot tolerate this injustice. We refuse to sell to him. The initial part was unremarkable, but when the mention of 4 sole weighing 2 to 3 pounds surfaced, the entire courtyard seemed to freeze in time. The gentle sound of net weaving abruptly ceased. Zhou Changhe suddenly leapt up from the low stool, his movements surprisingly agile for someone of his age, his reading glasses nearly slipping down his nose. His eyes wide with disbelief. What? He doubted he had misheard. Zhou Xiaoxiao, equally astonished, covered her mouth in shock and whispered, Third brother, did you just say one person caught 4 sole, each weighing 2 to 3 pounds? Good heavens, you're not pulling our leg, are you? Her net weaving had come to an immediate halt. Zhou Haiyang observed his father's stunned expression, his mother's bewildered delight, his sister's exaggerated astonishment, and a glimpse of his wife's relaxed shoulders, and a surge of pride welled up within him. He grinned, unable to contain his satisfaction. What's there to joke about? It's a pity the sea centipedes we brought were insufficient. Otherwise, we could have easily caught a couple more. Oh my goodness. Third, you've truly made a name for yourself. Such fortune. Heaven has opened its eyes. He Chuanxiu clapped her hands joyfully, her wrinkled face lighting up with a smile. Shen Yuling's tense body finally relaxed, as if the tension had been drawn away. She exhaled a long-held breath, her fingers slowly releasing their grip on the netting as she resumed weaving. her movements noticeably lighter, with a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. Zhou Changhe frowned, taking a large gulp from the old enamel teacup at his feet, his Adam-s apple bobbing. "Old Hay, did you really only quote 10 yuan?" he inquired hoarsely, his gaze sharpening. Chapter 34, To the Town. Zhou Haiyang immediately nodded, as if he had found his anchor. "ISNT at just 10 yuan. Dad, if it were you, would you sell this price? It's clearly something that could easily fetch 15 yuan. ISNT this a trap for honest folks? What a scoundrel. Has his conscience been devoured by a dog?" Zhou Changhe slammed the enamel cup down onto the small table beside him with a loud thud. 10 yuan for such large soul? Why doesn't he just robbed the port warehouse? His chest heaved with indignation, clearly ignited by the absurdity of the purchasing price. "Dad, can I take the cart now? The hefty guy is still guarding the fish by the bucket, and time waits for no one. In this sweltering heat, if we don't hurry back, they'll be worth nothing." Zhou Haiyang pressed on, seeing that his point had hit home. Zhou Changhe shot a glance at his impatient son, fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly stood up, dusting off his trousers. "To the town, then. I'll go with you." "What?" Zhou Haiyang was taken aback, both amused and exasperated. "Dear Dad, you don't trust me? What do you mean what? Hurry up." Zhou Changhe didn't offer an explanation, striding forward, feigning a kick aimed at Zhou Haiyang's backside. "Step on it. If we're late, there will be nothing left at the market but rotten leaves." Although his foot never actually landed, the urgency was palpable. Zhou Haiyang, clutching an imaginary sore spot, stepped back repeatedly, conceding, all right, let us go. I surrender. Oof. Zhou Changhe snorted heavily, ignoring his son's expressions. And with his hands clasped behind his back, he was the first to step out of the courtyard, his pace noticeably lighter than usual. Behind him, Zhou Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh at her brother's expression, which resembled someone who had just tasted bitter herbs, quickly covering her mouth to stifle the sound. Zhou Haiyang rushed into the shed in the southeast corner of the courtyard, where he pulled out an old, rusted but still sturdy, three-wheeled bicycle. The chain squeaked, and the tires were noticeably deflated. Just as he was about to complain about how difficult it was to ride, he turned around to find his father. Zhou Changhe had nimbly climbed into the unfenced cart, sitting squarely on the cold, rusty metal floor, hands resting on his knees, watching him with an air of calm authority. Zhou Haiyang was truly impressed by this stubborn old man. "Dad, at least grab a stool to sit on. It's cold in the cart, and those rust stains will be a nightmare to wash out," he said with irritation, quickly rushing into the main room and bringing out 2 low plastic stools. Only then did Zhou Changhe reluctantly stand up, patting the dust off his backside in a symbolic gesture. His trousers were already marked with several noticeable rust stains. He leisurely sat down on one of the plastic stools, as if he hadn't just been in a hurry to kick someone. Zhou Haiyang squatted down to inspect the rusty chains and the nearly useless wire brake, mentally calculating how to pedal more efficiently. Next door, Aunt Malan, carrying a basin of wilted sea greens, emerged from her house. Upon spotting Zhou Changhe sitting in the cart, she couldn't help but lean over in curiosity. "Old Zhou, it's almost dark. Where you off to?" Her voice boomed down the alley. Upon hearing it was Malan, Zhou Changhe straightened his posture slightly, a rare smile breaking through his serious demeanor. He spoke with a tone that mixed casualness with a hint of pride. "Oh, it's nothing major. It's just that our third son struck lucky today by casting a few lines by the sea and managed to haul in a few large sole. They look to be around 2 to 3 pounds each. Since the dealer's offer was too low, I'm heading to town to lend him a hand, just to ensure he doesn't get swindled." He paused, casually adding, "Though it's a hassle, I wonder how much we can actually get." "Wow, 2 to 3 pounds of sole? And several." Aunt Malan's voice shot up an octave, her eyes widening, forgetting to put down the basin in her hands. "ISNT this luck bestowed by the Sea Dragon King?" She hurriedly stepped closer to the courtyard gate, peering into the cart as if she could see the fish. Zhou Changhe cleared his throat and waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, just a stroke of luck. You continue with your business. We need to leave soon, or the market will be closed." His words sounded like an excuse, but the air of pride was palpable even from across the alley. "Of course. Hurry along. Be sure to tell us how much you sell them for." Aunt Malan responded eagerly, her admiration unabashed, seeing the look of astonishment and envy on her face. Zhou Changhe felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, the pent-up frustration dissipating significantly. Over the years, this boisterous woman next door had flaunted her son's maritime ventures and their little wealth, often boasting about new clothes, a new television, or whatever else her son had bought for her, constantly insinuating that Zhou Changhe had drawn the short straw in life by having a gambling wastrel for his son. The most infuriating part was that she would often come over to eat and drink in his courtyard, the aroma wafting through the air. But today, he finally had the opportunity to let her experience a tinge of jealousy. Zhou Changhe was savoring the moment of showcasing his good fortune when he looked up to see his youngest son, Zhou Haiyang, standing beside the old tricycle, wearing a knowing smile that seemed to see right through him. Zhou Changhe felt a slight blush creep to his face, quickly coughing twice to mask his embarrassment, and sternly urged, "What are you standing there for? Haven't you noticed it's nearly dark? Hurry up and let us go." "Yes, yes, yes. I'm on it. I'm on it. Just sit tight," Zhou Haiyang replied, suppressing a chuckle, fully aware of his father's antics. With a frigid demeanor and an unyielding heart, all that remains is the pitiful vanity of competing with the neighbors for solace. As for that Ammon next door, she is hardly a paragon of virtue. Zhou Haiyang silently tightened his grip on the bicycle handlebars, his heart steeling with resolve. "Father, just wait. It won't be long before your son ensures that you can walk proudly in the village, compelling that Aunt Ma to take a detour upon seeing you." He swung his leg over the rickety tricycle, its bones seemingly on the verge of disintegration, and pedaled onward. The chain rattled with a jarring cacophony. As the aged wheels rolled over the uneven dirt road, carrying a stern-faced old man seated in the cargo area alongside a young man brimming with ambition, swaying yet determined as they made their way to the village entrance. Within minutes, they met up with Zhou Jun. "Ah, Uncle Shong," exclaimed the portly Zhou Jun, his face instantly lighting up with genuine delight upon spotting Zhou Changhe in the back of the tricycle. He knew well the temperament of Zhou Changhe, so he promptly bestowed a flattering greeting. "It's splendid that you're coming along. I was just fretting about it. With just the two of us young fools, we might end up at a disadvantage selling our goods. Having you, the seasoned veteran, overseeing things, we're bound to fetch a good price for our fish today." His words were both pleasant and sincere, and Zhou Changhe's stern, dark countenance finally softened a fraction, emitting a low hum in response. However, his chin lifted slightly, signifying his acceptance of his trust. Chapter 35, Market Conditions. A rare, genuine smile broke across Zhou Changhe's weathered face, the wrinkles relaxing like crevices welcoming the spring. Yet he maintained the decorum of an elder, inquiring in a calm tone. "Is that you, June? Where are the fish? Let me take a look at your haul for today." "Uncle, they're all right here," the portly Zhou Jun replied, bending at the waist, inhaling deeply as he hoisted two heavy buckets onto the edge of the tricycle. Water droplets cascaded from the bucket rim, dampening the cargo area. Several overly plump sea bass protruded from the buckets, and with a deft motion, he scooped them up and tossed them into the truck bed with a splash. The tails of the fish slapped against the wooden floor, producing a dull thud. Zhou Changhe leaned forward, his murky yet sharp gaze peering into the bucket, his eyelids twitching in surprise as he exclaimed, "Whoa, what a fine catch! These flounders are indeed a rarity, and the sea bass are quite hefty. Their scales gleam brilliantly, and their gills are a vibrant red, clearly fresh from the water. They're sure to fetch a good price." His rough fingers skillfully inspected the fish, assessing their freshness. With eager eyes, Zhou Jun asked, "Uncle, you're the expert. How much do you reckon these treasures are worth?" Zhou Changhe did not respond immediately, leisurely retrieving his well-worn pipe, filling it with tobacco, and striking a match to light it. He inhaled deeply, grayish smoke billowing from his nostrils, diffusing in the slanting afternoon light. Such sizable flounders are indeed precious. The price will depend on whether the buyer knows their worth. He mused for a moment before exhaling a puff of smoke. However, the market range is generally between 15 to 25 yuan per pound. With a stroke of luck, if we encounter a discerning buyer, we might even reach 30. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun's expression fell, indignantly retorting, "Uncle, you don't know that black-hearted old man. He initially offered us only 8 yuan. After some haggling, he barely budged to 10. Isn't that outright robbery?" "Enough, Zhou Jun, stop your chatter," Zhou Haiyang interjected, one foot already on the tricycle's pedal, urging him to hurry. "If we dawdle any longer, the fish will spoil, and all our efforts this afternoon will be in vain." "All right, I'm coming," Zhou Jun replied, puffing up his round belly, his hands gripping the back of the tricycle. With a grunt, he summoned all his strength, causing the tricycle to creak as it moved forward. Zhou Haiyang followed suit, leaning into the motion, his other foot pressing down on the pedal, propelling the vehicle ahead. Zhou Jun wheezed as he clung to the cargo railing, one foot stepping on the outer edge for leverage while the other pushed off the ground, clumsily yet effectively rolling into the cargo area like a heavy sack. He dusted off his hands. "All right, Haiyang, I'm all set. Hold on tight." Zhou Haiyang acknowledged with a nod, leaning forward as his body swayed in rhythm with the pedals, the wooden-spoked wheels gaining speed over the dirt road. The evening breeze finally dispelled the day's heat, carrying with it the briny scent of the sea and the fresh aroma of greenery. Haiwan village came alive, with wisps of smoke spiraling from every household. Along the village road, clusters of villagers strolled leisurely, fanning themselves or squatting in fence gardens tending to their crops. The laughter of children echoed, infusing the tranquil fishing village with vibrant life. "Oh, Aunt Dachuan, busy are we?" Zhou Changha called out, spotting a familiar face. Isn't that my boy and Zhou Jun with a few sea fish? They're off to the town to trade for some oil and salt. I'm just going along to keep an eye on things. Zhou Changha's voice carried a hint of pride, though he feigned modesty. Oh, what big fish are those? Just a few decent flounders, he downplayed, yet the satisfaction on his face was unmistakable. With each familiar villager he encountered, he repeated this refrain, ultimately disregarding his son's quiet protests and insisting on showcasing the largest flounder from the bucket, drawing a chorus of astonished exclamations. In the dim light, the silvery scales of the fish shimmered with a soft glow. Father, be careful. The tricycle is unsteady. Don't turn around and fall. Zhou Haiyang observed his father's uncontainable need to show off, feeling both helpless and pained. He understood that his father had harbored too much frustration over the years, and this was a rare opportunity for him to stand tall. Stop worrying. Just ride your bike. Zhou Changha shot back, snorting, but nonetheless sheepishly withdrew his hand and returned to his seat, carefully placing the fish back into the bucket. It's fine. You just keep riding, Haiyang. I'll hold on to Uncle here. He won't fall. Zhou Jun quickly intervened, his sturdy arm instinctively protecting Zhou Changha's side. Zhou Haiyang shook his head, choosing silence as he focused on pedaling. When they encountered a steep incline, Zhou Jun adeptly jumped off the tricycle, pushing from behind with all his might, panting as he helped lift the vehicle up before clambering back into the cargo area. This journey was filled with stops and starts, a considerable strain. Once they made some money, they absolutely needed to get a new tricycle that didn't creak. Relying solely on pedaling was laborious and exhausting, akin to an old ox pulling a cart. Zhou Haiyang was drenched in sweat, his back soaked through with perspiration, sticking to his shirt. Zhou Changha grumbled, "You've only caught a few fish, and already you're acting like you're on top of the world? Do you think a new tricycle will just fall into your lap? If you have that kind of money, why not invest in a sturdy little boat instead? Each day, you could set out with the traps, steadily gathering some shrimp, crabs, and conchs. Wouldn't that be better?" Speaking of traps, Zhou Haiyang seized the moment. Dad, aren't there are a few old traps stacked in the corner of our dilapidated house? They can't be beyond repair, can they? A few could still be usable? Zhou Changha looked puzzled. What is the use of having traps without a boat? How can you set them at the rocky shore? You wouldn't even recoup your investment. Huh, Zhou Haiyang grinned, sweat trickling down his forehead. We may not have a boat, but today, fortune smiled upon us. We ran into Zhang Xiaofeng from Zhangjiagu while fishing. Her little wooden boat looks quite sturdy. She's just a girl, drifting around in that boat all day. It's hardly practical. I struck a deal with her to take us out to set traps in exchange for taking her along when we fish. Oh, Zhou Changha's interest piqued. His eyebrows raised in surprise. That girl from Zhang's family? She usually scurries away like a quail, avoiding people, and hardly speaks. How did she agree to this? Zhou Jun burst into laughter. Uncle, it's quite the coincidence. You won't believe it. Today, when Haiyang and I caught those sea bass, she happened to see us. She came over, her eyes wide with curiosity, asking how we managed to catch such big fish and if we had any secrets to share. Haiyang is so clever. Immediately, conditions were proposed, suggesting that when she set sail, she'd take the two of us along, and we would teach her the art of fishing. Upon hearing this, Zhou Changha rolled his eyes in exasperation. Isn't this just an empty-handed scheme to deceive that girl? If you fail to catch any fish tomorrow, let us see how you two extricate yourselves from this predicament. Zhou Haiyang laughed while pedaling hard, the evening breeze tousling his sweat-drenched hair. Who can guarantee luck? Perhaps I, your son, am the one with the exceptional fortune. Bluster, keep it coming. Zhou Changha could hardly be bothered to respond, turning his gaze to the blurred shadows of trees racing by. Qingshan town is approximately 10 kilometers from Haiwan village, with the latter half of the road riddled with potholes, causing the tricycle to jolt and sway, the fish in the bucket gently slapping against each other. The trio ambled along, taking over half an hour to reach the town's entrance. Chapter 36, The Old Hand. Behind a vegetable market at the west end of the town lies the bustling fishing port. Evening is the most frenetic time at the port, as returning fishing boats roar with engines, their rough shouts blending with the clamor of unloading. The pungent scent of fish almost solidifies in the air, hitting one with its intensity. Fishmongers, cigarettes dangling from their lips, scan the freshly unloaded catches with hawk-like eyes, rushing forward to haggle at the sight of fresh goods. This place boasts high turnover. As long as the quality is good, sales are not difficult. Should one happen upon rare catches like large yellow croaker or grouper, and those knowledgeable from restaurants take notice, prices can soar. Zhou Haiyang did not ride to the bustling docks, as his modest catch would be dwarfed amidst the heaps of seafood from the larger vessels. Instead, he parked the tricycle at the entrance of a vegetable market, quickly setting up his stall in a convenient spot. It was just past 5 o'clock, the perfect time for townsfolk to finish work and buy ingredients for dinner. The market thrummed with life, the sounds of bargaining, shouts, and bicycle bells ringing incessantly, as Zhou Haiyang and his companions began to unload their fish. Still brimming with the briny scent of the sea, several pairs of eyes converged on them. A plump woman adorned with a pearl necklace and a basket on her arm halted, her brow slightly furrowed as she pointed at the large sea bass. Oh my! These sea bass look quite plump and sizable, but alas, they're not alive? How are these priced? The rotund woman, unaccustomed to such scrutiny, felt her cheeks flush under the questioning gaze, awkwardly turning her head aside. Zhou Haiyang, having had some experience in commerce from a past life, remained relatively calm. However, the seasoned Zhou Changhe reacted more swiftly, instantly donning a businesslike smile upon noticing the query. Dear sister, these lively sea bays are indeed precious and hard to come by. Just look at our fish. They've only just passed away this afternoon. Fresh as can be, never touched by ice. Can you smell that? It carries the essence of the sea. As he spoke, he discreetly assessed the woman's attire and continued. If you have a child studying at home, buying this sea bass to cook would be most nourishing. Eating it sharpens the mind. Your child will surely become more astute. This statement struck a chord with the plump woman. Her eyes brightened, and she squatted down, delicately pressing her well-manicured fingers against the hefty body of the sea bass. The imprint quickly sprang back. She leaned in closer to sniff the gills, the fishy scent tinged with sweetness. Indeed, it hasn't been frozen. How much for this one? If the price is right, I'll take one home for my son's soup. Rest assured, dear sister, let me weigh it out for you, so you know exactly what you're getting. I guarantee an honest price. Zhou Changhe swiftly grabbed the old wooden scale from the stall, deftly hooking the fish's mouth with the weighing hook, and with a flick of his wrist, he lifted it. There you go, dear sister. 3 2/4. The scale is raised high. An honest measurement. No deception here. He displayed the elevated scale to the woman, skillfully adjusting the weights. Such a large, fresh sea bass, if sold in bulk to fishmongers, would fetch no more than 6 yuan at best. However, since they were selling retail, it was reasonable to expect a little extra for their efforts. He then shifted his tone, his smile growing even wider. However, since we've just opened, and you're our first customer, let us make it auspicious. I'll sell it to you at the original price of 6 yuan per jean. 3 2/4. Rounding off the tail, that makes it a total of 19 yuan. What do you say? Who could resist a little bargain? Though the woman was well-dressed, Zhou Changhe's words, delivered with precision and sincerity, coupled with the unexpected savings, made her feel quite pleased. She promptly retrieved 2 bills from her basket. All right, 19 it is. I'll take it. Excellent. Thank you for your patronage, dear sister. Zhou Changhe beamed, nimbly packing the fish into the woman's old cloth bag and placing it into her bamboo basket, respectfully accepting the warm notes. Dad, you're truly impressive. Zhou Haiyang was genuinely amazed. For the first time, he recognized the skill and perceptiveness his father had honed through years of experience were indeed remarkable. Impressive. Truly impressive. I admire you. The plump woman's eyes widened in surprise, genuinely giving Zhou Changhe a thumbs up. Zhou Changhe, slightly smug, hummed a tune as he carefully tucked the money into his inner pocket. What's this little scene worth? I've seen far worse during my days hauling cargo at the docks. Enough with the idle chatter. Business is coming our way. Sure enough. As the first satisfied customer departed with her fish, several women who had been observing immediately surrounded them, clamoring to negotiate, eager not to miss out. Hey, you just sold that lady fish for 6 yuan a jean. You can't treat us differently. A middle-aged woman with a headscarf exclaimed urgently, her tone brooking no argument. Zhou Changhe was inwardly delighted, though he feigned a troubled expression, smacking his lips and sighing. Ladies, that was a special opening price. Oh well, let's not dwell on it. I'll sell these sea bays for 6 yuan a jean too. Consider a little loss for us. To bring some benefits to neighbors. He adopted a look of faux reluctance. Upon hearing this, the women felt as if they had struck a bargain, eagerly sifting through the fish without regard for size. The competition was fierce, and before long, they had purchased all the 2 to 3 jean sea bass. Even the slightly smaller ones, weighing just over a jean, were snatched up at the same price. The plump woman watched in astonishment. She recalled the prices offered by the local fish buyer, 4 yuan for 3 to 5 jean, and 2 yuan 50 for anything under 3 jean. Yet here, regardless of size, everything was 6 yuan a jean. The remaining 3 sea bass, clearly exceeding 5 jean and looking remarkably robust, were weighed and haggled over by a few more discerning customers, eventually selling for 8 yuan a jean. However, the few sold flatfish remained unpurchased, while many paused to inquire. Curiously touching the thick, slippery bodies glistening with a unique sheen, they recoiled in shock upon hearing Zhou Changhe's price of 25 yuan a jean, shaking their heads in disbelief and walking away. 25 yuan was nearly 2 days' wages for a worker in the town. A 3-gene fish would cost almost a week's salary. Naturally, many were deterred. 25 yuan a gene isn't an outrageous price, is it? Why does no one recognize its value? Watching yet another potential customer inquire only to shake their head and leave, the plump woman began to fidget, gazing at the few valuable fish left in the bucket anxiously. Zhou Haiyang sat on a small stool, wiping the sweat from his face, calmly stating, "The price isn't unreasonable. But how many families in this entire town can casually spend 60 or 70 yuan on a fish for their own stew?" The plump woman clicked her tongue, pondering this point, and indeed it made sense. For average households, who could afford such extravagance? If it were him, he certainly wouldn't even consider it. "Dad," Zhou Haiyang observed as the sky grew darker and the crowds at the market began to thin, proposing, "Waiting like this isn't a viable solution. Shall we take the fish to one of those larger seafood restaurants up ahead and try our luck? They have discerning tastes and extensive connections. Perhaps they would be willing to buy them." Zhou Changhe glanced at the overcast sky, then at the few splendid flounders in the barrel, and with a resigned nod, his worried wrinkles deepened. "It seems we must take a gamble. If all else fails, we can negotiate the price. Anything is better than letting them rot in our hands. 25 yuan per pound is my hope, but I could settle for 20, even 18, or even 15 per pound if necessary. I can manage to sell them. After all, they were caught from the sea. Turning them into cash is the only practical option. I certainly cannot take them home to eat myself." As the three men prepared to pack up and rebucket the fish, a young man, clutching a briefcase and wearing black frame glasses, halted in front of their stall. Chapter 37. An Old Acquaintance. The newcomer appeared to be in his early 30s, dressed in a clean but unremarkable blue-gray uniform. His gaze swept over the mostly empty cart, and upon landing on the splendid flounders, his eyes behind the lenses sparkled with sudden interest, as if he had discovered prey. "Master, are these flounders yours?" The bespectacled man's voice was low, imbued with a shrewdness. He leaned down to examine the fish closely, quickly inspecting the gills and eyes. "They are quite rare. What's the price? If it's reasonable, I'll take them all." His tone carried a hint of condescension. Zhou Haiyang merely glanced at him and quickly deduced his origin. Judging by his attire, he was undoubtedly a buyer from one of the seafood restaurants. Such individuals often linger around the dockside markets, eager to seize bargains. Acquiring goods directly from fishermen is far cheaper than paying inflated wholesale prices at the market. Naturally, the profit margin would end up lining their own pockets. Zhou Changhe, being no novice, also recognized the situation and immediately forced a flattering smile. "Boss, you have a keen eye. 25 yuan per pound. If you're truly interested in taking them all, we can negotiate the price. I will certainly give you face." He emphasized the word face. The man behind the glasses rolled his eyes behind the lenses, his lips curling slightly in a discerning smirk. 25? That's too expensive. If I take them all, how much can you lower the price? These fish have been out of water for quite some time. They're losing their freshness. He pinched one of the flounders' bellies. Hearing the attempt to drive down the price and the scrutiny, Zhou Chang's jaw involuntarily twitched. He suppressed his irritation, striving to maintain a smile. "Brother, if you're taking them all, I'll make a concession of 2 yuan per pound. 23. This is top quality, freshly caught red-skinned flounder. You see the quality. If it weren't for the impending darkness, I would have no choice but to sell to the vendors. I wouldn't even consider less than 25. He attempted to hold his ground at 20. 23. The bespectacled man stroked his smooth chin, feigning deep contemplation, ultimately shaking his head like a rattling drum. "Flounder is indeed rare, but it's already dead, which diminishes its freshness. I can offer no more than 20. And that's my final price. Do you accept?" He extended 2 fingers, his tone resolute, though his gaze darted towards the dimming sky. Zhou Haiyang understood perfectly well what this fellow was doing. He was trying to pressure them into a lower price, intending to purchase at a bargain and later sell at a markup to the restaurant, profiting from the price discrepancy. Just as he was about to expose this ploy, Zhou Changhe swiftly grabbed his arm. Turning to the bespectacled man, Zhou Changhe forced a pained smile, as if his heart was bleeding. "All right, boss, you're straightforward. 20 it is. It's still better than handing them over to the fish vendors and avoiding the hassle. Let us be friends. I'll weigh them for you right now." He nearly bit his tongue in agreement. The sky darkened inch by inch, like a heavy stone pressing upon his heart. If he didn't sell soon, they might truly spoil and become worthless. As for handing them over to the fish vendors, that was merely an excuse. Given the time that had passed without refrigeration, they might be rejected for any number of reasons. 20 is vastly superior to the 10 offered by the old vendor. In fact, even going back now might yield a price lower than this. "Wait, don't rush." The bespectacled man, noticing Zhou Changhe truly intended to weigh the fish, hurriedly interrupted, gesturing somewhat flusteredly. "Let us not weigh them here. I can't carry so many fish. Follow me to the back door of the Hai Shi Sheng Lu, and we can weigh them there. He evidently preferred not to conduct the transaction in the bustling market. All right, as you wish. Zhou Haiyang nodded vigorously, and the three hurriedly poured the fish back into the barrel, lifting the water bucket to follow the brisk pace of the bespectacled man. Damn it, what a treacherous character. The hefty man lagged behind, unable to contain himself, muttering under his breath, lamenting the 5 yuan per pound that had been forcefully suppressed. Zhou Changhe was startled and quickly pulled the hefty man, whispering urgently, "Little ancestor, shut your mouth. If they hear you, it'll all be for naught. We common folk can't afford to offend such individuals. 20 is 20. The hefty man, aware of the gravity of the situation, pouted in frustration, turning away. Though his indignation still swirled within him, he instinctively sought Zhou Haiyang's approval, only to find Zhou Haiyang staring at the grand 3-story restaurant adorned with the golden sign of Hai Shi Sheng Lu, his gaze somewhat vacant. He appeared lost in distant thoughts, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Brother Haiyang?" The hefty man called softly. "What are you daydreaming about?" Zhou Haiyang was jolted back to reality by the hefty man's voice, the momentary daze evaporating from his eyes. He let out a gentle sigh and smiled. "Oh, nothing really. Just seeing the sign reminded me of some old sayings from the elders." His gaze swept over the imposing facade, the neon lights beginning to flicker, and the smile on his lips deepened slightly. Hai Si Sheng Lu, Su Zi Mi Yin. These 2 names were far from unfamiliar to him. In a past life long gone, he had also been immersed in the culinary industry, and he and this boss Xue had been peers of equal standing. Later, as he expanded his own business, boss Xue often sought his counsel. Zhou Haiyang, recalling their shared roots, had not been secretive, sharing numerous insights and strategies about running a business. Over time, he discovered that while Xue Jinin appeared rough and imposing, with a face full of flesh like a bouncer, he was, at heart, a straightforward and sincere person, devoid of any guile. Gradually, they transitioned from mere colleagues to genuine friends who could share a drink and engage in hearty banter. Zhou Haiyang was well aware of Xue Jinin's background and temperament. He recalled that next year, Xue had seemingly gotten himself into a tremendous mess, and he had deeply regretted that situation. Zhou Haiyang mused to himself, the smile on his face growing more pronounced, tinged with a sense of amusement and understanding. Suddenly, 2 sharp honks of a car horn pierced the encroaching dusk of the restaurant's back alley. A brand-new, sleek black Santana sedan, adorned with a small figurine on the hood, came to a smooth stop in front of the restaurant's grand entrance. The glossy black body reflected a cold sheen under the yellow streetlights. "Wow, this guy's really something." The hefty man's eyes widened, fixated on the gleaming vehicle, his envy almost palpable. In these times, a car with 4 wheels was considered the pinnacle of prestige among the fishermen. "Hurry, move back, don't block the way." Zhou Changhe was even more anxious, fearing that the 2 inexperienced young men would inadvertently damage the precious metal shell, and he quickly tugged Zhou Haiyang and the hefty man's arms towards the roadside. However, Zhou Haiyang's expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue, for he had recognized the bald, burly figure stepping out of the driver's seat, Xue Jinin, the younger version of Xue Jinin. Good heavens, he couldn't be more than 30. That bald head gleamed brightly under the neon lights at the restaurant entrance, practically reflecting light. A heavy chain, as thick as a pinky finger and gleaming gold, dangled from his neck, swaying slightly with the motion of the car door closing. Coupled with his visage, which bore the weight of excess flesh and a naturally fierce expression, as well as his robust physique, an unacquainted observer might easily mistake him for a formidable individual. Chapter 38, Opportunity. "Boss is here. Good evening, boss." 2 young hostesses, clad in crimson uniforms and adorned with sashes, maintained vigilant watch. Upon the arrival of their esteemed employer, they hurriedly approached, bending low at nearly a 90-degree angle, their voices crisp and respectful. Xue Jinin responded in a gruff tone, scarcely glancing at them as he rummaged through his pocket to extract a box of hard-packed cigarettes. With practiced ease, he flicked one out, placed it between his lips, and ignited it with a snap of his lighter before taking a deep drag. As he prepared to stride toward the revolving door, his peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of 3 individuals standing awkwardly by the roadside, each clutching a bucket and clad in coarse fabric reeking of fish. He halted mid-step, turning partially with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He scrutinized them through a veil of smoke. What are you 3 up to? Why are you loitering here?" Ash fell from his cigarette as he spoke. Zhou Changhe quickly stepped forward, bowing even lower, his face adorned with an almost servile smile as he cautiously explained, "Good evening, boss. We are old fishermen from Gulf Village, and this young man is your restaurant's purchasing agent, the one with glasses." He gestured toward the direction from which the bespectacled man had vanished. "He was interested in our fish and has gone inside to fetch some help. so we are waiting here for a moment. Oh, Xue Jining grunted, acknowledging the information. His gaze, heavy with smoke, swept over the rotund man and Zhou Haiyang. When it settled on Zhou Haiyang's face, his cigarette momentarily paused, and his thick brows furrowed, as if he found something intriguing in that visage. This young brother. He leaned in closer, scrutinizing Zhou Haiyang's features, smoke wafting toward Zhou. You look somewhat familiar. Have we crossed paths before? Zhou Haiyang took 2 steps forward, meeting Xue's probing gaze with a composed smile. Boss Xue, my name is Zhou Haiyang. This should be our first encounter. Xue Jining squinted, scanning Zhou Haiyang once more, his brow knitting tighter. Zhou Haiyang? No recollection. Ah, he shook his head, seemingly perplexed by this inexplicable sense of familiarity and ready to move inside. Boss Xue, wait. Zhou Haiyang's voice rang out, clear and assertive, halting him in his tracks. The fishmonger, Lao He, had lost his route, and in the long run, Zhou needed to secure a more reliable outlet for the seafood he would procure. This individual, Boss Xue, owned several thriving restaurants, making him an ideal partner. Moreover, Zhou had a solid understanding of Xue Jining's character. This was an opportunity. Xue Jining turned around, a cloud of smoke escaping his lips. His fierce eyes glimmered with curiosity, tinged with a hint of intrigue as that vague sense of familiarity gnawed at him. What you up to, kid? Zhou Changhe was taken aback by his son's sudden boldness and hastily admonished him, before quickly turning to Xue Jining with a series of apologies. I apologize, boss. My son, he's inexperienced, perhaps a bit naive. He feared his son had offended this seemingly intimidating figure. Dad, it's fine. Zhou Haiyang gently tugged at his father's stiff, trembling arm, offering a reassuring glance imbued with an unusual maturity and certainty beyond his years. Zhou Changhe, however, remained anxious. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and he felt a chill run down his spine, utterly bewildered by his son's sudden audacity. The rotund man, initially puzzled, soon brightened, assuming Zhou Haiyang intended to expose the previous spectacle involving the bespectacled man, his face betraying a glimmer of anticipation and satisfaction. Zhou Haiyang stepped directly before Xue Jining, a faint haze of blue smoke lingering between them. His face bore an odd, age-defying confidence as he gazed into Xue's slightly menacing eyes, as if he were not addressing a stranger, but rather an old friend long missed. Boss Xue, forgive my boldness. Judging by your features, your celestial palace is full. Your earthly abode is square and round, and your brow shines like a mirror, indicating an abundance of wealth and fortune. A substantial opportunity is drawing near to you, lingering just within reach. Alas, you remain oblivious. Should you miss it, it would be a great pity. His words flowed with a rhythm reminiscent of the streetwise, yet they resonated with sincerity. Zhou Changhe and the rotund man felt as if the ground had momentarily vanished beneath them, nearly gasping for breath. Had this boy truly gone mad? He was, indeed, fortune-telling for the big boss? Oh, though Xue Jining's fierce demeanor remained intact, a rare smile cracked across his typically stony face, revealing a set of pearly whites and an unmistakable interest. His tone intrigued him. Young brother, you possess such skill? He leaned in closer, the smoke growing denser. Zhou Haiyang's smile deepened, infused with assurance and a hint of well-timed mystery. I dare not take credit. During my studies, I happened upon an elderly gentleman who wandered the streets, and I learned a few rudimentary things from him. He paused, his tone now imbued with genuine caution. Ideally, one should not impose upon the uninvited, nor should one sell wisdom cheaply. This is a sacred craft, not to be disclosed lightly. Yet, your features suggest that you are on the verge of missing a fortuitous encounter, which would be truly regrettable. Hence, I cannot refrain from offering this gentle reminder. Consider it mere idle chatter. Fascinating, truly fascinating. Xue Jining burst into hearty laughter, his booming voice scattering ash into the air. A fortune of immense wealth? Young brother, do elaboraci. He gestured grandly, exuding a sense of camaraderie and bravado. Speak freely. I want to hold you accountable for any inaccuracies, regardless of how it turns out. Today I shall take it as mere entertainment and bear you no ill will. Though he spoke thus, he remained skeptical of such mystical notions. Yet, the inexplicable warmth emanating from this young man stirred a sense of leniency and curiosity within him. Had it been anyone else daring to spout such nonsense before him, he would have summoned security to escort them away. Just as Zhou Haiyang prepared to elaborate further, the bespectacled man, Xiao Luo, hurriedly emerged from the side entrance of the restaurant, flanked by 2 assistants pushing a small scale, both clad in greasy aprons. Upon spotting his boss engaged in lively conversation with the 3 fishermen, a cold sweat broke out on his brow, and his steps faltered. He rushed forward, his face contorted into an excessively respectful, almost obsequious smile, bowing lower than the hostesses had. Boss, What brings you here personally today? His voice trembled with barely concealed anxiety. Shui Jining shot him a sidelong glance, exhaling a plume of thick smoke, his tone nonchalant. Idle hands lead to idle minds. I thought I'd drop by to inspect the kitchen. He waved his hand dismissively, turning back to Zhou Haiyang. Young brother, no need to concern yourselves. You may proceed with Xiao Luo to attend to business. The trade is paramount. I shall await your return. There is no hurry. He crossed his arms, adopting an air of bemused observance. Upon hearing this, the rotund man felt a surge of glee. He cast a gleeful glance at Xiao Luo, deliberately elongating his tone. Brother Luo, shall we proceed with weighing and settling the payment? Chapter 39, Hai Cow. The way he addressed Xiao Luo was laden with significance. Internally, Xiao Luo had cursed Zhou Haiyang and the others several times over, yet he was compelled to maintain a facade of cheerfulness. With the boss present, how could he possibly enact his little schemes? Who knew how these three country bumpkins had managed to strike up a conversation with the boss? However, he could not afford to ponder over this any longer. Urgently, he shouted at his two associates, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up, weigh these few fine catches. Make sure to count them accurately." He deliberately emphasized the words fine catches, his gaze swiftly sweeping over Zhou Haiyang and the other two, carrying a hint of desperation. He then quickly called out a number. "Halibut, one price 25. Don't dawdle, weigh them as they are." In an instant, he reverted the price back to Zhou Changhe's initial quote. The two associates, bewildered, hurried forward to get busy. The bespectacled man seized the opportunity while the associates bent down to weigh the fish, casting a quick glance at Zhou Haiyang and the others. His expression a blend of threat, pleading, and a touch of awkwardness. He subtly gestured inside with his lips, clearly indicating, "Let us finalize the deal, no unnecessary chatter. We'll discuss the benefits later." Zhou Haiyang and the others exchanged knowing glances. Their goal was achieved. Selling the fish at the anticipated high price was the priority. There was no need to offend someone concrete who held the channels for their transactions merely for the sake of pride. The plump man pursed his lips, while Zhou Changhe let out a resigned yet somewhat delighted sigh. Zhou Haiyang nodded slightly, returning a tacit understanding to the bespectacled man. Manager Luo watched as the associates deftly sorted the freshly arrived halibut by size, and as they were about to weigh them, his brows immediately knitted in concern. He stepped forward, raising his hand to stop them. "What are you sorting for? Just pile them up and weigh them together." His gaze swept over the three individuals standing aside, their faces darkened and gleaming from the sea breeze, salt frost clinging to their hair and collars, his voice suddenly rising. "Do you think it's easy for them to fish in the wind and waves? Open your eyes. The smallest halibut on the market is quite precious." Though his tone was assertive, hinting at an irrefutable meaning, the corner of his eye cautiously flickered towards the owner, Shui Jining, who stood nearby with his hands clasped behind his back. "Let us calculate everything at 25 per pound." Zhou Haiyang, Zhou Changhe, and the plump man leaned against the doorframe, coldly observing the scene. The expression on Manager Luo's face changed faster than a summer storm. As soon as the boss arrived, he transformed from an unyielding miser into a benevolent benefactor concerned for the impoverished. Earlier, in his eagerness to profit from the price difference, he hadn't uttered a single word about the hardships faced by the fishermen. The weights finally settled on the scale, the beam lifted at a stable angle. The associate announced 16 pounds and 9 ounces. Zhou Changhe and the plump man immediately crowded around, their eyes fixed like nails on the greasy old scale, scrutinizing every detail of the weight without missing a beat. Zhou Haiyang, on the other hand, maintained an air of calm confidence. He knew that at this point, Manager Luo could no longer play any tricks. Instead, he had to adopt a sufficiently accommodating attitude to silence them as much as possible. Manager Luo grabbed a palm-sized, slightly dented blue-green calculator from the greasy counter, his thick thumb pressing down vigorously, producing a cacophony of clicks as he forced a jovial expression. "Let us not be too stingy with this little change. 16 pounds and 9 ounces. Let us count it as 17. He input the numbers swiftly. 25 per pound. There you go for 125 in total. He lifted his head, plastering on a smile. "Gentlemen, check this amount. Is it correct?" Zhou Changhe and the plump man exchanged a quick glance, their eyes reflecting a flicker of unexpected joy. Zhou Changhe hurriedly fished out a crumpled roll of tobacco from his pocket, his hands still dusted with fish scales, waving his hand and speaking in a somewhat hoarse voice. "That is the right amount, absolutely. No mistake." Manager Luo seemed to exhale in relief, quickly pulling out a receipt book, swiftly signing it, and handing over 4 crisp $100 bills, 2 tens, and 1 $5 bill, his movements brisk and without a hint of delay. With the money exchanged, a sycophantic grin instantly spread across his face, bending towards Shui Jining, almost leaning in close. Boss, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Would you like to step to the back? Shui Jining did not allow him to finish his obsequious remarks, simply waving his hand dismissively. Get back to work. His voice was not loud, yet it felt like a heavy stone dropped into the hearts of those present. Yes. Understood. Just call me if you need anything. Manager Luo's smile grew even more strained, almost dripping with sweetness. He managed to force out a couple of dry laughs toward Zhou Haiyang and the others before shouting for the associates to lift the fish-laden baskets and hurriedly send them into the back kitchen, where the aroma of cooking wafted. Shui Jining turned to face Zhou Haiyang, his expression morphing back into that of a savvy businessman, gently patting Zhou Haiyang on the sweat-soaked shoulder. Young man, the fish money is settled. Now, shall we discuss the matter of my windfall? This statement struck Zhou Changha's heart like a hammer, causing his hand, which was just lifting the tobacco roll, to tremble violently, ash scattering onto his trousers. The earlier joy of securing the fish money was instantly swallowed by a chilling dread. He nervously glanced sideways at his younger son, fearful that this young and impetuous mouth might provoke a calamity. Zhou Haiyang sensed his father's silent panic and subtly offered a reassuring glance, turning to face Shui Jining with a calm demeanor that concealed an unspoken certainty. Boss Shui, I have a modicum of knowledge regarding fortune-telling. That vertical line on your forehead suggests a blockage in your financial flow, possibly causing you to be in a tight spot. Isn't that so? Oh. The relaxed smile on Shui Jining's face froze instantly, his fingers instinctively tightening around the crocodile logo belt buckle at his waist. This was something he had concealed flawlessly. Even his wife was oblivious to it. Was this rough and boorish fisherman truly endowed with an uncanny ability, or had he merely stumbled upon the truth by chance? Reflecting on the earlier mention of a windfall, his intrigue and greed surged, overpowering any lingering doubts. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes subtly shifted. You have a keen eye, my friend. The noise in this hall is quite chaotic. Let us go to my private room on the second floor. Enjoy a cup of tea and discuss this matter at length. Zhou Changha and the plump man felt their hearts leap into their throats upon hearing this. Would a man who owns such a grand restaurant truly be short of money? Their third brother had exaggerated. The two felt their throats tighten, ready to speak up to smooth things over. However, Shui Jining, with undeniable authority, gestured for them to follow, personally leading the way as they traversed through the bustling hall filled with clinking glasses and lively banter, climbing the solid wooden stairs to the second floor. Chapter 40, The Expert. The private room was bright and tidy, with smooth red velvet chair covers. A purple clay teapot emitted wisps of fragrant steam, and an array of exquisite pastries and fruits had already been quietly arranged on a round mahogany table. Shui Jining took a sip of clear tea, his gaze piercing into Zhou Haiyang's face, not hiding his scrutiny. Young man, you have sharp eye. Tell me, have you discerned anything else? He casually toyed with the teacup lid, his tone revealing no depth. Zhou Haiyang also lifted his teacup to moisten his parched lips, meeting Shui Jining's scrutinizing gaze, and spoke steadily. Since you trust me, I will boldly speak my mind. The vertical line on your forehead, as described in ancient fortune-telling texts, is known as the suspended needle-breaking seal, indicating your ancestral roots. Furthermore, the tail of this line seems to be splitting, suggesting that he paused, emphasizing his next words. I fear that the ancestral home passed down through your family may soon change hands, correct? Clang. The sudden sound of Zhou Changha's teacup lid slipping from his grasp and crashing against the rim reverberated in the room. His face turned as pale as a sheet, eyes wide with terror as he glared at his son, wishing he could rush over and cover that troublesome mouth. The ancestral heritage changing hands? How could such words be spoken? The plump man behind him felt as though icy water had been splashed on his back. A fine layer of cold sweat breaking out, his heart racing, barely able to breathe. However, Shui Jining's reaction far exceeded the expectations of the three individuals. He abruptly sprang up from the mahogany armchair, his eyes wide with astonishment, gasping in disbelief. Instead of anger, he bowed deeply to Zhou Haiyang, his voice trembling slightly. A master. My dear brother is truly a master. How could you discern this? Zhou Changha and the chubby man were utterly stunned. Exchanging bewildered glances, their throats constricted as if obstructed by an unseen force, rendering them speechless. Zhou Haiyang's heart was as clear as day. He vividly recalled the tales of regret that Shui Jining had recounted during their drunken revelries in a past life. Tales that extended beyond merely missing out on grand fortunes within the ancestral home. He could even recall the exact location of the crescent-shaped scar left on Shui Jining's backside when he was pursued by a vicious dog at the tender age of 8. With a modest gesture, Zhou Haiyang waved his hand gently, assisting the bowing Shui Jining back to his feet. You flatter me. Mr. Shui. Your praise is far too generous. Seated once more, Shui Jinin, though unable to find comfort, leaned forward with a pained smile, shaking his head repeatedly. It is not flattery. You are unaware of the circumstances. I have just taken over a new shop in the western part of the county town, and I am pressed for funds to renovate and open it. While I still lease a few places in town, that old ancestral home has been uninhabited for years, and my relatives in the countryside are of no help in looking after it. I was left with no choice but to resolutely consider selling the family estate for some liquid capital. What you said is absolutely true. Not a single detail is amiss. His eyes suddenly sparkled with fervor as he grasped Zhou Haiyang's hand. Brother, could it be that the fortune you mentioned is truly buried beneath the wall and stove of my ancestral home? Zhou Haiyang nodded, the faint smile on his face dimming slightly. Mr. Shui, you are perceptive. Your countenance reflects such fortune. But I fear, if you are truly eager to part with it, that wealth may very well slip away. Shui Jinin immediately cupped his chin with his palm, his gaze flickering uncertainly as he swallowed hard. The ancestral home. That was the grand residence built by his great-grandfather, once renowned within a 100-mile radius. The elders often spoke of his great-grandfather's profound thoughts. Could it be that he truly buried surprises within the walls during its construction? If there were indeed boxes of ancestral gold and silver hidden away, how could he hastily sell the family property for the sake of a mere 3,000 to 5,000 for renovations? Wouldn't that render him the greatest fool in history? Observing the rapid shifts in Shui Jinin's expression, Zhou Haiyang knew the moment had come. In his previous life, Shui Jinin had been driven by the allure of quick profits, selling the ancestral home at a paltry price to a local grocer. When the buyer undertook renovations, they discovered a blackened, old wooden box hidden in the crevice of the east wall, filled to the brim with tarnished yuan to $2 silver. The news spread like wildfire throughout the county. The new owner, in a state of euphoria, employed workers to entirely dismantle and renovate the old house. Indeed, they soon uncovered neatly stacked boxes of silver dollars hidden in a secret compartment beneath the old stove. This incident made headlines in the county's local newspaper, leading Shui Jinin to regretfully lament, wishing he could bash his head against a wall. He spent half a month kneeling on the blue brick floor of the Shui family ancestral hall, utterly despondent. At that moment, Shui Jinin looked at Zhou Haiyang with a gaze filled with almost reverent respect, no longer harboring any contempt for merchants. He straightened his back, his expression solemn, as if addressing a true master. Brother, regardless of whether the treasure unearthed from my ancestral home consists of boxes filled with gold ingots or merely leads to empty hopes, for enlightening me today and guiding me through this quandary, I, Shui Jinin, owe you a debt of gratitude that cannot be measured. Upon finishing, he turned towards the door of the private room and raised his voice. Xiao Zhang, the manager, Zhang, who had been patiently waiting outside with bated breath, pushed the door open and respectfully replied, Boss, what is your command? Shui Jinin spoke rapidly, with an air of authority. Go to the counter and bring me 2,000 yuan in cash immediately. Each word struck the air with the weight of a hammer against stone. Yes. Zhang swiftly glanced at the shabby-clad Zhou family, an expression of incredulity and confusion flickering in his eyes, and hurriedly exited. In a matter of moments, Zhang returned, jogging with 20 freshly minted 100 yuan bills in hand. Shui Jinin received the notes with both hands, cradling them solemnly before presenting them to Zhou Haiyang. Brother, this is but a small token of my appreciation. You must accept it. I shall immediately drive back to the ancestral home. If indeed there lies the fortune you have indicated, I, Shui, shall ensure you are generously rewarded. A promise is a promise. Zhou Changha stared at the crisp, fresh bills, his throat dry and parched. His son had fortuitously caught some fine sea bass and flounder, trading them for over 600 yuan, which was already an unexpected windfall. But this 2,000 yuan, it equated to half a year's wages for city workers. All because of his son's mere exchange of words? He looked at Zhou Haiyang, his old eyes filled with disbelief and deep apprehension. The chubby man was equally stunned, forgetting to breathe. Yet Zhou Haiyang resolutely shook his head, even taking a step back. Mr. Shui, you truly wound my pride. I merely glanced at a few things and chatted idly. How could I possibly deserve such a hefty reward? His tone was earnest, and after a pause, a negotiating smile crept onto his face. If you truly feel indebted, in the future, should my brother and I catch some fresh seafood, if we could deliver directly to your Hongyan restaurant at a fair price, we would be immensely grateful. Zhou Changha subtly loosened his grip on the smoking pipe, his tense expression softening considerably, silently nodding in approval. Thankfully, the third son had not acted foolishly. This response was measured and shrewd, demonstrating foresight. If Mr. Shui returned to find nothing, there would be no leverage against them. However, should the third son's prediction hold true, then Mr. Shue's renowned Hongyan restaurant could become a stable source of income for them. The chubby man blinked, his mind finally catching on, his face lighting up with a glimmer of hope. Chapter 41. Drinking wine, seeing Zhou Haiyang so resolutely decline, Shui Jinin was somewhat taken aback. 2,000 yuan was indeed a substantial sum in these times, and it was evident that the other party did not consider it too little. As thoughts raced through his mind, he perceived the seemingly rough fisherman before him as a person of great depth, and he decisively declared, "Brother, you are being too modest. From now on, whatever goods you bring, as long as they are needed at my Hongyan restaurant, I will gladly accept them. I will offer you the best prices without exception." However, he shifted his tone, still wishing to offer the money. Zhou Haiyang, sensing his insistence, feigned a suitable hesitation. "Mr. Shui, how about this? You hold on to the money for me. Once you return from the ancestral home, if I truly have pointed you toward the wealth I mentioned, you can reward me along with your thanks, and I, Zhou Haiyang, shall not refuse a single word. How does that sound?" Shui Jinin narrowed his eyes, keenly observing Zhou Haiyang's calm and composed demeanor, devoid of any hint of panic, and suddenly burst in a hearty laughter, decisively withdrawing the 2,000 yuan. "All right, my brother has principles and a good sense of decorum. It's a deal. Once news comes from the old house, I will drive to fetch you, and we shall celebrate with a few drinks." He then shifted the conversation, donning a warm and welcoming smile. "Brother, it's nearly mealtime. We are fated to meet today. You must stay for a meal. Let the kitchen prepare some signature seafood dishes, and we shall indulge in a few cups." Zhou Changhe sat rigidly in the stiff red velvet chair, staring at the gleaming glass turntable and the faux celadon vases on the shelf, feeling as stiff as an old piece of wood. Upon hearing that they were indeed going to have a meal, he hastily elbowed his son in the ribs, emitting a muffled grunt as a warning. Zhou Haiyang sensed his father's discomfort and offered an apologetic smile. "Mr. Shui, I appreciate your generous hospitality." At home, the wife and children were eagerly awaiting, and as the sea breeze picked up, the sky grew dim. As for the wine, at this juncture, Zhou Haiyang deftly shifted the conversation, remarking, "Once we receive good news from your esteemed residents, we shall indulge in a hearty drink without delay." Shui Jinin's previous words had already carried an air of testing, and upon witnessing his steadfast demeanor, he chose not to insist further, gracefully acquiescing. Indeed, the warmth of home is paramount. Next time, I shall make arrangements in advance for a grand revelry." He then politely escorted the three men down the staircase, traversing through the cacophony of the bustling hall, personally seeing them to the entrance of the tavern. Manager Luo, hunched by the door, resembled a wooden post. Observing with acute clarity the unusual courtesy the boss extended to the trio of fishermen, beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow, and a chilling apprehension surged up his spine. Thankfully, the boss had arrived just in time. Had he adhered to his own pricing and offended these gentlemen, who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the boss, the consequences would have been dire. Manager Luo dared not contemplate further and silently swore to himself, from now on, whenever these three esteemed gentlemen deliver goods, whether it be valuable fish or mere withered catches, I shall bow and scrape, treating them like deities. The tricycle jostled along the uneven dirt road battered by wheels, headed home. The stout man let out a deep sigh, wiping his forehead, unsure whether it was sweat or grease, still shaken. Oh dear, it felt like riding a roller coaster with the king of hell. He leaned closer to Zhou Haiyang, who was strenuously pedaling the tricycle, curiosity etched across his face. "When did you secretly learn this trick? That windfall business. You weren't merely fabricating tales to impress boss Shui, were you?" Zhou Haiyang, hunched over, pedaling vigorously, his muscles taut and defined, laughed as the salty sea breeze scattered his mirth. "Am I trying to scare anyone? The little I know is entirely invested in this matter with boss Shui. If you ask me to concoct other tales, well, that would surely expose me." The stout man couldn't help but give Zhou Haiyang's back a thumbs up, smacking his lips in admiration. "Brother, you are truly remarkable. Even the big boss regards you differently now. I, for one, have nothing to say but one word. Respect. Respect." My foot. Zhou Changhe, who had been quietly smoking, could no longer contain his frustration and bellowed at Zhou Haiyang. Once he returns to his hometown and digs through his land only to find nothing. Realizing you've been toying with him, I wonder how you'll manage the fallout. Third brother, let me make this clear. Don't think that just because you've turned a new leaf, you've become invincible. This time, luck favored him, but if fortune turns, the consequences could be quite severe. Father, rest assured, I am fully aware, Zhou Haiyang replied calmly, his tone unprecedentedly serene. Inside, he was as clear as day. It was not about fortune-telling. The heartfelt regrets of Shui Jinin, those concealed scars, and the fate of several boxes of silver coins tainted with earth. Each incident resonated with the countless times he had wept over a bottle in dimly lit taverns in his past life, pouring out blood and tears as hard-earned lessons. Every scar and every regret had left him with ears calloused from hearing the echoes of their burdens. Creaking, the tricycle halted before a dilapidated tavern bearing the sign of Lou's Distillery. "What are you up to now?" Zhou Haiyang frowned, glaring at the dusty sign, and retorted. "With your meager capacity, just 2 tales will leave you lost. When you go wild, you might even topple the bed. When need we for more wine?" Zhou Haiyang nimbly leapt off the tricycle, turned back with a grin revealing his pearly whites. "Father, I procured some fine wine for your enjoyment. Can't you utter a few kind words?" Just as Zhou Haiyang was about to scold him, he saw his son emerge from the shop, carrying a bulging gourd exuding a robust, earthy aroma, its weight palpable in his hands. Zhou Haiyang opened his mouth, but the reprimand was caught in his throat. Zhou Haiyang securely placed the gourd into his embrace. 5 gin of sorghum liquor, aged for 3 years in Lou's cellar. This should last you a while. Do savor the flavor. The gourd's smooth surface subtly hinted at the rich scent of fermented grain. Cradling the glossy gourd, an overwhelming familiarity wafted through Zhou Haiyang, momentarily disorienting him. The stern creases on his face softened involuntarily. The stout man chimed in at the opportune moment. "Uncle, this is truly your son's heartfelt offering. You are indeed fortunate." Zhou Haiyang huffed in response, yet his chin instinctively lifted, a stiff smile curving his lips. "Humph. I suppose you do have some thoughtfulness." He lowered his gaze, his rough fingertips grazing the smooth, rounded surface of the gourd. A warmth, long absent from his son's direct affection, quietly welled up within him, soothing his heart, which had been chilled by the sea breeze for years. Chapter 42. Procurement. Zhou Haiyang observed his father's tough exterior concealing a soft heart, his expression revealing a hint of pride and warmth. He smiled and climbed back onto the tricycle seat. "Father, where do we usually purchase rice?" "I'll grab a bag on my way home." Zhou Haiyang, taken aback by his son's thoughtfulness regarding essential provisions, felt his heart soften further and instinctively pointed. Just up ahead, take a turn. There's Zhang's grain and oil shop at the corner. Their rice is genuine, without sand or husks. Zhou Haiyang pedaled to the shop's entrance, stepping into the slightly musty store with familiarity, indicating the stacked woven bags in the corner. "Shopkeeper, weigh out 2 bags of 50 gin each of Northeast rice." He calculated the price, handing over 75 yuan at the rate of 750 per gin. Turning around, he noticed several bundles of pristine white noodles hanging on the shelves and promptly grabbed 2 large packets. Each packet weighed 5 gin and cost 550. He efficiently paid 11 yuan. Before exiting, a glance caught his eye at the corner where oil paper wrapped condiments lay. He suddenly remembered the nearly empty salt jar and half a vat of soy sauce at home. He added oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar to his list, ensuring he had extras, thus completing his errands. With the items piled into the corner of the tricycle, Zhou Haiyang leaned on the handlebars, asking his father, who was still seated, absorbed in his thoughts, "Father, are we short on any oil, salt, sauce, or vinegar at home? Is there anything else you want me to bring back?" Zhou Haiyang took a puff from his cigarette, a cloud of gray-blue smoke swirling around him, without lifting his eyelids. Gruffly replied, "What goes on at the stove is none of your concern. Your mother knows what to do. Just focus on your purchases." "All right then," Zhou Haiyang replied, while the stout man, clutching his 2 hefty packets of noodles, climbed back onto the tricycle. The cargo area was now half full. Zhou Haiyang took one last drag of his cigarette, firmly extinguishing the glowing tip against the wooden planks of the tricycle, impatiently urged, "The sun is about to sink below the horizon. Hurry up and let us get home. If we dawdle, we'll be groping our way through that desolate stretch of land." Zhou Haiyang responded, "I'm on it," pedaling vigorously as he turned around a cluttered corner. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of several round, glistening green objects on the roadside, faintly shimmering in the dimming twilight. Creaking, the tricycle came to an abrupt halt. "What now?" Zhou Haiyang snapped, following Zhou Haiyang's gaze to the solitary watermelon stand by the roadside. Understanding dawned on him, yet he maintained his stern demeanor. What is so special about some sweet watermelons? Why waste money on that? Zhou Haiyang turned back, grinning mischievously, and elongated his tone. "There's nothing particularly delectable. But do promise me, once we buy it, you mustn't touch it. You little rascal." Zhou Haiyang laughed and scolded, raising his hand to playfully smack the back of his son's head. Zhou Haiyang seemed to possess a sixth sense, bending forward abruptly as a swift hand slice cut through the air, barely grazing the crown of his head. "Boss, how much for the watermelons?" He called out loudly as he leapt from the vehicle, addressing the vendor squatting behind a basket, adorned with a greasy, twisted melon rind hat. The vendor, his face a deep hue of sun-kissed red, instantly broke into a warm smile, revealing a set of yellowing teeth. "Ah, brother, you've come. A bargain. 2 bits and 5. Guaranteed, ripe, and sweet. Not sweet. No cherish. Zhou Haiyang, feigning seriousness, bent down to tap and poke at several watermelons adorned with dark green stripes. His clumsy technique producing only dull thuds. Zhou Changhe, unable to bear the sight, pushed him aside and stepped forward to the melons with a look of disdain. What good is your tapping? Can your hands discern anything? With a hand as rough as a fan, he deftly lifted a larger melon, his thick thumb pressing firmly at the base of the stem. Look here, the stem is all dried and frayed. It must have been harvested and sun-dried for at least 10 days. Can the flesh still retain its sweetness? It's already past its prime. He then shifted to another, cradling it carefully in his muddy hands. This melon was well-shaped, with a hint of vibrant green still clinging to the stem. See this one? If you're going to choose, pick this one. It's firm. Brother, you have the eye of an expert. The old vendor flattered, casually picking up a watermelon knife and sharpening it against a whetstone. Shall I slice this good melon open for you? Let you sample the flesh and verify its quality? I assure you, it's sweet enough to make your heart flutter. If it doesn't suit your taste, I'll 1 charge you a penny. Zhou Changhe, satisfied, nodded at the firm skin melon. Cut it. The knife deftly twisted and sliced, cutting through the rind cleanly to reveal the plump, vibrant red flesh within. The old man quickly carved out 3 triangular pieces, handing them over one by one. The 3 men took a piece each, the earthy sweetness of the juice immediately quenching their parched throats, the pure sweetness rushing to their heads, prompting Zhou Haiyang and the plump man to involuntarily exclaim in delight. Zhou Changhe savored the taste, nodding in approval. Indeed, this is a fine product, harvested from genuine sandy soil. Zhou Haiyang quickly turned to Zhou Changhe, saying, Father, choose a couple more to take home for a taste, and bring one for elder brother S family as well. I need to get one for myself to satisfy those 2 greedy ones at home. Zhou Changhe's brows, which had just relaxed, instantly furrowed again. Have you a gaping hole in your purse? Is one not enough? They're over 10 pounds each. For bucks, just disappears in a blink. He gestured towards the intimidatingly large melons, his expression brimming with concern over the expense. Zhou Haiyang patted his bulging pocket. Father, this is money I earned for selling fish. Zhou Changhe was momentarily at a loss for words, his face reddening as he struggled to muster a reply. You wasteful brat. Even if you had a mountain of gold, you'd squander it all. Want to buy 3? Fine. Pick the largest. Choose the biggest. In a huff, he bent over the pile, sifting through the hefty melons, selecting only those with deep, dark markings. Soon, he emerged with 3, each weighing no less than 12 or 13 pounds, resembling 3 Vern cannonballs. The plump man nearby rubbed his hands together, patting his round belly, grinning as he chimed in, Uncle, if it's not too much trouble, pick a large one for me too. You understand, I have quite the appetite. Zhou Changhe glanced at his belly, said nothing, but continued to sort through the melons, finally selecting an impressively large one for him. When the 3 hefty melons were placed on the vendor's scale, it read 35 pounds exactly. The vendor's abacus clicked rapidly. $8.75. I'll round down for you. Zhou Haiyang counted out the change and handed it over. The plump man's melon was weighed separately, coming to exactly $3. Zhou Haiyang carefully loaded the 4 hefty watermelons into the corner of the vehicle's compartment. A thought crossed his mind. Considering a detour to the supply store at the west end of town to procure some fresh floral fabric for his wife, Yuling, and daughter, Qingqing, to bring them some joy. From behind, Zhou Changhe's persistent coughing echoed, heavy and rhythmic, clearly urging him to move along. Zhou Haiyang glanced skyward, realizing that the indigo sky had deepened to resemble a vast ink spill. If he didn't leave soon, he would be traveling in darkness. He swallowed his words, gripping the steering wheel tightly, thinking that life was long, and this fleeting moment by the sea was inconsequential. The iron tricycle rolled over the soft, damp sandy road by the seaside, leaving behind deep and shallow tire tracks. The vehicle jostled over the uneven terrain, swaying as it turned into the entrance of High Bay Village. Where the last hues of the rosy sunset faded away, all that remained was the heavy, boundless expanse of indigo. Chapter 43, Thoughtfulness. A medley of complex aromas hung in the air above the village. The pungent scent of the sea mingled with the smoke rising from chimneys, the savory aroma of food, occasionally punctuated by the burnt odor of charred ashes, intertwined with the fresh fragrance of boiled shellfish that wafted into the nostrils. The vehicle was still some distance from their humble courtyard. The courtyard wall was constructed from multicolored stones gathered from the beach, mixed with yellow clay, creating a rugged surface. Zhou Haiyang squinted, spotting a small figure curled up on the smooth, worn stone doorstep, polished by the feet of villagers. 2 delicate, little legs dangled outside the threshold, rhythmically kicking against the dusk. Qingqing had her head resting on her knees, gazing longingly down the only dirt road leading out of the village. Her small form was consumed by the vastness of twilight, rendering her both lonely and fragile. Zhou Haiyang felt a surge of emotion, as if something had struck him hard in the heart. A wave of bittersweet warmth rushed upwards, stinging his eyes. The vehicle hadn't even come to a complete stop, its wheels still skidding in the sand, when he called out with a loud voice, "Ching ching." The small figure on the doorstep jolted, swiftly turning her face towards him. In the dim light, her dark, grape-like eyes seemed to ignite into two small flames, and a radiant smile blossomed on her face. "Daddy! Daddy is back!" She leapt from the doorstep like a little bird returning to its nest, dashing down the dirt path, kicking up a cloud of dust. Her small arms stretched wide, reaching out towards the familiar tall figure. From the narrow wooden window, where the kitchen's earthen walls were plastered with old newspapers, a flickering, warm glow of an oil lamp spilled forth. The sounds of a spatula scraping against an iron pot echoed from within. Shen Yuling, wearing a faded blue apron with frayed edges, leaned halfway out of the doorframe, her hands dusted with cornmeal. She didn't step forward to greet him, but quietly leaned against the oil-stained doorframe, her gaze piercing through the thickening gray-blue twilight, watching the road ahead. The familiar tall figure had already dismounted from the vehicle. He securely caught the little bird that flew into his arms, lifting her high above his head, twirling around amidst her cheerful laughter. The potent scent of the sea, mingling with the aroma of fish, perspiration, and a faint whiff of dried tobacco leaves, wafted into her breath, carried by the evening breeze laden with humidity. Zhou Haiyang held his daughter tightly, his rough, warm fingers brushing against her cool, dewy cheeks. His voice filled with affection and tenderness. "Silly girl, what are you doing waiting here at the door? Look at your little face, it's freezing. And those legs must be covered in mosquito bites." Ching Ching's slender arms wrapped around his neck like vines, her small face rubbing against his stubbly chin, giggling. Ching Ching isn't afraid of mosquitoes. Ching Ching is just waiting for Daddy to come home. Her tender voice brimmed with admiration and affection. "Ching Ching, quickly greet Grandpa." Zhou Haiyang pointed toward his father, Zhou Changhe, who stood nearby. "Grandpa," the little girl called out brightly. After calling, she clung even tighter, burying her small head in his shoulder, refusing to let go. From the vehicle, Zhou Changhe acknowledged with a smile, his weathered face breaking into a deep grin, soon obscured by the encroaching twilight. A rotund figure tumbled out of the back of a truck, cradling a watermelon that jutted out like a protruding belly. Observing the familial affection on display, he exaggeratedly smacked his lips and boomed, "Well, well, this is quite the sight. Our little girl, a cozy little furnace. A snug cotton-padded jacket. Just look at this warmth. It makes Uncle Fat's heart swell with heat." Steadying the watermelon and a bag of noodles, he feigned a sour expression, lamenting, "Oh, I can't bear to watch. Seeing your happy family makes this old bachelor's eyes brim with envy." With renewed energy, he bellowed, "All right then, out of sight, out of mind. Brother Haiyang, sister-in-law, you all enjoy your warmth, and I shall return home. Tomorrow morning, when the tide is right, I'll come back to find you." Zhou Haiyang, clutching his daughter, quickly turned and called out, "Fatty, wait, we haven't settled the fish money yet." Protectively cradling his daughter with one arm, he reached into his pocket with the other. The pocket, sewn from deep blue labor fabric, was worn and frayed. Counting aloud, he mumbled, "All together now. The sea bass sold for 245 yuan. That pile of flounder was 425. Adding it up, that makes 670 in total." His hand, wide as a fan, retrieved a thick bundle of bills, carrying the scent of the ocean and the tang of sweat. In the twilight, his fingers deftly separated the notes into two neat stacks, combining them into a thicker wad, as per our old custom. We dive into the sea together and toil side by side, our sweat mingling on the sandy shore, so naturally the earnings are split evenly. "Here, 335 yuan, take it securely." Fatty gazed at the stack of money offered to him, his large hands, rough with fish scales, rubbed against his thigh as if to erase any embarrassment. "Brother, this is not right. Each time, it is your discerning eye that leads us to this bounty. If I were to venture into the sea alone, fumbling about all day, I'd be fortunate to catch a handful of shrimp, barely enough to feed myself. I've already taken advantage of you last time. If you keep this up, my face will truly burn with shame." Zhou Haiyang would not take no for an answer. Thrusting the money into his greasy hands, his coarse fingertips inadvertently brushing against Fatty's callous palm. "Enough of this nonsense. Under the same sun, we endure the same salty seawater, sweating the same salty sweat. We are brothers who have not yet even shared 5 garments. The accounts must be clear and straightforward. No one should feel shame. Are you going to nitpick over every detail? Fine, we can discuss it after you've taken a wife and had children. Do you remember my previous promise to you? You're trying to haggle with me now? Do I look like someone who would quibble over a few coins?" He playfully nudged Fatty with his elbow, a gesture imbued with warmth and undeniable authority. "Now, Take it and tuck it away. Fatty's sturdy fingers tightened around the bundle of bills, imbued with warmth and the scent of the sea, a sensation both solid and comforting. The embarrassment faded from his face, replaced by a sheepish grin. All right then, Brother Haiyang. Sister-in-law, I shall take my leave. My blind old grandmother is surely waiting for me at home, eager for her plump grandson to return and start cooking. With one hand securing the watermelon and the other grasping the bag of noodles, he strode purposefully towards the dark, narrow alley leading to his home. Only then did Zhou Haiyang step forward, calling out gently, Junzi, the noodles your sister-in-law has rolled are already boiling. The broth is bubbling. Why not have a warm bite before you go? From the depths of the alley, Fatty's robust voice echoed back, imbued with a lively spirit. Next time, I'll definitely come by and mooch a bowl of good noodles from sister-in-law. His voice soon dissolved into the encroaching night. Chapter 44. Good Intentions. After watching Fatty's figure vanish around the bend, Zhou Haiyang turned and hurried towards the old tricycle parked by the roadside. Father, thank you for accompanying me on this trip. He gently placed his daughter Qingqing down, taking swift steps forward to untie the cargo. Just a trivial task, not a bother at all, Zhou Changhe replied, extending his hand as Chun Donghe lifted the fish baskets from the truck bed. As the baskets hit the ground, Zhou Haiyang wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, his tone unyielding yet sincere. It's getting dark. Father, you needn't tire yourself running back and forth. Dinner at home should be ready soon. Please eat here before you leave. Come on, go inside and rest for a bit. Dinner will be ready shortly. Before he could finish, Zhou Haiyang stepped forward with a warm smile, welcoming him. Little Qingqing peeked from behind her mother, her bright eyes fixed on her grandfather. Zhou Changhe's gaze flicked between his daughter-in-law and granddaughter, both wearing expressions of eager anticipation. Habitually, he glanced at the darkening sky before smiling and waving his hand, his tone gentle yet resolute. No, you two focus on preparing dinner. I'm sure your mother and sister have already set the table and will be impatiently waiting for me. At that moment, Qingqing, like a sprightly little rabbit, clung to the edge of the tricycle bed, tiptoeing curiously to peer inside. Zhou Changhe followed her gaze and spotted several plump, green-skinned watermelons in the truck bed. Instantly, the deep lines on his face softened, and a tender smile graced his features as he teased. Qingqing, what are you looking at? Do you know what this delightful treasure is? Qingqing nodded vigorously, her voice bright and melodic. Watermelon. Eating watermelon is sweet and delicious. She said this while trying to suppress a gulp of saliva. Only then did Zhou Haiyang focus on the contents of his father's truck bed, urgently chiming in. Father, this bag of rice, this packet of noodles, and those bottles of oil, salt, and vinegar I prepared. Oh, and those 2 watermelons, please take them home. You can leave the rest for yourselves. Just bring back 1 watermelon for your brother and sister-in-law. It's hot. You and mother should have something cool to beat the heat. Leave what? Zhou Changhe's brow furrowed instantly, reaching out to block his son's hand from taking anything. You keep everything for yourselves. We have plenty at home. We don't need these. That simply won't do. Zhou Haiyang's tone was firm. I bought 2 portions of the market just earlier. This one is specifically for you and mother. You must take it. As he spoke, he looked towards his wife. Zhou Haiyang quickly understood, supporting him. Yes, father, this is Haiyang's heartfelt gift. You and mother need to stay healthy. Watermelon is perfect for cooling off. Why not stay for dinner before you leave? After speaking, she gently nudged her daughter Qingqing's back. Qingqing immediately grasped the situation. Clutching the corner of her grandfather's coarse cloth shirt tightly, her big, glossy eyes pleading. Grandpa, please stay for dinner. Please stay. Zhou Changhe gazed at the heartfelt insistence of his son and daughter-in-law, then looked down at his granddaughter, who was tugging at him with a face full of hope. A warm surge filled his heart, nearly overwhelming him. His rough hand, calloused yet tender, gently stroked Qingqing's soft head. Good child. Next time. Grandpa will definitely come to taste the small pancakes you make. He then turned to his son, his previously tense expression softening as he sighed deeply. A mixture of resignation and unmasked pride. All right. I'll accept your gift, considering it your heartfelt intention. His tone shifted as he adopted a stern demeanor. Admonishing, but I must be clear. Next time, if you waste money like this again, I'll 1 step foot over your threshold. Money is hard to earn these days. When fortune comes, you must hold on to it tightly, save a little, and prepare for lean times. Do you hear me? Zhou Haiyang was all too familiar with his father's temperament and refrained from arguing, merely smiling and nodding. I hear you, father. Zhou Changhe concluded his 2 sentences with a satisfied smile illuminating his face, brushing off the dust from his hands. All right, it's getting dark. I shall make my swift return. You all should hasten to prepare dinner. We wouldn't want my precious granddaughter to go hungry. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than he adeptly turned and stepped onto the familiar old tricycle. His slender yet strong arms gripped the handlebars as he pedaled vigorously, the aging chain and wheels creaking in the stillness of the evening. Bearing the weight of his heartfelt intentions, his diminutive figure on the creaking tricycle gradually melded into the deepening slate-blue dusk at the village's end. The sound of the wheels faded, entwined with the evening breeze. After bidding farewell to his father, Zhou Haiyang surveyed the spoils arranged in the courtyard, feeling an alleviation of his weariness. Together with Shun Yuling, they cautiously carried the items inside. As Shun Yuling's gaze swept over the heap of rice, flour, and cooking oil, a gratifying smile emerged on her face. However, when her eyes fell upon the plump, vibrant green watermelon, her brow furrowed slightly, her tone laced with the practicality of managing a household. Haiyang, the rice and flour are one thing, but how exorbitant is this watermelon? Isn't this a frivolous expenditure? No wonder our father reprimanded you. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow with the back of his hand, Zhou Haiyang chuckled, an air of satisfaction evident. Oh, what a minor issue. In this sweltering summer, one must quench the heat. Bringing home a watermelon for the family is a delightful indulgence. Pouriblis. Noticing his wife's lingering puzzlement and concern, he leaned closer, lowering his voice, barely able to contain his excitement. Moreover, rest assured, today was fortuitous. I had a splendid sale of fish. Can you guess how much I earned? He paused, his eyes sparkling as they met his wife's. Over 600. 600. Shun Yuling's hand, which was resting on the tricycle, halted abruptly, her voice rising in incredulity. Weren't you fishing? How on earth did you manage to sell so much? The figure weighed heavily upon her heart, leaving her momentarily bewildered. If it had been caught with a net, she might have grasped it better, given that her husband had already boasted once yesterday, and she had built some immunity to his exaggerations. Yet, the notion that fishing could yield such a sum was utterly unfathomable. Zhou Haiyang raised an eyebrow, his smile widening. The catch wasn't particularly abundant, but fortune smiled upon me, granting me an unexpectedly lucrative deal. However, I split the earnings with Fatty, so I ended up with over 300. After buying these goods, I still have 260 left. He rubbed his hands together excitedly, then with a mischievous glint, lowered his voice conspiratorially. We'll discuss the details tonight when we close the door. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards his daughter, Qingqing, who stood at the gate, tiptoeing eagerly to gaze upon the large watermelon. His face softened with boundless affection, his voice adopting a tender tone. But first, we must satisfy this little glutton's cravings. Look at that eager expression. She could almost bore a hole through that watermelon with her gaze. As Zhou Haiyang spoke, he reached out to gently stroke his daughter's damp little nose. I did not. Qingqing protested, her cheeks flushing a bright crimson, akin to petals kissed by the sun. She endeavored to maintain a nonchalant demeanor, yet her large, glistening eyes remained helplessly glued to the enticing green fruit, practically glowing with desire. Zhou Haiyang found her futile attempts to disguise her longing utterly charming, erupting into a hearty laugh. Clearing his throat, he feigned a stern expression, pretending to lift the watermelon. Oh, it seems our little Qingqing doesn't wish for any. Well, then, I shall take it to your grandparents. This declaration triggered a swift collapse of Qingqing's pretense, her small mouth pouting in a way that could cradle an oil bottle, her bright eyes quickly misting over. Her long eyelashes fluttered desperately, and 2 plump tears rolled down her rosy cheeks, while her tiny shoulders shook in suppressed sobs. Oh, my heart, I was merely teasing you. Zhou Haiyang's heart twisted at the sight, unwilling to truly distress his daughter. He swiftly stepped forward, enveloping the aggrieved little girl in his arms, his calloused yet warm thumb tenderly brushing away her tears, his voice dripping with gentleness. Silly girl, why are you crying? The portion for your grandparents was already taken back by Grandpa. Remember? This big one is definitely reserved for our little treasure Qingqing. No one could take it away. I promise. As his words faded, the cloud of grievance and sorrow on Qingqing's face receded like a tide, replaced by a beaming smile that revealed her tiny, pearly teeth. Her entire countenance brightened as though the sun had broken through the clouds, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons aglow with joy, her tears forgotten. She wrapped her small, tear-dried hands tightly around her father's neck. Zhou Haiyang's heart swelled with warmth. He lifted the heavy watermelon and strode purposefully toward the kitchen. Instantly, Qingqing cast aside her earlier distress, transforming into a jubilant little shadow, bouncing eagerly behind her father, her pigtails bobbing with each leap. Shun Yuling, observing the father-daughter exchange, felt a twinge of urgency and called out toward the kitchen. What are you doing with that watermelon when it's time for dinner? If you fill up on fruit, you won't have room for your meal. As Zhou Haiyang placed the watermelon on the countertop, grasping a sturdy kitchen knife, he froze mid-motion upon hearing her words. With an innocent expression, he turned to Qingqing, helplessly raising his hands. Dear daughter, your mother has spoken. What shall we do? Mommy. Qingqing immediately turned her gaze toward Shun Yuling, her large eyes brimming with pleading innocence, resembling an abandoned kitten. She clung to her mother's leg, softly whining. "Just a small piece, please, Mommy." But calling out for her mother proved futile. Shen Yuling stood resolute, expertly arranging the dishes while chiding. "Once that watermelon is in your stomach, you'll fill up on water and have no appetite for proper food. Eating cold watermelon in this heat could leave you waking up at night. How will you manage if you wet the bed, little one? Be good now. It's time for dinner." Her voice, though not loud, carried the undeniable authority of a mother. With her hopes dashed, Ching-Ching's small spark of joy flickered out completely. Her lips once again formed a pout, her nose reddening, and her eyes glistening with tears as she stifled a whimper. Coughing slightly, Zhou Haiyang hastily set down the knife, squatting down to embrace his daughter gently, speaking soothingly. All right, dear. Your mother makes a fair point. Let's eat first, then we can save the watermelon for later. This watermelon, I'll lower into the old well in our backyard tonight. The well water will chill it overnight, making it a delightfully refreshing treat. Far better than eating it now. We'll cut it tomorrow at noon, all right?" Ching-Ching sniffed, her eyes still shimmering with tears, her skepticism evident as she murmured, "Really? Is it sweeter after being in the well? How could it not be? Well, have I ever lied to you?" Zhou Haiyang promised, thumping his chest, and hoisted her onto his shoulder. "Now, let us head to dinner. A full stomach will give us the strength to wait for that icy, sweet watermelon." Perched upon her father's shoulders, Ching-Ching finally wiped her nose and reluctantly nodded. Zhou Haiyang assisted in setting the dishes on the table, lifting the cover to reveal several large, glistening red prawns nestled within the plate. "Yuling, where did these shrimp come from?" he asked, somewhat astonished. He recalled that the seafood they had gathered that morning, after accounting for what they had given to Fatty, should have left them with very few. Shen Yuling was ladling steaming hot rice into a blue and white porcelain bowl when she explained, "It's from what you gathered this morning at the beach. Our mother said it looked decent after sorting, so she divided it into 3 portions. One went to your elder brother's family. They kept one for themselves. And this last one, she insisted I bring back." Her tone was flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. Upon hearing this, Zhou Haiyang's mind became as clear as crystal. They had indeed gathered only a meager amount in the morning. Clearly, his mother had inflated the portions. It was evident that she was reluctant to indulge in any of it herself, instead worrying solely for her children and grandchildren. His elder brother's children were at a growing age, and Ching-Ching had a penchant for snacking. It was likely that the elderly couple's share had largely found its way into the children's bowls. The shrimp had already been brought back, and further discussion seemed pointless, only serving to undermine the old woman's heartfelt intentions. He chose to remain silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. One could not deny that Shen Yuling's culinary skills were indeed exceptional. A plate of simply boiled shrimp was cooked to perfection. The shrimp were a vibrant red, glistening with oil, their flesh firm and springy, bursting with the sweetness of the sea upon tasting. Beside it, a dish of stir-fried green shone with a lustrous sheen, the vibrant water spinach inviting one to salivate at the mere sight. Though the dinner consisted of only these 2 simple dishes, the harmonious balance of meat and vegetables, paired with steaming hot rice, made for a meal that was extraordinarily satisfying in these times of relative scarcity. The family gathered around the square table. As Zhou Haiyang meticulously peeled the shrimp shells, placing the translucent shrimp meat into Ching-Ching's small bowl, he recounted the day's events of selling fish to his wife. To spare her worry, he deliberately omitted the fabricated tale of showing fortune to Shui Jinin, merely stating that due to the quality of the fish, the boss had taken notice, promising them future direct deliveries to Fuhua Tower. He endeavored to maintain a casual and light-hearted tone. Shen Yuling held her rice bowl, quietly listening without interjecting, although her movements slowed as she picked at her food, clearly paying keen attention. The warmth emanating from the stove mingled with the fragrant aroma of shrimp and vegetables, filling the small living room with a comforting ambience. "Oh, there's something else," Zhou Haiyang mentioned, placing another peeled shrimp into Shen Yuling's bowl. "This afternoon, Fatty and I were fishing at the Cape and ran into Zhang Xiaofeng from Zhangjiagu. I discussed with her the possibility of using her boat to drop some traps and gather a bit of seafood during our free time. It's not easy for her to manage a small boat alone, and with us keeping an eye on her, she would have a bit more safety, right? This could open up additional avenues for us." She nodded in agreement. "Tomorrow morning, we could try setting the traps. If fortune smiles upon us, perhaps by next month, we can settle that debt." He took a mouthful of rice, his words laced with hope. Shen Yuling paused momentarily while picking up shrimp with her chopsticks, then looked up thoughtfully. "The one from Zhangjiagu," she spoke softly, "is it the somewhat slow-witted Zhang Xiaofeng?" "It is indeed her." Zhou Haiyang sighed. The 4 younger sisters, the oldest barely 7 or 8, were all counting on her. A young girl, constantly braving the waves, was not a sustainable situation. Her agreement to help was indeed a commendable act of kindness. Shen Yuling lowered her gaze slightly, her chopsticks absent-mindedly stirring the shiny grains of rice in her bowl, revealing a hint of concern. However, Zhang Xiaofeng was, after all, a daughter of Zhang Jiegu. The two villages had harbored animosity for generations, and encounters were seldom pleasant. She paused, raising her eyes to Zhou Haiyang, her expression earnest. You must remain prudent in your dealings with her. She can be quite muddled. Ensure that you are clear-headed in all matters. Do not give rise to gossip that you are taking advantage of a foolish girl for her boat. If your reputation is tarnished, it will be difficult for you to navigate life in the village. Your wisdom is indeed sound, my dear. Zhou Haiyang immediately set down his bowl, his expression earnest as he concurred. I shall take this matter to heart, considering all aspects to avoid any idle talk. Seeing his playful demeanor, Shen Yuling shot him an exasperated glance. Yet Zhou Haiyang's smile only widened. It was a promising sign that his wife was beginning to take an interest in such matters, urging him to think long-term. Uncle is here. Qin suddenly exclaimed from her seat near the door, her voice bright with joy as she clutched a shrimp tail, her mouth glistening with grease. Upon spotting the figure at the gate, she quickly set down her chopsticks and nimbly hopped off the long bench, bouncing toward the entrance like a fledgling sparrow. Wait, Qin. Don't run. Zhou Haiyang's elder brother, Zhou Haifeng, stood at the threshold. His tall, robust figure was drenched in sweat, streaked with salt from the sea breeze. His coarse shirt clinging to him, the fabric worn thin from years of labor. From a distance, he waved at his approaching niece, his voice hoarse yet weary. Qin, don't come too close. I just returned from work, and I'm all sweaty and fishy. I'm quite dirty. I don't want to overwhelm you. Brother. Zhou Haiyang hurried over to the courtyard, illuminated by the soft yellow light spilling from the house, his heart constricting as he beheld his elder brother's familiar, yet worn face, a wave of emotion washing over him like an uncontainable tide. In his previous life, his brother had succumbed to illness from overwork, passing away before reaching 50. But now, his brother was still in his 30s. Though weary, his back remained straight. There was still time to change everything. The coarse work clothes were soaked in sweat, emanating a pungent odor mixed with the salty scent of the sea. The deep creases on his shoulders were like badges of honor, silently narrating the burdens borne by a dockworker. Zhou Haifeng broke into a hearty smile, revealing teeth yellowed from cheap cigarettes. Today, your sister-in-law and I just returned from unloading a ship of coal at the Westport. When I got home, the two little rascals told me you had some success at the beach today and earned some money. At first, I thought the kids were just babbling, so I went to ask our parents. To my surprise, it was all true. He took a couple of steps forward, his large hand, resembling a fan, clapped Zhou Haiyang's shoulder with a reassuring force, imbued with pride. Little brother, seeing you now striving to improve and earning for the family brings me great comfort. Zhou Haiyang felt a warmth welling in his eyes, his voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Brother, I used to be so foolish and unaware, and I caused you so much worry. Why speak of such things? Zhou Haifeng waved dismissively, his tone hearty. We are brothers born of the same womb. There is no need for such formalities. As long as you continue to live steadily and avoid reckless pursuits, then my worries will not be in vain. Shen Yuling had come to the doorway, wiping her hands, and upon seeing them, hurriedly called out, Brother, you've worked hard all day. Don't just stand out there talking. Haiyang, quickly invite your brother inside to sit. Right. Look at me. Zhou Haiyang suddenly came to his senses, eagerly reaching out to grasp his elder brother's sturdy, calloused hand, warmly ushering him inside. Brother, come in. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Perfect timing. Let us share a couple of dishes, and we can have a drink together. His tone was genuine and inviting. Oh, no. Zhou Haifeng quickly withdrew his hand, a simple smile gracing his face as he explained to them, with this sweat on me, it will only make the smell worse inside. Your sister-in-law has already cooked clam porridge and prepared a few mixed flour buns at home. I'll just have a bite to fill my stomach. However, hearing that you've made some progress today fills my heart with joy, so I came by to take a look. As he spoke, he handed Zhou Haiyang a bulging old cloth bag he had been carrying. Brother, Zhou Haiyang felt a surge of warmth clogging his throat. He lowered his gaze towards the burlap bag, and an intense, savory aroma of meat, rich with grease, instantly filled his nostrils. Enough of this banter. There is nothing of great value here, Zhou Haifeng remarked dismissively, shoving the bag into his brother's hands. It's just some leftovers from the port officials. Your sister-in-law prepared some special dishes for them. Her skills are quite commendable. She managed to portion out a bit of everything, and this is what we have. Just heat it up when you get home, and it should suffice. There is plenty of grease. He dusted off his trousers and flashed a smile. Well, I've seen you, and the goods are delivered. I'll be heading home now. With that, he turned to leave. Elder brother. Zhou Haiyang grasped his older brother's sturdy arm earnestly. We reached home. How can you leave without even sharing a meal? It's been ages since we had a proper sit-down together, enjoying a warm meal. Today, You must let me pour you a couple of drinks. Shen Yuling had also stepped forward, taking the heavy, grease-stained bag from Zhou Haiyang's hands. Yes, elder brother, let us eat first before you leave. You brought the food, and my pot is still warm. There are fresh buns on the stove. Let me heat them up so you can fill your stomach before you go. Zhou Haifeng looked at his brother, whose face radiated sincerity, then at his sister-in-law, who was equally inviting. He found it hard to refuse, and a weary smile finally broke across his face. All right then, I shall impose on you for one meal. Haha, that's the spirit. Come on, elder brother, let us go inside. We can eat and chat. Zhou Haiyang beamed, affectionately linking arms with his elder brother and leading him into the dining room. Fragrant with the scent of food, Shen Yuling swiftly opened the bag brought by her brother-in-law and poured its contents into an empty plate. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a delightful assortment of meat and vegetables. There were several pieces of steamed pork, interspersed with savory braised ribs, soft-cooked wintermelon, and kelp knots, mingled with some leafy greens. Clearly, she had meticulously selected the finest dishes after serving the officials, creating such a sumptuous platter. Although some flavors might clash in these times, such richness was indeed a rarity. Chapter 47. The Fish Trap. Wow, it smells amazing. Mama, what delicious food is that? Ching Ching chimed in, tiptoeing closer, her small hands clinging to the edge of the table as she craned her neck to catch a glimpse of the piled delicacies. Unfortunately, her petite stature prevented her from seeing much beyond the rim of the plates. Shen Yuling affectionately ruffled her fluffy little head. This is something your uncle specifically brought for us. Once Mama warms it up and serves it, you'll be able to taste it. Gently nudging her aside, she added, Ching Ching, why don't you go play with your dad for a bit? Mama needs to run over to Grandma Yang to buy a few eggs. Our supplies are running low, and with your uncle staying for dinner, we can't rely solely on this platter and the leftovers from lunch. After sending the reluctant little girl off to speak with her father and uncle, Shen Yuling hurried out the door. Before long, she returned with 7 eggs, which she had purchased from a neighbor for a couple of yuan. 2 would be used to make steamed eggs, while the rest would be stir-fried with vibrant leeks. With only a few potatoes left, she deftly sliced them into thin strands for stir-frying. In no time, a meal that, while not lavish, was certainly heartfelt, was ready to be served again. 3 dishes encircled the steaming platter of meat and vegetables, exuding an enticing aroma. Zhou Haiyang produced 2 small cups and filled them with locally sourced, inexpensive sorghum liquor. The cloudy liquid, when poured, released a pungent, grainy scent. Zhou Haifeng observed his brother confidently pouring the drinks and serving the dishes, his demeanor markedly transformed from the earlier carefree attitude. A genuine sense of contentment flickered across his weathered face, and a smile lingered on his lips. Come on, elder brother, let us start. Zhou Haiyang raised his cup, his face radiating sincere joy. Zhou Haifeng, feeling a hint of mischief, teased, You think you can keep up with me in drinking? Don't overdo it. I know your limits better than you do. He pointed at the cup before his brother. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Zhou Haiyang chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Elder brother, please don't belittle me. I can handle a good 7 or 8 of these little cups. Ha ha! Zhou Haifeng laughed heartily, shaking his head. Well then, what is the point of showing off to your brother? Just take it easy. It's the thought that counts. I'll drink for both of us. Ha ha, elder brother. I've been waiting for you to say that. Zhou Haiyang grinned, relenting. Let's have a toast. Cheers. Zhou Haifeng replied cheerfully, raising his cup, and the 2 brothers began to drink, savoring the rare feast that graced their home. Zhou Haiyang, whose tolerance for alcohol was indeed limited, soon found his cheeks flushed after just a few cups of the strong liquor. Nevertheless, he endeavored to be a good companion, refilling his brother's glass and engaging in conversation. The meal was particularly delightful. After finishing their meal and feeling satisfied, Zhou Haifeng prepared to leave. Zhou Haiyang promptly stood up as well, feeling slightly unsteady on his feet. Elder brother, I'll walk with you. I need to grab some old fish traps from our parents' place to prepare for tomorrow's fishing trip. Zhou Haifeng, having enjoyed the drink, felt content and his complexion glowed with health. The creases at the corners of his eyes eased. He boomed with approval. Excellent. It's good to have aspirations. Don't fret about how much you earn. What matters is having a goal in life, a sense of purpose, so your heart remains at ease. Absolutely. Let us go together. Zhou Haiyang nodded with a smile, greeting Shen Yuling, who was busy tidying up the dishes, and then stepped out with Zhou Haifeng onto the moonlit village path. The old house was spacious and silent, devoid of any television, with only an old-fashioned radio that crackled to life. As night fell, aside from seeking respite from the heat, there was little else to occupy their time. The elderly couple, Zhou Changhe and He Chuanxiu, along with their youngest daughter, Zhou Xiaoxiao, clutched their polished palm leaf fans, seeking a cool spot in the cluttered yard. They leisurely fanned themselves, listening to the radio's melodious opera or the crisp sounds of the news broadcast. Dad, Mom, The footsteps of their two sons disrupted the stillness of the courtyard. Ah, the third one? Why are you coming back so late? He Chuanxiu inquired, rising with concern as she recognized her youngest son returning with his elder brother in the moonlight. Third brother, Zhou Xiao exclaimed from a distance, dramatically waving her hand in front of her nose. Did you sneak a drink again? You smell of alcohol. Her words stirred a hornet's nest. Zhou Changhe, who had been comfortably seated with his eyes closed, abruptly turned his head, his brows furrowed, his murky eyes narrowing with customary sternness. Have you really been drinking? Do you think you can handle a drink? Don't you know your own limits? His voice resonated like a drum, carrying the weight of authority. Zhou Haiyang felt a bit sheepish under his father's scrutiny and hastily explained, Dad, I only had a couple of small cups with elder brother to toast. It wasn't too much. You can ask him. He quickly cast a glance at Zhou Haifeng, who promptly interjected, Yes, Dad, it was me who encouraged the third one to join me. He is becoming more responsible, and he is grounded now. You shouldn't always judge him by your old standards. Humph. Zhou Changhe snorted through his nose, maintaining his stern expression. Only time will tell how he is doing. Let us wait and see. Though the old man's heart had softened, he was loath to admit it, his pride firmly intact. You, with your stubbornness. He Chuanxiu reproached her husband lightly, then turned to Zhou Haiyang with a kind smile, changing the subject. Third brother, don't mind your father. As for the fish traps, wait here, I'll fetch them for you. Xiao, where did you stash those old fishing nets I tidied up the other day? I believe they might be tucked away in a corner of the storage room, perhaps within a sack. Zhou Xiao, uncertain, rose to her feet, slipping on her old plastic sandals as she made her way towards the earthen shed where the fishing gear was stored. I'll go have a look. They've been in there for about half a year. Who knows what condition they're in after being gnawed on by mice. Chapter 48. Embarrassment. Before long, Zhou Xiao emerged from the storage room, panting, dragging out a dusty, bulging sack. As she untied the twine at the top, she dumped the crumpled, fishy, and musty-smelling nets onto the ground with a whoosh. Oh my goodness. Just as the nets spilled out, a massive shadow darted from the tangled nylon mesh, skimming across the ground, startling Zhou Xiao into a shriek. A rat. A huge rat. Curse it. He Chuanxiu swore vehemently, grabbing the bald broom, leaning against the wall to swat at it. Unfortunately, the rat was too nimble, slipping into a hole in the corner of the wall, leaving only a cloud of dust in its wake. What a disaster. I am definitely buying some rat poison tomorrow. We must eradicate these pests. Oh no, this is terrible. Zhou Xiao leaned closer to inspect the nets, gasping in dismay as her face reflected her regret. There are so many places that the rats have chewed through. They were beyond repair. How could they still be used for fishing? She picked one up, noticing the edges were jagged, clearly gnawed upon. Can we patch them? Maybe we could try fixing the smaller holes? He Chuanxiu, having forgotten about chasing the rat, hurried over to examine the nets, his anxiety palpable. Zhou Haiyang's heart sank as he crouched down to rummage through the mix of musty and fishy-smelling nets. Their hopes for tomorrow's catch rested on these nets. The father and son diligently sifted through the pile, and after some time, they finally unearthed 5 that were somewhat intact. However, even these survivors bore the marks of rat damage, each with 1 or more small holes. He Chuanxiu brushed off the dust from his clothes, standing up with determination. Oldest son, wait here. I will fetch the needle and thread to patch these up so we can make do. Mother, please don't trouble yourself with that. I can take these home for Yuling to mend. Zhou Haiyang interjected, unwilling to let his mother work late into the night sewing patches. As he spoke, he swiftly gathered the 5 nets and stuffed them back into the old sack, addressing everyone, father, mother, eldest brother, little sister, I'm heading back now. Hey, third brother, wait a moment. Zhou Xiao suddenly bounded over like a lively deer, her round face brimming with hopeful excitement, her eyes sparkling. Tomorrow is the low tide. Many villagers are planning to go to the beach. You have such good luck. Take me along. I want to join you and perhaps earn a little pocket money to buy some candy. She clasped her hands together, her expression pleading. Zhou Haiyang, seeing his younger sister, who was a head shorter and still had a hint of childishness, couldn't resist playfully tapping her forehead, teasing, earning pocket money. What does a little girl of 16 need with money? Are you in such a hurry to save up for your dowry? Zhou Xiao's face flushed crimson, akin to a rose in bloom. Embarrassed and flustered, she stamped her foot, her voice a mixture of urgency and shyness. Third brother. You're speaking nonsense. I didn't mean that. She pouted, scrambling for an excuse. After all, I am an aunt now. It's quite embarrassing to have not a single penny in my pocket when facing my nephews and nieces. Even as she said this, the reasoning felt awkward to her. This child, He Chuanxiu, listening from the side, couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Zhou Haiyang was amused by his sister's peculiar logic, bursting into laughter. All right, tomorrow after I finish checking the nets, I'll swing by to see the tide. If there aren't too many people collecting at the beach, I'll come get you. Really? You promise? Zhou Xiao's eyes widened in delight, her face alight with joy. "It's a deal." Zhou Haiyang responded with a grin. "Father, mother, eldest brother, I'm off now." He hoisted the heavy sack and bid farewell to the family once more, as his figure disappeared at the gate. The silence of the courtyard was broken by Zhou Changhe, who was tapping the bottom of his shoes with a smoking pipe. He muttered, "5 nets," and cast out, barely filling a large scoop. It's indeed a bit lacking. He paused, glancing at his old wife before continuing, "Tomorrow, finish up with the new nets and refrain from taking on new orders. Be quick about it, and help the third son make a few more new nets. If he has too few nets and doesn't catch anything after a couple of days, he'll lose heart." He chuanxiu, handing Zhou Haifang a glass of water. Overheard and turned to glare at his husband, teasingly exposing his thoughts. "Stubborn. You clearly care that the third son has too few nets. Just admit you want to make him a few extras instead of making excuses." As Zhou Xiao bent down, collecting the completely ruined nets, she couldn't help but let out a laugh. Stealing a glance at her father, she saw his weathered face turn a deep shade of purple, his beard twitching in embarrassment at being so accurately read. "What's so funny? Why are you laughing?" Zhou Changhe's expression hardened, wrapping his pipe against his palm, directing all his flustered ire towards his daughter. "Didn't you say you want to go to the beach tomorrow? Hurry up and get to bed. Rest well." "Dad, why are you suddenly yelling at me?" Zhou Xiao stood up straight, still clutching a tattered net bag, her expression bewildered and innocent. Zhou Haiyang returned home, the lights still aglow in the living room. Shun Yuling was in the kitchen, washing dishes with the light of an oil lamp, the sound of water splashing echoing. He set down the sack and rummaged for the wooden shuttle used for mending nets, alongside several rolls of old nylon thread of varying thickness. Seated on a small stool, he attempted to thread a needle through a torn net, clumsily trying to patch the gaping hole under the dim flicker of the oil lamp. Little Ching, understanding and attentive, squatted beside him, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she watched her father wrestle with the tangled netting. She even grabbed an old fan with a torn edge, trying to stand on tiptoe to fan her father gently. Stop. That's not how you mend a net. Don't waste that thread." Shun Yuling, having finished washing the dishes, stood at the kitchen door, almost amused by the sight of Zhou Haiyang's awkward struggle. She stifled a laugh, her tone a mix of exasperation and affection. "Leave it be. I'll take care of it in a moment. By the time you finish, I'll have to undo what you've done and start over. Go wash some water for Ching to clean her face." She tied her apron, rolling her sleeves up to her elbows, revealing her delicate wrists. Zhou Haiyang, embarrassed, paused his efforts, looking up at his wife's graceful face illuminated by the lamp. Feeling a bit lost. Isn't this how you do it?" Chapter 49, The Flame. Shun Yuling shot him an annoyed look, her tone familiar. "When I say stop, just stop. Be obedient. Go wash the child's face and feet, and then you should wash up and get some rest too. Once I've tidied Ching up, I'll have time to fix these holes." As she spoke, she turned back to the stove to heat water. Zhou Haiyang had no choice but to place the shuttle and thread on the stool, standing up. "All right then, I'll take care of Ching's bath. You?" Shun Yuling paused in surprise, glancing back at him with skepticism. "You know how to do that? Be careful not to hurt her delicate skin." Zhou Haiyang chuckled. "It's just a child's bath. Have I never seen a pig run before?" Upon hearing these words, Shun Yuling's expression darkened abruptly. "What do you mean? Are you implying that I'm a pig?" Her brows arched in indignation, and with a clatter, she returned the ladle to the earthen jar. Zhou Haiyang, noticing the sudden change in his wife's demeanor, realized he had spoken too hastily and frantically waved his hands in denial. No, it was a slip of the tongue. Merely a metaphor, just a careless comparison. He quickly sought to rectify his mistake, evading the menacing gaze of Shun Yuling, and called out to their somewhat bewildered daughter. Ching, come here. Daddy is going to give you a bath. I promise it will be delightful." As he spoke, he seized his daughter's icy little hand and hurried towards the basin, eager to escape the awkward situation. Shun Yuling stood rooted in place, observing the hasty retreat of father and daughter, and the tension in her lips gradually gave way to a faint smile. She called out, "Mix the warm water from the pot with the cold water in the jar. Do not startle the child with cold water." The fire in the stove still retained some warmth, and the water in the pot was pleasantly warm. "Got it. Plenty." Zhou Haiyang's voice carried from outside, tinged with a note of eagerness. The bathing was swift. Zhou Haiyang meticulously washed his daughter's small face, arms, and legs with the pleasantly warm water, and lathered her with fragrant soap. When it was his turn, he hastily rinsed off his own body, reeking of alcohol and sweat, using the leftover water. After changing into clean undershirts and shorts, the father and daughter settled onto their wooden bed, draped with an old mosquito net. Ching nestled her small head upon her father's now-cooled, soap-scented, sturdy arm, her large, sparkling eyes blinking eagerly, ready to hear a story. Once upon a time, there was a mountain. Zhou Haiyang elongated his tone, mimicking the storytelling style of the elders. On the mountain, there was a temple, and in the temple lived an old monk and a young monk. He purposely paused. Qingqing perked up her little ears, listening intently. Zhou Haiyang continued leisurely. One day, the old monk said to the young monk. Again, he paused, savoring his daughter's expectant gaze, unable to suppress a smile before continuing. He said, once upon a time, there was a mountain on which stood a temple, where an old monk and a young monk lived. At first, Qingqing listened with keen interest, but as the story repeated itself, her little brows furrowed in confusion. Is this all there is? She pouted, turning her face in protest. Daddy, you're deceiving me. What kind of story is this? You're just going in circles. It's not a story at all. Zhou Haiyang chuckled at his daughter's adorable expression, teasing her. How can it not be? Haven't I been telling it all along? Seeing her small face turn away in annoyance, he quickly soothed her. All right, Daddy was wrong. I'll tell you a proper story. He cleared his throat and, with a serious demeanor, announced, Today, I will tell you the story of Little Red Riding Hood. He thought this tale would carry a cautionary lesson, teaching his daughter to be wary of strangers. After recounting Little Red Riding Hood, noticing that Qingqing was still wide awake and engrossed, he continued with the boy who cried wolf. After much effort, as the two stories concluded, he felt the little one's breath gradually deepen and even out, her eyelashes fluttering softly as her small mouth parted slightly, drifting into a sweet slumber. Zhou Haiyang carefully withdrew his somewhat numb arm and leaned against the cool, smooth wall of red bricks at the head of the bed, gently fanning his daughter with a large palm leaf fan under the dim glow of the waning oil lamp. A gentle breeze caressed Qingqing's fine hair. As he fanned, he listened to the faint rustling sound of the netting in the main room, his heart warming with anticipation for Zhou Haiyang to finish her chores and return. He reflected on his day, feeling content with his performance, bringing home money and watermelon, negotiating a partnership with Zhang Xiaofeng, sharing a comforting drink with his brother, and lulling his daughter to sleep. Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. As he pondered, a smile crept onto his lips, thinking perhaps tonight. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, the familiar sound of footsteps never materialized. The flame of the oil lamp dwindled to a mere flicker, casting only a faint red glow. Zhou Haiyang found it increasingly difficult to remain in bed. He slipped on his nearly worn-out slippers and quietly approached the doorway of the main room. Zhou Haiyang, under the flickering, dim light of the oil lamp, was still engrossed in her task, her head bowed as she battled against the frayed fishing net. Her fingers deftly maneuvered through the resilient nylon line, the shuttle darting swiftly through the damaged mesh with fluidity and skill. Dear, are you not done yet? Zhou Haiyang asked in a hushed tone, wary of awakening the peacefully slumbering child. Zhou Haiyang was startled by the sudden voice, her hands momentarily faltering, nearly dropping the shuttle. Turning to see it was Zhou Haiyang, she furrowed her brow slightly and replied softly, Why are you still awake? What time is it? Zhou Haiyang leaned against the doorframe, chuckling softly, his gaze lingering on her focused profile. He pretended to rub his belly. I was waiting for my esteemed wife to sleep together. How much longer will you be busy? Zhou Haiyang, understanding his intentions, felt her cheeks warm slightly under the yellow glow of the lamp and shot him an exasperated glance. Just go to sleep. There are more holes than I anticipated. The rats have gnawed too fiercely, and it's impossible to mend properly. I can only hastily tie a few knots over the larger gaps. It will probably fall apart after a few uses tomorrow. This will take at least another hour. Her tone was calm, tinged with a hint of fatigue, yet her hands remained busy. All right then. Zhou Haiyang observed the net riddled with holes and his wife's face softly illuminated by the oil lamp, resigning himself. I'll just wait for you in bed? Yes, go sleep. If you miss your chance, you won't be able to rest well. Zhou Haiyang did not look up, reaching for another thick thread. Zhou Haiyang returned to bed, lying down. Perhaps the effects of the few drinks had truly taken hold, or perhaps the monotonous sound of her mending work served as a lullaby, or perhaps the tiny flicker of hope within him had dimmed, leaving him with a sense of weariness. He had scarcely laid down when his consciousness gradually sank into darkness. He was unsure how long he had been asleep when he awoke groggily. The room was enveloped in an inky darkness, silent and still, with not a sound to be heard. Even the oil lamp had long extinguished. Little moonlight trickled through the window paper, only allowing for a vague outline of the thatched roof to be discerned. He had no idea what time it was, only feeling a thirst. His mind was muddled, as if filled with cotton. Just as he contemplated turning over to sleep again, his awareness, like a fish ensnared in a net, struggled to become increasingly alert. He turned his head and gently lifted the edge of the mosquito net, peering into the dim light toward the side of the bed. Zhou Haiyang had already lain down at some point. She appeared to be in a deep slumber, turned on her side, her breathing even and prolonged. In the darkness, he could only faintly outline her figure, Beneath the thin blanket, the gentle rise and fall of her curves, her slender waist and full hips. In this quiet, profound night, she resembled an alluring whirlpool within a realm of sweet dreams. Zhou Haiyang felt an intense thirst suddenly consume him, his throat constricting instinctively. The ember of desire, suppressed by alcohol, fatigue, and a hint of disappointment, abruptly flared back to life. Warmth washed over him, tingling throughout his body. The satisfaction from his efforts during the day transformed into an urgent longing, mingling with the night, surging forth like the tide of the sea. He held his breath. In the darkness, that strong, slightly sweaty arm seemed to take on a will of its own, stealthily emerging from beneath the blanket. Like a small boat searching for a harbor, it gropes its way towards the warm, misty embrace of the soft jade fragrance beside it. Chapter 50. The Crab Tide. Just as Zhou Haiyang's fingertips were about to graze the warm, yet slightly curled sleeping figure of Zhou Haiyang, she suddenly emitted a sharp, piercing scream. This midnight fright struck Zhou Haiyang's taut heartstrings with a jolt, causing him to tremble all over, his hands suspended in mid-air, as if frozen. "Don't hit Ching-Ching, she's small. If you must hit someone, hit me instead, I beg you." In her dreams, Zhou Haiyang's brow furrowed deeply, twisted into a bitter knot, her head shaking back and forth as if trying to evade invisible lashes. Her hand clutched the coarse bedsheet beneath her with such intensity that her knuckles turned white, particularly glaring in the dim light. Zhou Haiyang's heart felt as though it were being mercilessly squeezed by an unseen force. Sharp pain surging forth alongside a tidal wave of regret, instantly washing away any lingering hopes he harbored. Beads of cold sweat trickled from his wife's forehead, her sleeping visage consumed by overwhelming dread. This scene seared into him like a red-hot branding iron, tightening his chest. "Yuling," he croaked, his voice barely a whisper, as he tentatively grasped her icy hand, which was slick with cold sweat. "I'm sorry, Yuling, it's all my fault. Don't be afraid. I want to hit Ching-Ching. I promise I will never hit again." The last words trembled on his lips, as if sandpaper had grazed his throat. Upon feeling his grasp, Zhou Haiyang's hand tightened reflexively, like a drowning person seizing a lifeline, her nails digging deep into his arm. Yet he seemed to have lost all sensation of pain, merely gazing at his wife with a mixture of anguish and compassion. Only when her rapid breaths began to slow, and her furrowed brow relaxed slightly, did he exhale a long, deep sigh from the depths of his throat, his heart finally settling back into place. A long, bitter sigh echoed in the dim room. Zhou Haiyang, with heavy steps, exited the room, closing the door behind him. The earnest attempts to please her over the past few days, the careful probing and deliberate gestures, had led him to believe that his wife's tightly wound heartstrings might loosen somewhat. However, that piercing scream of terror, coupled with the fear that haunted her even in slumber, doused his meager hopes like a bucket of icy water poured over him. A sense of melancholy spread through his chest like ink. He instinctively pulled out a crumpled pack of cigarettes, deftly shaking one free and placing it between his lips, while holding a matchbox in his other hand, just as the faint scratch of the match ignited. The serene, sleeping face of his daughter and the pallid visage of his wife resurfaced in his mind. Zhou Haiyang paused, silently tossing the match back onto the table, removing the cigarette from his mouth and returning it to the pack. The earlier fright and the tumult of regret had thoroughly banished any remnants of drowsiness. He returned to the pitch-black inner room, glancing at the square electronic clock on the table, its green glow illuminating the darkness. The fluorescent digits clearly read 0405. It was time for the tide to recede. He muttered to himself, thinking that since he could not sleep, he might as well take a stroll by the sea. Today's tide was a minor one, beginning its retreat at 4 in the morning. If he went now, he would just be in time for the first stretch of exposed mudflat. With a bit of luck, he might stumble upon something valuable. Their home was bare, with hardly any decent appliances, save for a silver-gray flashlight that could double as a brick. He opened the peeling wooden drawer by the wall, retrieving the flashlight and clicking the switch, which emitted a robust beam of light that pierced through the darkness outside, illuminating a small patch of uneven ground before the door. Without further hesitation, he swiftly donned his patched-up work jacket, slung the fish basket over his shoulder, and grabbed the specially made long-handled iron tongs, turning to plunge into the heavy night. In the stillness of the midnight coastal village, only the chirping of insects and the distant, unceasing sigh of the waves remained. The flashlight beam swayed ahead, casting light over the roadside weeds and the crooked walls of the yards. A few startled stray dogs barked intermittently in the darkness before quickly returning to silence. Before long, the briny sea breeze rushed towards him, carrying its distinctive fishy scent. The sound of the waves grew clearer as he trudged through the soft sand, the flashlight beam directed straight ahead. The mudflats and jagged outcrops of rocks gradually emerged from the inky waters. In the places where the tide had receded, glimmers of silver dotted the ground, fish that had not made it back to the sea in time, floundering helplessly on the wet sand. With a soft sound, a robust grouper leaped up, only to be swiftly caught by Zhou Haiyang's quick reflexes, its head down as it was tossed into the plastic bucket at his waist, forever severing its hopes of returning to the ocean. A grouper. It must weigh over half a pound. Excellent. What a great start. He weighed the bucket in his hand, murmuring to it softly, a smile creeping onto his lips. Soon, his gaze was drawn to several particularly bright red glimmers deep within the mudflat. Initially, he had worried that the mysteries of the night would be obscured by darkness, but upon reaching the shore, he discovered that in this ink-black night, those radiant red spots shone like guiding beacons. Given the surrounding desolation, he felt no need to conceal his intentions any longer, illuminating the path with his flashlight. He strode purposefully into the damp mudflat, heading straight towards the most vibrant red glow. Huh, sea cucumbers. Zhou Haiyang's low exclamation was laced with unmistakable delight. Gently probing with the iron tongs, he successfully clamped a half-foot-long, jet-black sea cucumber, depositing it securely into the bucket. After securing this sizable catch, he noticed a cluster of red dots flickering amidst the wet mud ahead. It was a nest of wild clams. While they might not fetch a high price, they would make a delicious addition to soups and stir-fries at home, rivaling the flavor of meat. Given this fortunate encounter, Zhou Haiyang wasted no time, swiftly gathering them all without leaving a single one behind. Continuing his relentless search, within half an hour, the bottom of the plastic bucket was solidly packed. Unfortunately, with the tide just having receded, his range of movement was limited to the edge of the beach. Zhou Haiyang hefted the considerably heavier bucket and continued to explore along the wet mudflat, just as he had clamped a palm-sized crab from the base of a towering rock. Preparing to bind it with plastic ties, a rustling sound suddenly pierced the silence of the early morning seaside. It resembled the sound of countless small hard objects scraping against the sand, creating an eerie atmosphere in the stillness of the night. Zhou Haiyang's movements froze, his heart instinctively tightening. He instinctively raised the flashlight, the blinding beam sweeping across the darkened beach from which the sound originated. In the next moment, he stood frozen, mouth agape, nearly dropping the frantically clawing crab he held. Wherever the light shone, there was a dense mass of green shells. Countless crabs, as if summoned by a silent horn, were arrayed in an endless wave, scuttling freely across the softly gleaming sand. The sound of their movements coalesced into a muffled murmur. Chapter 51. Calling for help. Heavens! Zhou Haiyang felt as if his eyeballs might pop out of their sockets. An overwhelming wave of joy surged through him like electric currents, causing his scalp to tingle. He could no longer concern himself with binding the crab. The bucket clanked as he carelessly dropped it onto the muddy ground and bolted toward the throng of moving green shells. The flashlight beam illuminated a sea of large blue crabs. Their grayish-blue carapaces glistened under the light, their robust claws raised high like miniature bronze weapons. My God, how many are there? Zhou Haiyang was utterly overwhelmed by the sheer opulence surrounding him, his chest heaving violently. He took 2 deep breaths of the frigid, briny sea breeze, forcing himself to regain a semblance of composure. With nimble hands, he seized the ties akin to a seasoned laborer on a construction site, bending down to catch crabs and bind them. Ha ha, this is truly a windfall. He could not suppress a low chuckle as his hands moved with such speed they seemed to leave traces in the air. Once he secured a crab, he tossed it into the bucket, his eyes darting rapidly around him. All he could see was a sea of green shells, the scale of which was beyond his wildest estimations. Wild blue crabs, medium-sized, weighing about 3 to 4 ounces each, could easily fetch 7 to 8 yuan per pound at the market. The actions he was performing felt akin to bending down on the beach to gather riches. Zhou Haiyang's breath grew heavier, and his movements quickened. Yet, as he witnessed the plastic bucket brimming with crabs, nearly overflowing, his fevered brain finally began to cool. This won't do. He glanced at the pile of crabs, realizing that he had been swept away by euphoria, forgetting the most crucial aspect. He needed to call for help. This was not a solitary bounty. It was a divine opportunity for everyone to share in the fortune. The first individuals who came to mind were, naturally, his closest companions and that bumbling fatso. Zhou Haiyang took one last greedy look at the seemingly endless expanse of green shells, steeling himself, gritting his teeth as he hefted the heavy bucket and began to jog across the muddy shore. Time is money. The crabs wouldn't wait indefinitely. Losing even one would be akin to a loss. Moreover, the eastern horizon was already faintly lightening. It wouldn't be long before villagers headed to the sea began arriving in droves. At that point, what seemed like easy pickings would become increasingly difficult. He hurried back home, slamming the bucket down in the center of the yard. Without pausing, he dashed into the clutter and unearthed 2 dirty, deflated large plastic woven bags. tucking them under his arms as he rushed outside. Should he wake Yuling? He had already stepped out of the yard when he hesitated, glancing back at the silent interior. The window was shrouded in darkness. His moment of indecision quickly passed. Forget it, let her sleep soundly. There's always more money to be made. Ultimately, he withdrew the foot he had nearly stepped out with, clutching the two burlap sacks tighter, and turned to merge into the dim morning light. With a clear objective, he headed straight for the low courtyard wall of his plump friend's house. The courtyard was silent. The fat boy's mother, Granny Wong, was hard of hearing, but the neighboring residents were not. Zhou Haiyang assessed the not-so-high wall, placed his hands down, and nimbly climbed over. He crept stealthily to the wooden window adorned with oiled paper. Utilizing the faint moonlight, he peered through the crack and discerned the fat boy sprawled across the rickety bed, his white flesh resembling a flattened pancake, occupying most of the dilapidated cot. His snores were rhythmic, resonating through the room from his thick lips. "Fatty!" Zhou Haiyang called out in a hushed tone. The snoring merely paused for a moment before resuming even louder. "What the heck?" Zhou Haiyang's eyelids twitched in frustration. He flicked on his flashlight, the beam piercing through the window crack, landing squarely on the fat boy's shiny face. Under the harsh light, the boy squirmed, grumbling as he rubbed his eyes, then rolled over, presenting his broad back to the window. The snores continued unabated, long and melodic, undisturbed. Zhou Haiyang's temples throbbed with irritation. He crouched down, picked up a small pebble from the ground, and aimed it at the boy's plump posterior, flicking his wrist gently. The pebble, as if guided by fate, sailed through the air in a swift arc, striking the left cheek of the fat boy's rear end with precision. With a resonant smack, the sound pierced the dawn's tranquility. "Hiss out!" The fat boy shot up from the bed as if scalded by a hot iron, his face contorting in shock as he clutched the impacted area, gasping for breath. "Which rascal?" He looked around, bewildered, fully awake now, his small eyes darting suspiciously in the dim room, attempting to identify his assailant. "Fatty!" Zhou Haiyang called again, raising his voice through the window. The boy shivered, reflexively pulling the string to the bedside lamp. The dim, yellow light chased away a small circle of darkness around the bed. He widened his eyes, abruptly turning his head, locking onto the indistinct figure outside the window. "Holy crap, Haiyang!" The fat boy's face registered a mix of helplessness and indignation. "Did you really have to greet me with a stone? It's still dark outside. I thought the earth was shaking, and the house would collapse. Stop whining. Get up quickly. A grand opportunity awaits." Zhou Haiyang's tone was urgent and insistent. The fat boy, accustomed to obeying Zhou Haiyang's commands, though filled with confusion, recognized the gravity of the situation and swallowed his complaints. He hurriedly slipped on his sweat-soaked shirt, shoved his legs into loose trousers, and stumbled into his flattened shoes. Rushing out, "Haiyang, what is going on?" "It's so early," he asked, hastily tying his belt, his eyelids still drooping, his eyes still adjusting to the brightness. Zhou Haiyang's smile was irrepressible, infused with an eager excitement. "We're about to strike it rich. A lucrative venture has come our way. Stop dawdling. Gather your gear for crab catching. Bring extra ties. Wait for me at the entrance. I'll go call my parents and my older brother. We'll go together." "What? What do you mean, Rich? What is going on?" The fat boy was left even more perplexed by this nonsensical chatter, wanting to inquire further. But Zhou Haiyang darted away like an arrow, vanishing into the gray dawn before he could finish his sentence. What on earth is happening at this hour? Has he not even woken from his dreaming of wealth? The fat boy scratched his unruly hair, stifling a yawn thick with sleepiness, dragging his feet back inside to gather his belongings. Chapter 52, Great Fortune. On the side of the old house, Zhou Haiyang pushed open the creaky wooden door, which clanged shut behind him. Zhou Changhe emerged, draped in a faded navy blue jacket, rubbing his bleary eyes and yawning, his tone clearly filled with dissatisfaction. "Third son? What is all this racket at such an ungodly hour? Can a man get a decent sleep? Is a house on fire?" Zhou Haiyang instinctively took a couple steps back, his face brimming with barely contained joy. "Dad, it's nothing. I wouldn't disturb you for no reason. It's fantastic news. I couldn't sleep, so I took a stroll along the beach, and guess what? I stumbled upon a crab tide. The shore is teeming with blue crabs. I can't catch them all by myself. That is why I hurried back to get you." "What?" Zhou Changhe's bleary eyes widened in shock, the remnants of sleep obliterated by the mention of crabs. His jaw dropped in disbelief. Years of experience in crab fishing told him what this meant. Without another word, he turned to head back inside. "All right, I'll go wake your mother and shao." Just as he took a step, he suddenly halted, turning back with a worried expression. "By the way, remember to inform your older brother." "Don't worry, Dad. I'll do it right now. You hurry up. As soon as the sky brightens, there will be a swarm of people arriving, and by then, even the best catch will dwindle to mere scraps." Zhou Haiyang urged, stamping his feet in impatience. I know. Zhou Changhe responded in a series of affirmations, hunching over as he scurried away behind the curtain. Zhou Haiyang, without a moment's hesitation, sprinted towards his elder brother Zhou Haifeng's modest abode. The urgent knocking on the door jolted his brother and sister-in-law from their deep slumber. A crack in the door revealed Zhou Haifeng's drowsy visage, marked by evident impatience and confusion. His sister-in-law, Ma Xiaoyan, emerged from behind, her disheveled hair adding to the scene. Elder brother, sister-in-law, it's urgent. Let's be brief. Zhou Haiyang spoke with a rapidity akin to a machine gun, barely catching his breath. Grab your gear. Bring the ties and bags. Come with me. I'll show you how to make some money. Move quickly. Just today, it's worth months of toil at the port. Ma Xiaoyan gasped, nearly tripping over the threshold, her mouth agape as if a chicken egg could fit inside. She was aware that the tide was low today, but the notion of such quick earnings seemed utterly fantastical. Zhou Haifeng, equally taken aback by the staggering figure, quickly regained his composure. Hurry, get your gear. When the third brother is serious, there is no time for nonsense. All right, Ma Xiaoyan, still shaken, acquiesced and dashed towards the clutter, her movements becoming more nimble. As Zhou Haiyang led his elder brother, sister-in-law, and father to the entrance of the old residence, their parents and younger sister Zhou Xiaoxiao were already waiting there. Upon seeing them approach, Xiaoxiao could no longer contain her excitement. Her cheeks flushed with exhilaration as she seized Zhou Haiyang's arm. Third brother, you've summoned everyone capable in our family. Just how many crabs are there? Is it a deluge? Zhou Haiyang chuckled, deliberately keeping them in suspense. You'll find out when we get there. Let us hurry, or others will snatch them all away. You've learned to set an ambush, Haven to you. Third brother? Zhou Xiaoxiao pouted, rolling her eyes dramatically. Rest assured, I promise you 1T return empty-handed. You 1T lose your pocket money. Zhou Haiyang laughed, ruffling his younger sister's hair. The family, filled with indescribable anticipation, hurried towards the seaside as the dawn light brightened the sky. On their way, they encountered a rotund man, half awake and laden with tools and buckets. After joining forces, their group swelled as they made their way to the shore. Third brother, where exactly is the place you mentioned? Upon reaching the tidal flats, Zhou Changhe, noticing distant figures beginning to appear, inquired with a sense of urgency. Right over there. Follow me. Zhou Haiyang pointed to an expanse of recently exposed land, strewn with jagged rocks and wet mud. Moments later, as they navigated around a few obstructive boulders, the sight before them elicited a collective gasp of astonishment. The shimmering wet sand, glistening under the early light, was teeming with layers of bluish-gray crabs, undulating mindlessly and covering vast stretches of ground, resembling a living armor laid across the earth. Despite having already harvested a portion, the scale was still breathtaking. Zhou Xiaoxiao was the first to scream, her excitement causing her to jump on the spot. Oh my goodness! Third brother, you are simply incredible. We're going to strike it rich. This is truly a windfall. Her jubilant voice carried far in the morning sea breeze. The rest of the family, including the typically composed Zhou Changhe, now had their eyes wide open, their throats involuntarily moving as they fixated on the verdant bounty before them. He Qinxiu's mouth nearly stretched to her ears, and even Ma Xiaoyan, who had initially harbored doubts, found her eyes sparkling with newfound hope, her breath becoming shallow. What are you waiting for? Zhou Changhe was the first to snap back to reality, his expression turning grave, his tone laced with undeniable urgency. Do you see that pale light in the east? In just an hour, it will be bright. By then, it will be a sea of people. And there won't be a drop left. Move quickly. Put your all into gathering. Yes. Hurry and gather. He Qinxiu, spurred by her husband's reminder, quickly bent down, her prepared large plastic woven bag wide open. Third brother, we truly owe you for this fortune today. Zhou Haifeng exclaimed as he expertly tied up a feisty crab with a zip tie, his voice brimming with astonishment. Your luck is uncanny. Ma Xiaoyan chimed in, struggling with a particularly vigorous crab that was nearly slipping from her grasp, her mind racing with practical concerns. Oh no, we won't make it to work today. My wages will surely be docked. Hearing this, Zhou Haifeng continued his task, casting her a look of exasperation. Are you really just worried about that meager pay? If it's deducted, so be it. Carrying packages at the port for a whole day, you barely earn a few coins. Just look at this beach. Pick up one of these big ones, weigh it, and it could sell for over $10. Does that cover your lost wages? And just look at this scene. It's a fortune lying everywhere. Ma Xiaoyan felt slightly embarrassed by her husband's bluntness, her eyes narrowing in response. I'm just used to thinking about work. I didn't react quickly enough. Why are you shouting at me? Try shouting again. Hey, Zhou Haifeng, momentarily deflated by her spirited retort, quickly donned a smile to ease the tension. All right, my dear wife, let us focus on gathering money. Look, that big one is trying to escape. Wow, it must weigh a pound. Where? Ma Xiaoyan followed her husband's gaze, her eyes lighting up. Forgetting their banter, she beamed with joy and lunged towards the hefty crab that was attempting to burrow into the mud. Chapter 53. Everyone is here. Zhou Haiyang observed the scene before him. A lively family mobilization, especially the transformation of his brother and sister-in-law from worry to delight, fully engrossed in this money-making endeavor. A wave of warmth washed over him as he recognized the grueling nature of his brother's work at the port. Seeing Zhou Haiyang now sweating yet smiling, an impulse surged within him. He considered urging his brother to leave the port behind and join him in gathering at the shore. However, as soon as the thought surfaced, it was swiftly quelled. His own venture into this life of harvesting was just beginning, the future uncertain. Moreover, Zhou Haiyang was the family's cornerstone, shouldering immense responsibilities with an elderly parent above and children below. Convincing him to abandon the relatively stable yet arduous job at the port for the uncertain promise of gathering crabs would not be a simple task. Patience was essential. He resolved to stabilize his own situation first, to earn a substantial income that could convince his brother of the potential in this new endeavor. With this determination, Zhou Haiyang's movements became even more efficient. Time slipped by unnoticed amidst the rhythmic sound of the waves, nearly an hour passing. The eastern horizon transformed from a pale light to a clear azure. The sea had receded, revealing a broader expanse of beach and more crevices among the rocks. Zhou Haiyang expertly secured the last zip tie, tossing the final writhing crab into his already bulging plastic woven bag. He weighed it in his hands. It must have approached 200 pounds. He alone had filled an entire large bag. Lifting his gaze, he surveyed the others. The rotund man was similarly exhausted, grinning through gritted teeth as perspiration streamed down his chin, yet his bag was equally swollen. Their elderly parents, though moving more slowly, had also filled their bags halfway. As for his brother, sister-in-law, and younger sister, they were particularly exaggerated, each with at least 2 bulging bags at their feet. Zhou Haiyang and his wife moved with the swiftness of finely tuned machinery, evidently ignited by the prospect of untold riches scattered across the shore. After a frenzied hour of relentless foraging, aided by their entire family and the portly companion, the once dense throng of crabs had thinned considerably. What remained were mostly nimble little crabs scuttling into crevices or the few that, startled by the commotion, hurriedly sought refuge in deeper waters. The expanse of mud, previously cloaked by a legion of crabs, was now marred only by chaotic claw marks and shallow depressions. In the midst of it all, Zhou Xiao was bent over, laboriously grappling with a notably diminutive crab, scarcely weighing 3 taels. This little creature, perhaps forgotten in a corner by its kin, was valiantly waving its slender pincers in a futile struggle. Zhou Haiyang shook his head in dismay and called out, "Little sister, open your eyes. The sun is blazing. Why are you squabbling with that tiny crab? Pick the larger ones. Go for the hefty ones. The ones over a pound will surely fetch $10 a pound." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Previously, they had feared they might not gather enough, becoming greedy in their pursuit. Now, with numbers on their side, it was time to focus on efficiency, collecting the larger, more valuable crabs. Consequently, they swiftly adjusted their strategy, their gazes now akin to searchlights, specifically hunting for those robust crabs. Brandishing their massive pincers. Good heavens, so many big swimming crabs. Is the Dragon King opening the granary? A voice filled with incredulity rang out from behind. Zhou Haiyang turned to see Zhou Taizhu, a fellow villager, who was the husband of Wang Xiufeng, approaching with an old, deflated burlap sack and several gathered crab traps in hand. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he scarcely paused to greet anyone, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. He tossed the burlap sack and traps onto a nearby rock and, like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, plunged into the mudflats with fervor. The astonishment and urgency on his face mirrored that of Zhou Haiyang and his family upon their arrival. "Zhou, you sure are quick to arrive," Zhou Chang'e remarked, busy tying up a crab weighing over half a pound. Zhou Taizhu, with nimble hands, quickly seized a crab and expertly tightened the strap with his teeth, all the while shouting, without looking up, "Uncle Chang'e, what's the rush? No matter how fast I am, I can't beat the tide. If I had known about this bountiful crab haul, I would have come to the beach last night with my bedding to wait. Such regret," he lamented. "Look at you all, you've gathered so much already. We're in for a windfall." Zhou Chang'e, noticing Zhou Tiezhu's distressed expression, felt a twinge of pride, but maintained a facade of nonchalance. "It's not too late. Look, there's still plenty on the beach. We've only just arrived. After all, barely an hour." With Zhou Tiezhu's arrival seeming to signal a wave of newcomers, villagers began to emerge like mushrooms sprouting after rain. Huji, the energetic little monkey of the village, now appeared like a commanding officer, leading a group of youngsters dragging plastic buckets and carrying small baskets. When their eyes fell upon the densely clustered crabs shimmering enticingly in the morning light, their astonished cries nearly uprooted the shoreline. Third uncle. Huji's bright eyes scanned the crowd, locking onto Zhou Haiyang. He darted over, resembling a little cannonball, and, tilting his head back, asked with a voice reminiscent of the sea breeze, "Third uncle, did you discover this patch of crabs first?" His tone was laced with certainty and admiration. Zhou Haiyang, having just tossed a hefty crab into his sack, smiled while wiping his sticky hands. "How do you know it was me who found them first? Isn't it obvious?" Huji's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Third uncle, your luck is unmatched. Just like when you caught those big sea creatures a few days ago. I knew no one has luck like yours, right, third uncle?" Zhou Haiyang chuckled heartily, reveling in the flattery. "Indeed, you guessed correctly. It was merely good fortune. Now, stop dawdling and get to work. If we linger, we might miss out even on the crab legs." He gestured toward a group of villagers hastening towards them, most of whom were from the neighboring Zhangjiagu. Oh, yes. Huji quickly turned around, noticing the oncoming figures, and urged his father Zhou Taizhu, who was still deep in concentration on how to catch crabs faster, Dad. "Why are you moving so slowly? I'm just a kid, and my hands are slower. But what is your excuse? Hurry up. The folks from Zhangjiagu are coming. Little rascal. Feeling cheeky, are we? Who are you to instruct me?" Zhou Taizhu, caught in a fierce grip of a large crab, grinned through gritted teeth, eliciting laughter from nearby villagers. Chapter 54. A Sense of Accomplishment. The sun finally broke free from the horizon, leaping into the sky and bathing the entire beach in a warm orange hue. This golden light illuminated the increasingly crowded and boisterous shoreline. Villagers from both the local area and neighboring regions flocked like streams converging, nearly filling the modest, rocky tidal flats. Gasps of astonishment, laughter, and the rustling sounds of crabs being captured mingled together, accompanied by calls to one another, turning the morning beach into a bustling marketplace. As the crowd thickened, the visible number of crabs in the rocky crevices dwindled, and Zhou Haiyang's plastic bag at his feet was already brimming, standing stiffly. He brushed the sand off his hands, having lost all desire to compete with the villagers for the last scraps. His family had feasted to their heart's content, and it was only fair to leave something for those behind. Times were tough, and everyone had their struggles. "Dad," he leaned in towards Zhou Chang'e, who was still bent over searching for large crabs. "I think we've done enough. Shall I fetch the tricycle so we can haul it all back?" At that moment, Zhou Chang'e reached for a particularly plump crab hiding at the edge of a shallow puddle. However, distracted, he missed it, and a quick-witted old woman snatched it away. Displeased, Zhou Chang'e shot a glare at the jubilant old woman, yet felt resigned. He slowly straightened his sore back, patted it a few times, and nodded, responding in a low voice, "All right, it is time to withdraw. If you don't call for the vehicle soon, how will we transport all this back? Let us gather a few more before we head out." Zhou Haiyang grinned, pushing his heavy sack of bounty toward his older brother Zhou Haifeng, and called out, "Big brother, please keep an eye on this bag. With so many hand around, make sure no one snatches away the larger crabs." In such a crowded setting, his caution was far from exaggerated. "Rest assured, if I can't keep an eye on a bag of crabs, how can I still be your big brother?" Zhou Haifeng declared, confidently patting his chest and discreetly adding a few crabs he had just caught into Zhou Haiyang's bag. Zhou Haiyang said nothing further, nodding with a smile as he turned to navigate through the increasingly congested crowd, his steps light as he made his way back to the village. Xin Yuling sat on a small stool in the yard, her head bowed as she plucked a handful of vibrant green chicken feather vegetables freshly harvested from her garden. A few rays of morning sunlight filtered through the jujube tree leaves by the wall, dancing upon her lowered neck. Hearing the familiar sound of footsteps, she looked up to see Zhou Haiyang pushing a tricycle into the courtyard, a hint of curiosity crossing her face. "Where have you been all morning? I couldn't catch a glimpse of you," she inquired, her voice soft, tinged with a hint of sleepiness. Zhou Haiyang's face radiated a relaxed and joyful smile, a rare and genuine expression that had been absent in recent days. He brought the tricycle to a steady halt and approached his wife, his voice gentle as the dawn's first light. "I've gone to earn some money. The debts we owe will be settled today, and there will still be a considerable amount left over." Xin Yuling stood up in astonishment, forgetting to put down the leafy greens in her hand. The family had previously been burdened with nearly 4,000 yuan in debts, a heavy load. Although they had managed to repay over 1,000 yuan in the past few days, there was still a gap of more than 2,000 yuan to fill. Could they truly settle everything today and still have some left over? She could hardly believe it, her voice rising slightly. "Is that for real? What have you done to earn so much money?" "Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough. It's all good stuff," Zhou Haiyang teased, displaying a childlike grin. He said no more, deftly turned the tricycle around, and pedaled out of the courtyard once more. "Excuse me. Everyone, please make way." When Zhou Haiyang returned to the beach with the clattering old tricycle, the atmosphere was even more lively than before. Their large collection of bulging woven bags piled high on the sandy elevation became the focal point of everyone's attention. Among the crowd, the quick-tongued Li Kaifeng raised her voice. Filled with envy, Brother Haiyang, your fortune must be shining brightly. You've been catching big ones for several days in a row. At this rate, will the rest of us in the village be left with nothing? No kidding. Someone immediately chimed in, their eyes darting toward the small mountain of bags. Look at that pile. Good heavens. There must be at least 7 or 8 bags there. How many crabs could that be? How much will it sell for? Someone began to calculate with their fingers. Well, if each bag holds 150 jin, 8 bags, that's 1,200 jin. At 10 yuan a jin, my goodness. 12,000. That's truly astonishing. As this figure emerged, the surrounding crowd erupted into exaggerated gasps and hushed murmurs. It can't be that much. It can't be that much. Surrounded by envious gazes, Zhou Haiyang struggled to maintain a composed demeanor, waving his hand dismissively. Everyone, please don't jump to wild conclusions. While our bags may look plentiful, they are indeed filled to the brim. At most, they weigh 100 jin each. Besides, our entire family worked together for nearly 2 hours. How many jin does that average out to per person? It's really not that much. When spread out, it's just a modest amount. Yet, despite his words, the exuberance shining in his eyes was undeniable. Even if each bag weighed 120 jin, that still approached 1,000 jin. That's no small amount. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Old Zhou, another fisherman familiar with Zhou Haiyang, remarked, placing a hand on his shoulder, your son has truly transformed. In the past, well, I wouldn't say much. Who hasn't had their youthful indiscretions? But once he got serious, he became truly remarkable. What luck, what insight. If my boy had even half of Haiyang's abilities, I'd wake up laughing in my sleep. Indeed, this fortune from the sea, why has it all gone to your family? As the praises washed over He Chuanxiu like a warm breeze, her heart brimmed with genuine joy. For years, whenever villagers mentioned her youngest son, they would sigh and shake their heads, never uttering a kind word. Now, with her son's success and the admiration of their neighbors, it brought her a sweetness that far surpassed even the taste of honey. She nodded repeatedly, saying, oh, it's just luck. But her smile was impossible to conceal. Zhou Haiyang stood nearby, wearing an honest smile. He didn't care how much he and his wife would earn today. What truly mattered to him was witnessing his younger brother transform into a reliable and respected figure, a feeling of pride and reassurance that no amount of money could buy. Zhou Xiao, too, was beaming. Standing before the mountain of crab bags, her chin nearly lifted to the sky. She was already daydreaming about the private stash of money she would receive, envisioning how she would hold her head high in front of her nieces and nephews. Her face radiated the very essence of pride. Chapter 55, Prosperity. It was all just a matter of luck, mere coincidence. Zhou Haiyang intended to remain humble for a while longer. All right, Dad, Zhou Haiyang interjected with a chuckle, pushing the tricycle into the center of the crowd. Everyone, stop with the flattery. At this rate, my face will get so red it could fry an egg. He turned to Zhou Jun, calling out, come on, Fatty. Don't dawdle. Help load the bags. All right, coming. Fatty had been waiting impatiently, responding loudly. A group of people immediately gathered around, calling out as they collectively lifted the 8 heavy plastic woven bags onto the back of the tricycle. Zhou Haiyang and Zhou Haifeng worked diligently to adjust the positioning of the bags, ensuring they were packed tightly. Amidst the mingling gazes of envy, astonishment, and heartfelt blessings, Zhou Haiyang wiped the sweat from his forehead and waved to the crowd. Thank you all for making way. We're off now. He then pedaled away, the tricycle creaking as it carried the weight of their hard-won harvest and joy, departing from the bustling beach. What a thrill! Absolutely exhilarating. On the way back, Fatty, who had been helping to push the tricycle, was so excited that his body jiggled in rhythm with the rattling tricycle, his words spilling forth. Brother Haiyang, you don't understand. Ever since I started working with you at the beach, it feels like every day is a grand festival. Earning this money is both satisfying and rewarding. It feels so good. As he became animated, he slapped his thigh, producing a crisp sound. Zhou Haiyang maintained a steady grip on the handlebars, pedaling while feeling the rear wheels sink under the weight. A smirk playing at the corner of his mouth as he teased. Is that all you've got? We're just getting started. Fatty gasped, nearly choking on his words, his eyes wide with disbelief. Brother Haiyang, what are you saying? Each bag weighs nearly 200 jin, filled with large, lively crabs. At 10 yuan a jin, that's. He counted on his fingers, becoming even more exhilarated. That's nearly 2,000 in just a couple of hours. And you call this a small deal? It's not too shabby, Zhou Haiyang replied, his tone calm, the same serene smile lingering on his face. I just can't stand your feigned seriousness. On the other side of the tricycle, Zhou Haiyang, who was also helping to push, looked up at Zhou Haiyang's back and scolded. You just made a bit of money, and your head is already in the clouds. 2,000 yuan isn't enough to impress you? Do you think this is some benevolent gift from the Jade Emperor? Speak respectfully. If you can't, just say less. He Chuanxiu, overhearing her husband reprimanding their youngest son, immediately took offense. She elbowed Zhou Changhe sharply, glaring protectively. Zhou Haiyang, who was pushing from the back, quickly intervened. Dad, today, our third brother is our family's fortune bringer. The success of this venture is largely due to him. He deserves to feel proud. Please don't douse his enthusiasm. He paused, glancing at the mountain of bags in the back, a hint of concern crossing his face. But third brother, while it's great to be happy, we still have to deal with the practicalities. Where we sell all these crabs, how we sell them. We can't let them sit around. They're delicate and will perish without seawater. If they die, they won't be worth anything. Zhou Haiyang confidently steered the tricycle around a dirt mound, his voice brimming with assurance. Don't worry, big brother. I've already figured out the sales channels. I guarantee we'll sell them at a satisfactory price. Once a blue crab exceeds a pound in weight, its price surges abruptly. If one does not sort carefully during the sale, losses are inevitable. Hearing commotion, Shen Yuling stepped outside the courtyard, just in time to see Zhou Haiyang and his companions returning with a tricycle. The cart was piled high with several bulging burlap sacks. This is, she gasped slightly, her eyes reflecting her bewilderment. Crabs. All crabs. He Chuanxiu clapped her hands in excitement, the smile on her face deepening. Her eyes and brows dancing with joy. Old Third has struck gold, discovering a whole swarm of crabs. This is splendid. Shen Yuling instinctively covered her mouth, her incredulous gaze sweeping over the heavy sacks. So many. All alive? Upon seeing her astonished expression, everyone else shared knowing smiles. It is only natural for anyone encountering such a spectacle for the first time to wear a similar expression. Yuling, could you open the courtyard gate a bit wider? Zhou Haiyang said gently, steadying the handlebars of the tricycle. We need to handle these treasures with care. Oh, of course. Shen Yuling, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly pushed the large courtyard gate wide open. The tricycle rolled steadily into the yard. Zhou Haiyang found some old burlap sacks and spread them out on the open ground in front of the main hall. Let us set aside the portion for our parents and younger sister first. They VE collected the most. Despite being family, financial matters must not be taken lightly. The two elders and younger sister had nearly filled 3 sacks, weighing in excess of 400 pounds. As the sack was untied, crabs armed with pincers tumbled out in a cascade, instantly forming a small hill that shimmered with a greenish hue. Fortunately, they had been securely bound. Otherwise, the courtyard would have quickly turned into a playground for the crabs. What uniform size? Shen Yuling exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with genuine delight. He Chuanxiu interjected with a grin, her gaze intentionally drifting toward Zhou Changhe beside her. Isn't that so? If it weren't for Old Third's keen eye, we wouldn't have this fortune. Right, old man? Oof. Zhou Changhe snorted, exhaling a huff through his nostrils. He picked up a stool and sat down, feigning impatience as he urged. Stop with the idle chatter and get on with it. He bent over to sort the crabs, his ears tinged with a faint blush. The others stifled their laughter and busily joined in. Zhou Haiyang observed Shen Yuling, who was bending down with diligence, and warmth spread through his heart. Dear, sorting these won't be a quick task. Go and cook some noodles so that Dad, Mom, and our younger sister can have breakfast before we get to work. He Chuanxiu quickly waved her hand. No need to trouble yourself. This batch of crabs can be sorted quickly. We could just have a bite at home. Sister-in-law Ma Xiaolian chimed in with a smile. Yes, sister-in-law, don't worry about it. Breakfast can wait. Shen Yuling smiled slightly. Mom, sister-in-law, we are family. There's no need for such formality. It won't take long to cook a bowl of noodles. I'll lend a hand sorting for a bit before I go. With a promising son and a thoughtful daughter-in-law, He Chuanxiu's smile was uncontainable. After a simple breakfast, everyone resumed their tasks. The clinking sounds of crab claws echoed in the courtyard, filling the morning air. Oh no! Fatty suddenly slapped his thigh, standing up with a look of dismay. Zhou Haiyang, focused on placing a plump female crab onto the pile, jumped in surprise and frowned. What is wrong with you? The others looked up, puzzled. Haiyang, we had an agreement with Zhang Xiaofeng yesterday to head down early to set the crab traps. Fatty exclaimed anxiously, stamping his foot. The sun is already high, and we're still here sorting crabs. That girl's mind is already a bit slow. She might be waiting somewhere out there. If she gets angry and refuses to let us on her boat, what will we do? Oh no! Zhou Haiyang slapped his forehead, realizing his oversight. In my excitement, I completely forgot about that. He looked up at the position of the sun, slightly furrowing his brow, and mused, it must be around 8 o'clock now. I'll run over to explain, lest she thinks we're standing her up. His older brother, Zhou Haifeng, nodded quickly. You should go. We'll keep an eye on things here, so don't worry. All right, I'll head out now. Zhou Haiyang replied briskly, walking over to the well in the corner of the courtyard to wash his hands. Wait, Shen Yuling called out to him. That small bucket of mixed fish and crabs you brought back this morning won't be eaten all at once. Zhang Xiaofeng's family is struggling. Why not take some over to her? Her voice was soft, imbued with a warmth of compassion. Zhou Haiyang grinned. You're always so considerate, dear. Shen Yuling's ears turned slightly red as she cast a sidelong glance at her in-laws and siblings-in-law, playfully scolding Zhou Haiyang. He said no more, grabbing a sturdy plastic woven bag and dumping the wriggling fish, small crabs, and clams into it, ensuring it was well filled. After bidding his family farewell, he hurriedly stepped out the door. The village was eerily quiet. The children who typically ran amok were nowhere to be seen, likely accompanying their parents to the seashore to gather seafood as the tide receded. In this fishing village, lacking ample fields or proper ships, the livelihood of the entire community depended on the monthly ebb and flow of the tides. One could not afford to be careless. Zhou Haiyang, relying on fragmented memories from his past life, navigated through the twisting paths to Zhangjiago, eventually locating Zhang Xiaofeng's house perched on the slope. It was a typical old coastal fishing village home. In front was a makeshift courtyard, a yellow clay patch where a solitary tripod stood, used for drying salted fish or miscellaneous items. To the left and right were two slanted, low-roof side rooms, presumably the kitchen and a storage area. Only at the back was the main living quarters. The earthen house of Zhang Xiaofeng appeared to have been built around 1984, and over the years, the salty winds had worn it down, leaving it precariously unstable. The brick walls were crumbling, the gray tiles were falling apart, exposing the decayed rafters beneath. The courtyard walls were leaning, barely supported by a few half-rotten fir posts, creaking ominously with the wind, as if ready to collapse at any moment. Zhou Haiyang's heart tightened at the sight. With such a structure, even a moderately strong typhoon would likely bring it crashing down. What if there were people inside? Brother. Zhang Xiaofeng's voice rang out with surprise from the gate, as she hurriedly ran out, peering behind Zhou Haiyang. You're here. Oh, whereas Fatty? She wore an old green cloth shirt that had faded considerably, clearly ill-fitting, with the hem hanging below her knees, frayed at the edges. As she moved, the loose shirt swayed like a tattered, powerless sail, stirring a sense of melancholy in those who beheld it. Sister, is this the capable brother? A timid voice inquired. Another small head poked out from the door, a slender child of about 11 or 12, with slightly curly, tousled hair, exuding an endearing yet pitiful aura. This was Zhang Xiaofeng's younger sister. Zhou Haiyang felt a lump in his throat, but managed to muster a smile as he greeted Xiaofeng. Won't you invite me in for a visit? Guomin. Zhang Xiaofeng snapped back to reality, quickly stepping forward to take Zhou Haiyang's arm and lead him into the courtyard. In a corner of the yard, three even younger girls were quietly scraping at their dull bowls of meager food. The bowls contained overcooked brown rice porridge mixed with some indistinguishable pickled greens. Their clothes were similarly patched and washed to the point of losing their original colors. The gaunt little faces lacked color, timidly and innocently gazing at the unfamiliar visitor. The scene struck Zhou Haiyang hard, tightening his throat as a wave of acidity flooded his nostrils, pressing heavily upon his heart. Brother, sit here. Zhang Xiaofeng quickly moved a rickety wooden stool with a missing corner. She wiped the seat vigorously with her faded sleeve several times before looking up to invite him to sit. Her smile was genuine and pure, like a clear sky washed clean after the rain. Ah, thank you. Zhou Haiyang complied and took a seat, his gaze leisurely sweeping across the courtyard, which, though dilapidated, was extraordinarily tidy. A few bamboo poles formed a tripod, upon which lay a worn old mat, sunbathing beneath a collection of dark, pickled vegetables resembling either radish greens or wild herbs. The slightly sour aroma was laced with a faint mustiness that even the sea breeze could not disperse. The wooden door of the main house stood firmly shut, its once vibrant red paint long since peeled away, revealing the desolate and decayed wood grain. Laid bare under the sun's scrutiny, there was no need to peer inside. The sight of the 5 girls before him, clad in ragged garments patched over and over, alongside their evident malnutrition, painted a vivid picture of the household's dire straits. Zhou Haiyang silently sighed. Such cruelty, indeed. This existence is truly lamentable. His fingers unconsciously rubbed the coarse fabric of his well-worn trousers, his gaze inadvertently drawn to a corner of the yard. There, a few half-woven round bamboo baskets lay piled, accompanied by a small bundle of finely scraped, pale, greenish-yellow bamboo strips and several freshly cut green bamboo poles leaning against the wall. The strips were remarkably smooth and even, and the half-finished baskets were intricately woven, a skill far beyond that of a mere child. Xiaofeng, did you craft these? Zhou Haiyang inquired, pointing at the bamboo creations, his face awash with astonishment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaofeng's face lit up with a childlike pride. Yes, my sisters, and I made them together. They can be sold for money. We've sold quite a bit. She then pouted slightly, a hint of stubbornness creeping in. But I don't weave as fast as Jiaoudi. However, I can strip the bamboo. All these strips were made by me. She pointed deliberately at the neatly stacked, uniformly sized bamboo strips, her pride unmistakable. Zhou Haiyang was even more astonished, his tone rising. You mean Zhao and the others can also weave these baskets? Did you really create all these strips by yourself? A mere 16-year-old girl, executing the craft of bamboo weaving with such deftness and precision. How much toil must have been invested in those hands? Remarkable. Do you not believe me? I shall demonstrate. Zhang Xiaofeng, seemingly eager to prove herself, darted into the adjacent dim storage room and, in the blink of an eye, emerged with a heavy, thick-bladed bamboo knife. The knife's wooden handle gleamed darkly, a testament to years of usage. With agility, she approached the corner, stabilizing a bamboo pole as thick as a bowl's rim with her foot, and the sharp blade of the knife precisely sank into the joint between the bamboo segments. With a swift motion of her wrist, a sharp crack echoed as the bamboo was cleaved cleanly in two. A few more decisive strikes followed, rapidly reducing the bamboo into quarters, then into eighths, ultimately transforming into dozens of slender, evenly proportioned greenish-yellow strips scattered on the ground. Her movements were fluid and practiced. The edges of the cut strips were smooth, nearly devoid of splinters, showcasing an instinctual mastery of force and angle. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, leaving Zhou Haiyang in silent admiration. Without years of relentless practice with these bamboos, one could never achieve such skill. A 16-year-old girl, executing her craft more adeptly than many seasoned bamboo artisans in the town. Zhang Xiaofeng casually set the thick knife against the wall and looked up at Zhou Haiyang, her small face aglow with innocence, those distinct black and white eyes sparkling with an uncontainable simplicity, silently seeking a word of praise. Brother, am I impressive? Zhou Haiyang felt a lump in his throat, his gaze instinctively falling upon her small hands, which were rough as sandpaper, palms and knuckles adorned with thick, hardened calluses. Old and new, deep and shallow scars crisscrossed their surfaces, with a few tiny red dots where the sharp edges of the bamboo had pricked her skin. He quickly glanced at the other four girls nearby. The two youngest instinctively hid their small hands behind their backs. Yet Zhou Haiyang still keenly noted the similar fine scars on their fingers and the remnants of splinters embedded in their tender skin. A surge of intense bitterness rushed to his eyes. He inhaled deeply to steady his emotions, nodding earnestly, his voice unmasked with admiration. Incredible. Truly remarkable. Xiaofeng, you are so capable, and your four sisters are equally commendable. Outstanding. The age-old adage that poor children mature early was vividly materialized before him in these five frail, yet exceptionally resilient figures, receiving Zhou Haiyang's earnest praise. The five girls' faces blossomed with a long-lost, heartfelt smile. In that moment, it seemed even the shadows beneath the courtyard walls brightened to shade. You must be the second sister. Zhao? Zhou Haiyang directed his gaze toward the disheveled little girl, striving to soften his voice. Zhang Zhao nodded, her small mouth quickly articulating introductions. Yes, I'm the second sister. This is the third, Pundi, the fourth, Lady, and the fifth, Wangdi. Her small face dimmed visibly in a heartbeat, her voice dropping low, laden with an unexpected weight and bitterness that belied her tender age. However, we all despise these names. We usually just call ourselves Air, San, Siwu. Because we're girls, our parents say we are worthless, and once the younger ones were born, they didn't want us anymore. Before her words could finish, her perceptive eyes filled with moisture, her eyelids reddening. She bit down hard on her lower lip, fighting to keep the tears at bay. Zhang Xiaofeng stood beside her, listening in a daze, her expression void of particular emotion, as if her sister were recounting someone else's tale. The other three younger ones averted their gazes, their small hands anxiously twisting the tattered edges of their patched clothing. A tide of unnamed rage surged from the depths of Zhou Haiyang's heart. To give birth without nurturing. To remain indifferent. How was that different from a beast? If they truly could not afford to raise them, why then bring forth one after another? As Zhang Zhao's suppressed tears threatened to spill over, Zhou Haiyang's heart softened. He reached out gently to grasp her small, cold, yellowish hand, marred with tiny wounds. He gazed directly into her tear-brimmed eyes, speaking as calmly as he could, each word pronounced with clarity. Zhao, dear child, do not cry. Your parents' rejection is their folly. Their hearts hardened. This is not your fault. It has nothing to do with you. Do you understand? He paused, gesturing toward the corner where the finished and half-finished bamboo baskets lay. You are all exceptional children. Just look at how tightly and sturdily these baskets are woven. Even better than those sold in the market. At such a young age, you can earn a living with your own two hands. How commendable. How many boys in a village are still running around bare-bottomed in muddy puddles, making their parents angry? Where else could you find sisters as sensible and capable as you? The gloom and grievance in Zhang Zhaodi's eyes seemed to part slightly, allowing a glimmer of light to seep through. She raised her tear-filled gaze, filled with hope, looking up at Zhou Haiyang. Really, brother? That simple question was laden with a yearning for affirmation and worth. Of course it's true. Before Zhou Haiyang could elaborate further, the naive and pure-hearted Zhang Xiaofeng suddenly burst into laughter, eagerly interjecting as if she had discovered the best evidence. The other night, little Junzi from the Wang family wet the bed. His mother chased him around the yard with a broom, and his little bottom turned red. Ha ha ha. Her laughter was innocent and exuberant, as if the misadventures of a boy and the sale of their bamboo baskets were equally joyous occurrences. Zhang Zhaodi opened her mouth, intending to clarify that her inquiry was not about such matters. However, upon seeing her sister's rare, unrestrained laughter, she ultimately swallowed her words. The corners of her mouth subtly curved upwards in response to her elder sister's smile. All right, let us not wear such gloomy expressions. Zhou Haiyang timely raised the plastic bag he had been holding, successfully diverting the children's attention from the heavy topic. Look what your brother has brought for you. Fresh fish, shrimp, and clams that I gathered this morning by the sea, still wriggling with life. A treat for lunch. At the sight of the wriggling seafood peeking through the bag's opening, the little girls' faces lit up instantly. They chattered excitedly, gathering around, their bright, eager eyes sparkling with desire, swallowing hard in anticipation. However, Zhang Xiaofeng slightly furrowed her brow and shook her head earnestly, saying, "Brother, didn't you already give me that large sea base yesterday? I can't accept anything more today. I can't keep taking from you." Upon hearing their elder sister's words, the other girls also struggled to suppress their immense reluctance, nodding their heads in agreement. Yet, their little eyes remained glued to the plastic bag, unable to tear themselves away from the tantalizing contents within. Zhou Haiyang feigned a stern expression, pretending to throw the bag far beyond the courtyard walls, raising his voice slightly. "What do you mean you can't accept? I've gathered plenty today. We can't eat it all. If you truly don't want it, I'll have to throw it away. What a waste it would be, just feeding stray cats." "Don't, brother, don't throw it away." The youngest, Lao Wu, squealed in desperation, her short legs rapidly propelling her forward. Lao San and Lao Si could no longer contain themselves, pitifully tugging at Zhang Xiaofeng and Zhang Zhaodi's patched clothing, their voices full of pleading, "Elder sister, second sister." Zhang Zhaodi watched her sister's yearning expressions, her little face flushed red, her fingers gripping the hem of her clothing turning pale. She glanced at Zhou Haiyang's carefree demeanor, and then at her sister's uncontainable anticipation. Her conflicting emotions etched upon her face. All right, enough of this back and forth. Without waiting for her to resolve her dilemma, Zhou Haiyang turned and entered the dim, low kitchen next door, filled with the scent of firewood and iron pots. In no time, he emerged with an old, chipped earthen basin, and with a splash, he poured the live fish, shrimp, and clams, still carrying the briny scent of the sea, into it. "Quickly, let us pick out some lively ones to cook. We can't let them die, or they lose their flavor. Today, we're having a feast." The little ones erupted in a hushed cheer, immediately crowding around the basin, their little heads huddled together, pointing and discussing which fish was larger and which clam was more appealing. "Thank you, brother," Zhang Xiaofeng said, observing her sister's jubilant spirits, finally feeling at ease as she bowed respectfully to Zhou Haiyang. Zhou Haiyang smiled casually. "What else there to thank? I'll be counting on you to be the captain of this boat when I go to sea in the future." He then sobered, transitioning to a serious tone. "Xiaofeng, I almost forgot to tell you. I had arranged with Fatty to go set the traps this morning. However, I stumbled upon a fortunate haul of large crabs, and we lost track of time. It's already nearly 9 o'clock. He glanced up at the sun, which had become quite blinding. "The waves are picking up. We won't be going out to sea today. Let me make a trip to town in the next couple of days to sell the crabs, and then we can go set the traps together, all right?" Zhang Xiaofeng, whose thoughts were straightforward and uncomplicated, listened attentively to Zhou Haiyang's clear explanation, her face brightening with new hope. "All right, I'll wait for you at home. I'll prepare these fish and shrimp for my sisters." As she spoke, she rolled up her overly large old sleeves and squatted down to reach for the basin, revealing her arms marred with tiny scars. Just as Zhou Haiyang was about to take his leave, a slick, elongated voice pierced the air outside the courtyard. "Sao, Di, have you woven a few more baskets today?" Before the words even settled, a middle-aged man with a bulging beer belly and a shiny, receding hairline sauntered in, hands behind his back, surveying the area like a landowner. His face was plastered with an exaggerated smile, albeit his eyes darted around suspiciously, scanning the pile of bamboo baskets and Zhou Haiyang's unfamiliar figure. It was none other than Zhang Xiaofeng's uncle, Zhang Chaodong. Zhou Haiyang recognized him. The villagers knew that Zhang Xiaodong owned a motorboat and was one of the more prosperous families in the village. However, Zhang Xiaodong did not recognize the third Zhou, who had once had a poor reputation in Zhoujia village, but seemed to have turned over a new leaf. Yet, Zhou Haiyang was acutely aware of his pretentious demeanor. As Zhang Xiaodong entered the courtyard and unexpectedly spotted Zhang Xiaofeng at home, his insincere smile faltered momentarily. It was quickly replaced with an even more exaggerated grin, his voice rising in pitch as though to showcase his generosity. "Oh, Xiaofeng, didn't he go to sea today? Perfect. Come, bring out the baskets you've woven. Your uncle is here to pay you for your work." His tone was so exaggerated that it felt unnatural, akin to a patronizing benefactor. "Uncle." Zhang Xiaofeng and Zhang Zhaodi echoed in unison, their eyes gleaming with the prospect of money. Zhaodi, quick to react, dashed into the storeroom. Her little face scrunched up as she struggled to carry out 10 neatly stacked, round, draining basins, placing them at her uncle's feet. "Uncle, we've woven 10. Zhang Zhaodi's voice carried a hint of pride, as if producing 10 baskets was a remarkable achievement for them. The other 3 little ones set aside their tasks, eagerly watching as Zhang Xiaodong's hand slowly reached towards his pocket. Zhang Xiaodong did not bend down. Instead, he merely nudged the top basin with his foot, flipping it over. He casually pinched the tightness of the basket's base with his fingers, then nonchalantly bent the rim to test its resilience, smirking. Not bad. You've improved. Managing to make 10 this time. Good. Your skills are getting better." He elongated his words, leisurely extracting a faded gray handkerchief from his pocket, layer by layer, revealing a crumpled, dirty roll of banknotes inside. Squinting, he painstakingly fished out the only 5 yuan note, pinching it between 2 fingers as he indifferently extended it towards Zhang Xiaofeng. "Thank you, uncle." Zhang Xiaofeng's eyes sparkled as she reached out to accept the note, which was a considerable amount for her family. "Wait." Zhou Haiyang could no longer bear to watch. He stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Zhang Xiaofeng, his voice grave as he halted her, his expression turning cold. The 5 sisters turned in astonishment, gazing at him in confusion. It was then that Zhang Xiaodong finally focused his attention on the unfamiliar face that had not been on his radar since entering. His sparse eyebrows knitted together, his slanted eyes now filled with scrutiny and irritation. "Who are you?" His tone brimmed with suspicion and displeasure being questioned. Zhou Haiyang ignored his inquiry, his gaze fixed firmly on the wrinkled 5 yuan note in Zhang Xiaodong's hand. His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable chill. 10 basins for 5 yuan? Is this your idea of fair price?" The skepticism in his question was like a blade, cutting through the air with stark clarity. Zhang Xiaodong's facade of a smile evaporated in an instant, embarrassment and anger washing over his pudgy face, turning it frostily pale as his tone hardened. Laced with venom. "What fair price? 5 yuan is the whole price. Who do you think you are? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Indulging in the affairs of others when one is well fed? As for the price?" Zhou Haiyang felt as if he had just heard the most absurd joke in the world. The fury within him could no longer be contained, surging up to the very top of his head. Chapter 59, Taking Action. Zhang Xiaodong, has your heart been gnawed at by dogs? Open your eyes wide and take a good look. This is your own niece. Zhou Haiyang pointed a finger at Zhang Xiaodong's nose, his voice resonating as he reproached. "Look at the life they lead. You live right next door with a boat, a house, and all the food and drink you could want. Have you ever lifted a finger to help your own niece? If you don't want to help, that's one thing, but to scrape away the blood and sweat they toil for with their little hands and pocket it for yourself? Are you even human? Pretending to be a caring elder? His words were merciless, each one striking Zhang Xiaodong's face like a searing iron. He seized Zhang Zhaodi by the arm, thrusting her rough, scarred hands, visibly those of a child forced into hard labor, right before Zhang Xiaodong's eyes, almost jabbing them into his face. "Conscience, feel it. These baskets are crafted by your own niece, made with those very hands. The eldest is only 16. The youngest has just learned to walk. And you, as their dear uncle, think you can dismiss them with a mere 5 yuan? 5 yuan. You are less than a watchdog. Even beasts know how to protect their young." His spittle nearly splattered onto Zhang Xiaodong's face, his entire being trembling with rage. Previously, he had only known Zhang Xiaodong to be cold and unfeeling. Witnessing the calculated exploitation of his own niece's hard-earned money and Zhang Xiaodong's brazen attitude, Zhou Haiyang felt as though the fury within him could incinerate his very insides. You little wretch." Zhang Xiaodong was forced to retreat 2 steps by this barrage of heart-piercing insults, his plump face turning a deep purple, his lips quivering. "Who the hell do you think you are? I am their uncle. Their parents abandoned these poor girls, and my giving them money is a monumental favor. What business is it of yours?" He raised his voice, trying to maintain his composure, but the fear behind his fierce facade was evident even to Zhang Xiaofeng. Zhang Chaodong, don't try to act tough with me. Zhou Haiyang's gaze was sharp as ice, piercing directly through him. What? Now that I've exposed your scheme to siphon money from your nieces, are you ashamed? Such small baskets. You could sell them at the market or to those collecting mountain goods. 2 yuan each is a guaranteed sale. 10 would fetch at least 20 yuan, and you would be so cruel as to swallow that money? Aren't you afraid of choking on it? Even heaven would strike you down first. He emphatically laid out the true market value, ensuring the sisters understood clearly. 2 yuan each? Zhang Zhaodi suddenly lifted her head, her little face drained of color. She looked uncertain, even a hint of naive fear in her eyes, glancing between the grim-faced Zhou Haiyang and her uncle, whose face was now a terrifying shade of ashen blue. Zhang Xiaofeng and the other 3 children were completely stunned, their minds struggling to comprehend, glancing back and forth between the 2 adults who were suddenly at odds. Enough of your nonsense. Zhang Chaodong, fully exposed, was consumed by rage, nearly reaching his breaking point. He jumped up, pointing his short, pudgy finger menacingly at Zhou Haiyang's nose, spewing, "Where did this wild brat come from? Running amok in Zhang Jiagu? Their parents don't care for these burdens. My giving them 5 yuan is a tremendous kindness. Get out. Get out of Zhang Jiagu. If you don't leave, do you believe I'll make you crawl out?" His voice was hoarse and shrill, filled with a frenzied desperation after being cornered. Zhou Haiyang crossed his arms and stood defiantly in front of Zhang Xiaofeng and her sisters, a cold, disdainful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Oh? You want to call for help? Fine, I'll wait right here. It's perfect. Let the old and young of Zhang Jiagu and the villagers from far and wide come and hear this matter. Let them see how this dear uncle has cared for his nieces who have been abandoned in a dilapidated house." He slightly shifted to the side as if to make way, his voice low yet piercing, resonating clearly in Zhang Chaodong's ears. "Go ahead and call. Bring anyone you can. The more, the better. I want to hear if there is still a shred of justice left in Zhang Jiagu, a place that distinguishes right from wrong. Is there anyone brave enough to say that your 5 yuan is fair? You little brat." Zhang Chaodong found himself at a loss for words, choked by Zhou Haiyang's relentless and targeted accusations. He had intended to intimidate this audacious young man who had appeared from nowhere. But should people come to witness his exploitation of his abandoned nieces, it would only serve to humiliate him. In this extreme state of embarrassment and fury, confronted by an outsider, the patriarchal authority he had maintained for years in front of children shattered completely, giving way to an uncontrollable, savage anger. Seeing Zhou Haiyang's youthful face, unmasked mockery etched upon it, a glint of malice flickered in Zhang Chaodong's eyes as he lost all rationality. "I'll curse your ancestors for 18 generations. I can't let a mouthy brat like you get away with this." Zhang Chaodong bellowed, his voice cracking. His rotund body erupted with an unexpected speed that belied his size, charging at Zhou Haiyang like a furious bull, arm raised, fist clenched, swinging it toward Zhou Haiyang's nose with force. A pungent mix of fishy and sweaty odor assaulted Zhou Haiyang's senses. He let out a barely audible cold snort, refusing to retreat, instead leaning back slightly, allowing the powerful punch to just graze his cheekbone, as Zhang Chaodong, overexerted and losing his balance, lunged forward in a moment of weakness. Zhou Haiyang's knee shot up like an iron rod, the impact striking precisely at the center of his groin. A shriek, sharp and piercing like that of a slaughtered pig, erupted, shattering the stillness of the courtyard. Zhang Chaodong's face contorted grotesquely, his eyes bulging like those of a dead fish, veins throbbing violently on his forehead. He bent unnaturally, as if his bones had been removed and replaced with boiling oil, curling into the shape of a massive shrimp, his hands clutching desperately at his groin. The shriek quickly morphed into a series of agonized gasps and wheezes, his mouth left only capable of producing incoherent hisses. His legs buckled, collapsing to the ground like a burst puddle of mud, writhing in pain, contorted in agony. The 5 sisters, taken aback by this sudden eruption of violence, covered their mouths in shock, their eyes wide with fear and confusion as they gazed at their writhing uncle on the ground. In their innocent and limited understanding, Zhou Gij had merely lifted his knee and nudged him. It didn't seem like he exerted much force. So how had their uncle ended up in such a horrifying state? Chapter 60, Stand Tall. Zhou Haiyang wore a cold smirk as he regarded Zhang Chaodong, who writhed on the ground, and spoke icily. "To stoop so low as to engage in such heinous acts, what purpose does your existence serve? You ow. That hurts so much." Zhang Chaodong trembled with rage, his face turning a deep shade of purple, his trembling finger pointing accusingly at Zhou Haiyang. Before the words could escape his lips, a piercing wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted from his abdomen. Zhou Haiyang, indifferent to the mire on the ground, turned his gaze towards several shivering figures nearby, his heart clenching with pain. He crouched down, striving to soften his voice, and addressed the girl leading the group, Xiaofeng. Do not be afraid. I am heading to the town, and I can take these 10 bamboo sieves to sell for you. I assure you, you will receive a far better price than what your uncle offers. Zhang Xiaofeng timidly raised her head, her doe-like eyes glimmering with cautious hope as she whispered, Brother, really? Will it fetch more money? Her younger sisters clustered closely by her side, their dirty little faces reflecting the same mixture of anticipation and trepidation. Certainly, Zhou Haiyang asserted, thumping his chest with conviction. Look at the craftsmanship of your sieves. They are exquisite and sturdy. The discerning buyers in town will undoubtedly vie for them. Do not fret. Stay at home patiently, and I will bring back every penny earned, all right? Thank you, brother. A radiant smile blossomed on Zhang Xiaofeng's face. Pure and refreshing like a spring of clear water emerging from the mountains, dispelling the shadows of despair that had loomed moments before. Zhou Haiyang refrained from further conversation, lifted the neatly bundled sieves, bid farewell to Zhang Xiaofeng and her sisters, and turned to leave. As for Zhang Chaodong, who was groaning on the ground, he passed by without a single glance, treating him as nothing more than an obstruction in his path. Upon returning to his own courtyard, Zhou Haiyang finished sorting the last batch of crabs. His elder brother, Zhou Haifeng, and the stout companion were drenched in sweat, stacking burlap sacks onto an old tricycle, its wheels groaning under the heavy burden. His sister-in-law, Shen Yuling, was sweeping away the remnants of crab shells when she spotted Zhou Haiyang entering with the 10 bamboo sieves and curiously inquired, Third brother, where did you procure so many sieves? The sieves were smooth-edged, intricately woven with fine bamboo strips, clearly a labor-intensive craft. Zhou Haiyang sighed, gently placing the sieves in the corner. You may find it hard to believe, but these were crafted by the Zhang sisters from Zhangjiagu, each strip woven with care. You should have seen those girls' hands, so small yet calloused and bruised, each palm marked with fresh wounds. What? Their mother, Hichuanxiu, who had just tied up a sack, straightened in astonishment, her eyes wide. Those girls from the Zhang family? The eldest, Xiaofeng, is barely in her teens, and the rest are even younger. How could they possibly craft such sturdy baskets? Shen Yuling, intrigued, set aside her broom and inspected one of the sieves closely, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns, unable to suppress her admiration. Indeed, their craftsmanship is remarkable. It's hard to believe such fine work could come from mere children. Her gaze was filled with compassion. Those girls from Zhengzhou truly lead a hard life. Zhou Haifeng's wife, Ma Xiaolian, chimed in, wiping her hands on a damp cloth, shaking her head in sympathy. Orphaned and living under the thumb of that heartless uncle, Zhou Haiyang felt a weight in his chest. Yes, their plight was indeed a result of harsh circumstances. He briefly recounted the story of the sieves, but could not restrain himself from mentioning Zhang Chaodong. That Zhang Chaodong is truly despicable. The girls worked so hard to craft those, hoping to earn a little money, and he, taking advantage of his position as an elder, tries to drive the price down while attempting to cheat them. Before he could finish, the stout companion erupted, his face flushed with anger. That scoundrel! I should have followed you, third brother. I would have taught him a lesson he wouldn't forget. Zhou Haiyang chuckled, scratching his nose. Do not be too vexed, my friend. I shall set things right for you. How so? Do tell. Zhou Jun, who had been listening intently, leaned closer, eyes sparkling with excitement. Even their father, Zhou Chang'e, glanced over, having just taken a few puffs from his pipe. He exhaled a thick cloud of smoke and spoke with measured calm. We shall discuss this later. Right now, the crabs are our priority. They must be taken to town while they are still lively. We cannot afford any delays. His words were wise. After deliberation, they decided that each family member would take turns selling the goods. After all, the tricycle was laden with crabs, and having more hands to push it would be beneficial. Zhou Chang'e had intended to go himself, but his old rheumatism flared up, and feeling fatigued from the morning's toil, he had Hichuanxiu go in his stead. Thus, Zhou Haiyang, the stout companion, Hichuanxiu, and Zhou Haifeng set off, pushing the creaking old tricycle, heavy with hope, down the dirt road leading to the town. The wheels rattled over the gravelly terrain, the cart swaying violently as the crabs rustled within the burlap sacks. Yet miraculously, they reached the town. The morning market was bustling with activity, a cacophony of voices and crowded bodies. Zhou Haiyang, fearing the tricycle might scrape against someone in the throng, hopped off and guided it carefully towards the back alley of the Hai Shisheng Lu. A sense of unease crept into his mind. Could Boss Shui possibly handle this considerable quantity of live crabs? Third brother, Zhou Haifeng, straining to push the cart, looked around in confusion. This doesn't seem to be the route to the marketplace. Who are we selling these crabs to if not at the market? Hichuanxiu leaned against the cart, her brow furrowed in worry. Yes, third brother, with so many precious goods, will this even work? We can't afford to be duped. That would mean losing a fortune. The stout companion chuckled, tilting his chin in a somewhat smug manner. Those second-hand dealers at the market drive a hard bargain. Brother Haiyang has found a new avenue. He gestured toward a grand 3-story restaurant at the corner. See that? Hai-Si Seng Lu. We'll sell them there for a great price. He Chuanxiu and Zhou Haiyang exchanged glances, gazing at the imposing establishment with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. How had their third brother, who had once scavenged for scraps, gained the connections to know the town's affluent proprietors? At that moment, a fashionable couple clad in stylish coats and polished shoes emerged from the side door. As they walked by, they deliberately distanced themselves from Zhou Haiyang and his companions, casting a scornful glance at their dirt-streaked clothes and the old tricycle, their lips curling in disdain. Chuanxiu instinctively pulled her son aside, forcing a meek and awkward smile. The couple merely offered a dismissive chuckle, quickening their pace. The embarrassment deepened on Chuanxiu and Zhou Haifeng's faces, leaving them at a loss for how to respond. Zhou Haiyang observed his mother and brother's demeanor, their cautiousness as if they were beneath notice, and his brow furrowed in frustration. He halted, his voice steady yet resolute. Mother, brother, you need not act this way. We may be peasants, but what of it? Do we not deserve to hold our heads high? He steadied the tricycle at the side entrance of the restaurant and turned to them. Wait and see. I will show you how the people inside this establishment will greet us with open arms. With an exceptionally vibrant smile plastered across his face, as though he had received some delightful news in advance, he emerged from the revolving door with a series of small, sprightly steps, extending his hand from quite a distance. Ah, Mr. Zhou, you're here again today. Greetings. Manager Luo exclaimed with exuberance, seizing Zhou Haiyang's hand and shaking it vigorously. You must be bringing in new goods, right? His keen eyes darted toward the laden tricycle at the entrance, and he understood immediately. Just yesterday, Boss Xue Jinin had personally seen this gentleman off, issuing specific instructions that Manager Luo dared not forget. Zhou Haiyang felt his hand gripped a bit too tightly and pulled it back with some force. Manager Luo, you accept the freshly caught blue crabs here, right? Absolutely. Manager Luo straightened his posture, raising his hand decisively, as if fearing that Zhou Haiyang might harbor any doubts. We'll take as many as you have. He and Zhou Haifeng stood frozen by the cart, mesmerized, forgetting to push it or follow along. The man before them, with gleaming shoes and a meticulously pressed suit, spoke with clarity and authority, exuding a distinct air of dignity that was starkly different from their own rustic demeanor, still tinged with the scent of fish and soil from the shore. The mother and son found the scene before them somewhat surreal, akin to witnessing an extraordinary film. Zhou Haiyang smiled and got straight to the point. Manager Luo, this shipment is no small matter. I estimate that it contains over 1,000 pounds of blue crabs. Can your restaurant handle that much? He himself felt a twinge of uncertainty. What, over 1,000 pounds? Manager Luo's smile instantly froze, replaced by sheer astonishment. He hurried over to the tricycle, disregarding his composure, and hastily untied a burlap sack. Immediately, several robust crabs, with their vibrant blue shells and white bellies, tumbled out, scuttling energetically across the burlap, each one hard-shelled and plump, their colors striking. After inspecting several sacks, he inwardly marveled at the quality. If it were merely 100 or even a few hundred pounds, he would have made the decision to accept them without hesitation. After all, the boss's words yesterday were not to be taken lightly. But over 1,000 pounds? That would amount to a small mountain. His restaurant storage simply could not accommodate such a quantity. A bead of sweat appeared on Manager Luo's forehead, and he displayed a hint of discomfort, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Zhou Haiyang, perceptive as ever, quickly interjected in a casual tone. No worries, Manager Luo, take as much as you can handle, just according to your normal needs. The rest we can take to the market. After all, we can't let them die in our hands. Manager Luo quickly waved his hands. Mr. Zhou, please don't rush. Over 1,000 pounds sounds like a lot, but our boss has several branches in Haizhou City. Please wait a moment. I will call our boss to consult him right away. You all can take a rest here. He gestured toward a few rattan chairs set up for customers to temporarily rest. All right, do what you need to. Zhou Haiyang nodded, not wishing to be overly polite. Great. Please wait a moment. Manager Luo turned and jogged back into the revolving door, his steps hurried yet composed. As he entered, he turned back to smile at Zhou Haiyang and the others through the glass door, nodding emphatically twice before disappearing into the opulent lobby. The call connected. Good morning, boss. This is Xiao Luo from the procurement department. What is the matter? Came Xue Jinin's voice. Boss, it's like this, that Mr. Zhou Haiyang we talked about yesterday has come again today. Didn't I make it clear? Whatever he brings, we accept it all, and at the highest price. Xue Jinin's tone was unequivocal. Yes, I know, but the quantity Mr. Zhou is bringing this time is particularly large, an entire cart of fresh blue crabs. I've taken a look, and they're all top-notch, lively specimens. I estimate at least over 1,000 pounds. This exceeds the capacity of a single store. And I was worried about making a rash decision, which is why I wanted to consult you. Manager Luo spoke rapidly, articulating his concerns clearly. Over 1,000 pounds? There was a brief pause on the other end. Yes, boss, definitely more, Manager Luo hurriedly replied. Shui Jinin's voice came back immediately. What is the problem with 1,000 pounds? Can't our several stores handle that much? Accept it. From now on, whenever Mr. Zhou Haiyang brings goods, no matter the quantity, we accept them all. No need to call me for confirmation anymore. Do you understand? Yes. Understood, boss. Rest assured. We'll follow your instructions. We'll make sure Mr. Zhou is satisfied. Manager Luo unconsciously bent slightly at the waist, responding repeatedly to the phone as if Shui Jinin were standing right before him. On Shui Jinin's end, the call was abruptly disconnected. After hanging up, Manager Luo stood still for a moment, taking a deep breath, feeling a bit of perspiration in his palms. The boss's final words, accept everything, no matter the quantity, echoed in his mind. He steadied himself, quickly adjusted his slightly disheveled tie from his hurried run, and put on a radiant smile once more. Striding back outside, third brother, Zhou Haifeng observed Manager Luo entering and exiting again, feeling that the courtesy he had shown was somewhat unusual. He scratched his head and asked in a low voice, Do you know that manager from before? The robust fellow couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Brother Haifeng, you underestimate Brother Haiyang too much. Not to mention this manager. Even if Boss Shui himself were here, he'd have to treat Brother Haiyang with respect. His tone carried a hint of pride. What? He Chinchio gasped, eyes wide in surprise, intending to ask more questions, but Manager Luo had already re-emerged from within. She quickly swallowed her words. Strangely, the Manager Luo who returned this time wore an even more radiant smile than before, akin to a chrysanthemum blooming in the wind, each step brimming with enthusiasm. Manager Luo jogged up to Zhou Haiyang, slightly out of breath, and exclaimed, I apologize for keeping you waiting, Mr. Zhou. I just consulted our boss, Shui, and he said we will take this batch of blue crabs. Furthermore, Boss Shui specifically instructed that we will add an extra $1 per pound on top of the highest market price on the same day. He paused, lifting a particularly large, wriggling blue crab from the sack to showcase to Zhou Haiyang, clearly articulating the pricing. Just look at this specimen. For such quality, those over a pound can fetch $10 to $12 at the market. We'll offer you 13. As for those between half a pound and a pound, the market typically fluctuates between $5 and $8. We'll settle at 9. And for those below half a pound, prices at the market usually range from $3 to $5. We'll be generous and set it at $5 per pound. What do you think, Mr. Zhou? Rest assured, we won't let you suffer any losses. Chapter 62, Weighing. A gasp. He Qianxiu and Zhou Haifeng felt an overwhelming surge of joy wash over them, nearly leaving them breathless. The fact that they would accept everything was already extraordinary news, and to add $1 per pound was simply beyond their wildest dreams. It's worth noting that this entire cart of crabs was certainly more than 1,000 pounds. That extra $1 would translate into a windfall of over $1,000. That would sustain the family for months. Mother and son exchanged glances, each reflecting the disbelief and exhilaration they felt. Zhou Haiyang, however, remained composed, looking at the struggling crab in Manager Luo's hand, and calmly stated, Actually, Manager Luo, you can just offer us the highest market price. We are already quite content with that. The extra $1 is. Manager Luo hurriedly placed the crab back into the sack, his tone sincere yet insistent. Mr. Zhou, please don't be so modest. Given the quality and vitality of these crabs, they are undoubtedly worth this price. Placing it in our hall's aquarium would serve as a living advertisement, effectively drawing in patrons for the restaurant. Our esteemed general manager, Shui, has expressed a desire to ensure that honest individuals do not suffer losses. It is thus settled. I shall arrange for someone to weigh immediately. Fearing that Zhou Haiyang might once again hesitate, he hastily called out to the courtyard, Xiao Wang, Xiaoli, bring out the weighing scale. Hurry up. As his words echoed, a response came immediately, and soon 3 young attendants clad in neat uniforms deftly wheeled out a somewhat worn weighing scale. Be nimble. Separate these crabs by size, large, medium, and small, each to their respective piles. Make sure to record the weights accurately. Do not mix them up. Manager Luo directed, and the 3 attendants promptly surrounded the tricycle, busying themselves with the task. Observing the efficiency of his counterparts, Zhou Haiyang refrained from further comments. He turned to see his mother, He Chuanxiu, still wearing that unreal expression, her eyes fixed intently on the scale, as if fearing the weights might fall and crush her feet. Mother, he approached, gently wrapping his arm around her fragile shoulders. The price has been established, and Manager Luo has assured us that our goods are of fine quality, worth every penny. You may rest easy and await the payment. He Chuanxio snapped back to reality, gazing up at her considerably taller son, her eyes brimming with moisture, yet her lips curled upwards in a smile. Ah, good, good. She clutched her son's arm tightly, a sense of relief gradually washing over her. Noticing that his elder brother, Zhou Haiyang, remained dazed nearby, as though still caught in a dream, his gaze fixated on the scale's oscillating needle, Zhou Haiyang couldn't help but chuckle and raise his voice. Elder brother, why are you in a daze? The weights on that scale are your golden nuggets. Should you keep a close eye on the measurements? Oh. Zhou Haiyang seemed to be jolted awake, suddenly animated, hastening towards the scale, bending over with his hands on his knees, his face almost touching the scale's beam. His intensity mirrored that of a student poring over his studies. Manager Luo, overhearing Zhou Haiyang's reference to his elder brother, observed the simple, earnest man, now scrutinizing the scale with utmost seriousness, and felt a flicker of emotion within him. The professional smile on his face softened, infused with a touch of genuine respect. The first weighing concluded swiftly. Zhou Haifeng's crabs were uniformly sized, with a considerable number being large. This esteemed gentleman, Manager Luo, hesitated, contemplating Zhou Haiyang's brother, and immediately adopted a more courteous address. Mr. Zhou, would you kindly verify? There are a total of 75 pounds exceeding 1 pound, 163 pounds between half a pound and 1 pound, and 20 pounds under half a pound, making a grand total of 258 pounds. Please check if the scale is accurate. If all is in order, we shall settle the payment shortly. It's accurate. Absolutely accurate. Zhou Haifeng's face flushed with a pure joy of accomplishment. For the first time in his life, he felt genuinely valued. Manager Luo nodded, signaling to the attendants. Take note. Next batch. Move it into the fish pond for temporary holding. Be careful. The second weighing involved He Chuanxio's catch. She, along with her husband Zhou Changhe and their returning daughter Zhou Xiaoxiao, worked swiftly, accumulating 2 large sacks and more than half of another. Confirming their yield was indeed the greatest. The attendants recorded the weights. 82 pounds of the largest crabs exceeding 1 pound, 276 pounds of medium-sized crabs between half a pound and 1 pound, and 45 pounds of the smallest, totaling 403 pounds. The third weighing was for the overweight individual, whose assortment was moderate, yielding a total of 135 pounds. Finally, it was Zhou Haiyang's turn. After all, he had been the first to discover this fishing spot and had collected more than half a barrel on his own, totaling a commendable 160 pounds. All sacks were weighed, and the attendants systematically transported the sorted crabs into the backyard's aquarium for temporary holding. Next came the accounting moment. The attendants thoughtfully brought out a small table and a few chairs, inviting Zhou Haiyang's family and the overweight man to sit briefly in the porch. Manager Luo personally fetched an abacus with a black calculator at the ready and skillfully opened the notebook containing the recorded weights. Zhou Haiyang, He Chuanxio, Zhou Haifeng, and the overweight man instinctively gathered around, their eyes fixed on the small, glistening beads of the abacus. The rhythmic clatter of the beads resonated in their ears, akin to the most exquisite melody in the world. Let us begin with the elder brother's catch, Manager Luo stated kindly as he adjusted the beads of the abacus. Zhou Haifeng instinctively rubbed his hands against his trousers. The joints of his fingers thickened from years of labor, with remnants of dirt lodged beneath his nails. He endeavored to maintain a natural smile, responding with a slightly hoarse voice, "Ah, yes, manager." Yet, the anticipation and anxiety in his eyes were unmistakable. Manager Luo's fingers danced across the abacus, producing crisp sounds while clearly announcing each figure. The largest, 75 pounds, 13 yuan per pound. The total is 975 yuan. A sharp intake of breath escaped Zhou Haifeng, his lips forming the words 975 silently. His smile could no longer be contained, spreading wide across his face, deepening the creases at the corners of his eyes. His mind buzzed with the realization. Over 900 yuan. That was equivalent to 2 months of grueling labor pulling a cart. The overweight man, impatient and genuinely happy for Zhou Haifeng, interjected with a grin, "Brother Haifeng, this is just the beginning. You have over 160 pounds of medium crabs yet to be counted." "Ah, yes, Zhou Haifeng replied, suppressing the excitement bubbling within him, his gaze fixed intently on Manager Luo's fingers as they moved the beads, oblivious to the overweight man's chatter. Manager Luo smiled, his fingers unceasing as the beads clinked melodiously once more. For the medium-sized crabs, 163 pounds at 9 yuan per pound. That totals 1,467. Rounding down, we have 1,464 yuan. He paused, glancing at Zhou Haifeng. For the small crabs, 20 pounds at 5 yuan per pound. This is straightforward, 100 yuan. Zhou Haifeng's breath quickened, his fingers tightly gripping his knees. Zhou Haiyang and He Chuanxiu held their breath as they watched Manager Luo's fingers finally settle at a position. All right, let us sum these 3 batches, he declared, his fingertip gliding across the abacus to represent the hundreds and thousands, announcing the final result with emphasis. The total is 2,542 yuan. As the figure of 2,542 reverberated through the air, it felt as if time itself had momentarily frozen in the porch. Zhou Haiyang and the others felt as though their hearts had been struck, their breaths caught in their throats. Zhou Haifeng stood there stupefied, his mouth agape as if it could hold an egg, his mind spinning with the dizzying array of numbers. 2005. This was the hard-earned money he would have to toil for half a year at the docks, laboring until weary. And now it rested in those sacks, transformed into cash waiting to be claimed. Zhou Haiyang, witnessing his elder brother's astonished expression, felt a warmth in his chest, more gratifying than his own earnings. Hurry, Manager Luo. Calculate my aunt's share. She has the most. The overweight man urged impatiently, his voice rising. All right, coming right up. Manager Luo's fingers flew over the abacus, the beads producing their delightful sound once more. 4 andes all. 82 pounds exceeding 1 pound at 13 yuan per pound. That totals 1,066. Rounded down to 996 yuan. He continued, writing the figures in his notebook. For the medium-sized, 276 pounds at 9 yuan per pound, totaling 2,484 yuan. For the small, 45 pounds at 5 yuan per pound. That is 225 yuan. He enumerated and recorded each item swiftly, the abacus beads moving rapidly. Now, for the final total, 800, 1,008, adding to the previous totals, brings us to 3,705 yuan. Including Zhou Haiyang, everyone involuntarily gasped once more. Nearly 4,000 yuan. He Chuanxiu felt a deafening buzz in her head, and suddenly, darkness clouded her vision, causing her to weaken and nearly collapse. Oh my, mother! Zhou Haifeng, standing closest, quickly caught his mother's limp body. Zhou Haiyang and the chubby friend were equally startled and rushed over to check on her. Leaning against her son, He Chuanxiu took a moment to recover, inhaling deeply, and waved her hand dismissively, her voice slightly ethereal. I'm fine. I've endured a lifetime of hardship. This is the first time I've seen so much money, and I'm just a bit overwhelmed. The chubby friend, ever blunt, remarked, Annie, you fainted from joy. However, Zhou Haiyang furrowed his brow even tighter, observing his mother's pale complexion, and earnestly said, Mom, your health has always been fragile. You must rest more. Once we have some savings, I'll take you to the county hospital for a thorough checkup. The lingering shadow of his mother's early demise due to overwork haunted him. Upon hearing the word hospital, He Chuanxiu's expression hardened, her rural stubbornness surfacing. What hospital? It's a waste of money. I was just restless last night thinking about crabs. A little rest will do me fine. There's nothing wrong. Let Manager Luo continue with the calculations. We mustn't delay him. She struggled to regain her composure, signaling for everyone to proceed. Zhou Haiyang, recognizing the futility of further discussion, resigned himself to completing the task at hand. Accumulating some money would provide them with leverage for future negotiations. Next, it was the turn of the chubby friend and Zhou Haiyang. Their portions were modest, with the chubby friend's goods valued at 1,400 yuan, while Zhou Haiyang's slightly more substantial, some totaled 1,730 yuan. Manager Luo efficiently prepared the receipts, counted the cash meticulously, and packaged the bills in sturdy paper bags, personally handing them to the group. The weight of the bags in their hands finally eased their anxious hearts. Zhou Haiyang glanced at the 10 sieves still resting in the tricycle-s cargo area and inquired, Manager Luo, do you have any use for these sieves in your kitchen? They could be handy for draining water or oil, or even for storing dry goods. He picked one up and offered it to him. Are these sieves also for sale? Manager Luo examined the sieve, appreciating its delicate craftsmanship. After weighing it in his hand, he thought to himself that selling these for a small sum would earn Zhou Haiyang a favor. He replied readily, they're indeed quite practical and good for draining. I haven't purchased such items before. How much do you want for them, Mr. Zhou? Zhou Haiyang responded genuinely. To be honest, these are for a few young girls. I'm not certain how much they wish to sell them for. I estimate something finely woven like this should be worth around 2 to 3 yuan each of the market, right? Only 2 to 3 yuan? Manager Luo touched the smooth, thorn-free edges, admiring the meticulous weaving. Ah, such craftsmanship. Here's the deal. Let us not bother with weighing. I'll give you 5 yuan each for all of them. Deal. Thank you. Zhou Haiyang nodded enthusiastically. Firstly, the money wasn't his, and secondly, since they had already made a significant profit that day, this small amount was hardly worth haggling over, and it spared Manager Luo an extra trip to the market. Without further ado, Manager Luo pulled out 50 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Haiyang. With their pockets filled with cash, the group strolled back along the cobblestone path, the tricycle wheels producing a cheerful sound. The sun bathed them in warmth, and Zhou Haiyang, observing his family still somewhat dazed and walking as if floating, suggested with a smile, "Mom, big brother, now that we've come to town and have some money jingling in our pockets, should we take a stroll and buy something? We have a vehicle, so it will be easy to bring things back." Upon hearing this, Hichuancio reacted as if someone had stepped on her tail, her smile vanishing instantly, replaced by a stern expression as she admonished, "Is it so easy to earn money? We've only just touched it. Why would we want to squander it before it warms in our hands? You little spendthrift." She instinctively tightened her grip on the bag of money, as if Zhou Haiyang might snatch it away at any moment. Zhou Haiyang chuckled, "Mom, your thinking is flawed. If we only save without spending, that money is merely paper. Spending it to acquire goods, that is what constitutes true wealth. Once it's spent, we can earn more." Hichuancio shot her son a sidelong glance, pursing her lips at home. "We aren't lacking in essentials right now." She paused, seemingly calculating in her mind. After a moment, as if coming to a decision, she softened her tone. "However, regarding the income from this venture, to be honest, it's all thanks to you, the third son. You facilitated this and procured the crabs. We can't just act oblivious." She turned her gaze to Zhou Haifeng, who was still grinning foolishly. "Eldest brother, wouldn't you agree?" Zhou Haifeng scratched his head earnestly. "That's true. Without the third brother, we wouldn't even know how to sell." He added, "Besides, the third brother hasn't earned as much as us." Zhou Haiyang genuinely felt there was no need for such calculations within the family. "What do you know?" Hichuancio playfully smacked Zhou Haiyang's arm. "You're a father now. You have a wife and children to support. We, the elders, must also consider how Yuling feels. Although Yuling is kind-hearted and never keeps track of these matters, we must still observe proper etiquette and express our intentions to avoid gossip." Her tone was resolute, infused with the pragmatic wisdom of a rural housewife and an instinct to maintain family harmony. The chubby friend nodded vigorously, wholeheartedly agreeing. "Haiyang, you must heed Auntie's advice. She has walked more bridges than you've traveled roads. No doubt about it." Hichuancio, encouraged by the chubby friend's flattery, finally wore a smile again and patted her bulging pocket filled with cash. "It's settled then. We'll head over to the department store shortly. Pick out a few yards of sturdy, bright fabric and find a skilled tailor to make new clothes for the little ones. We'll also grab some candy and biscuits to take back. It's not all about work. We must treat the children to some sweetness too. Eldest brother, what do you think?" She looked towards Zhou Haifeng for approval. "Absolutely. It's the right thing to do." Zhou Haifeng nodded vigorously, fully in agreement. Seeing that his mother had made up her mind, Zhou Haiyang resignedly threw up his hands. All right, since you are all now wealthy, buy whatever you wish." However, he paused, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. "Mom, when you're picking out fabric, remember to get a couple of extra yards for me too. I'd quite like a new outfit as well." He intentionally tugged at the worn spot on his sleeve. "Hey, you little rascal." Hichuancio, momentarily taken aback, stared at her son, then quickly realized that his earlier generosity had been a ruse, leaving her both exasperated and amused. "Who was just saying that we shouldn't keep track of family matters and to drop the formalities? So you were just pretending to be generous, waiting for your old mother to catch on? When did you become so thick-skinned?" The chubby friend couldn't contain his laughter, bursting out loudly. His boisterous laughter drew curious glances from many passers-by. Zhou Haiyang's playful smile immediately faltered, feeling a flush creeping to his face. The group crowded into the somewhat cramped tailor shop, their eyes scanning the stacked rolls of fabric before ultimately selecting the currently fashionable polyester. The material was smooth and sturdy, glistening softly, embodying a fresh and dignified appearance. They chose both blue and floral prints. The floral fabric was thin and breathable, perfect for summer blouses, while the thicker dark blue fabric was ideal for durable trousers. Anyone who had cared for children knew well that little ones had a natural affinity for exuberance. In the early morning, the clean garments donned often succumb to dirt by noon, no matter how sternly one might scold. The muddy footprints inevitably find their way onto the pant legs. Thus, the durable blue fabric is indeed the perfect choice for making trousers for children, sparing mothers a considerable amount of nagging. In the village of Haiyang, there resides a highly skilled tailor. The garments displayed in the shop are neatly arranged, yet upon glancing at the price tags, one cannot help but feel they are exorbitant. Families that are prudent prefer to purchase several yards of fabric, tailored to fit their measurements by a familiar local craftsman, thus saving a significant sum. Moreover, these custom-made clothes fit snugly and are well-stitched, ensuring durability. After procuring the fabric, the group proceeded to the first floor of the department store. Once they bought some snacks for the children, Zhou Haiyang, as if struck by a sudden thought, gestured towards the staircase with the black iron railing and suggested, "Mother, brother, since we've made the rare trip to town, Shall we take a look on the third floor? They have all sorts of appliances, like televisions and radios. Zhou Haiyang, the elder brother, simply smiled and said, I'm fine with whatever. I'll follow you. It's merely to broaden our horizons, though the goods displayed are well beyond our current means. He Chinchio, feeling uncomfortable since entering, found the polished terrazzo floors of the mall gleaming and the glass counters spotless, dazzling her eyes. Clutching the hem of her old cloth jacket tightly, she walked with bated breath, fearing she might accidentally brush against something. Upon hearing her son mention electrical appliances, she hastily waved her hands, saying, just standing there and staring, without spending a penny, feels rather embarrassing. Let us forget it. The bright lights up there are dizzying, better not go. Zhou Haiyang couldn't help but chuckle, mother. It seems you've grown accustomed to the hardships of life. Now, in a proper marketplace, you feel out of place. This mindset needs to change. Understanding his mother's discomfort, he chose not to press the matter further, saying, all right, we want to go today. We'll save it for another time. With that decision made, their enthusiasm for lingering in town dissipated. Zhou Haiyang hopped onto his old tricycle, carrying his mother and brother back to Haiyang village. The village was tranquil, with only faint sounds of children playing echoing in the distance. The adults had seemingly vanished. At this hour, they must all be at the seaside. Zhou Haifeng speculated. Ching, Daddy-s back. Zhou Haiyang called out as they approached their yard. Emerging in response was Shun Yuling, who was busy scrubbing clothes by a wooden basin, her hands soapy and wet. Upon seeing her family return, she quickly wiped her hands on her apron and hurried over. Mother, brother, you're back. Did the crabs sell well? Were the prices reasonable? Chinchio's face lit up with a smile, her wrinkles smoothing out. Yes. We made a profit. This time, thanks to the third child's idea, we all managed to get a good price. Yuling, come here, Chinchio beckoned, pulling out 2 neatly folded rolls of fabric from her bag. Here is some cloth for you and the child. Do you like this pattern? Shen Yuling looked at the pristine material, anxiously rubbing her hands. Mother, it's not easy for you to earn money. Why spend it on this? Chinchio glanced around, lowering her voice, unable to hide her excitement. Oh, you don't know. The 3 of us, me, your father, and your little sister, together made nearly 4,000 yuan this time. This little bit of fabric is hardly an expense. After placing a bag of peanuts and sunflower seeds down, she and her eldest son Zhou Haifeng walked home with a spring in their step. Brother Haiyang, I'll take this stuff back first and come right back. The stout boy hoisted the heavy roll of fabric and hurried towards his own yard. Zhou Haiyang called after him. Remember to bring the set of fish traps from inside. Don't worry, I won't forget. The boy's voice faded away. Watching him leave, Zhou Haiyang pulled out a bundle of cash secured with a rubber band from his pocket and handed it to Shen Yuling. Wife, this is the money from today's crab sales, totaling 1,730 yuan. Coupled with what we've saved, this should clear our debts. Shen Yuling stared blankly at the bundle of notes, her expression dazed as if floating in a dream. Just days prior, she had been fretting over the heavy burden of nearly 4,000 yuan in debts, unable to eat or sleep well. How swiftly had fortunes changed? Was the debt about to be cleared? Zhou Haiyang, noticing her dazed expression, grinned. What is the matter? Are you dazzled by this little bit of money? Tomorrow, I'll bring you back mountains of gold and silver, and you might just drop your jaw. Oh, stop it. You're being ridiculous. Shen Yuling snapped back, finally coming to her senses, but a flicker of relief crossed her eyes. Zhou Haiyang chuckled, his gaze sweeping over their relatively tidy little courtyard. By the way, whereas Ching, she hasn't been seen since morning. What do you expect? You know her temperament, Shen Yuling replied, bending down to scrub the old cloth pieces in a basin. She has been thinking about that flower fairy. We don't have that shiny box at home. She barely ate this morning and ran off to find Lin Lin and Jun. Zhou Haiyang could detect a hint of resentment in her tone. The 12-inch black and white television they owned had indeed been sold off by him last year to fund his gambling, leaving them in a dark place. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he rubbed his nose and moved closer, lowering his voice with conviction. Yuling, trust me. We'll have a proper television, a handsome wardrobe, and a sizable cabinet. Anything others have, we fall short of. And what others lack, I, Zhou Haiyang, will find a way to procure for you. Well, I'll wait and see. Shen Yuling responded softly, her head bowed as she continued washing clothes. After scrubbing a few more damp pieces of fabric, she looked up at Zhou Haiyang's bloodshot eyes. You've been awake since before dawn, working hard until now, and haven't even had a bite of lunch. You should rest for a bit. Aren't you going to set the fish traps again? Zhou Haiyang dragged over a low bamboo chair from the corner and settled down in the shade near Shen Yuling's washing basin. All 10 of the baskets Xiao Feng may have sold, and I'm taking the money to her, while also dropping off the new fish traps we sewed together last night into the sea. He watched his wife's knuckles redden from scrubbing and leaned in closer, a mischievous grin appearing on his face. Hey, darling, are you feeling sorry for me? Shen Yuling's cheeks flushed. Stop talking nonsense. It's broad daylight. It sounds so inappropriate. I can speak to my own wife. What business is it of the heavens? Zhou Haiyang retorted boldly. Just then, the familiar loud voice of the stout boy echoed from outside the yard. Brother Haiyang, the fish traps are all ready. Just in time. Zhou Haiyang grumbled as he stood up. Shen Yuling quickly lowered her head, yet the corners of her mouth tightened, secretly curving into a faint smile as she scrubbed the old sheets in the stone basin with renewed vigor. The stout boy entered, one hand carrying a burlap sack filled with fish traps, the other holding a large coarse porcelain bowl made from clay, steam wafting with a salty fragrance. Brother Haiyang, sister-in-law, my grandmother asked me to bring this over. In the bowl lay bright red, pickled radish strips, neatly arranged, with a small pool of clear oil and chopped red chili surrounding them. Oh, what a delightful dish from Grandma Wang! Zhou Haiyang exclaimed as he leaned in and pinched a piece to taste. The radish strips were crisp and refreshing, with a perfect balance of salty and slightly sour-spicy flavors, which he praised crisp, just the right amount of sour and spicy, perfect for whetting the appetite. Shen Yuling hastily dried her hands and rose to take the bowl. Aunt Wang, at your age, managing all this must be quite laborious. It's too much for you to spend so much. The chubby man scratched his buzz cut innocently. Sister-in-law, please don't stand on ceremony. This radish is from Grandma's own garden. It's hardly worth anything. When Grandma heard that I earned some money today with Brother Haiyang, she was absolutely delighted, saying the house has nothing of value, and this pickled vegetable can barely be presented. She was even worried you might not have a jar for pickling, so she specifically asked me to bring a bowl for you to taste first. If it suits your palate, she said she would gladly help you make a whole jar to store. Zhou Haiyang, not one to decline, interjected with a smile. The flavor is truly authentic. Grandma Wang still appears quite robust. It's best if she keeps herself occupied with a bit of work. Having something to do will keep her spirits up for longer. You really are quite straightforward, lacking in social niceties. Shen Yuling shot him an exasperated glance. This is what a genuine person does for genuine matters. Zhou Haiyang retorted cheerfully. Shen Yuling carried the strips of radish into the dimly lit earthen stove room. Shortly, she emerged from the main room with a large bundle of old fishing nets that had been carefully mended and reinforced the previous night. Here you go, all tidied up. Be cautious by the seaside. The tide rises quickly. Don't wander too far. Don't worry, dear. I know what I'm doing, Zhou Haiyang replied, taking the heavy bundle of hemp rope, patting the chubby man on the shoulder. Let us go. The two men each shouldered the hefty sacks and strode purposefully toward Zhangjiagu, which was not far off. Chapter 66. Is this all we're eating? Zhangjiagu was separated from Haiwan village by a winding mountain ridge. From a distance, the ridge appeared like a colossal, serpentine gray dragon lying across the land, effectively dividing the two villages. Haiwan village lay at the dragon's head, while Zhangjiagu was nestled in a hollow, encircled by its body. To reach Zhangjiagu, one had to traverse a steep cliff by the sea. Standing atop that windswept precipice, one could gaze down upon the tidal flats that sustained both villages. The rocks jutted out erratically, and the tidal channels crisscrossed, revealing a mottled map of depths and shallows at low tide. At this moment, Zhou Haiyang and the chubby man stood on the rugged stones at the cliff's edge. On the beach of Zhangjiagu, figures could be seen dotted about, villagers bustling to the shore to gather from the receding tide. Closer to shore, a group of bare-chested children were energetically digging a moat. Covered from head to toe in wet, black mud, they resembled a litter of piglets freshly emerged from mire. Their gleeful shouts carried intermittently by the sea breeze. Oh, how carefree and beautiful childhood was, the chubby man mused, watching the children building mud castles. Unable to suppress a wistful sigh. They play after eating, sleep when tired, without a care in the world. Zhou Haiyang, however, was suddenly struck by the pale faces of Zhang Xiaofeng and her sisters, murmuring softly. Not every child has the luxury to play without restraint. They treaded along the narrow dirt path worn into the cliffside, stepping in and out of the uneven ground toward Zhangjiagu. Before long, they arrived at the particularly low and dilapidated earthen wall of Zhang Xiaofeng's courtyard. The gate was ajar. Through the gap, they could see 5 slender figures seated with their backs to the door, perched on broken bricks or thin wooden boards, their small, emaciated hands deftly weaving wicker baskets. The long, slender strips of greenish-yellow bamboo flew through their nimble fingers with a focused efficiency that exuded a premature sophistication, contrasting starkly with the raucous children at the cliff's edge. Zhou Haiyang's heart sank as he observed their disheveled hair and patched-up, coarse clothes, as if a lump of wet clay had lodged in his chest. Taking a deep breath of the salty, fishy air to compose himself, he pushed open the creaking gate and called out cheerfully, "Xiaofeng, your brother has come to see you." Upon hearing his voice, the 5 Zhang sisters turned in unison. As they recognized the visitors, their previously dull eyes sparkled with sudden brightness. Brother Haiyang, Brother Pang. Their youthful voices rang with joy. Zhang Xiaofeng, flustered, dropped the half-finished basket in her hands and dashed into the dim kitchen to fetch 2 old bamboo chairs, missing edges and all. Her face a blend of anticipation and anxiety. Brother Haiyang did the baskets we made sell? Did they sell well? As soon as she finished speaking, the other 4 girls rushed forward, 10 eager eyes fixated on Zhou Haiyang, filled with a desperate hope, tiny flames of anticipation flickering silently in their gaze. Zhou Haiyang reached into his pocket and pulled out 5 crisp 10 yuan bills, unfolding them before their eyes. Look, 50 yuan. They all sold. Wow, 50 yuan. A chorus of hushed exclamations erupted simultaneously. The girls' eyes widened in disbelief, glued to the stack of money that seemed to shimmer in the air, unable to blink. Zhang Xiaofeng, astonished, could hardly close her mouth. Brother Haiyang, you're so amazing. How would you sell them for so much? In her innocent understanding, money was as heavy as beads of sweat or even tears, and to amass such a sum felt like magic. Zhou Haiyang quickly waved his hands. It's not my greatness. It's all you girls' skill. The baskets are tightly woven and perfectly shaped. The city folks love them and were willing to pay that price. He always spoke to children with sincere praise. Their simple hearts lit up with a mixture of bashfulness and pride as they basked in his straightforward compliments. Brother Haiyang, come look over here. The chubby man, who had been lingering around the northwest corner of the courtyard, called out in a hushed tone. What is up? Zhou Haiyang stepped over, following the direction of his finger, and his smile abruptly froze, his expression darkening. In the corner, a makeshift stove was haphazardly assembled from a few broken bricks, atop which sat a small, tarnished iron pot, its rim chipped and encrusted with thick layers of soot. Inside, remnants of a viscous, murky substance clung to the bottom, its color indistinguishable. Most revolting of all, beside the stove, 2 toads with bulging warts and rough skin lay lazily puffing themselves up in the damp earth. Upon closer inspection, the contents of the pot could hardly be considered food. They appeared as a glutinous mass, unrecognizable and reminiscent of putrid sludge. Zhou Haiyang, suppressing a wave of nausea, leaned in for a closer look, barely able to discern some overcooked vegetable scraps, a few translucent cucumber peels, and indistinct fragments of grayish fish bones and shrimp shells. In disbelief, he whipped around to Zhang Xiaofeng, his voice taut. You do all eat this regularly? He gestured toward the battered pot, his throat feeling as though it were filled with sand. Zhang Xiaofeng's frail shoulders hunched slightly, her rough hands twisting the frayed edge of her coarse garment. Her voice barely above a whisper. The vegetables, the radishes in the garden have just sprouted. They're not ready yet. She quickly raised her face, striving to sound cheerful. We watered the vegetables with fertilizer yesterday. They'll all be ready to eat soon. Zhou Haiyang, feeling both helpless and heartbroken, rubbed his swollen temples as if that might alleviate the throbbing pain. I understand that the vegetables aren't ready yet. But why must you cook here? It's so filthy. The toads have practically made themselves at home. What if you trip, or if the wind or rain brings dirt into the pot? He pointed toward the dark entrance of the main house. Isn't their proper kitchen? Standing a little farther back, Zhou Zhaodi, the second sister, quietly added, the kitchen inside cracked open last winter, and when we tried to boil some water for porridge, it just spilled everywhere. A new pot costs over 10 yuan, which is too expensive. We simply can't afford it. She gestured to the small, dilapidated pot before them. This one was cheap. I swapped it for a dime. But it's too small and will fall through the hole in the stove. We have no choice but to make do and prepare our meals here. The traditional earthen stoves in the village were built to specific dimensions, making it impossible to use any other pots. The pot is broken, and one must procure a new one that matches the original. Otherwise, it will either be too small and fall into the stove pit or too large to be supported. There's a solution, though. One could replaster the small stove opening with clay. However, this approach requires considerable material and labor, rendering it impractical. The stout man, seething with anger, clenched his jaw audibly as he pointed at the adjacent, evidently newer brick house, growling, Isn't that uncle of theirs squatting right by the wall of the neighboring courtyard? How can he just stand by idly, watching his niece endure such a life without lifting a finger? Zhang Xiaofeng and her sisters exchanged bewildered glances, shaking their heads in unison with a sluggishness that mirrored their confusion. That so-called uncle, although within the same courtyard, felt as distant as if he resided on the other side of the ocean. Damn it! The stout man spat out the curse, his voice trembling with suppressed fury. This whole family is filled with black-hearted scoundrels. Zhou Haiyang exhaled a heavy sigh, cursing him one bring forth any conscience. Let us focus on what is urgent. He turned to Zhang Xiaofeng. Come, Xiaofeng, let us first set the fish trap. As they were about to leave, Zhou Haiyang specifically cautioned Zhang Zhaodi, be vigilant and take good care of your sister. If anything spills in the pot, make sure to clean it up. When we return, I'll figure out a way to prepare a proper meal for you. Zhang Zhaodi forced a smile that nearly reached her ears, tinged with bitterness, and nodded heavily. Yes. I understand, Brother Haiyang. Zhou Haiyang nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from saying more as he and the stout man exited, while Zhang Xiaofeng, like a bird finally freed from its cage, skipped along to catch up. The trio departed from the desolate courtyard, making their way toward the dilapidated fishing port at Zhangjiagu, where the only rickety wooden boat belonging to Zhang Xiaofeng's family was tethered on the rocky shore. Under normal circumstances, the young men from the two coastal villages would brazenly invade Zhangjiagu's territory, likely encountering a few unfriendly faces who would hurl biting remarks at them. However, today, coinciding with the minor tide, most of the village's able-bodied laborers had gone to the sea in search of work, leaving the area eerily quiet. Only a few elderly men and women, unable to move about, huddled in the corners, dozing lightly. Upon reaching the makeshift port constructed from uneven stones worn smooth by the waves, Zhang Xiaofeng suddenly halted, her face paling as she gazed at the empty expanse of water before her. Where's my boat? She exclaimed, panic rising in her voice as she dashed about the stone slabs of the port. I distinctly remember tying it to this stone post last night. How could it just vanish? A wave of despair enveloped her. That rickety boat was the only means for her and her sisters to earn a meager living after their parents' passing. Without it, how would they survive? Xiaofeng, don't panic, Zhou Haiyang said, firmly grasping her bony shoulder, his sharp gaze scanning the jagged coastline nearby. Do you remember where it was tied? This stone post? Make sure you remember it well. It's always docked here. It can't be mistaken. Zhang Xiaofeng's voice quivered, tears welling in her eyes as she fixed her gaze on the slick, bare mooring stone. The stout man furrowed his brow tightly, speculating. Could it be that someone from the village, in need of a boat, took it without asking? Zhou Haiyang nodded, attempting to reassure Zhang Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, hold back your tears for now. If you're not mistaken, the boat didn't simply fly away. It must have been borrowed. Whatever is borrowed must be returned. Just wait. His tone was resolute. Hearing such confidence in Zhou Haiyang's voice felt like grasping a lifeline for Zhang Xiaofeng, causing her to breathe a sigh of relief while stifling her sobs. The stout man, unable to suppress his anger, muttered curses under his breath. Damn it. We live in the same village, and yet there's no communication. Does saying hello cost them anything? This is just bullying us because we have no one to stand up for us. Zhou Haiyang was also seething with frustration, but for now, they had no choice but to wait, to see who had the audacity to commit such an act. The three of them sat helplessly on the damp, rocky port, time dragging on in a thick, anxious silence. After what felt like an eternity, a small dart appeared on the horizon, shimmering in the blinding sunlight, gradually approaching the shore. As the outline came into focus, it was indeed a small wooden boat with a figure leisurely rowing. That's my boat, Zhang Xiaofeng exclaimed, standing on tiptoe in excitement. As the small boat slowly drew near, the rower and the trio on the shore began to recognize one another. The rower was Zhang Lijun, a 20-something with a sharp, monkey-like face, notorious in Zhangjiagu for being a troublemaker. He was known for petty thefts and for making lewd advances toward young wives, often lurking around widows' homes or peering through windows at night. His infamy in the village was such that respectable people avoided him like the plague. Damn it! Zhang Lijun immediately spotted the stout man and Zhang Xiaofeng, disregarding the matter of the boat entirely and launching into a tirade, spitting words as he pointed at Zhang Xiaofeng. Zhang Xiaofeng, you blockhead, have you lost your mind? Bringing these two poor fools from the coastal villages into Zhangjiagu? Is your brain stung by a jellyfish? You bastard! The stout man's face flushed crimson at the mention of poor fools, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, his eyes bulging as if they might pop out. You dare to insult me again? I'm calling you a fat, worthless fool, Zhang Lijun retorted, slamming the oar against the side of the boat, standing with his thin waist cocked, a malicious sneer plastered across his face. What? Is your skin feeling tight? Have you forgotten how last time, during the big tide, I made you kneel in the muddy water, crying for your mother? The stout man's face turned from red to a deep shade of black. Last time, he had been wading through muddy water to collect some small sea creatures when Zhang Lijun, along with a few local thugs, had cornered him on the beach. It was this very Zhang Lijun who had snuck up behind him, delivering a vicious kick that sent him sprawling into the briny muck, where they had beaten him and stolen the few bills he had in his pocket. He never expected to encounter him again in this desolate port. Zhang Xiaofeng was both furious and anxious, her face flushed with anger. I am not a fool. You are the one who is foolish. You stole my boat, and now insult my brother. Oh really? Brother, huh? Zhang Lijun grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth stained by cheap cigarettes. his laughter exaggerated and cruel. I see you've gone completely daft. Someone sold you out, and here you are, rushing to help them count their money. I'm not foolish. Do not call me foolish again. Zhang Xiaofeng's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her cheeks reddening at his taunts. Xiaofeng, don't waste your breath on him, Zhou Haiyang interjected, gently squeezing her slender shoulder to signal her to step back. He raised his head, his gaze icy as a blade of ice, directed squarely at Zhang Lijun's triumphant face. His voice, though not loud, carried the weight of stone. Isn't it time for an explanation for sneaking off with someone's livelihood? Using someone's boat without permission incurs costs, both to wood and metal. There is no such thing as a free ride in this world, is there? An explanation? Zhang Lijun scoffed, as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke, leisurely untying the rope and hauling a heavy, water-dripping wooden bucket onto the shore. Filled with a hodgepodge of fish and shrimp, weighing at least 10 pounds. He carelessly dropped the bucket onto the wet stone slabs, lifting his chin high, sneering down at Zhou Haiyang. Have you lost your mind? Open your eyes and see where you are. This is Zhang Jiagu. He jabbed a finger, as thin as a dry twig, repeatedly into Zhou Haiyang's chest. You two poor wretches from the coastal villages. Smack! A resounding, forceful slap landed squarely on Zhang Lijun's cheek, striking his greasy, sweat-drenched face with a clean, decisive blow. Chapter 68. Retribution. The sudden slap caught Zhang Lijun completely off guard, making him stumble sideways, his ears ringing. One side of his face instantly numbed, followed by a searing pain akin to having his skin ripped off. Excellent. The plump man excitedly slapped his thigh, nearly leaping from his seat. This slap was delivered with such speed and ferocity, it was more satisfying than gnawing on half a pound of pig's head. Zhang Xiaofeng was equally stunned, her mouth agape. Her eyes first wide with terror, then sparkling with admiration. Brother Haiyang is truly formidable. Zhang Lijun remained dazed for a full 3 seconds. We finally regained his senses. The malevolent fire that had long dominated the village surged to his head. He covered his face, staring at Zhou Haiyang as if he had seen a ghost. His slanted eyes instantly bloodshot with rage, his voice cracking in fury. Damn you, dog. Smack! Another resounding slap connected with the other side of Zhang Lijun's cheek. Watch your filthy mouth, or I'll make you regret it, Zhou Haiyang remarked, a hint of mock tranquility gracing his features, though his eyes were dark and devoid of warmth, chilling to the bone. Well done, the plump man shouted in excitement, fists clenched, eager to join the fray. Zhang Lijun was utterly dumbfounded. In his memory, Zhou Haiyang was merely a spineless coward, known throughout the village for his gambling and drunkenness, often returning home to vent his frustrations on his wife and children. If someone spat at him on the road, he would only shrink back and slink away. What kind of malevolent spirit had he encountered today? That gaze, the force behind those hands. Zhou Haiyang stepped forward, closing the distance between them, lowering his voice, each word laced with icy menace. I'll ask you one last time. You borrowed Zhang Xiaofeng's boat to go fishing. Is that true? And having used it, shouldn't you offer some compensation for the wear and tear? Zhang Lijun, accustomed to bullying in his small domain, had never experienced such humiliation, especially with a hefty onlooker beside him. To be asked to pay him your girl? He could wait for a lifetime. I'll pay for your damn coffin. Zhang Lijun's head spun from the onslaught of slaps, blood rushing to his face as he let out a wild howl, swinging his bony arm, his fist slicing through the air towards Zhou Haiyang's face. I'll tear you apart. Zhou Haiyang had anticipated this desperate retaliation. As the fist came crashing towards him, the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smirk. Oh, you dare to fight back? At that moment, he deftly shifted his shoulder, stepping back with his left foot to evade the punch. His right arm lashed out like a whip, delivering a powerful elbow strike directly into Zhang Lijun's exposed back. Ugh, ah. Zhang Lijun felt as if an iron hammer had struck his chest. Darkness clouded his vision, his insides twisting painfully, propelled forward by the force. He collapsed heavily into the foul, black mud of the shore, choking on the brackish water that filled his nostrils, nearly losing consciousness. Damn you, he spat, cursing the life out of Zhou Haiyang, who didn't give him a moment to recover. Zhou Haiyang rushed forward, kicking him hard in the exposed rear. In just a few swift moves, the once defiant Zhang Lijun now resembled a pitiful, disheveled dog, curled up in the cold, wet mud, whimpering. The plump man watched in astonishment, his mouth agape in disbelief. Just as he prepared to rush in and assist, he was taken aback by how effortlessly Zhou Haiyang dealt with Zhang Lijun. Dog damn it! Zhang Lijun curled up like a boiled shrimp, squeezing out a curse mixed with mud from between his teeth. I used her wretched boat out of kindness, and she dares to ask for money? Bah! If you have the guts, kill me, or else you're nothing but a dog. Zhou Haiyang caught sight of the wooden bucket by the stone slab, filled with the fish and shrimp Zhang Lijun had caught. He approached, deftly kicking the bucket over. The half-full container of wriggling fish and crabs spilled out onto the muddy shore, flopping and splashing, sending mud flying high. My fish! Crabs! Zhang Lijun's eyes nearly bulged out, watching his hard-earned catch disappear in an instant. He scrambled to his feet, clawing forward to gather the struggling creatures. The plump man, hands on his hips, finally found his voice, sneering. Serves you right. Bullying others, huh? This is your retribution. You thought you could hoard everything for yourself? Too bad. Zhang Xiaofeng watched the little fish and crabs struggling in the mud, her face contorted with pity. Those tiny creatures could have fed her sisters for several days. The plump man patted her small back. Don't worry about it. Stick with your brother Haiyang, and he'll teach you how to catch fish and crabs. There are plenty to be had. Zhang Xiaofeng nodded vigorously, her gaze at Zhou Haiyang now imbued with a newfound sparkle of admiration. Zhou Haiyang, uninterested in the foul-mouthed Zhang Lijun still wallowing in the mud, walked to the boat and nodded to the plump man and Zhang Xiaofeng. Get on board. The plump man, filled with excitement, quickly hopped onto the swaying little boat. Zhang Xiaofeng deftly followed. Zhou Haiyang bent down to untie the wet rope from the stone post, glancing back at the pitiful figure in the mud with disdain before stepping into the cabin. Brother Haiyang, those 2 moves you made earlier. The plump man, expertly navigating the oars, steered the rickety boat away from the chaos, unable to suppress his astonishment as he scrutinized Zhou Haiyang. Where did you learn those skills? You're quite adept. Those moves seem so refined. You must have trained seriously. After all these years, I had no idea you were hiding such talent. Standing at the bow, Zhou Haiyang gazed out at the expansive sea, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips as he casually replied, Oh, in my younger days, I learned a couple of tricks from a master who made a living performing in town. Just some farmer's tricks, nothing worthy of the stage. The plump man slapped his sweaty forehead. Huh, not only can you calculate, but you can also fight. You must have encountered a hidden expert back then, perhaps from a secluded sect. Before he could finish, Zhou Haiyang, focused on the rippling waves and currents, abruptly raised his hand, interrupting. This is the spot. Stop the boat. Drop anchor. The plump man jolted, quickly stabilizing the oar as the little boat gradually came to a halt. He leaned over the damp edge, craning his neck to look around. Here? What is so special about this place? Is there a treasure hidden beneath the water? I don't see anything different. Zhang Xiaofeng mimicked Zhou Haiyang, leaning over the side of the boat, straining her eyes to peer into the murky water. Brother Haiyang, did you spot something good? Zhou Haiyang withdrew his gaze from the horizon, turning to face them, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. If one could see what lay beneath the water at a glance, wouldn't that make them a deity? This is called water sense, do you understand? I can feel that beneath this water, there is surely a bounty waiting. Plump man, are you going down or not? If you dawdle, I'll set my traps. Chapter 69, Anomalies. Brother Haiyang, I believe in you. Without a moment's hesitation, the plump man swiftly unfurled a well-worn bamboo trap. He fished out a mix of small shrimp and crabs from the bottom of the bucket, filling the trap to the brim. A weight that would surely cause Zhang Xiaofeng distress for days. With a dull thud, the heavy trap arced through the air, swiftly plunging into the shimmering sea. The faded foam buoy bobbed to the surface, gently rising and falling with the tiny waves, like a pale eye watching the surface of the water. Using so much bait, Zhang Xiaofeng gazed at the noticeably diminished stock in the bucket, her brows furrowing tightly as her fingers unconsciously twisted the worn and frayed hem of her faded garment. It was barely enough to prepare a large bowl of porridge for her younger sisters. A sorrow that even the sea breeze could not dispel lingered in her voice. The small fish and shrimp were a treasure that her sisters could scarcely gather over several days. The plump man grinned broadly, wiping the salty droplets from his face. Little foam, you don't get it. You can't catch a wolf without letting go a child. No wonder you have 2 traps yet still live so frugally. You must be stingy with the bait. He clicked his tongue, adopting the tone of an experienced fisherman, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Xiaofeng's frail figure, which seemed as if it could be whisked away by the wind, and the tattered edges of her old jacket, which barely covered her wrists. Only with ample bait will the fish and shrimp venture in, and only then will the traps be heavy with catch. It seemed there was more to it than just the bait. Zhou Haiyang, propelling the boat with his oar, cast a sharp glance over the sea. The eerie stillness of the trap's location pricked at his heart. 2 traps, even in their meagerness, should not yield nothing at all. He noticed the shallow red marks on Zhang Xiaofeng's wrist, etched by the roughness of her daily struggles. Xiaofeng, where do you usually set your traps? Take us to sea. His voice was steady, imbued with an undeniable authority. There, not far ahead, is one. Zhang Xiaofeng pointed towards a familiar stretch of water. Her voice muffled, tinged with a barely perceptible sense of grievance. There's another one further out. I've left it for a day, not sure if it's empty. That expanse of water was unremarkable, devoid of any cover. All right, let's take a look, Zhou Haiyang replied calmly, accepting the oars from the plump man's hands. As his broad and powerful shoulders sank slightly, the muscles beneath his faded shirt subtly flexed, and the small boat steadily cut through the waves. The plump man squinted, resembling an adept fisherman, carefully discerning the shapes of the rocks along the shore and the old fishing nets half buried in the sand, while quietly memorizing the landmarks. Muttering them under his breath. Though the weather was fine, the sea was never truly calm. This frail wooden boat seemed pitifully thin, with water seeping through the cracks between the planks, prompting Zhou Haiyang to refrain from venturing too far from the shore. Should the boat capsize, he relied solely on his swimming skills to make it back. As he rowed, he remained vigilant for the distinctive red glimmers beneath the surface that indicated the presence of fish. Along the way, he sought out another area where the red glow was concentrated and swiftly lowered the second trap, its buoy gently swaying with the waves. There, I see the buoy. Zhang Xiaofeng suddenly straightened up in the boat, pointing eagerly at a floating white foam piece, her voice radiating excitement. It seemed as if that buoy carried her faint hopes, and her small frame leaned forward in fervor. I see it, Zhou Haiyang said, bemused by her nearly overreaching posture. Don't get too excited. Sit still. The innocent yearning and desire for harvest were plainly written across her face. As the boat approached the buoy, Zhang Xiaofeng could hardly contain herself, eagerly reaching out to grasp the wet, seaweed-covered buoy and haul it onto the deck. She clutched the rough hemp rope tightly, summoning all her strength to pull it up. Her small face flushed with effort, the slender tendons in her arms taut, her eyes brimming with fervent hope. The plump man leaned in with curiosity, muttering, "After a night without checking, there should at least be something at the bottom." Only Zhou Haiyang furrowed his brow imperceptibly. In his view, the surrounding waters indeed shimmered with specks of red light, like fireflies dancing within a 10-meter radius. Yet the area where the trap lay was desolate, devoid of even a single red dot. It felt ominous. An unsettling premonition seized him. He suppressed his doubts, watching Zhang Xiaofeng gradually lift the trap from the water surface. The moment the bamboo cage emerged, it felt weightless. Oh, the anticipation on Zhang Xiaofeng's face froze instantly, transforming into a deep and unshakable disappointment. Reluctantly, she lifted the damp bamboo trap, inspecting it from all angles. She even pried open each entrance for a thorough check, her fingertips smeared with the scent of the sea and a slippery texture, as if she hoped to uncover even a single lost crab nestled within the bamboo slats. Empty again. Why does it always turn out like this? Her shoulders slumped in despair, her helpless demeanor tugging at the hearts of those around her, as if an invisible burden had bent her back. This is strange, Brother Ocean. The plump man rubbed the back of his neck, glancing at Zhou Haiyang with incredulity. How can it be so completely empty? Not even a shell remains. Not a trace of bait. Zhou Haiyang bent down to take the light trap, examining it carefully inside and out. He initially surmised that the trap had a hole, and that Zhang Xiaofeng simply didn't know how to repair it. However, upon inspection, despite its age and darkened color, the bamboo was tightly woven and intact, with a few worn spots meticulously bound with fine hemp, clearly indicating the owner's care. The air thickened with suspicion, like fog rolling over the sea. Xiaofeng, Zhou Haiyang set the trap down, his tones softened with inquiry. What do you usually use as bait when you set your traps? Zhang Xiaofeng twisted the hem of her garment, her voice barely above a whisper. My uncle taught me to use small fish and shrimp, and sometimes I pick up the little crabs that can't move on the beach. My uncle is kind. He occasionally gives me some leftover chicken and duck entrails when he slaughters them. She paused, lowering her voice even further, adding, but I have to save some good fish and shrimp for him as a thank you. The plump man gasped, exclaiming, "Oh, your uncle is generous." Then, is the sun rising in the west? Yet Zhou Haiyang's heart sank suddenly. This uncle of Zhang Xiaofeng, who would even scrounge for change from his niece selling fish, could be so benevolent? Something was amiss. This thought pricked at him like a needle. He temporarily pushed it aside, turned to prepare to row, calling out, "Let us go. We need to set the remaining traps." "Wait, Brother Ocean," Zhang Xiaofeng hurriedly called out. "I haven't set my trap yet." Saying this, she reached for the small fish and shrimp at the bottom of the empty trap, intending to toss them back into that ominous spot, as if convinced that was her territory. "Hold on." Zhou Haiyang quickly stopped her. "Let us set it in another place. I think that area is cursed. The fish and shrimp won't gather there." He pointed toward another area where the red glow was faintly visible. Zhang Xiaofeng pouted, looking disheartened. "If we change places, I'm afraid I won't be able to find it again." Her eyes were filled with worry, as if she believed that one specific location was her only source of security. Zhou Haiyang was momentarily taken aback. The plump man suddenly slapped his thigh in realization, his voice rising an octave. Goodness, Xiaofeng, you're not saying that your two precious traps only recognize this one spot day in and day out, right? Like it's set in stone? Zhou Haiyang stared at Zhang Xiaofeng in disbelief. Xiaofeng, is it really like that? With a shy nod, Zhang Xiaofeng's voice was barely audible. Her face slightly flushed. Is it not okay? I'm afraid if I go too far, the boat might capsize. And I'm also afraid I want to remember the place. If I can't find it later, it'll be truly lost. Her logic was simple, yet heart-wrenching. That's certainly one to do, the plump man exclaimed, his expression a mix of frustration and pity. While others are setting traps like burying gold, seeking hidden nooks, crevices in the rocks and seaweed piles, to avoid drawing attention, you're just standing stubbornly in the same old spot, as if waving a sign for thieves to come. Zhang Xiaofeng suddenly raised her head, her eyes widening in realization, as if a long-standing confusion had found its outlet. Brother Fat, are you saying someone has been stealing my fish? Her voice trembled, laced with a mix of betrayal and the humiliation of late realization. The plump man sighed, gesturing toward the empty trap. What else is there to say? Look at this trap. The bait is gone, and it's clear something has crawled in to nibble. Yet now, not even a scale remains. What else could it be but someone taking it? You, my dear girl, are so hungry that your front and back are touching, and you've never suspected a thing. He gazed at Zhang Xiaofeng's withered hair and sunken cheeks, his voice tinged with compassion. It's my fault for being foolish. Zhang Xiaofeng's eyes reddened, glistening tears swirling in her gaze, as the long-suppressed grievances and the indignation of the moment surged within her. With fierce determination, she bit down on her lower lip, stifling her sobs. Hey, let's communicate properly. Zhou Haiyang shot a glare at the fatty, then turned to Zhang Xiaofeng. His tone gentle yet resolute. Xiaofeng, why cry? As long as we know where the root of the problem lies, we can handle it. We'll just find a different spot and conceal it better. His eyes swept across the coastline, searching for a suitable hiding place. Zhang Xiaofeng sniffed, hastily wiping away her tears with the back of her hand, nodding slightly, her gaze now imbued with a newfound stubbornness, akin to a blade of grass struggling to emerge from a crevice in stone. Curse that old hack. Fatty, incensed, slammed his fist against the side of the boat, causing the small wooden vessel to sway violently. I could just throttle that bastard. Why steal from anyone else? Why pick on Xiaofeng? Such a lack of conscience. Suddenly, Fatty seemed to recall something, turning to Zhou Haiyang with a glint in his eye. Do you think it could be that Zhang Lijun scoundrel behind this? That ruckus we encountered earlier, wasn't he just collecting the traps? With his beady eyes, that kid certainly didn't seem trustworthy. Zhou Haiyang rubbed his chin, his gaze sharp as a blade, scanning the direction where Zhang Lijun had vanished, nodding slightly. It's possible, but we must catch the thief red-handed. If we don't seize him now, he could deny everything later. Stay vigilant. We'll settle the score with him once we catch him. His voice, though not loud, carried an icy undertone. Don't let Fatty find out who it is. Fatty growled fiercely, swinging his stout arms. Otherwise, I'll beat him to a pulp, and he'll have to swallow the remains. Spittle flew from his mouth. Zhou Haiyang's lips curled into a cold, almost cruel smile. Count me in. Now, let us relocate the traps. He ceased further conversation, steering the boat towards the chosen new location. The sea breeze, laden with salt and fishy scents, tousled Zhang Xiaofeng's fine hair, stirring within her a flicker of hope for justice that had only just ignited. After nearly an hour of effort, the three of them finally set the traps. Zhou Haiyang had carefully chosen the spot, verified by his keen eyesight, with clusters of red dots beneath the surface, promising a bountiful catch as long as they evaded thievery. Zhang Xiaofeng's other trap, predictably, yielded nothing. Staring at the damp, empty bamboo trap, she huddled with her knees drawn up at the bow of the boat, her frail silhouette painted in disappointment against the backdrop of the sea. The wind ruffled her withered hair, accentuating her desolation, like a reed poised to snap at any moment. Xiaofeng, there's no need to be so disheartened. Zhou Haiyang approached, patting her thin shoulder, feeling the sharpness of her bones beneath his palm. When we return tonight, I'll prepare a feast for you sisters. Oil-braised shrimp, steamed fish, enough to fill your bellies. He painted a picture of delectable food, attempting to dispel the shadows looming over her heart. Fatty, who was rowing, suddenly stiffened, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the distant fishing port. Haiyang, there's something off over there. Look at those who are crouching and standing. Their eyes are rolling this way, and they're armed. Could they be lying in wait for us? His voice tightened with tension. Zhou Haiyang shielded his eyes from the sun, peering out. Indeed, at the port, 4 or 5 shadowy figures were fixated on their small wooden boat, wielding sharpened bamboo poles that glinted ominously in the setting sun. Damn, Fatty spat, his expression darkening. It's probably that Zhang Lijun scoundrel, too ashamed to admit defeat. He has brought people to lie in wait for us. What do we do now? He looked to Zhou Haiyang, awaiting a decision. Let us approach and see clearly. Zhou Haiyang replied, his brow furrowing, muscles tensing like a drawn bow. The small boat drew nearer, before they could discern the faces of the figures on shore. Zhang Lijun's shrill, brash voice pierced through the sea breeze. Zhou Haiyang, fatty, you beat me. You released my fish. You won TB landing today. You'll be drifting in the sea, drinking salt water. He stood on the shore, hands on his hips, wearing an expression of triumph. As his words fell, Zhou Haiyang noticed the 5 figures on the shore simultaneously raise their prepared bamboo poles. Each one was 2 or 3 meters long, sharpened at one end, grinning as they hoisted them like a row of rudimentary yet lethal spears, blocking the path to shore. That bastard! Fatty's countenance darkened, his rowing slowing involuntarily as sweat began to bead on his palms. Haiyang, they're outnumbered and armed. Should we approach? Approach. Zhou Haiyang's gaze hardened, resolute without an ounce of hesitation. The boat did not slow. Instead, it surged forward towards the port with a reckless determination. Seeing this, Zhang Lijun's arrogance swelled, and he jeered, "Oh, look at you so bold. Cool, mate. I'm right here. Let us see how you manage to climb ashore. Come on." As Fatty desperately rowed to maintain their momentum, he shouted loudly over the crashing waves, "Curse your ancestors, Zhang Lijun. Cowardly scum. If you're so tough, face off with me, bringing others to fight for you. What kind of hero is that? What do you have down there? Just decoration? I'm afraid of you." Zhang Lijun, enraged, waved the bamboo pole threateningly, his face flushed with fury, eager to plunge Fatty into the sea. "Incredible," Fatty shouted, his arms bulging with effort as he rowed fiercely, the boat hurtling towards the port like an arrow released from a bow. Chapter 71. This is it. Haiyang, Xiaofeng. Protect yourselves, Fatty roared, as if to bolster his own and his companion's spirits. Xiaofeng, duck down. Fatty, steady the bow. Zhou Haiyang barked, leaping to the front of the boat, his feet planted firmly on the swaying deck, his gaze locked on the 5 figures on shore, brimming with the intensity of a tiger poised to pounce on its prey. As the boat made contact with the coarse stone foundation of the port, a deep, resonant grinding sound filled the air. Before Zhang Xiaofeng could fully crouch down, a bamboo pole, slicing through the wind with a menacing whoosh, was thrust towards Zhou Haiyang's chest. It was a swift and brutal attack from one of the taller figures beside Zhang Lijun. "Brother Haiyang, watch out!" Zhang Xiaofeng screamed, her face paling in terror. Zhou Haiyang was prepared, his body twisted like a taut bowstring. The sharp bamboo pole grazed his coarse garment, veering towards Fatty, whose complexion turned ashen, instinctively jerking the oar to evade it, causing the boat to tilt dangerously. If struck, they would capsize into the water. Cold sweat drenched his back. In a split second, Zhou Haiyang pivoted, his arm extending like a vice, firmly grasping the end of the bamboo pole as it passed. The coarse bamboo splinters bit into his palm, sending a sharp pain coursing through him, yet he remained unyielding. Zhang Lijun had never anticipated Zhou Haiyang's agility. This sudden counterattack caught him off guard, and he found himself yanked off the ground, flailing like a ragged sack. "Down you go." Zhou Haiyang's eyes flashed with intensity as he exhaled sharply, channeling all his strength into his grip, yanking the pole backward with a clean and fierce motion. Zhang Lijun was unprepared, swept off his feet by an irresistible force, tumbling headfirst into the murky, frigid waters. With a resounding splash, a towering wave erupted, soaking the shoreline. June is in the water. The 4 figures on shore stood frozen, astonished by the swift turn of events, their bamboo poles momentarily forgotten. Zhang Lijun's cousin, Zhang Xiaoyang, was the first to snap back to reality, his face darkening with rage, a murderous glint in his eyes, as if Zhou Haiyang had just slapped him. "Attack! Push them all into the water. Avenge my brother June." The other 3, as if awakened from a dream, seized their long poles and split into 2 factions, ruthlessly swinging towards Zhou Haiyang at the bow and the rotund figure at the stern. The wind howled, and the shadows of the poles darkened the small boat above. "This is dire." The rotund man's expression changed drastically. He fumbled to steer the oars in a desperate attempt to evade, but the port was cramped, with bamboo poles densely clustered like a forest, leaving the small boat unable to maneuver. He could only crouch awkwardly, dodging as the poles swept perilously close overhead. "Brother Haiyang." Zhang Xiaofeng huddled in the corner of the cabin, gripping the slick edge of the boat with trembling hands, her voice tinged with a sob, her frail body shivering. Zhou Haiyang's gaze was as cold as an icy pool. Without uttering a word, he tightened his grip on the bamboo pole he had just seized. With a twist of his waist, he swung the pole in a wide arc, delivering a powerful horizontal sweep towards the incoming shadows of the poles. The bamboo, cutting through the wind with a mournful wail, traced a sharp arc as it swept across. Crack! Clang! A series of jarring collisions erupted. Zhou Haiyang, displaying astonishing strength, struck 4 poles with precision. The force reverberated, leaving the 4 on the shore numb in their hands and weak in their arms as the bamboo poles were sent soaring. Their assault collapsing in an instant, their formation in disarray. Ouch! Who the hell? Just as Zhang Lijun surfaced from the water, gasping for air, he was met head-on by a rebounding bamboo pole that struck him sharply on the forehead. With a crisp sound, a swollen, purplish ridge immediately formed, marked unmistakably by the bamboo joint, resembling a comically opened red door seam. Coupled with his dripping wet hair, he looked both pathetic and ludicrous. One of the youths on the shore wore an embarrassed expression as he glanced at the trembling pole in his hand. Well, I can't be entirely blamed. Who told you to surface at this moment? Damn it! Zhang Lijun, feeling stars burst before his eyes from the pain, was enraged to the brink of losing consciousness. Splashing in the water as he cursed vehemently. Stop the damn nonsense. Pull me up. Are you blind? The fiery pain on his forehead intensified, and the salty seawater only aggravated his discomfort. Want to come up? Zhou Haiyang scoffed, twisting the bamboo pole in his hand and delivering a fierce slap to the surface of the water beside Zhang Lijun's head. Splash! A massive spray drenched Zhang Lijun, startling him into recoiling, causing him to choke on seawater as he coughed incessantly. Zhou Haiyang. Zhang Lijun floundered in the cold water, his voice turning an octave higher with rage. The rotund man, seeing the comical red mark on Zhang Lijun's forehead, burst into uncontrollable laughter, nearly toppling off the boat. Brother Haiyang, Xiaofeng, look, this guy's head is split open. He even has a stamp. He pointed at Zhang Lijun's forehead, laughing heartily. Following his gesture, Zhang Xiaofeng glanced over, unable to suppress her laughter at the absurd sight, quickly covering her mouth as her shoulders shook. This is truly ridiculous. Some onlookers on the shore couldn't help but lean in for a better view, bursting into laughter, the tense atmosphere dissipating considerably. Laugh it up. Zhang Lijun's forehead throbbed painfully, now the target of ridicule, his anger boiling over. Are you just going to gawk? Fight back. Knock them all down. He shouted hoarsely from the water. Oh! Zhang Xiaoyang, unable to maintain his composure, immediately yelled, Attack. Evindi Polyun. Take them all down. The 4 swung their long poles again, having learned not to clash directly, relying on the height of the shore. They jabbed and struck at Zhou Haiyang and the rotund man on the boat, Zhang Xiaofeng repeatedly thrusting and sweeping, targeting the lower half and the edge of the boat, attempting to capsize it or shove them overboard. In an instant, the sounds of bamboo slicing through the wind, the collision of the boat's planks, and splashes of water melded into a cacophony. The little wooden boat rocked violently under the relentless assault, threatening to disintegrate at any moment. Zhou Haiyang wiped the splashes off his face, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, akin to a provoked beast. Rotund man, hold steady, push forward, get close to the stone base. He needed a solid anchor. Understood. The rotund man gritted his teeth, his cheeks puffing up as he summoned all his strength to row. The small boat stubbornly advancing through the gaps in the pole forest, its bow crashing heavily against the port's stone base. Chapter 72. The Cycle of Justice. The water's surface here was nearly a meter lower than the stone edge. Seizing the opportunity, while Zhou Haiyang was fully engaged with the other 4, Zhang Lijun scrambled for a foothold, clawing at a protruding, slippery rock covered in oysters, his nails scraping painfully as he desperately climbed. His soaked clothes clung to him, dripping incessantly, leaving him in a pitiful state. Just as half his body breached the shore, Zhou Haiyang, keenly observing, suddenly turned, swinging his long pole with the force of the wind towards Zhang Lijun's hand that was clawing at the shore. In an effort to knock him off, Zhou Haiyang braced himself against a bamboo pole on the shore, grunting as he staggered slightly. Fortunately, the force of the opponent was significantly diminished, leaving only a stinging pain. Zhang Lijun cried out in pain, his fingers going numb as he let go, splashing back into the sea with a loud plop, salt water flooding his mouth. The weather was scorching and the water felt cool. He might as well soak. Zhou Haiyang, suppressing the pain in his shoulder, grinned coldly. With the long pole, he defended the boat's bow, repelling several jabbing attacks, firmly anchoring himself at the boat's prow like a sentinel. He presented an imposing figure, as if one man could hold back 1,000. The rotund man seized a moment when the 4 on the shore were forced back a step, their formation momentarily disrupted, and let out a sudden roar akin to an enraged bear, his arms bulging with muscle as he exerted every ounce of strength to wrench the or towards himself. The small boat, propelled by this all-or-nothing surge, collided heavily against the port's stone base, causing the vessel to shudder violently. Now it's my turn. The rotund man tossed aside the oar, grabbing a short paddle that had fallen on the deck, letting out a wild cry as he leapt up with the momentum of the collision. "Fat man, steady the boat!" Zhou Haiyang shouted sharply, halting the rotund man as advance. His gaze was as sharp as ice. Seizing the moment when the four on the shore were rattled by the violent impact, he gripped the 3-meter-long bamboo pole tightly, channeling all his strength into his waist and hips. Like an enraged water buffalo dragging a plow, he executed a powerful horizontal sweep towards the spot where the four stood. His movement was grand and forceful, exuding an unstoppable momentum. The bamboo pole sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. The four on the shore were so frightened they nearly lost their wits, howling in panic as they staggered back, some even landing on their backsides, their formation utterly shattered. Huddling together, no longer daring to approach the shore. Good. Zhang Xiaofeng, who had been pale with fear earlier, now witnessed Zhou Haiyang single-handedly forcing the four armed ruffians to retreat, their ranks in disarray, and couldn't help but clap her hands in delight. Color returned to her cheeks, her eyes shining with admiration. "Brilliant!" the rotund man exclaimed loudly, brandishing his short wooden stick. "Let us go." Zhou Haiyang showed no mercy. The long pole swept forward like an enraged dragon emerging from the sea, delivering an even more ferocious countersweep. This time the tip of the pole skimmed dangerously close to their feet, carrying a fierce wind that startled the four into scrambling back several steps. Thoroughly distancing themselves from shore, in a moment of chaos, they were left in utter disarray. "Damn it, the fat man is coming." The rotund man seized this once-in-a-lifetime opening, roaring as he scrambled up the slippery stone base like an agile, plump raccoon, rolling onto the shore. He promptly snatched up the thickest, longest bamboo pole that Zhang Lijun had dropped, grinning like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Charging towards the four who were still reeling from shock, huddled together. The heavy footsteps echoed ominously on the port's wooden planks. "Xiaofeng, go!" Zhou Haiyang wielded the pole to intimidate those on shore, while swiftly lifting Zhang Xiaofeng under her arms, helping her climb up to the port with ease. As he glanced over the water's surface, he caught sight of Zhang Lijun once again attempting to claw his way onto the shore, without hesitation. He swung the pole like a striking serpent, accurately jabbing at Zhang Lijun's wrist. "Ouch! Damn it! Woo-woo!" Accompanied by scathing insults and the splashing of water, Zhang Lijun sank for the third time, leaving only a few bubbling air pockets in his wake. Just as Zhang Xiaofeng steadied herself on the shore, her heart racing, she instinctively glanced in the direction where the chubby boy had charged and was immediately taken aback, covering her mouth in shock, her eyes wide as saucers. Zhou Haiyang turned his head sharply, witnessing the chubby boy, brimming with bravado, suddenly struck on the backside by Zhang Xiaoyang, who had regained his composure and seized the opportunity to deliver a surreptitious blow. "Ouch!" The chubby boy emitted a high-pitched, pig-like wail, his entire body leaping up as if a cat had its tail stepped on. The earlier bravado had evaporated, and he grimaced in pain, holding his backside while pivoting in place, nearly losing grip on the long bamboo pole in his hand. "Brother Haiyang, help! These bastards are playing dirty. They're targeting my rear," the chubby boy cried out, dragging the long pole behind him, limping toward Zhou Haiyang for refuge, resembling a bear cub seeking shelter. Zhou Haiyang's gaze hardened as he grasped his own bamboo pole and strode forward with purpose, his iron-like physique standing protectively in front of the chubby boy, his eyes flashing like lightning as they swept over Zhang Xiaoyang and his companions. Upon seeing this formidable figure approach, the bravado of Zhang Xiaoyang and his crew dissipated instantly. They hurriedly halted, huddling together in fear, no longer daring to advance, their expressions now devoid of courage. Their hands, gripping the bamboo poles, trembled slightly, and they instinctively took a half-step back. "Damn, that hurts!" The chubby boy grimaced, rubbing his sore backside while hiding behind the towering Zhou Haiyang, bouncing on his feet and attempting to reclaim his bravado with shouts. "Come on, where's that fierce spirit from a moment ago? Bring it on, my backside is waiting." Zhang Xiaoyang and his companions exchanged glances, their eyes filled with apprehension and retreat, their palms slick with sweat as they clutched their bamboo poles. It mattered not that they hesitated. Zhou Haiyang smirked coldly, his gaze shifting to the edge of the harbor, where one Zhang Lijun was still submerged. He advanced to the shore, towering over the murky waters, locking eyes with Zhang Lijun, who had once again grasped the rocky crevice, preparing to muster the strength to ascend. Water droplets mingled with cold sweat cascaded down Zhang Lijun's face, his lips turning a shade of purple, his eyes reflecting both hatred and fear, tinged with a hint of despair. "No!" Zhang Lijun's plea for mercy barely escaped his lips when a 43-size liberation shoe, caked in mud and worn at the edges, came crashing down mercilessly onto his grasping fingers, freezing and pale. The motion was swift as lightning. God damn it. Zhang Lijun let out a heart-wrenching, animalistic howl. His fingers curled in pain, instantly robbed of strength, and with a resounding splash. He plunged back into the depths of the sea for the fourth time. This time, he remained submerged longer, leaving only a string of despairing bubbles on the surface. Ha ha ha. The chubby boy laughed heartily, the pain in his backside seemingly lessened, pointing at the water. Zhang Lijun, this is what we call poetic justice. The heavens spare no one. The weather is warm, and the water is inviting. Take a moment to clear your head. Drink deeply at 1T hurt. Chapter 73, Worse Than Beasts. Damn. Zhang Lijun abruptly surfaced, gasping for breath, wiping the seawater from his face, trembling with rage, his lips quivering as he shouted impotently at the shore. Zhou Haiyang, how many times do you intend to trample on me? His voice was hoarse, tinged with a sob. You've got so many people blocking us here, armed with sharpened bamboo poles, just to keep us in the water, to push us down and prevent us from resurfacing? Zhou Haiyang stood at the water's edge, looking down at him like a disdainful observer of a toad in a shallow pit, his tone laced with a mocking coldness. When it's your turn to be submerged, you can't stand it? What? Is your face worth more than others, gilded with gold? Or is your flesh too delicate to endure the salt water? The chubby boy, standing nearby, raised his eyebrows and chimed in, pointing at Zhang Lijun's drenched head. Brother Haiyang, his face isn't that much different from anyone else's. But that distinct red mark in the center of his forehead, along with the heavenly eye imprint, is undoubtedly a unique trademark of Zhang's family. Priceless. Soaking it might even make it shine brighter. Zhang Xiaofeng, upon seeing the comical and conspicuous red mark on Zhang Lijun's forehead, couldn't he help but stifle a laugh. Quickly lowering her head. What a sight. Onlookers stretched their necks to get a better view, unable to suppress their chuckles, their mouths twitching. God damn it. Zhang Lijun, submerged in the water, felt the sting of the seawater on his forehead, further inflaming his anger as he sensed the world laughing at him. I refuse to believe you can sit here and wait until dark. He cursed. Desperately, he attempted to swim to the side, seeking another way ashore, his movements clumsy and hopeless. The chubby boy plopped down on the scorching stone of the harbor, stretching his back comfortably, deliberately exclaiming, "Ah, Brother Haiyang, sitting here with the sea breeze blowing and the sun warming my back is actually quite refreshing, 100 times more comfortable than rocking in a boat. We're not in a hurry. We have plenty of time to chat and enjoy the sea view." He squinted contentedly, as if on vacation. Are you really planning to take things to the extreme? Zhang Lijun rolled his eyes at the chubby boy's shameless demeanor, his voice hoarse and distorted, trembling with despair. The icy seawater was swiftly siphoning away his warmth and strength. Cut the crap. The chubby boy spat. You stay in the water and cool off. Get rid of that foul temper of yours. When your mind is clear, we can talk. Suddenly, the chubby boy seemed to recall something, raising his voice towards Zhang Lijun in the water. By the way, Zhang Lijun, I have a serious question for you. Did you steal those 2 traps belonging to Zhang Xiaofeng, picking on the poor girl with no parents? His eyes gleamed, keenly searching for a crack in Zhang Lijun's expression. Bullshit. Zhang Lijun erupted like a cat with its tail stepped on, thrashing in the water and splashing waves everywhere. Don't you dare throw mud at me. Those 2 broken bamboo traps couldn't even contain a few scraps. Do I look like I want your worthless trinkets? He held his head high, his face flushed with indignation, roaring with a fury that seemed genuine, veins bulging in his neck. It's really not you? The chubby boy furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Zhang Lijun's contorted expression and furious eyes skeptically. Of course not. If I had done it, I'd own up to it. I'm upright and unyielding. I take responsibility for my actions. Zhang Lijun shouted hoarsely, striving to assert his integrity. The chubby boy turned to Zhou Haiyang, whispering, Brother Haiyang, judging by his frantic demeanor. It seems he might actually be innocent. Zhou Haiyang scrutinized Zhang Lijun's anguished and distorted face in the water. The outrage of being wronged and the urgency to defend himself did not seem feigned. It appeared that the matter concerning Zhang Xiaofeng's traps truly was not his doing. Then why are you always lurking around here? Zhou Haiyang inquired, his voice low and commanding, his piercing gaze unwavering. Do you know who did it? Zhang Lijun held his neck defiantly, trying to maintain the last shred of dignity. Though submerged in water, his dignity was already long gone. Who the hell do you think you are? Why should I tell you? He retorted. Zhou Haiyang weighed the bamboo pole in his hand, which felt as light as a feather, a near cruel smile playing on his lips. Just based on the fact that you're wallowing in the sea while I'm standing here under the sun, does that reason suffice? He paused, his voice carrying an icy pressure that resonated in everyone's ears. If you don't speak, I'll be here to keep you company until the end. As for the few helpers you brought, Zhou Haiyang's gaze swept over the 4 shrinking figures on the shore, a disdainful laugh escaping him. You'd better not expect them to dare wade into this murky water to help you climb ashore. They seemed quite content standing still, enjoying the show. His words struck Zhou Haiyang and the others like knives, causing them to avert their eyes. Just as Zhang Lijun's gaze flickered, his lips turning purple from the cold, seemingly still weighing his options and struggling. Behind him, Zhang Haiyang appeared eager to distance himself while harboring a hint of malicious glee. Suddenly, he scoffed, interjecting, "As for this matter, consulting my cousin is futile. You ought to inquire with Zhang Chaodong instead. That little vixen, Zhang Xiaofeng, has been pilfered by her own uncle. I've caught her sneaking around to raid his cage more times than I can count, rising before dawn to do so, more industrious than a fisherman." He curled his lip, as if relaying a well-known jest, his tone dripping with disdain. Zhang Xiaofeng felt as though struck by lightning, her gaze fixated on the sycophantic, oily face of Zhang Xiaoyang, leaving her frozen in place. Her complexion drained of color in an instant, her lips trembled, yet she could not utter a single word. The world seemed to collapse before her, the last vestige of familial affection ruthlessly shattered. The sea breeze swept past, causing her frail frame to sway precariously, nearly unsteady on her feet. The stout man fumed, his cheeks quivering with rage, his fists clenched so tightly they creaked, veins bulging on his forehead. That old beast, Zhang Chaodong, his heart is so black, it oozes poison through his very bones. His own niece is destitute, and he dares to reach out for her, to plunder his own niece's meager earnings. Is he even human? He is less than a beast. He abruptly turned to the faltering Zhang Xiaofeng, his voice laced with urgency and compassion. "Xiaofeng, did you hear that? It's your benevolent uncle. He gives you scraps while trading away your possessions." His anger intensified with each word, his chest heaving, longing to confront the Zhang family immediately. Zhou Haiyang's expression darkened like a tempestuous sea, his eyes glinting with cold fury. He had initially believed that Zhang Chaodong's exploitation of his niece's meager earnings was the epitome of depravity. But he was horrified to discover he would not even spare her life-saving catch. This was no mere greed. It was a calculated effort to drive these orphan girls to their demise. A surge of wrath boiled within him. Chapter 74, A Heartening Injection. He aimed to push this entire group of girls to their deaths. Zhou Haiyang spat the words through clenched teeth, icy and piercing. He placed a gentle hand on Zhang Xiaofeng's frail, bony shoulder, feeling her tremble violently, like a leaf caught in an autumn gale. Xiaofeng, his voice softened, imbued with undeniable strength and profound compassion. "If you cannot cry, do not force it. Now you see clearly what kind of man your uncle truly is. Heartless and soulless. Worse than a pig or a dog. From now on, treat him as a mere passerby. The bridge is the bridge, and the road is the road. After all, he has never genuinely assisted you sisters in the slightest. He is solely focused on siphoning your resources and draining your lifeblood. Without him, your lives will undoubtedly improve. Trust me." His final two words were resolute and emphatic. Zhang Xiaofeng lowered her gaze, her shoulders quivering slightly, her voice trembling like a fraying thread. Filled with confusion and profound pain from repeated betrayals by those she held dear. "Brother Haiyang, Brother Pang, do you think I and my sisters have done something wrong? Why do our parents and uncle disdain us, treating us as burdens?" The helplessness in her voice shattered the hearts of her listeners. Zhou Haiyang's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately declared with unwavering conviction, his voice resonating like a bell, "Xiaofeng, do not indulge in such foolish thoughts. It is your parents who lack responsibility. Their hearts harder than stone. It is that old wretch Zhang Chaodong who is rotten to the core. I have always said, their abandonment of you is sheer idiocy. They are blind and foolish. What you must do now is live splendidly, ensuring you eat well and dress well, nurturing your sisters to maturity, and striking those people hard in the face. Make them regret their actions." His voice carried an infectious fervor, akin to a potent tonic. The stout man quickly joined in, shaking his fists as if to shatter their oppressive fate. "Yes, Xiaofeng, you must assert this dignity. Live your life with pride and vigor. Make those blind bastards regret their decisions. Is it truly possible?" Zhang Xiaofeng lifted her head, her thin face still marked by tears. Her eyes, sharp and clear, searched the two men with desperate urgency, igniting a flicker of hope as if seeking final reassurance. "Of course it is." Zhou Haiyang and the stout man replied in unison, as if swearing an oath, their gazes steadfast, conveying an undeniable confidence. Zhang Xiaofeng inhaled deeply, secretly pressing down a resolute thought within her heart, the confusion and helplessness replaced by determination to fight against fate. She wiped her face, her expression transformed, akin to tempered steel. Zhou Haiyang exhaled with slight relief, casually discarding the long bamboo pole with a loud clatter. His piercing gaze turned towards Zhang Lizhan, who was still floundering in the waist-deep, frigid sea, appearing disoriented and drained of anger. Zhang Lizhan, this matter ends here. If you are unsatisfied, come at me openly. Zhou Haiyang, do not involve others. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable warning, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Xiaoyang and the others, who all lowered their heads. Peng, Xiaofeng, let us depart. Having spoken, Zhou Haiyang turned on his heel, resolutely leading the two away. He had no time to waste with this band of scoundrels by the sea. After all, his conflict with Zhang Lizhan was merely a trivial dispute over the beach, not worth a protracted struggle. The more pressing concern was to care for this young girl who had just been stabbed in the back by her own kin. Oomph. In the water, Zhang Lizhan glared at the retreating figures of the three, his mouth opening and closing silently, ultimately refraining from uttering any threats, left only with a frustrated grunt and chattering teeth. After all, he had struck first, leaving him in the wrong. Zhang Xiaoyang's revelations about Zhang Chaodong had also left him feeling embarrassed, as though he too had lost face. Second sister, third sister, fourth sister, fifth sister. The eldest sister is back. The creaking gate announced Zhang Xiaofeng's arrival, her voice intentionally buoyant, infused with a hint of newfound strength, despite the lingering pain in her eyes. Eldest sister, four small, emaciated figures, resembling fledglings released from their cage, surrounded Zhang Xiaofeng, their weakness and hunger evident as they chattered incessantly. The dim courtyard finally regained some semblance of life. Zhou Haiyang smiled warmly, striving to lighten the atmosphere. Zhao Di, have you tidied up the pot? Yes, it's all clean. The second sister, Zhang Zhao Di, shyly peeked from the shadowy kitchen doorway, her withered hair awkwardly tied with a frayed cloth, revealing her equally malnourished face. Zhou Haiyang rolled up his sleeves, revealing his sturdy forearms. Come, let me prepare a good meal for you. He stepped into the low, dim kitchen. Yay! A swarm of half-grown girls eagerly followed Zhou Haiyang into their dilapidated, dimly lit kitchen. The hearth was cold, the bottom of the pot coated with a thin layer of dust. In a rough, earthen bowl, chipped at the edge, lay an assortment of the meager seafood he had brought earlier. Tiny clams the size of fingernails, crabs the size of palms, small sea snails of varying lengths, along with little fish and shrimp. While the variety was plentiful, it was pitifully small, clearly the dregs left by others, exuding an air of destitution. Zhou Haiyang weighed the ingredients, selecting the clams for stir-frying, intending to throw the rest into a pot for a hodgepodge stew. Living by the sea, one savors the briny freshness of seafood. Preparation need not be overly meticulous, as long as it is warm and flavorful. Do we have ginger and garlic at home? Zhou Haiyang rummaged through the dim kitchen. The greasy countertop held merely half a bowl of coarse salt, a nearly empty bottle of soy sauce, and an empty vinegar bottle, its mouth covered in cobwebs. Do not mention ginger and garlic. There isn't even a decent piece of dried chili to be found. The air is saturated with a damp, moldy scent mingled with a faint fishiness. Zhang Zhaodi, who usually handles the cooking, nervously scratched her sparse hair, resembling dried grass, her voice barely above a whisper. Laced with embarrassment, Brother Haiyang, it's quite expensive. She fidgeted with the tattered hem of her faded garment, as though it were a grave transgression. Her head bowed even lower. Not even ginger or garlic. Zhou Haiyang could not suppress the furrow of his brow. Life had become such that every grain of rice and drop of oil had to be meticulously accounted for. Seasonings had become a luxury. The plump boy quickly interjected, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness. There's some at the convenience store. Shall I go buy some? He discerned Zhou Haiyang's intent. Zhou Haiyang nodded, rummaging in his pocket for a few crumpled bills. All right, hurry back. Get a small piece of ginger and garlic, and also a bottle of soy sauce. He counted out a few notes and handed them to the boy. With a bit of income from selling fish, the boy stood a little taller, puffing out his chest. Sure, I'll get a bit of everything, and I'll grab a couple of scallions too. With that, he dashed out, his footsteps fading down the uneven dirt road. While the boy was away, Zhou Haiyang decided to prepare a pot of rice. He lifted the crooked lid of the rice jar, covered with a broken wooden board, only to find it utterly empty. The bottom coated with a layer of grayish powder and a few scattered rice weevils. No rice at home. A pang of despair gripped Zhou Haiyang as he glanced at the few emaciated girls beside him, their eyes wide with anticipation. The reality was even harsher than he had imagined. Chapter 75, Cooking. Zhang Xiaofeng appeared somewhat awkward, her voice dwindling to nearly a whisper. Rice is quite expensive. We usually eat flatbreads. In truth, it wasn't that they had flatbreads at every meal. More often than not, they mixed foraged wild vegetables with coarse cornmeal to make a mush, just enough to fill their stomachs. Flatbreads are quite good. They stave off hunger. Zhou Haiyang suppressed the tightness in his throat, speaking more slowly in an effort to sound casual. Whereas the flour? I'll handle it. He could not allow the children to feel any more discomfort. Zhang Zhaodi immediately rolled up her patched sleeves, revealing her thin arms. Already showing signs of hard labor. Brother Haiyang, I can knead the dough. I know how. She skillfully scooped a small amount of coarse cornmeal from a worn cloth bag and some murky well water from a jar, deftly beginning to knead. The cornmeal was rough and yellow, evidently the lowest quality grain. Observing her deftness, Zhou Haiyang recognized that this child had long since become the backbone of her family. Nodding in approval. All right, make it soft. The flatbreads will taste better that way. This little girl, despite her young age, had already been shaped by hardship. Before long, the boy returned, panting and holding a small oiled paper bag, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, clearly having run back. Zhou Haiyang took the bag and opened it. Inside was a small piece of yellowed, shriveled ginger, a few wrinkled garlic cloves, a small bunch of green onions, and half a bottle of dark brown soy sauce. That will suffice. Having something is better than nothing. At least it can help mask the fishy taste. Who do you look down upon? I can cook too. The boy pouted, flexing his wrist, trying to prove that he was more than just a runner. Zhou Haiyang efficiently assigned tasks, instructing the girls to peel the garlic while he washed and sliced the ginger. Moments later, he placed the small seafood into a large, chipped porcelain bowl, sprinkled it with the chopped ginger and garlic, added a splash of soy sauce, and gently mixed it with chopsticks, letting it marinate on the stove. The pungent briny aroma was finally infused with hints of spiciness and the fragrance of soy sauce. The girls gathered around, their eyes wide with anticipation, swallowing nervously, as if the bowl contained delicacies they had never tasted before. Zhou Haiyang smiled, striving to lighten the atmosphere. In the future, when we have seafood, we'll marinate it like this before cooking. It will be fresh and not fishy. Remember? Zhang Zhaodi, the second sister, listened intently. Her large eyes, exaggerated by malnutrition, blinking. When I used to cook fish, I just boiled it in water and added a bit of salt. I never thought it tasted bad. She endeavored to prove she could cook well too, if only she had the right seasonings. The third, fourth, and fifth sisters seemed to have finally found their moment, eagerly nodding in agreement, their heads bobbing like chicks pecking at grains. Yes, the second sister's cooking is delicious. Indeed, the second sister is the best. Zhang Zhaodi, a bit shy, rubbed the hem of her garment, her face revealing a rare blush of pride and satisfaction from her sister's praise. Ha! Zhou Haiyang laughed, though a pang of bittersweetness filled his heart. Once the food was served, they would understand what true flavor was. It will be so delicious that you might lose your little teeth. At this, several girls' stomachs grumbled in unison, their sounds echoing loudly in the quiet kitchen. They instinctively rolled their throats, their gazes intensifying towards the stove and the bowl of marinating seafood. The makeshift stove was filled with dry twigs and broken fishing nets to stoke the fire, the vibrant flames greedily licking the darkened bottom of the pot. The flickering light dispelled the chill of the kitchen, illuminating the girls' faces filled with yearning. Zhou Haiyang, wielding a chipped wooden spatula, expertly stir-fried the clams amidst the acrid smoke of hot oil. The fragrant aroma of sizzling garlic and ginger, combined with the fresh essence of the clams bursting open, dominantly filled the dimly lit kitchen. The scent even wafted outside, overpowering the fishy and moldy odors. Amidst the sizzling sounds, the fragrance grew richer, igniting an insatiable appetite, making saliva flow freely. How delicious! The girls surrounded the stove, tiptoeing, inhaling deeply. Their eyes remained glued to the clams as they opened and closed in the pot. The youngest, the fifth sister, even clung to the edge of the stove, straining to peek over. Zhou Haiyang felt a twinge of sorrow. What kind of life were these children leading? A mere hint of fishy oil could bring them such joy. He hastened his movements, the iron pot flying. Plate. He extended his hand, and Zhang Xiaofeng immediately handed over the family's only somewhat intact gray earthenware plate, albeit with a small chip on the edge. Zhou Haiyang poured the stir-fried clams onto the plate, carefully sprinkling some finely chopped scallions that the boy had purchased. Instantly, a dish that was not particularly exquisite in appearance or taste, yet was a delicacy these little girls had never encountered, was presented on the oil-stained old table. Golden clam meat, vibrant green scallions, and glistening soy sauce shimmered enticingly in the dim light of the stove, releasing an irresistible aroma. As soon as the dish was set on the table, the little heads eagerly leaned in. Their eyes were fixated on the glossy clam meat, their noses nearly touching the plate's edge, little hands twitching with anticipation. Not yet. It's not ready, Zhou Haiyang warned with a smile, turning to prepare the mixed fish stew. Zhang Xiaofeng nodded vigorously, her gaze still glued to the plate, earnestly playing the role of the older sister, spreading her arms to protect the dish like a hen guarding her chicks. Zhou Haiyang quickly cleaned the iron pot, reheated it, and poured in a precious drizzle of oil. The oil bottle was nearly empty, barely enough to coat the bottom of the pot. Once the oil was hot, he added the remaining ginger, garlic, and white parts of the scallions to release their fragrance, then dumped into marinated small fish, shrimp, and crabs, stirring vigorously. In no time, the seafood was enveloped in an enticing caramel hue, the aroma wafting through the air. A splash of water was added, and soon the broth began to bubble, the milky liquid rolling and intensifying the delicious scent. Zhang Zhaodi's earlier prepared coarse cornmeal had rested for a while. Zhou Haiyang washed his hands, tore off small lumps of the golden dough, and patted them onto the now sizzling walls of the clay pot. A group of young girls gathered around to lend a hand, their tiny hands clumsily attempting to flatten the dough, becoming coated in the sticky cornmeal. Before long, a circle of golden pancakes was neatly adhered to the edge of the pot, their edges pressed against the scorching walls, beginning to sizzle and emit the distinct, fragrant aroma of toasted grain. The girls gazed at their cornmeal-smeared hands and the fruits of their labor in the pot, their faces radiating with a sense of novelty and the rare joy of participation. Zhou Haiyang placed the heavy, slightly damaged wooden pot lid over the cooking vessel and brushed the flour off his hands. In about half an hour, we'll be ready. Go wash your hands and prepare for the meal. Steam wafted gently from the crevices of the lid, carrying an enticing blend of aromas. Chapter 76, A Ray of Light. Oh, it's time to eat. The girls cheered, rushing eagerly towards the old-fashioned cast iron well pump in the yard, which required considerable effort to draw water. Zhang Xiaofeng pressed down hard a couple of times, producing a creaking sound, and finally, the icy well water began to flow. The girls jostled each other, their hands blackened with dirt, eagerly scrubbing them under the stream of water. They splashed each other, laughter momentarily dispelling the lingering gloom that had long haunted the courtyard. Zhou Haiyang watched with a smile, the flickering firelight reflecting off his sharply defined features, simultaneously revealing the complexity in his eyes. It was then he noticed that Fatty was absent from the yard. Fatty? What did he run off to? By the wall, came Fatty's muffled voice from outside. Zhou Haiyang followed the sound, rounding the low main house. Moments later, Fatty returned, frowning, his trousers caked in mud as he stepped carefully over the scattered bricks and tiles. He pointed at the crooked, nearly collapsed earthen wall, his expression stern as he addressed the Zhang family's girls. I've inspected it thoroughly. The base of this wall has been hollowed out. Water has softened it. It could collapse at any moment. You little ones, stay away from this crumbling wall in the future, especially during windy or rainy days. As he spoke, he rummaged through a pile of debris in the corner and retrieved a sturdy old piece of ship timber. Using his foot to pack the loose soil at the wall's base tightly, propping it against the most precarious, bulging part of the wall. The stick sank deep into the earth, temporarily serving as a support. Zhang Xiaofeng quickly interjected, a hint of fear in her voice. I told them not to play near the wall, trusting in the two boys and recognizing the gravity of the situation. She understood the seriousness of the matter. That's good. Fatty wiped the sweat from his brow, sighing in resignation as he surveyed their precarious, bare home, shaking his head. Zhou Haiyang approached, examining the unstable wall closely. Can this wall be saved? He pushed against it gently, and the soil crumbled away. It's beyond saving, Fatty replied, shaking his head and kicking at the loose earth at the wall's base, which was as soft as mud. It's leaning like this, and the wood is rotting. A heavier rain would surely bring it down. His tone was certain, tinged with regret. Fortunately, the main house still appears sturdy, Zhou Haiyang noted, glancing at the similarly dilapidated, yet structurally sound earthen house with its thick walls. We can make do for now. Once Xiaofeng starts earning money with us, we'll build a new house. He spoke with a natural ease, as if it were a certainty, painting a distant yet hopeful picture for the girls. Fatty opened his mouth, intending to express the astronomical costs associated with building a few brick houses that could shield them from the elements, a sum that was astronomical to the Zhang sisters. However, seeing the patched-up clothes on the five sisters, which barely covered their ankles, he swallowed his words. Instead, he nodded heavily, responding in a low voice. He chose to believe in Zhou Haiyang and this faint glimmer of hope. All right, it's time to eat. Zhou Haiyang gauged that the time had come and swiftly lifted the heavy wooden lid off the pot. A wave of rich, briny seafood mingled with the aroma of crisp cornmeal pancakes burst forth, enveloping the entire courtyard with its warm, enticing scent that even the sea breeze could not disperse. The girls cheered and rushed over. Inside the pot, a murky yet alluring sauce bubbled, clams wide open to reveal their tender white meat, while small sea snails bobbed in the scalding broth. A ring of perfectly golden, crisp pancakes clung to the pot's walls, their edges slightly curled, with one side offering a delectable crust. I'll fetch the bowls. I'll get the chopsticks. Zhou Haiyang carefully placed the hefty black iron pot onto the rickety little wooden table in the yard, propping up its unsteady legs with a shard of broken tile. Xiaofeng, you all eat. Your fatty brother and I will head back. We'll return at dusk to collect the fish traps. His tone was firm, as he untied his greasy apron from his waist. Zhang Xiaofeng, holding a stack of coarse ceramic bowls, froze, her eyes filled with confusion and reluctance. Haiyang brother, fatty brother, aren't you staying to eat? Her gaze was one of bewilderment and longing, as this meal had been prepared for them. How could they leave without partaking? Zhang Zhaodi and her 3 sisters grew anxious upon hearing this, rushing forward to tug at their clothes, their small hands gripping tightly, fearful of their departure. Brother, eat. Let us eat together. Zhou Haiyang would not partake of what little meager rations they had. He bent down, ruffling the sparse, yellow hair of the youngest, the 5th sister, speaking gently yet firmly. We'll eat at home. There's food waiting for us. Besides, if we return late, our family will worry. You all eat well. You're at the age of growth. After offering a few simple safety reminders, he and Fatty turned and stepped onto the bumpy dirt road back to the village, their figures quickly vanishing into the deepening twilight. Zhang Xiaofeng led her 4 sisters to the courtyard entrance, standing there until the 2 tall, warm figures completely disappeared at the end of the uneven dirt path. Then, she hurriedly wiped her burning eyes and the tears she could no longer suppress with her sleeve. Looking at her sisters gathered around her, her voice trembled yet resonated with unprecedented clarity and strength as she spoke, each word profound. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. This meal we have today was prepared by Brother Haiyang out of concern for us. Brother Haiyang and Fatty Brother are truly kind-hearted souls who have come to our aid. You must engrave their kindness in your hearts forever, and when we are able in the future, we will repay their generosity tenfold. Do you hear me? Her words hung in the air like a solemn vow, heavy with significance within the little courtyard. Yes, yes, eldest sister, we will remember. The 4 little heads nodded vigorously, their innocent eyes wide yet serious, committing their eldest sister's words to memory. Zhang Xiaofeng took a deep breath, as if drawing this promise deep into her being, transforming it into the strength that would sustain them. Now, let us go inside to eat. The young girls cheered as they dashed back into the courtyard, surrounding the still steaming iron pot that exuded a tantalizing aroma, eagerly reaching for the crispy pancakes. Without a moment's hesitation, they blew gently on the hot food before stuffing it into their mouths, their small faces glowing with happiness. As the food entered their mouths, the girls paused, their chewing stilled, eyes sparkling with an indescribable brilliance. It was as if they had truly tasted flavor for the first time, their faces alight with wonder and immense satisfaction. Wow, sister, this fish is so delicious. It doesn't taste fishy at all. The last time you cooked, it wasn't tea like this. The 3rd sister, her cheeks stuffed, exclaimed with her mouth full, her eyes wide with amazement. So delicious. It's even better than the salted fish we have during the New Year. The 4th sister cradled her bowl, heedless of the heat, taking another sip of the broth, her eyes sparkling like stars. 2nd sister, did you learn how to make it? Next time we catch fish and shrimp, you must cook it for us like this. The 5th sister tugged at Zhang Zhaodi's sleeve, her face filled with anticipation, with sauce still clinging to the corners of her mouth. Yes, I was watching closely as the elder sister sets out to catch fish and shrimp. She plans to prepare them using the methods taught by Brother Haiyang. Ginger, garlic, and soy sauce will be included. Zhang Zhaodi nodded vigorously, her small face imbued with a sense of gravity, as if she had embraced a sacred mission, diligently committing every step to memory. How delightful! The younger sisters erupted in a chorus of cheers, and the little kitchen was filled with a long-lost, pure joy. Zhang Xiaofeng and Zhang Zhaodi watched their sisters devour their meal with fervor, their faces glistening with satisfaction, almost to the point of tears. The 2 of them felt tears welling in their eyes, yet they endeavored to curve their lips into a smile of contentment. Brother Haiyang and Brother Peng were indeed a beacon of light in their dark days. Chapter 77, Protecting Father. Zhou Haiyang pushed open the creaking gate of his home. As expected, the main room was empty and desolate, with Shun Yuling absent once again. The stove was cold as well. He could not remain idle. Zhou Haiyang shook his head in resignation, a hint of fatigue crossing his brow. He turned to head towards his parents' place. That girl Qingqing was undoubtedly there. Arriving just in time, the aroma of food wafted through the old courtyard, where the family was gathered around a low table, enjoying their meal. Qingqing sat on her grandmother, He Chuanxio's lap, her little mouth greasy as she nibbled on a small piece of flatbread. Father. Qingqing spotted Zhou Haiyang and immediately twisted her little body to get down, extending her tiny, greasy hand. Mother He Chuanxio quickly beckoned, her tone filled with concern. Oh, San, why did it take you so long to set the fish trap? The sky is nearly dark. Come, sit down and eat. The pot is still warm. She rose to serve rice. I was delayed on the way. Zhou Haiyang hurriedly took a few steps, lifting the warm lid of the pot, filling a bowl with rice as he gently ruffled his daughter's soft hair. He sat down on the empty stool left for him and, addressing his little sister Zhou Xiao, who was focused on her meal, said with familiarity and authority, Xiao, go fetch a pair of chopsticks for your third brother. Consider it a reward for the great service I rendered today. Xiao flashed a cheeky smile, skipping over to the stove, expertly filling Zhou Haiyang's bowl with a heaping portion of white rice, then slapping a pair of wooden chopsticks against the bowl before handing it over. Ichuanxio sat at the edge of the Kong, gazing at her son's weary face with concern. What happened? You went to Zhangjiagu to set a trap. And look at your face. It's ashen, as if you've rolled in mud. Did you encounter any trouble? Nearby, Shen Yuling meticulously peeled a bright red crab for her daughter Qingqing. The pale and dark shell of the crab split easily under her deft hands, and the sweet crab roe was cautiously scraped into a small bowl. Though she remained silent, her ears were perked up. Zhou Haiyang managed to suppress the hollow feeling in his stomach after a couple of mouthfuls of warm rice. He casually picked up a plump crab, cracking the shell with his thumb and forefinger, revealing the snowy white meat and golden roe. Ah, don't even mention it. He sighed while deftly picking at the crab legs. It's all because of those two girls from Zhangjiagu. The way they're living truly tugs at the heart. He recounted everything he had seen and heard at Zhang Xiaofeng's home. The dark, bare walls, the pot with scarcely any rice, and the timid eyes of the two girls, pouring out everything in one breath. When he mentioned that Zhang Xiaofeng's parents had passed away and recalled her uncle Zhang Qiaodong's deplorable nature, his tone grew even heavier. I saw the cold stove and the empty pot. Those two children had to make do with cold sweet potatoes for lunch. It was unbearable. I ended up cooking them some porridge and stir-fried a few dishes before coming back. That's why I was delayed, and I missed the mealtime. Zhou Haiyang licked his lips, still smeared with crab oil, and popped a piece of pickled vegetable into his mouth. The family fell silent, all putting down their bowls and chopsticks, casting him astonished yet inquisitive glances. Zhou Xiao, the most vivacious, exclaimed half-jokingly, "Third brother, is that true? You can cook? I've grown up without tasting even a grain of rice you've made. When will you show your dear sister a thing or two?" As soon as she finished, she exaggeratedly shrank her neck, laughing and adding, "Never mind, it's probably inedible anyway. The food you make is likely so salty it would choke a person." Qingqing, who was intently focused on the crab legs, protested. Her little face was smeared with golden crab roe, her cheeks stuffed full, resembling an irate little squirrel. As she raised her greasy hand emphatically, "That's not true. Daddy's cooking is delicious. Shrimp so tasty." She struggled to swallow the crab meat in her mouth. Shaking her little head anxiously, Zhou Xiao's eyes widened in surprise. "You've eaten food made by Daddy? When did that happen?" Qingqing puffed out her little chest proudly, as if she had just received a great honor. "Yes. Daddy made Qingqing some mantis shrimp. It was so delicious." The tail was red. She gestured animatedly to illustrate the mantis shrimp. "Come here, little flower cat." Shen Yuling chuckled, reaching out to gently wipe her daughter's shiny mouth with a cloth, which was smeared with food, resembling a gluttonous kitten. "Is it true, third brother? You really can cook?" Not only was Xiao curious, but even the eldest brother Zhou Haifeng and his wife Ma Xiaoyan, along with the second brother Zhou Haitao, who was engrossed in devouring crab, looked up, their faces displaying the same incredulity. "Zhou Haiyang, the gambler third son? He can cook. The sun must have risen in the west. It's simple to eat if you want. Tomorrow, if I'm in a good mood, I'll cook for you." Zhou Haiyang grinned broadly, revealing a set of white teeth. At that moment, his sister-in-law Ma Xiaoyan seemed to recall something, putting down her chopsticks and hesitating to speak. "I remember Zhang Xiaofeng's father. Her elder brother was named Zhang Qiaodong, right? With her sisters living in such dire straits, barely able to have a warm meal. Didn't he that uncle lend a hand? It's quite unbecoming for a senior family member." "Sister-in-law, please don't mention that uncle." Zhou Haiyang snapped, breaking a crab leg in his hand with a sharp crack, his voice rising in suppressed anger. "Just thinking about him makes my blood boil." He recounted how Zhang Qiaodong had taken food from the two sisters, seized their rice fields, and even plotted to take advantage of Zhang Xiaofeng to secure a bride price. Spilling it all out like beans from a bamboo tube. Zhou Haifeng's face darkened at this, and with a thud, he slammed his wine bowl onto the Kong table, growling angrily. "A family of heartless wolves. I think Zhang Qiaodong is even worse than his deceased brother. He nothing but a ravenous wolf, devouring others without spitting out bones. If that group from Zhangjiaga dares to stir up trouble again, I'll knock all his teeth out and leave him lost." Zhou Haiyang's eyes turned icy, adding, "Count me in, brother. Let us deal with him together." The father, Zhou Changhe, who had been mostly silent, let out a heavy grunt, tapping his smoking pipe against the edge of the Kong. His murky yet sharp gaze fixed on Zhou Haiyang. "You still haven't sorted out your own affairs, yet you have the leisure to meddle in others' business." He referred to Zhou Haiyang as previous gambling debts and the family's financial struggles. "Father," Zhou Haiyang replied with a resigned smile, I'm already working on it. I just pay off a good portion of the debts yesterday? He pointed to the row of empty burlap sacks stacked against the wall, his tone carrying both a plea and a hint of unnoticeable pride. Exactly, old man. Keep your comments to yourself. It's commendable that the child wants to help others. Chuanxiu gently nudged her husband with her elbow, quickly smoothing things over, though she could not hide her satisfaction with the bravery displayed by her elder and younger sons. Chapter 78. Regret and Embarrassment. Just as the Zhou family enjoyed their lively yet tense lunch, the small harbor of Haiwan village was bustling with the daily peak of market trading. The sun hung fiercely overhead, and the villagers, having spent most of the morning at sea, returned with sun-kissed, glistening faces, their backs laden with varying degrees of harvest. A small half-basket of clams, a few crooked cuttlefish, several conchs, or a modest sea bass. They called out to one another, jostling as they surged toward the receiving point by the harbor, the little stall run by Old Black. Old Black was sweating profusely, beads of perspiration rolling down his forehead and splattering onto his ledger, causing a small blot of ink to bloom. Overwhelmed by the workload, he had no choice but to bellow toward his wife, who was idly resting nearby. Xiao Chui. Stop lounging around. Come over and help with the accounts. Can't you see I'm swamped? Ma Xiao Chui was a robust woman, her face marked by the rough, ruddy hue of years spent in the sea breeze, with a particularly conspicuous mole at the corner of her eye. Reluctantly, she huffed and sashayed over, snatching the ledger and pen from Old Black's hands, grumbling, "What is this, a death sentence? Am I in debt to you for 800 coins?" Though the tide was small, many had come to gather seafood. Yet the smile on Old Black's face seemed to have been pickled in salt, appearing rather wan. Having toiled for most of the day, the meager haul left him feeling disheartened. It was all just worthless little fish and shrimp. The finest catch amounted to only a few pounds of conch. He had hoped that the crowd would yield something rare today, but it turned out to be even less than usual. This business venture promised scant profit, essentially yielding nothing but fruitless labor. Old Black's heart felt as heavy as lead. While he lamented, his keen ears caught two villagers waiting to settle their accounts whispering nearby. "Hey, have you heard? The Zhou family hit the jackpot today. They say they collected 3 or 4 sacks of hairy crabs," exclaimed one, using exaggerated hand gestures to illustrate the size. "As big as a bowl. 3 or 4 sacks. The whole family was involved, 8 large sacks in total, nearly toppling their tricycle, packed to the brim. Goodness, 8 sacks? How much is that worth? Heavenly Father, 1 sack must weigh at least 100 pounds, right? 8 sacks mean 800 pounds. My God." At 10 coins a pound, the speaker gasped, unable to finish the thought. Old Black's eyes widened. Igniting with the fervor of a hungry wolf spotting a feast, his heart raced wildly. He disregarded the customers waiting to pay and hurried over, urgently questioning one villager named Dongzi. "Dongzi, is it true that the Zhou family you mentioned is Uncle Changha's? Did they really find 8 sacks of hairy crabs? And they're all 3 to 4 tails each?" Dongzi, taken aback by Old Black's anxious demeanor, replied, "Old Black, you didn't know? This is big news. It's been all the buzz. Haven tea they come to sell to you?" There was a hint of amusement in his tone. Old Black's face paled. Urgency etched into his features as he pressed, "I'm asking you. Stop with the nonsense. How many do they collect?" Before Dongzi could respond, another well-informed villager, Wang Xiufeng, chimed in with a bright, clear voice, as if to ensure everyone heard. Which Zhou family could it be? "It's Uncle Changha's. This news is spread like wildfire through the village. Who doesn't he know by now? My husband went to the sea before dawn and spotted their tricycle from afar, saying they already had several sacks loaded." She paused, casting a knowing look at Old Black, her eyes sparkling with delight. "They say it was Zhou Haiyang who first discovered the treasure spot. He couldn't handle it alone and quickly called the entire family to help. This time, the Zhou family has struck gold. Those debts? They won't even matter anymore. Good times are on the horizon. Zhou Haiyang." Upon hearing the name, Old Black's complexion drained, alternating between shades of green and white. Yesterday. Yes, it was just yesterday. Zhou Haiyang and that fellow named Fatty came to him with a modest haul of subpar shellfish. What had he been thinking? Disdainful of their meager offering and hoping to haggle down the price, he had quoted a ridiculously low figure. The result? They had left in a huff, incensed. He had spat contemptuously, thinking, those 2 poor souls? How would he even care to take their trifling goods? But who would have imagined 8 sacks? Over 1,000 pounds of top-tier hairy crabs. If he could have secured the entire haul for himself and sold it to the upscale restaurants in the city, the profits would far exceed the meager earnings from collecting these paltry scraps at the harbor. The thought of those lively, plump crabs fetching a handsome price twisted Old Black's heart like a hook, causing anguish to knot in his gut. Damn it! All for the sake of a few coins. He had overlooked such a golden opportunity. Regret. He was filled with such remorse that he felt he might shatter his molars. Wang Xiaofang, observing Old Black's face as if he'd been slapped multiple times, reveled in his dismay, deliberately prodding Old Black. Could it be your stinginess in pricing has caused you to be so unwelcoming? Perhaps they were so incensed that they chose to haul their catch to town rather than sell it to you? Her words struck like a needle, piercing Old Black's sore spot. The villagers waiting to sell their goods, long harboring grievances over Old Black's persistent lowballing, now wore unabashed expressions of schadenfreude upon witnessing his crestfallen visage. Whispers of "Serves you right. This time you've learned that karma is unforgiving," floated through the air, laden with a sense of vindication. Why are you loitering here when there are customers waiting to be served? Ma Xiao Chui pushed through the crowd, clutching a wad of loose change, her husband's absence from the stall infuriating her. She's stout and loud, with hands on her hips and her mole radiating a fierce demeanor, exclaimed, "Is the money sprouting legs, or what? Get back to collecting payments." Old Black's heart sank, fearing that this fierce woman would discover the matter at hand. He quickly attempted to pull her away, mumbling, No, I was loitering, just asking, it's nothing. Nothing, let us head back." Wang Xiaofang, unwilling to miss the chance to kick someone while they were down, gleefully interjected, "It's nothing serious. Old Black is just curious about who caught over 1,000 pounds of hairy crabs, pondering why they didn't bring them to him, likely feeling remorse and embarrassment." As if to ensure everyone heard, she emphasized remorse and embarrassment with particular clarity. "What is this?" Ma Xiao Chui's eyes lit up like a bulb, her voice rising dramatically as she seized Old Black's arm, her nails digging in so fiercely that he flinched. "Over 1,000 pounds of hairy crabs. Whose catch is that? I've wasted half a day here collecting nothing but rotten fish and shrimp. Not a single decent piece in sight." Chapter 79. The Wife Feels Wronged. Wang Xiaofang rolled her eyes at Old Black, her lips curling in unabashed sarcasm. Who else could it be? Just a short distance ahead. It's the Zhou family, Zhou Changhe. Their son Haiyang has a keen eye and found the perfect spot, and the whole family jumped into action, gathering 8 large sacks. I estimate it's well over 1,000 pounds. She paused, relishing the sight of Ma Xiao Chui's face swelling with indignation and Old Black's expression of utter despair, and continued leisurely. "As for why they didn't bring it to you, do I even need to say? 9 times out of 10, it's because your husband has been so unreasonable with the prices that they rather inconvenience themselves taking it to town than let you mistreat their catch." The villagers surrounding her were undoubtedly aware of Wang Xiaofang's intentions, each harboring their own ill thoughts and chiming in. "Indeed, this morning, that 3-wheeled cart rumbled past my doorstep, laden with plump, succulent hairy crabs, nearly causing my eyes to pop out. If it were me, I wouldn't sell them here either. Why not sell in town? Surely, they would fetch a higher price." Black brother is engaging in a trade that is akin to picking up sesame seeds while discarding watermelons. No, rather, he is throwing away a mountain of gold. Ha. Old Black longed to silence those cacophonous voices. Each word felt like a dagger, cutting into his flesh. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaocui's fleeting dreams of profiting from the thousands of pounds of luscious crabs were instantly incinerated by a blaze of anger. She whirled around sharply, fire blazing in her eyes, glaring fiercely at Old Black like an enraged she-bear, hands on her hips as she roared. "Zhang Laoai, you scoundrel, explain yourself. What on earth is going on? Did you shortchange the seller and offend someone important?" Old Black trembled at her outburst, instinctively shrinking his neck into his shoulders, steeling himself to retort. "And no, that's nonsense. I conduct my business fairly. If the seller wishes to sell to someone else, how can a small-time trader like us interfere? Perhaps they simply found it easier to sell elsewhere. Enough of your nonsense." Ma Xiaocui was nearly bouncing off the ground with rage, spitting words all over Old Black's face. "Are you trying to fool me? It's definitely your stubbornness, your greed for a few trifles, that has offended them. It must be." The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed, and the more heartache she felt over the plump duck that had slipped through her fingers. This was thousands of pounds of premium hairy crabs. Just the procurement could have netted a hefty profit, and reselling them would have brought in a thick stack of cash. How much would that be? Enough to build 2 new tile-roofed houses, sufficient for her son's bride price. As this thought surfaced, she felt darkness close in, her temper flaring, her eyes rapidly reddening, her voice tinged with sobs. "You heartless fool. Do you realize how much money that is? Just like that. You've squandered a fortune. I want to allow it." She wiped her eyes furiously, pointing an accusatory finger at Old Black with a sharp, cutting tone. "You, right now, immediately, go to the Zhou family and apologize. Bring back those hairy crabs in their entirety. If you can't, I swear I'll toss all your belongings into the sea to feed the fish. You'll be left to sleep in the pigsty with your blanket. Dream on if you think you can return to my bed." Humiliated before so many fellow villagers, Old Black's face transformed from red to purple to black, resembling a spilled paint shop. He stammered, attempting to salvage a shred of dignity. Wife, it's not that I don't want to go, but it's already midday. You must consider, with such a large quantity of goods, they must have sold them already. He still clung to a sliver of hope. Enough with your excuses. If I tell you to go, you'd better march over there. Ma Xiaocui's explosive temper ignited once more, leaving no room for him to utter another word. She lifted her leg and delivered a solid kick to Old Black's calf. Ouch! Caught off guard, Old Black stumbled from the impact, almost collapsing to the ground, barely managing to steady himself by grasping a nearby basket. Fina, I'll go. You fierce woman, always so domineering at home. Old Black was filled with a mix of shame and anger, his face burning as he caught sight of the villagers' barely concealed glee and mockery. Each glare felt like a whip lashing across his face. He limped past the obstructing basket, head bowed like a beaten dog, enduring the pointed fingers and derisive laughter as he trudged toward Zhou Haiyang's home, his back a picture of gloom and despair. The lingering aroma of food still wafted through the Zhou family's courtyard. Zhou Haiyang wiped his mouth and rose, intending to grab his prized bamboo fishing rod, hoping to cast a few lines by the seaside while the afternoon sun was still favorable. Having caught a large fish yesterday, he felt luck might be on his side again. Just as he reached the courtyard gate, before he could even touch the door, hurried footsteps approached from behind. Haiyang! Shun Yuling dashed out. Her earlier ease during the family gathering vanished, her brow furrowed and lips pressed tightly together, her expression off-kilter. Zhou Haiyang's heart sank. He halted, observing the reddened, distressed corners of his wife's eyes, and gently asked, "What's wrong, my dear? Why do you look so troubled? This should be a joyful day. Haven't we settled all our debts? From now on, the money will be ours to keep. We should be celebrating." He assumed she was reluctant to part with the freshly earned money. Shin Yuling did not respond to his words, but pulled him aside to a corner of the courtyard, avoiding any prying eyes, and then, lowering her voice, asked seriously, "Haiyang, tell me the truth. When you borrowed money from Zhou Daguai, what interest rate did you agree upon?" Interest rate? Zhou Haiyang felt a jolt in his chest, realizing from Shun Yuling's expression that something was amiss. And no mention of interest. Just said I needed 1,000 yuan. He agreed at the time. Zhou Haiyang strained to recall. That Zhou Daguai? He was willing to lend mainly because of his father, Zhou Changhe. Bruce. Zhou Haiyang assured him it was a loan for an emergency, not for gambling, which was why he reluctantly agreed. As for the interest, it seemed they hadn't discussed specifics. However, Zhou Daguai's sharp tone, no mention of interest? Shin Yuling's eyes turned even redder, her voice quivering with suppressed tears and anger. How did Zhou Daguai turn it into a monthly interest of 3%? She suddenly produced a thick wad of cash from her pocket, thrusting it forcefully into Zhou Haiyang's hands. You borrowed this money, you repay it. I'm taking back my 1,000 yuan. I can't repeat a single word he said. It's infuriating. After speaking, she fiercely wiped away the tears pooling at the corners of her eyes, resembling a lamb wronged by fate, before swiftly returning to the courtyard, her slender shoulders trembling slightly. Yuling. Zhou Haiyang clutched the warm bundle of money, watching his wife's retreating figure disappear through the courtyard gate. A surge of rage erupted from the pit of his stomach, igniting like a flame, his chest feeling as though it was constricted by a burning ember. He was certain that Zhou Daguai, that loathsome blabbermouth, had said something extremely hurtful and humiliating to Yuling. It must have been that gambling wife, with her pitiful life, who had triggered Yuling's sensitive and fragile heart. You scoundrel. Just wait. Zhou Haiyang clenched his fists tightly, knuckles turning white. He fought the impulse to confront Zhou Daguai immediately, edging closer to the courtyard doorframe to sneak a glance inside.